Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Can't resist causing trouble in Demon Slayer 1 CT. Chapter 1 I'm doing it Tokyo, Asakusa, early summer. In an izakaya. Shibai looked at the person in front of him blankly and said something he didn't understand. At this time, Shibai's first reaction was how he suddenly crossed over. I just fell asleep. Wait, own browser records haven't been deleted yet. Own is innocent. Bang. Gone. Before Shibai could think about anything, a voice came from his mind. You have traveled to the world of Demon Slayer. The current situation is in line with the system activation. The super task system has been activated. After completing the task, you can get rewards. Close black lens bracket. The task has been released. Do you accept it? Close black lens bracket. Mission. See the person in front of you. He is provoking you. Turn the table and tell him how brave you are. Bonus. Language proficiency. Close black lens bracket. Demon Slayer world? Super mission system? Thousands of words converge into 2 words? Wonderful. This system sounds very powerful. It's crazy and cool. There is something wrong. Shibai accepted without hesitation. Just kidding. I can't understand what they are saying now. I can make money if I lose money, but it is difficult to learn the language. The moment he accepted the task, Shibai learned the language, and he also understood what the person in front of him was saying. It probably means, you don't pay for meals, what do you want to do? Look for a beating. Looking at the vicious man in front of him, Shibai took a deep breath, then got up and shouted, Baga. Immediately afterwards, the table was seriously lifted, and immediately, the items on the table flew into the air, including a plate of sushi vinegar mixed with wasabi. The plate of sushi vinegar mixed with wasabi also flew up, and finally, with a slap, hit the man's face. A scream pierced the night sky. What? Other things on the table also flew around, throwing the izakaya into chaos. Screaming and cursing filled the entire izakaya. Seeing this, Shibai showed a smirk, and quietly left the izakaya while taking advantage of the chaos. Oh, that's it, no difficulty. As soon as he left the izakaya, Shibai ran away, so fast that he disappeared in the blink of an eye. If the chaotic izakaya returns to normal, the first person to look for is me, and I will die with a sense of rhythm. Advertisement by the way, thanks for the dish of sushi vinegar with wasabi. Shibai stopped when he reached a small alley far away from the izakaya, and before he could catch his breath, the system beeped. Excellent task completion, an additional reward of 500 yen, close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Shibai raised his eyebrows in surprise. It looks like this task is well done, and there are additional rewards? 500 yen is a lot of money in the world of Demon Slayer. 1 yen is equal to 100 kyots, and the best rice for 1 liter is only 60 yuan, so the calculation. Well, Shibai's math class is taught by the physical education teacher, so I don't understand. Anyway, a lot of money for nothing. Taking a breath, Shibai sorted out his scattered memories by the way. I used to be an orphan. I am 13 years old this year. Now it is the 38th year of Meiji, that is, 1905. It has not yet reached the Taisho era. Shibai who saw the news went directly to Sparta. FK, the plot of Demon Slayer officially started in Taisho 5th year, that is, 1915, which means I came early. 10 years. In an instant, Shibai felt bad all over, and he came 10 years ahead of schedule. This is really true. Shibai eats Coptus chinensis, and it is hard to tell. Struggling for a moment, and sighing, Shibai could only helplessly accept this reality. I am also a time traveler who has practiced for 2.5 years, how can I be defeated by this setback? After taking a break, Shibai walked out of the alley. Looking at everything in front of him, Shibai knows that he is in the most prosperous Asakusa district in Tokyo, so why not go shopping? Isn't it just 10 years, in the blink of an eye, TT? With a huge sum of 500 yen, Shibai started to play in Asakusa by himself. The island country in the Meiji period was quite interesting, and the collision of traditional culture and Western culture always produced some interesting things. Just when Shibai was having fun and was about to buy 2 legendary Midori meatballs for a taste, the system heard a voice again. Trigger task. Close black lens bracket. This is the Asakusa district of Tokyo, the most prosperous area, but it also hides the most dangerous murderous intentions. You, who triggered the aura of the protagonist, met Kibutsuji Muzan, the ancestor of ghosts. Close black lens bracket. Task. Tiger's butt cannot be touched, but Muzan's butt can be touched. Touch Muzan's asterisk and say what you think. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement open black lens bracket come on, brave boy. Go and create miracles, close black lens bracket. Task reward. Acquired chi. Remarks. You can explore operations other than missions by yourself, and there will be extra rewards. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket whether to accept. Close black lens bracket looking at this task, Shibai fell into deep thought. Muzan here. Why didn't I see him? Boss Scraps is easy to identify. His pale complexion and his unchanging suit for thousands of years are his conspicuous signs. And touching his asterisk, this task is perverted enough. Of course, there is one more obvious question. Why give yourself acquired chi instead of giving yourself breathing method? Breathing is the hallmark of Demon Slayer. What the hell is this anger? Still has its own special effects breathing method handsome. The system seemed to know Chibai's thoughts and responded to him. You don't have the qualifications to practice breathing, so you can only practice acquired chi. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Chibai was taken aback for a moment, then narrowed his eyes slightly. Can you know what I'm thinking? System. Open black lens bracket. No, I just came out to explain by the way. Close black lens bracket. Chibai showed a slight smile after hearing this. The system is conscious. This is so much more convenient. Many things don't need to be explored by yourself. Looking around, Chibai asked, you said Kibutsuji Muzan is here? Why didn't I see him? I remember him being recognizable. The system replied immediately. Open black lens bracket. Kibutsuji Muzan, you can change your gender, it's normal that you can't see him. Close black lens bracket. Directly ahead, 50 meters, the woman in black kimono, she is Kibutsuji Muzan, close black lens bracket. Following the guidance of the system, Chibai looked. Sure enough, he saw a woman in a black kimono. The woman's skin was pale, her expression was very serious, her brows were frowning, and her eyes were blood red. These obvious signs all show that she is Kibutsuji Muzan. Seeing this, Chibai showed a knowing smile. This task is really good. It has nothing to do with the A** or anything, I just want the acquired heir. How could someone as serious as himself be thinking about his A? I choose to accept the mission. Chapter 2. After accepting the task, acquired chi was naturally born from his body. It was very small, about the size of a hair. Looking at the women's clothing Muzan not far away from him, Chibai showed a righteous smile. I did this for, justice, yes, it was all for justice. At this moment, he was just about to put on a windbreaker, and the word, justice, was written on the back of the windbreaker. After tidying up his expressions so as not to let Muzan see the clue, Chibai walked towards Muzan with big strides. At this time, Muzan frowned. He was recalling the news about the blue bianwa flower that he had just gotten from a drug dealer. It is said that the flower. Just as Muzan was thinking about it, he suddenly felt that a salty pig's hand touched his A**, then squeezed it, kneaded it, and finally slapped it. FCK this. It's fine to touch, but what's the matter with pinching and kneading? I am a woman now, are all hooligans so blatant now? Just when Muzan was in a daze, Chibai quietly pressed against his ear, and said softly, I say, Your Excellency Muzan, although you don't look very good when you wear men's clothes. But, I didn't expect it. When you were dressed as a woman, you were really good. Your A** is awesome, hee. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he patted Muzan's A** again. Muzan, who was originally in a daze, finally came to his senses after hearing this. In an instant, his face was extremely dark. What are you talking about, damn bug? Are you looking for death? Muzan's voice was not loud, but it carried a terrifying coercion, which made Chibai feel a little overwhelmed. At the next moment, Muzan's eyes revealed a fierce light, he raised his hand, his nails grew rapidly and turned into sharp claws, and he was about to kill Chibai. The noisy movement of the two was a bit loud, and it already alarmed the passers-by. The passers-by began to gather around and point at the two of them. There was a trace of cold sweat streaming down Chibai's forehead. If Muzan exposed this on his own initiative, the whole of Asakusa might be lost. Muzan has no benevolence and morality. Well, there is no way, I have to bear the death of myself. Looking at Muzan, Chibai had an idea and suddenly thought of a good way. Advertisement. What, Kibutsuji Muzan, someone asked me to give you a sentence, I finished this sentence, it's not too late for you to kill me, Chibai said. At this time, Kibutsuji Muzan was already full of anger, but when he heard Chibai call out his full name, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. So he suppressed the anger in his heart and said, say it, damn bug. Seeing that he succeeded, Chibai changed his frivolous expression and became serious. He said in a low and angry voice, how funny, what do you take your life for? In order to make his voice closer to the man known as the ceiling of the whole show's combat power, Chibai even used chi to change his voice following Guo Yuanyi's voice. It turns out that Chibai did the right thing. This kind of voice, which is closer to Ji Guo Yuanyi, can undoubtedly arouse Kibutsuji Muzan's memories very well. At this time, Kibutsuji Muzan felt that Ji Guiwan seemed to be standing in front of On. The fear from the cells made him tremble uncontrollably, and he was even a little unsteady on his feet. The wound that Ji Guiwan slashed on his body thousands of years ago also began to burn at this time. Seeing Muzan's appearance, Chibai decided to add oil and vinegar. He also said that he would pick a good day to visit you, Your Excellency Kibutsuji Muzan. This sentence was the straw that broke the camel's back, and finally Kibutsuji Muzan broke down. Impossible. Ji Guiwan is dead. Kokushibo saw it with his own eyes. How can he live so long as an ordinary person? Bug, you lied to me, didn't you? Tell me where you heard this sentence. Muzan stretched out his claws, grabbed Chibai and shook vigorously. At this time, there were more and more people around, all watching the two of them. People around are talking about it. Hey, what's the matter? Can't you understand? This is a man who went to Waji and was caught by a woman. Wow, such a beautiful wife wants to go to Waji, this person. Hearing this voice, Chibai's face was filled with black lines. Advertisement. Kibutsuji Muzan is a wife, you are really tough, you can't do this even if you are tired of work. However, luckily no one found out about touching Muzan's butt, otherwise, I would have been arrested at this time. Shaken by Muzan, Chibai was dizzy, hastily broke free from Muzan and then he recovered. Muzan, a scum like you can live forever, why can't Ji Guoyuan live forever? Following Guoyuani, these four made Muzan's fear rise a little more, this name was his nightmare. You, sure enough, you have a lot to do with him, why is he still alive? Hey, Muzan, if I were you, I wouldn't pay attention to these useless questions. It's better to think about how to hide. In order not to be cut from head to tail by the breath of the sun again, there is no wool left. After so many years, his swordsmanship may have reached the unpredictable realm. After Chibai finished speaking, he left a weird smile, ignored the trembling Kibutsuji Muzan, turned around and left without looking back. Muzan was left standing there alone, and when everyone saw Chibai leave, they also started to disperse. After all, there was no excitement to watch, so what were they staying for? Staying for dinner. He's right, I can't stay here, I have to leave quickly, I can't let Ji Guoyuan find me, Muzan muttered, and left in a hurry. After Chibai left, he walked calmly for a while, then turned around and plunged into the alley, starting to run wildly. Touched Muzan's A*, and directly molested Muzan, which was really exciting. Fortunately, Muzan's fear of Ji Guoyuani was deeply engraved in his cells. I took advantage of this and falsely preached the imperial decree, so I ran out. If you don't run quickly, Muzan will react after a while, and he will die in a rhythmic way. Chibai used up all his energy and ran very fast, but he stepped on a piece of rubbish without noticing. A foot slipped and fell directly. Under the strong inertia, it actually slid for a certain distance, and it was about to hit the wall. Chibai simply closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. But the pain he imagined did not appear, but was directly grabbed by the neck by a big hand, and at the same time he heard a tease. Whose kid is this? He is frizzy, and he runs in such a hurry, why is he in a hurry to go to Waji? It would be a pity for this face if he hits the wall. Hearing the ridicule, Chibai opened his eyes, and what he saw was a middle-aged uncle, wearing a black kimono and carrying a small black box on his back. Chapter 3 Hunting. Chibai here was still staring at the middle-aged uncle. Muzan on the other side has returned to his home quickly. Sitting on his own sofa, Muzan barely calmed down. This is the mansion of a wealthy businessman, no one can easily break in, even if they break in, the police can arrive in just a few minutes. Moreover, according to Ji Guoyuan's character, he would not forcefully break into a private house. So, I have a very short safe time. Muzan took a deep breath, barely suppressing his fear, and then contacted Kokoshibu, one of the top strings. At this time, Kokoshibu was thinking quietly in the infinite city. Suddenly, he heard Muzan's voice, just Muzan's voice, some fear? Kokoshibu, let me ask you, did you really see Ji Guoyuan die with your own eyes? Kokoshibu was taken aback by the question, although he was puzzled, he still replied, Master Muzan, I saw Ji Guoyuani's death with my own eyes. After swinging a knife, he died standing up. You have read my memory yourself, you know all of this. Lord Muzan, is there something wrong, or? After hearing this, Muzan was silent for a while, and then said, it's nothing, I suddenly remembered, so I just asked, okay, that's it. After speaking, Muzan broke off direct contact with Kokoshibu. Only Kokoshibu was left with a dazed look on his face. As for Muzan, he tapped on the table lightly and thought about it when a maid came in to clean the room. Muzan was instantly enraged. Who let you in? Get out. Damn it. A scolding made the maid feel a little overwhelmed. She hesitated for a while or retreated. And Muzan, who was thinking in the room, suddenly widened his eyes. He's playing tricks on me. The doctor was killed by me. How could there be a second potion? And even I can't resurrect the dead. Damn bug. How dare you play tricks on me? An angry Muzan smashed the table with a fist and got up and went out. Just as he was about to open the door, he heard the maid chatting with other people. You got scolded by your wife again. That's right, madam's temper is really bad. I really don't understand why the master likes her, and her skin is so pale, like a person who is about to die. These words pierced Muzan's heart, and his veins bulged, making him unbearable, and pushed the door open. Advertisement. When the two maids saw Muzan, they hurriedly saluted. Muzan looked at the two and said, my face looks bad? It looks pale? Is it like dying? Before the two maids could speak, Muzan's hands turned into claws and cut the throats of the two maids. At the same time, Muzan resumed his manly appearance and walked to the rest of the villa. After a while, a ghost with a bird's body and a human head flew into the villa and knelt down in front of Muzan. Master Muzan, please order. Go, Yin Mola, clean up the corpses in the villa, and then kill this man. I will give you more blood. After speaking, Muzan left without looking back, and the ghost named Yin Mola also got the memory of Chibai's appearance at the moment Muzan left. Ga, Master Muzan, please rest assured. On the other side, the middle-aged uncle and Chibai were staring at each other, sizing each other up. Just when Chibai felt a little embarrassed and wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere, a prompt came from the system suddenly. You have completed the task well, the reward will be upgraded, and the acquired chi will be upgraded to innate chi. Close black lens bracket. Innate chi. With doubts, Chibai glanced at the innate chi. I don't know if I don't see it, but I was shocked when I saw it. This innate chi is very powerful. First of all, it can improve physical fitness. It is comparable to the breathing method of Ghost Slayer, but the effect is even better than the breathing method. Second, it simulates all energies, and it's even better. Seeing this, Shibai's eyes lit up. Good guy, the whole thing is a cheat. Especially for simulated energy. The things given by the system in the future are not of a system, and you can use them yourself. Wonderful. Without waiting for Chibai to think again, the trace of chi that was bred in his body earlier transformed into innate chi at this time. At the same time, the chi of innate burst out with a strong suction force, draining most of the nutrients in Chibai's body in just one breath. Chibai, who had turned into a human being, only had time to say 2 words. Wow. The trough, so passed out, unconscious. Advertisement. The middle-aged uncle looked at Chibai and frowned. What's going on? The nutrition in the body was drained in an instant. If you don't replenish it in time, you will definitely die. Fortunately, you met me. The middle-aged uncle took a look at Chibai's situation, then opened the small box he carried with him, and took out a bottle of red potion the size of his thumb. It was directly injected into Chibai's body. Soon Chibai returned to normal, but within a few seconds, he became human again. What the hell is this? Why is it so powerful? The nutrition contained in this potion is enough for an ordinary person to not eat or drink for a month. Surprised, the middle-aged uncle took out another bottle of red potion and injected it again. What's the situation? Well, it's the same as before, and it becomes human again after normal. The middle-aged uncle was not in a hurry to inject Chibai with the red potion this time, but instead checked it out. Well, it seems to be a kind of transformation. It shouldn't be the hands and feet of Muzan after the kid touched Muzan's butt before. It's fine if it isn't. The middle-aged uncle hesitated for a moment, took out the remaining 4 bottles of red potion, and injected Chibai all at once. This time, Chibai didn't directly turn into a human body, and returned to a normal body, but he was still unconscious. I didn't expect it, really. I was blackmailed. It's hard to be a good person, it's too hard. Forget it, he's still too weak. Let's wait. I have to help him improve first. The ghost killing team is very good. The middle-aged uncle sighed helplessly, packed up his own things, picked up Chibai and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, a creature with a human head and a bird body blocked the middle-aged uncle's way. I found it. The person Lord Muzan wants to kill. That's right, the man with the head of a bird and the body of a bird is Muzan's Yin Mola. Another person. Eat it. Eat it. Yin Mola waved his wings and rushed towards the middle-aged uncle. I won't let Master Muzan down. If I get more blood, I can become the bottom string. The middle-aged uncle didn't panic after hearing this, but just smiled coldly. An incomplete potion made Muzan so disgusting, but the potion will also change according to the person, which is interesting. After speaking, he waved to Yin Mola, and then left with Chibai in his hand without looking back. After Yin Mola saw it, he fell straight to the ground, motionless, without the slightest reaction, as if he was dead. Until the figure of the middle-aged uncle completely disappeared. Yin Moluo's body suddenly shattered into fragments all over the place, turned into fly ash and disappeared. At the same time, the wall that Chibai almost hit, shook slightly when Yin Mola turned into fly ash, and then returned to normal. Chapter 4 Apprenticeship. At the same time as Yin Mola death, Muzan, who was hiding in another rich businessman, suddenly frowned. Yumara is dead. What a waste. I didn't expect that he could really kill Yin Mola, since that's the case. 12 Kazuki obey orders. When you meet this man, kill him. The moment the order was issued, 12 Kazuki who was far away immediately received the memory of Chibai's appearance. In their memory, except for the blue Bianwa, there is no one who can make such a big fight with Muzan. Only Kokoshibu in Infinite City looks thoughtful. When Chibai woke up again, he was in a log cabin. Sitting in front of him was a boy with flesh-colored hair, silver pupils, and a scar extending from the corner of his mouth to his face. Seeing Chibai wake up, the boy asked in a gentle tone, "You're awake, do you want some water?" Chibai wanted to say something, but the dryness in his throat made him unable to speak, so he could only nod his head. After the boy saw it, he poured a glass of water and gave it to Chibai. "My name is Sabito. What's your name?" Hearing the name Sabito, Chibai choked up. This situation is wrong. Sabito is the apprentice of the former water column Urokodaki Sakanji, but Urokodaki Sakanji lives in Mount Sagiri far away from Tokyo. Why did I arrive at Mount Sagiri after waking up from a coma? This FCK, who to talk to? Slow down, slow down. Sabito patted Chibai on the back. At this moment, Chibai tried it, and found that the dryness in his throat had receded a lot, and he could speak. So he asked, "Sabito, my name is Chibai, why am I here?" After hearing this, Sabito thought for a while and said, "I don't know the details. I was exercising, and Mr. Renaki suddenly appeared behind your back. Tell me to let me take good care of you. He went to gather medicine, but you woke up just after Teacher Linlong left." Hearing Sabito's answer, Chibai fell silent. At this moment, he remembered that he met that strange middle-aged uncle before he fell into a coma. Could it be him who brought him here? It seems unlikely, right? Tokyo is not close to Mount Sagiri, that uncle. There are too many things. Chibai's thoughts are a little confused. It is faster to wait for Urokodaki Sakanji to come back and ask him directly. Looking at Chibai, who was in a daze, Sabito asked with some concern, "Chibai, are you okay?" Advertisement. Chibai shook his head after hearing this. "It's okay, thank you Sabito for letting you take care of me." Sabito didn't care at all. It's nothing, Shibai, Mr. Linlong said, to take good care of you. If there is anything, you can just say it, don't be afraid, just treat it as your own home. Looking at the enthusiastic Sabito, a feeling of sadness welled up in my heart. Sabito will participate in the final selection 2 years later and eventually die at the hands of a man named Tioni. That damn Tioni, without him, Sabito must have a happy ending, well, maybe not, who made Demon Slayer also called the Blade of Destroyer. Thinking of this, Shibai's eyes instantly became firm, and he will definitely change everything. Sabito, I guarantee it, no one can move him, I said. Thinking of how to join Urokodaki Sakonji's sect, Shibai got a headache. Would it be self-defeating if he said it directly? Shibai couldn't hold back this question and sighed. This sigh actually startled Sabito. What's the matter, Shibai? Why did you sigh suddenly? Sabito asked. It's nothing, Sabito, I'm just happy to see you. Such a sentence made Sabito a little confused. Seeing Shibai with a somewhat sad face, he still comforted him. Shibai, your family members were also killed by ghosts, right? The dead are gone, you have to be strong. Looking at Sabito, Shibai was a little silent and didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a long time, he said, I will, Sabito, thank you. Can I stay? I have nowhere to go now. Well, Tutu will not refuse own. Guessing right, Sabito agreed to Shibai's request. Of course, Shibai, don't worry, I will help you stay, Just when Sabito was about to say something, a girl's voice came in. Sabito, Ryodaki-sensei is back, what's going on with you? Sabito immediately replied loudly, it's nothing, Mikomo, Shibai has woken up. As soon as I finished speaking here, the door was suddenly opened, and an old man with gray hair wearing a heavenly dog mask came in with a medicine basket in his hand, and a lovely girl was beside the old man. Needless to say, Urokodaki Sakonji and Mikomo. When Urokodaki Sakonji saw the awakened Shibai, he was somewhat surprised. Woke up so soon? Advertisement. Seeing Urokodaki Sakonji, Shibai immediately asked, Mr. Ryokodaki, how did I come here? Before Urokodaki Sakonji could answer, the system's voice suddenly came out. Trigger task. Close black lens bracket. The former Mr. Urokodaki Sakonji was hailed by ghosts as a person with an extremely gentle appearance, so he wore the vicious heavenly dog mask. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket task. Are you curious about what Urokodaki Sakonji looks like under the mask? Come on, boy, take off his mask. Close black lens bracket. Reward. Flowing water breaking rock fist. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Whether to accept. Close black lens bracket. Forehead. Regarding this task, a bunch of question marks appeared in Shibai's head. Picking up Urokodaki Sakonji's mask. This is the former Shueiju. Get yourself a hammer. Anyone who reaches out to take off the mask will probably be beaten like a dog. However, Shibai is really curious, so this task. Not enough, you need to pay more. Additional reward. Chi's primary practice, close black lens bracket. Well, Shibai is quite satisfied with this, a sensible system is good. Soon, memories of these two rewards appeared in Shibai's mind. However, now is not the time to check it out, wait until later. At this time, Urokodaki Sakonji also said, a doctor friend of this old man sent you here. He told me that your whole family was killed by ghosts. That's why I sent you here. I hope I can accept you as an apprentice and learn to breathe water. Join the ghost killing team. Hearing this, Shibai was stunned. I thought it would take a lot of effort to stay, but I didn't expect it to be so simple. Someone has already paved the way for themselves in advance. That being the case, no matter who he is or what his purpose is, then I will accept it, and I just want to stay. Then I ask you, are you willing to be my disciple? Urokodaki Sakonji asked. After hearing this, Shibai nodded vigorously. Of course I do, Teacher Lintaki. Without waiting for Urokodaki Sakonji to speak, Sabito said first, okay, from now on, I will call you Brother Shibai. Teacher Lintaki, then tonight, can we have beef hot pot to celebrate? Chapter 5. The system doesn't lie to me. A week later, Shibai, who was exercising with Sabito, couldn't help recalling the past few days. A week ago, I joined here myself. Under the proposal of Sabito, I ate beef hot pot in the evening, and I also contributed a small amount of money, so that the amount of beef in the evening was incredible. I have to say, the taste of Wagyu beef is really good. Off topic. The next day, before dawn, I was dragged up by Urokodaki Sakonji and trained with Sabito. Getting up early is a huge torture for Shibai. Shibai would rather touch Muzan's asterisk again. During this week, the only thing that made Shibai's head hurt was that he didn't have any chance to take off Urokodaki Sakonji's mask. He would wake up even when he got up in the middle of the night to pee, reminding himself to be more careful. Aussie, I'm afraid there is no chance to complete this task. After thinking about Shibai, he couldn't help but sigh. Today is the day I officially learn the breathing of water, although I don't have the qualifications to learn the breathing method. The Sabito inspector at the side heard Shibai's sigh, and asked curiously, why did you suddenly sigh? Are you afraid that you won't be able to learn to breathe water? Mikomo also comforted Shibai. Don't worry, Mr. Lindaki said that water breathing is the gentlest and easiest to learn among the 5 breathing methods. Yeah. Shibai grabbed Mikomo's little hand. You are the best, Mikomo. You are gentle and cute. Immediately, Mikomo's little face turned red. Sabito. Is this being ignored? And Chibai seems to be taking advantage of Mikomo? B********. D. Let go of your hand. Sabito slapped Chibai unceremoniously. Chibai, who received this slap, looked at Sabito with a desperate look. Just when Sabito wondered if he hit too hard, Chibai suddenly said, "Sure enough, Sabito, you have a dog outside, don't you? You don't love me anymore. You even had the heart to hit me. Woo." Advertisement Sabito. Hole, when did I ever love you? This seems to be the nth time that I was half dead by Chibai. Mikomo chuckled from the sidelines. It's not the first time I've seen this kind of scene. In the past week, Chibai could always make Sabito go berserk with a few words. When the three were happy, Urokodaki Sakanji suddenly appeared in front of the three. It looks like the three of you have a good relationship. After hearing this, Chibai Sabito Mikomo immediately said, "Teacher Lintaki." Urokodaki Sakanji nodded, and then looked at Chibai. "Chibai, I'm here to teach you water breathing today, you have to study hard." "I will, Teacher Renaki." Chibai agreed. Under the careful teaching of Urokodaki Sakanji, it was time for the sun to set in a blink of an eye. The results of this day can be said to be very rich. At this moment, Chibai has successfully forgotten the original breathing rhythm after studying for an afternoon. And Urokodaki Sakanji also began to doubt life. He had never met a student with such poor aptitude. No, it wasn't that the aptitude was poor, it was that he had no aptitude at all. "Chibai, I think you may not have the qualifications to learn breathing techniques." Urokodaki Sakanji was embarrassed when he said this. "Or you may not be suitable for learning water breathing." After Chibai heard this, his heart was not fluctuated. The system has long said that he does not have the qualifications to learn breathing techniques, and now he is just trying. As it turns out, the system was right. As for Urokodaki Sakanji saying that he is not suitable for learning water breathing, it is purely to comfort himself. Water breathing is the gentlest and easiest breathing method for beginners. If you can't even learn it, you can basically sleep with other breathing methods. Looking at Chibai, who was thinking blankly, Urokodaki Sakanji felt that he should say something to comfort him. "Chibai, don't be discouraged. Even if you don't know how to breathe, you can still join the hidden contribution of the ghost killing team and contribute to your own. Yin is the logistics organization of the ghost killing squad, and it also plays an indispensable role." Sabito also said, "Don't worry, junior brother Chibai, I will become stronger, and I will protect you from now on." Advertisement, "I'll protect you too," Mikomo also said softly. Looking at the three of them, Chibai was moved a little bit in his heart. As for joining Yin, forget it. Although they are really an important part of the ghost killing squad, Chibai really can't do it by carrying people around or cleaning up the battlefield. "Okay, I'm not that fragile yet, it's just a breathing method. If you can't learn it, you can't learn it. It's not like you can't kill ghosts without breathing method. You can just have Nichirin blades," Chibai said indifferently. But in the eyes of Urokodaki Sakanji and others, this indifferent expression is an illusion created by Chibai, and now he is actually very sad. Urokodaki Sakanji thought for a while, and finally just patted Chibai on the shoulder and said, "I believe in you," then he left. Seeing Urokodaki Sakanji leave, Chibai plunged into Mikomo's arms, and said in an aggrieved tone, "Mikomo, I can't learn the breathing method, woo woo woo." Mikomo's face turned red all of a sudden, and there was nowhere to rest his hands. Sabito pulled Chibai away, and said angrily, always trying to take advantage of Mikomo, "Damn it guy." "Hey." Chibai first let out a long sigh, and tried to squeeze out 2 tears. "Sabito, I didn't expect that I can't learn breathing techniques, and your attitude has become so bad, it's really cold." Seeing Chibai's 2 tears, Sabito panicked, wondering if he really went too far. After all, Chibai. At this time, Sabito saw a smirk on Chibai's face, and immediately understood that this guy was playing tricks on him again. D Chibai, you're kidding me again. I'm going to beat you to death today. Ha ha ha, idiot Sabito. Chibai made a face at Sabito and turned and ran. If you don't run faster, you can't outrun Sabito. In this way, the two quarreled until the evening. After dinner, they lay on the bed and prepared to rest. Sabito looked at Chibai, who was lying on the bed, and suddenly asked, "Chibai, you can't learn the breathing method, are you really not sad?" Chibai, who was looking at Chi's elementary practice, was taken aback by Sabito. Scared, "What are you talking about, rabbit? Don't call me a rabbit." Helpless Sabito repeated the question again. Chibai replied, "Don't be sad, there is nothing to be sad. You must know that the breathing method is also created by man, and we are just following the steps of our predecessors. It's just that the pace of the predecessors may not be suitable for me, but I can follow the example of the predecessors and walk out of my own pace." After speaking, Sabito nodded again and again in full agreement. Chibai in the dark showed a smile. Sabito has prepared the ground here, she should also appear. Chapter 6 Questioning from Sabito. Early in the morning, Chibai took a late sleep for the first time in a long time. It is actually not accurate to say that sleeping late is actually changed to Sabito waking him up for training when the sun rises. Compared with before, Chibai's training was a little heavier, but there was still no problem, and he completed the daily training with a little difficulty. After breakfast, Chibai sat on a big rock, looking at Sabito, who was serious about splitting the rock, with a smile in his eyes. And Mikomo sat with Chibai and watched Sabito train together. Mikomo suddenly asked, Chibai, are you giving up training? Huh? Why do you say that, Mikomo? Chibai was a little puzzled. You used to train with Sabito, but today you don't. I wonder if you gave up. I know, the pain of not being able to learn breathing techniques, you. Before Mikomo could finish speaking, Chibai stretched out his hand and touched her little head, interrupting Mikomo's words. How could I give up? It's just that the breathing method is not suitable for me. I have another way. Okay, don't think too much, it's done. You and I and Sabito, the three of us will join the Demon Slayer team together and become pillars together. After hearing this, Mikomo nodded with a blushing face and said nothing more. Ah, Chibai, you took advantage of Mikomo again, didn't you? Sabito's voice came from below. Chibai replied immediately. Don't worry, rabbit, I like you. I don't like Mikomo, don't be jealous. A-hole. Don't call me a rabbit, and I don't like you, why are you so jealous? Hearing Sabito's exasperated voice, a smirk appeared on Chibai's face, and without saying anything, he turned and left. Where are you going? Chibai? Mikomo asked. Of course it's my own practice, ha ha ha. Chibai turned his head and smiled at Mikomo, then left. Drilling west and east in the middle of the forest, soon, Chibai came under a waterfall. This waterfall was discovered when I came out to play a few days ago. Chibai also couldn't understand why the waterfall in Mount Sagiri hadn't been discovered yet. If he insisted on why, maybe every protagonist needs a training ground. Randomly found a flat stone and sat down. According to the elementary practice of chi, Chibai starts to run chi to let the chi grow in his body. Advertisement time flies, and the afterglow of the sun disappears, replaced by night. And the coolness of the night awakened Chibai again. Waking up, Chibai stretched his waist. Ah, it's night now? Looking at the sky, Chibai scratched his hair helplessly. He just practiced for a while, and then suddenly it was night? This time flies too fast. I am not a cultivator, what a cheater. At this time, Chibai's stomach protested again. Practicing chi will consume the body's nutrients and make you hungry faster, and this is still a whole day of practice. Forget it, go back to eat, what are you thinking about so much? Chibai shook his head and ran back all the way. Not long after, Chibai returned home, just in time for dinner. As soon as he sat down, Sabito asked, Chibai, tell me the truth, what did you do all day today? Did you find another place to be lazy? Be lazy. Why are you being lazy? I had a hard day today. After speaking, Chibai began to eat with big mouthfuls. Indeed, I sat hard all day. If I didn't have chi, my butt would be numb. And Sabito looked at Chibai suspiciously. Rabbit, if you watch it again, I'll eat your share. As soon as the words came out, Sabito came to his senses and started to eat in a hurry. He has experienced a human tragedy in which Chibai robbed him of his food when his mind wandered. If I hadn't prepared a lot of meals that day, I'm afraid I would be hungry. After the meal, Chibai sat on the grass, quietly waiting for Urokodaki Sakanji. I disappeared all day today, presumably Urokodaki Sakanji will find something to say to himself. However, Chibai sat dumbfounded for a long time by himself, and was dragged back by Sabito to go to bed, but Urokodaki Sakanji did not appear. This made Chibai a little helpless. What about the good talk? With doubts, Chibai posed the question to Sabito. It is said that the new lord of the Demon Slayer squad took office. Mr. Renaki has gone to the Demon Slayer squad, and it will take about a month to come back. A new lord takes office. It should be Ubayashiki Kagaya, the very gentle man who can remember everyone. Advertisement one thing to say, his wife is so pretty. This way, I know, rabbit, come and give me a kiss. Chibai stretched out his magic claws to Sabito with a smirk. Ah, you are disgusting, Chibai. Sabito avoided Chibai with a look of disgust. Seeing Sabito's appearance, Chibai smiled and stopped molesting Sabito. 1 month is used to cultivate chi, this time should have a little effect, right? As for the fist of flowing water and rock breaking, well, it's just that I can't perform it now, my own energy is not enough. If I have enough energy, I can naturally perform it. Thinking of these, Chibai fell into a deep sleep. January time, fleeting. Today, the weather is sunny and relatively hot. It was rare for Chibai to stop practicing at noon, and he went back to have some plain noodles with Sabito Mikomo. After all, this is a perfect meal in hot weather. Chef Mikomo, hee. When I came to the place where Sabito practiced splitting stones daily, I saw that Sabito was still training seriously. Chibai shouted. Rabbit, let's have a rest today. Come up, let's eat plain noodles, made by Mikomo, it's super delicious. Sabito stopped training after hearing this, turned to Chibai and said very seriously, Chibai, have you really given up? The so-called new road is also a lie. For the past month, you have disappeared every morning and come back leisurely at night. Chibai, you are so disappointing. Ah, I really went to training, rabbit, listen to me, Chibai quickly explained. However, Sabito didn't listen to Chibai's explanation at all. Okay, you said you went to training, then let me see how much you have improved. After speaking, Sabito changed a wooden knife and walked towards Chibai. Seeing this, Chibai could only sigh helplessly. Why didn't Sabito believe in himself? After a month of self-cultivation, the chi has grown from as much as 1 hair to as much as 2 hairs, directly doubling. Of course, this is also indispensable for adequate food supply every day. The flowing water-breaking rock fist can also be used successfully, but it can only be used for a short time. Strictly speaking, the current self can beat several of the self a month ago. Chibai, get ready, I'm going to attack, Sabito reminded, and then took a deep breath. Chibai recognized that it was concentrated breathing in the breathing method, which showed that Sabito had become serious. Chapter 7 Sabito's tenderness. Concentrated breathing, the most important part of any breathing method, will greatly improve the physical fitness, thus allowing the user to fight ghosts. On top of this, there is a more advanced method of concentration. Often, it refers to the use of the breathing method of concentration 24 hours a day. This is an essential skill to become a pillar. Seeing the serious Sabito, Chibai didn't dare to neglect, and his expression became serious. In the next second, Sabito, holding a wooden knife, ran towards Chibai at an extremely fast speed. One shape, cut on the water surface. The wooden knife was surrounded by turbulent water waves, slashing across Chibai's chest. Wow, Rabbit, you are so ruthless as soon as you come up, Chibai exclaimed, and then took a light step towards the retreated to avoid the attack. Sabito's expression was a little surprised. He didn't expect Chibai to escape so easily. Immediately, the offensive of the wooden knife changed, and other types were used to breathe out of the water. The second type, the water wheel. I saw Sabito soaring into the air, tumbling in the air for a circle, and the wooden knife also spun along with the trend, bringing water waves straight to Chibai's head. Looking at this strike, Chibai knew that he couldn't dodge it at all, so he had to force it. With a thought in Chibai's mind, a strand of chi covered his palm, protecting it. At the next moment, Chibai stretched out his hand fiercely, grabbed the wooden knife in Sabito's surprise, and then swung Sabito with force with his arm, and fell hard to the ground. This immediately knocked Sabito into a daze. In broad daylight, a bunch of stars appeared in front of him. Looking at Sabito on the ground, Chibai showed a kind smile. Sabito, your purity is still not enough. After speaking, he grabbed Sabito. Sabito stood still for a while, and then his mind came to his senses. As soon as he woke up, Sabito apologized to Chibai with a serious face. I'm sorry Chibai, as a good brother, I shouldn't doubt you, and I shouldn't question your efforts. Chibai patted Sabito on the shoulder indifferently and said, Okay, Rabbit, I can't blame you for this, after all, I don't look like training this month. It's normal for you to question me, I understand. However, your questioning has deeply hurt my heart, and you must make it up to me. Hearing the word compensation, Sabito's expression changed instantly, and he subconsciously covered his small wallet. Advertisement. There's no other reason, Chibai is really delicious. If Chibai asked him to treat guests to eat, he might not only have insufficient wallet, even if he added Mikomo's money, it would not be enough. Seeing Sabito's complexion change drastically, Chibai was not only happy. Ha ha ha, Rabbit, what are you afraid of? I won't let you treat guests to eat. I just want to say, don't train this afternoon, let's go to eat plain noodles, Mikomo cooks it himself. Hearing this, Sabito breathed a sigh of relief. It's not like you have to treat yourself to dinner. It's just that Mikomo is suffering. A month ago, Chibai's appetite began to increase rapidly, almost changing every day. As of today, Chibai's appetite has reached a terrible level, and he can't eat too much. The light in Mikomo's eyes had long since disappeared. The current Mikomo is an emotionless cooking machine. Fortunately, Chibai has a bit of a conscience and helps Mikomo cook from time to time. Thinking of this, Sabito agreed. Okay. Then he packed his things and left with Chibai. On the way, Sabito suddenly asked, Chibai, I remember that time, you seemed to say that I was not pure enough. What does that mean? Put your ears closer, Chibai said, pretending to be mysterious. Sabito leaned forward after hearing this. It means, Sabito is a big idiot, ha ha ha. After finishing speaking, Chibai ran away in a hurry, leaving Sabito in a daze. It took a few seconds for Sabito to react. B********* Chibai, stop, you are playing tricks on me. After speaking, chase after Chibai. The two noisy all the way to the place to eat. Mikomo was waiting for the two of them with a big basin of noodles. It's just that the flowing plain noodles were not eaten and turned into cold noodles. Even so, the three of them ate very happily. After the meal, Chibai and Sabito went back to rest. And Mikomo also went back to rest, of course she has her own room. The two were lying on the bed, looking up blankly. Advertisement. Sabito suddenly said, Chibai, you should be able to pass the final selection now. Hearing this question, Chibai was taken aback for a moment, and then replied, Maybe, I don't know if it's possible, but let's talk about it when Teacher Linlong comes back. Well, you're right. Let's wait for Teacher Renaki to come back. When Sabito said these words, he was a little depressed. Chibai is a little confused. Why is he suddenly unhappy? I heard Sabito go on to say. I heard from Renaki-sensei that the death rate in the final selection is very high, but I don't want anyone to die. Hearing this, Chibai sighed deeply. What a silly rabbit. If those people were allowed to pass the selection easily, it would be harming them. What are you thinking about, Rabbit? Go to sleep for a while, you're sleepy, said. Chibai lightly tapped Sabito's neck. After hearing this, Sabito was still retorting, I'm not sleepy. Really? Sabito fell asleep before finishing speaking. Seeing Sabito, who had fallen asleep, Chibai got up and went out. As soon as he went out, Chibai saw Urokodaki Sakanji standing under the shade of a tree looking at him. Before Chibai could speak, Urokodaki Sakanji said, I heard your conversation with Sabito. Although Sabito looks serious on the surface, he is very gentle and kind in his heart. He doesn't want anyone to die. It is precisely because of this that I am very worried about him. But Chibai said, Mr. Linlong, you eavesdrop on our conversation, this is very bad. By the way, what else did you hear? Urokodaki Sakanji, however, avoided the question and talked about something else. Chibai, I smell something different from you. I've never smelled this smell before. If I really want to describe it, it's like a smell full of vitality. When I smell it carefully, it seems to be no different from usual. Presumably, this is what you said, the new path, you succeeded, Chibai. Hearing this, Chibai frowned. It's a bit too much for my own chi to be smelled out. Although I know that Urokodaki Sakonji's nose is as good as that of the protagonist Tanjiro, who can smell all kinds of smells and even a person's emotions. However, smelling chi, it is simply too foul. This chi, is a completely different power system. Looking at Urokodaki Sakonji, Chibai could only nod his head. At this time, Chibai suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I thought of a very hardcore question. Chapter 8, The Battle of Removing the Mask. Teacher Lintaki, can you hear what I ate with Sabito Mikomo just now? Chibai asked tentatively. Forehead. Urokodaki Sakonji choked. He didn't expect Chibai to ask such a question. This kid doesn't follow the rules. Ahem, brat. Even the old man is making fun of me. Urokodaki Sakonji raised his hand and lightly slapped Chibai on the head. Chibai chuckled, scratched his hair in embarrassment and didn't say anything. Looking at Chibai in front of him, Urokodaki Sakonji continued. Actually, I was watching you when you were sparring with Sabito. I thought, you would be defeated by Sabito, but the result is unexpected. Hearing this, Chibai was shocked. Wow, Teacher Renaki, how could you be like this? You came back a long time ago and didn't tell me. You even peeked at me and Sabito. Let me tell you, this behavior is... Snapped. Urokodaki Sakonji hit Chibai on the head, but this time with a little force. Stinky boy, why didn't I realize that you were so skinny before? After a pause, Urokodaki Sakonji continued. Unexpectedly, you have changed so much in just 1 month. That smell is not the smell of breathing method. Can you tell me what kind of power it is? Chibai, who was about to say yes, suddenly stopped. Because Chibai remembered a very important thing, that his own task. Take off Urokodaki Sakonji's mask. Well, Teacher Renaki, I will tell you this power. Can you promise me one thing? Tell me. Urokodaki Sakonji nodded. Chibai rubbed his hands, and said with some embarrassment. Mr. Lintaki, I heard from Sabito that you under the mask of Heavenly Dog have a gentle appearance praised by ghosts. Well, I'm very curious now, can you let me have a look? At this time, Sabito shuddered in his sleep. After hearing this, Urokodaki Sakonji pondered for a moment, then nodded. This way, that power should be unique. It's not polite for me to ask like this, it's better not to know. Chibai, you go to rest, I'll cook dinner for you. After speaking, Urokodaki Sakonji was about to leave. Seeing Urokodaki Sakonji about to leave, Chibai couldn't help but twitched. The calm rejection is worthy of you, Mr. Lintaki. Advertisement seeing this, Chibai directly reached out to stop Urokodaki Sakonji who was about to leave. Today I must take off his mask. Everything is for the task, definitely not because I am curious. Huh? Chibai, is there anything else? Urokodaki Sakonji asked. Taking a deep breath, Chibai said in a very firm tone. Teacher Lintaki, today, no matter what, I will let you take off your mask. Hearing this, Urokodaki Sakonji was quite curious. Oh, let the old man take off his mask? Chibai, this is not a simple matter. Can you tell me why? Hey, I'm just curious, that's all. Chibai rubbed his hands. Why, it can't be said that it's for the mission, right? So Mr. Ryokodaki, I'm sorry. After speaking, Chibai stretched his hand straight to Urokodaki Sakonji's mask. Before touching the mask, On's wrist was firmly grasped by Urokodaki Sakonji. Brat, taking off my mask is not an easy task, it depends on your ability. After finishing speaking, he grabbed Chibai's wrist and exerted a strong upward force, intending to put Chibai down directly. However, Chibai took advantage of the situation to diffuse his strength and stood firmly on the ground. While rubbing his wrist, Chibai said helplessly, Wow, Teacher Renaki, if you don't let me see you, why are you so fierce? My wrist hurts so much. However, Urokodaki Sakonji was a little surprised when he looked at Chibai. It seems that you have improved even more than I imagined, let me see how much you have improved. As soon as the words fell, Urokodaki Sakonji stepped hard and rushed towards Chibai quickly. Seeing this, Chibai didn't dare to slack off at all. Urokodaki Sakonji's speed was too fast, and he had surpassed Sabito too much, so he couldn't react. A trace of chi quietly runs in the body, blessing the body. Immediately, he dodged and dodged the attack. This surprised Urokodaki Sakonji. Are you able to dodge? I really underestimated you, Chibai, use all your strength and let me see. After speaking, the speed under his feet increased by 2 more points. Looking at the Urokodaki Sakonji attacking at a faster speed, Chibai cried out in pain. The speed just now was barely dodged by relying on chi, but now it has accelerated again. There's no way to avoid it. Since you can't avoid it, let's go head to head. Advertisement. Taking a deep breath, he stabilized his mind, and another strand of chi also moved along with it. Flowing water breaking rock fist. In an instant, Chi-Bai's airtight fist shadows spread all over in front of him, and every punch he swung brought out a blue torrent. The blue torrent envelops Chi-Bai, making it impossible for the Urokodaki Sakanji who came to attack him to get close. Urokodaki Sakanji stopped when he saw the blue rapids, which was just out of reach of the rapids. At this time, Urokodaki Sakanji looked at the blue torrent and thought, "What's happening here? Is this water breathing? No, the effect of water breathing does not seem to be like this. After using it for so long, I can't understand water breathing. Moreover, only the breath of the wind can be wrapped around the hands and feet as a body technique. What's the matter with the one in front of me?" At this time, Urokodaki Sakanji felt for the first time that his mind was a little messed up and he needed to calm down. Seeing the pensive Urokodaki Sakanji, a bold idea came to Chi-Bai's mind. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. Should he wait until he wakes up before proceeding? As soon as he said it, Chi-Bai changed his defensive stance into an offensive stance with the fist of flowing water and rock breaking in his hand. Push your toes hard. Whoosh. The whole person turned into a blue figure and went straight to Urokodaki Sakonji's mask. Just when Chi-Bai's hand was about to touch the heavenly dog mask, Urokodaki Sakonji reacted and backed away to avoid the attack. How could Chi-Bai miss this great opportunity? The blue torrent of flowing water and rock-breaking fist appeared again, but this time it was not defense, but offense. Every blue torrent can bring a lot of wind, blowing Urokodaki Sakonji's kimono rustling. What Chi-Bai didn't expect was that Urokodaki Sakonji was able to accurately punch each of his own flowing water and rock-breaking punches. This is the last chance. This was Chi-Bai's only thought at this time. At the same time, the third strand of chi in his body was quietly born. The birth of the third trace of chi provided more energy to the blue torrent, making it more turbulent. Urokodaki Sakonji also felt uncomfortable due to the change of offensive. At this moment, Chi-Bai seized the opportunity. The torrent gathered together and hit the long nose of Heavenly Dog's mask. I only heard a snap. Chapter 9 Special Training for One Person. The red Heavenly Dog mask spun a few times in the air and then landed on the ground. Chi-Bai's fist stayed in front of Urokodaki Sakonji. At this moment, the appearance of Urokodaki Sakonji finally appeared in front of Chi-Bai. The sound of the system also sounded on time. Open black lens bracket mission completed, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations, you didn't delay the mission on purpose, otherwise the system will not give you other missions, close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Chi-Bai took a sip. The dog system still has this hand, what a shame. As for the appearance of Urokodaki Sakonji, it is really gentle, that is beyond words. Teacher Renaki, Juan. As he spoke, Chi-Bai showed a smile, and before Urokodaki Sakonji could speak, he tilted his head and lay down on the ground, panting heavily. Flowing water and rock-breaking fist is still too much consumption for him now. Urokodaki Sakonji didn't say anything, but silently picked up his own heavenly dog mask and put it on his face again. It seems that Urokodaki Sakonji should be angry, however, I have to say that even the angry look is very gentle, making it impossible to see that it is angry. Teacher Lintaki. Chi-Bai called softly. However, Urokodaki Sakonji didn't pay attention to Chi-Bai, but turned his eyes to the room. Well, it's time for Sabito's training to increase. Hearing this, Chi-Bai wiped his cold sweat. Hey, what about Mr. Ryodaki who said he was really angry? Why did she suddenly become black-bellied? After saying this, Urokodaki Sakonji said to Chi-Bai. You are very good, Chi-Bai. You don't have the qualifications to learn breathing techniques, but you can knock off my mask. It's hard to imagine how much effort you have put in for that new power. Now you are fully qualified to participate in the final selection. These words surprised Chi-Bai a little. I have the qualification to participate in the final selection so easily. Rounding it up, I am as weak as a newborn baby. By the way, Mr. Renaki, I don't have to split rocks like Sabito. I can only count as a graduate if I split the rocks, Chi-Bai asked. Advertisement. Urokodaki Sakonji shook his head after hearing this. No, your path is brand new, and the training of breathing method is not applicable to you at all. All I can do is to give you basic guidance. You can knock off my mask, which proves that you have the ability to pass the final selection. The ghosts there are very weak. As long as you overcome the fear in your heart and hold the Nichirin blades, you can kill them. Hearing this, Chi-Bai really wanted to ask, what happened to that Tioni? That old ghost has been lurking in the Vine Attack Mountain for so long, and no one found it? Chi-Bai felt that it was not realistic. Urokodaki Sakonji continued. Now, let me tell you in detail what Ghost Slayer is like. Ghost Killing Squad. This, Chi-Bai has known for a long time. The Ghost Killing Team was formed thousands of years ago. Its purpose is to destroy the ancestor of ghosts, Kibutsuji Muzan. That's about it. Ahem, Renaki-sensei. Chi-Bai interrupted Urokodaki Sakonji. You said that, Sabito has already told me, when should I participate in the final selection? Urokodaki Sakonji counted the days after hearing the words, and then said, the latest final selection will be 1 month later. There is still 1 month to go. This time, Ubayashiki Kagaya, the new protagonist of the Demon Slayer squad, will also come to Mount Fuji. A month? It will take so long. In other words, it is interesting that Ubayashiki Kagaya actually went to Fujiyama. I heard that boys in the Ubayashiki family will be raised as girls until they are 13 years old. After careful calculation, Ubayashiki Kagaya is just 13 this year. I should be able to keep up with the women's clothing scene. Thinking about it, Chibai showed a frenzied smile on his face. This smile made Urokodaki Sakanji, who was used to seeing strong winds and waves, shudder. Chibai, what are you thinking? This smile, I don't think it's right. Hearing this, Chibai immediately returned to normal. It's nothing, just the thought of being able to participate in the final selection makes me happy. Naturally, Urokodaki Sakanji didn't believe this. How could a final selection show such a smile? No ghost can laugh like that. While Chibai was thinking about what Ubayashiki Kagaya women's wear would look like, Urokodaki Sakanji poured cold water on him. Advertisement: although you can participate in the final selection, your physical fitness and endurance are still too poor. After the battle, you just lie on the ground and rest slowly. If another enemy comes at this time, what will you do? What should I do? Chibai asked subconsciously. According to your current state, you can only lie on the ground waiting to die, Urokodaki Sakanji said angrily. So, in the next month, I will conduct specific training for your physical fitness and endurance, so as to ensure that you still have enough strength after using the fist technique similar to water breathing. After hearing this, Chibai nodded seriously, expressing his agreement. The former Shueiju personally made a training plan for himself. What more bicycles are needed? Urokodaki Sakanji patted Chibai on the head. Rest well, tomorrow is the special training. It will be very hard, you have to persevere. After finishing speaking, he turned and left without waiting for Chibai to say anything else. At dinnertime, Chibai, Sabito, Mikomo, and Urokodaki Sakanji ate hot pot around the dining table. The meal was everyday, nothing out of the ordinary. It's just that Sabito always feels that Urokodaki Sakanji's eyes sweep over him from time to time, which makes him very uncomfortable. As for Chibai, as long as he eats a lot, it's a good thing that today's dinner is still cooked by Mikomo, otherwise some people will be hungry. When the meal was almost finished, Urokodaki Sakanji suddenly said, Sabito, how's your stone-splitting training? Sabito was taken aback by the question. Mr. Lindaki, there is not much progress. Well, like this, your training will increase a little from tomorrow. Although Sabito was a little puzzled, he didn't ask any more questions. Soon, it was the early morning of the next day. Chibai, who was still asleep, was dragged up by Sabito and went outside together. Looking at the sleepy Chibai, Urokodaki Sakanji shook his head helplessly. This kid is good at everything, but he can sleep too much. The bleary-eyed Chibai was led by Urokodaki Sakanji for a series of physical fitness and endurance training. It was so cruel that Sabito couldn't bear to look directly at it. Fortunately, whenever Chibai was so tired that he was about to die, the chi in his body would run to relieve his fatigue and repair his body. When eating dinner, the meals are all high-protein foods, such as wagyu or fish, and eat until you are full. To add, Chibai doesn't like sashimi very much, so the fish is usually cooked, which made Sabito burst into tears. In this way, the devil's training coupled with sufficient food supply, as well as chi repairing the body, made Chibai's physical fitness improve rapidly. Chapter 10 Departure, Final Selection. In this way, a month passed quietly. That night, Urokodaki Sakanji stopped Chibai, who was exercising. Chibai, come over here. After speaking, he walked into the room alone. Randomly crushed a piece of earth and stone, Chibai shook his hand, and then followed into the house. I saw Urokodaki Sakanji sitting aside, with three things in front of him. A set of blue spray clothes, a rectangular wooden box, and a simple fox mask. Seeing this scene, Chibai knew that it was time for him to participate in the final selection of the ghost killing team. Sighing slightly, he sat down across from Urokodaki Sakanji. Chibai, attack me, use your fist technique, let me see how much you have improved. Hearing Urokodaki Sakanji's serious tone, Chibai just nodded. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and the blue torrent rushed straight to Urokodaki Sakanji's mask like a waterfall, followed by a gust of wind. The blowing room whirred. However, the palm stayed firmly in front of Urokodaki Sakanji's mask, and only the fingertips touched the mask. There was a click. The heavenly dog mask shattered from the middle and fell to the ground. Urokodaki Sakanji calmly took out another heavenly dog mask from his arms and put it on his face. I've improved a lot, Chibai, I've mastered the skills very well, and the breaks in the mask are very neat. And my strength has also improved a lot. How do you feel now? After Chibai heard this, he stretched his arms, pondered for a while, and then said, well, I don't feel anything, but the clothes are a little tight. By the way, Mr. Renaki, look, the clothes are broken here. As he spoke, he raised his arm to let Urokodaki Sakanji check the damaged clothes. But Urokodaki Sakanji just pressed his arm, and then pushed the clothes in front of Chibai. This is a new dress for you, which suits you very well. After hearing this, Chibai smirked and scratched his hair, opened the clothes and tried them on. Due to this month's special training, Chibai's body has grown a lot, and his clothes have become ill-fitting. Advertisement in another play with Sabito, one of the clothes finally broke, and now it seems that Urokodaki Sakanji has noticed this. Without waiting for Chibai to say anything, Urokodaki Sakanji pushed the rectangular wooden box in front of Chibai again. This is Nichirin blades, forged with a special ore. As long as you use it to cut off the head of the Oni, you can kill the Oni. Although, your fist technique is great, but without Nichirin blades, you can't slay Oni. Then he handed the fox mask to Chibai. This is the disaster relief fox mask I made for you. It can be regarded as a talisman. It can keep you safe. Chibai took the present misfortune fox noodles and looked at it carefully. There is no difference between it and the later fox face, except that this fox face has a few more blue streamlines, representing the blue torrent of Chibai. I have to say that Urokodaki Sakanji is a very caring teacher. After all the things were given to Chibai, Urokodaki Sakanji suddenly said, Chibai, come back alive. Sabito, Mikomo and this old man are waiting for you, it's okay to give up the final selection. Chibai was taken aback by what was said, a little puzzled, but soon understood what was going on. Presumably so many disciples never returned. Urokodaki Sakanji had already noticed something, so he ordered himself so. Immediately Chibai replied very seriously, Mr. Linlong, please rest assured. I will not withdraw from the final selection, I will return with victory. Lin Taki fell silent after these words, and did not speak for a long time. Seeing this, Chibai didn't say anything, and turned to leave. Just when he was about to step out of the door, Urokodaki Sakanji suddenly said, Tomorrow morning, let's go, it will take about a day from here to Mount Fujishi. Well, I know Mr. Renaki. Chibai nodded, turned and returned to his room. Originally, he planned to go to bed directly, and say goodbye to Sabito and Mikomo tomorrow morning. But what he didn't expect was that Sabito and Mikomo were already waiting for him in the room. Seeing the two, Chibai asked, Don't you two eat? After hearing this, Sabito said angrily, Whatever to eat, someone has to participate in the final selection, but he is still here hiding his two good friends. Friendship, it's so weak. Let's break up. Chibai couldn't help laughing after hearing this. He didn't expect Sabito to have learned this sentence, and he used it quite well. Chibai comforted him helplessly. Okay, Rabbit, I only found out why my friends were angry because of it. Wait for me to come back. After speaking, he lightly tapped Sabito. Advertisement Sabito turned his head away with a tsunere face, ignoring Chibai. Mikomo on the side covered his mouth and smiled lightly. Sabito was very worried when he knew you were going to participate in the final selection, and even wanted to go with you to protect you. Mikomo, don't talk nonsense. Sabito was a little mad. Why did Mikomo say everything out? Looking at the two, Chibai revealed a slight smile. Don't worry, as I said, the three of us will become pillars together. After hearing this, Mikomo and Sabito just nodded silently. The next morning, Chibai woke up early, put on new clothes, took the Nichirin blades, and took the misfortune fox noodles. After bidding farewell to the three of them, they embarked on the road to the final selection. What Chibai didn't know was that after he left, Sabito, Mikomo, Urokodaki Sakanji, the three kept watching his leaving back. Sabito suddenly said, Chibai will come back, Mr. Renaki. Urokodaki Sakanji nodded firmly to Sabito's words, he will come back, definitely will, Chibai, he can do things that no one else can do. As he spoke, Urokodaki Sakanji unconsciously touched the heavenly dog mask on his face. And Chibai didn't know anything about these things, and he was still on the road at this time. Looking at the unknown distance ahead, Chibai felt a little helpless. The sun is too big and I don't want to walk. After walking a few more steps, Chibai suddenly thought that he could use chi to travel. After this month of training, my chi has been separated from silk and turned into strands. As for how big a share is, it is about a quarter of the thickness of the little finger, which can be described as a huge improvement. Just doing what he said, Chibai sent out a stream of chi to flow to his feet, and then rushed forward. Call, I saw a black shadow flash past, and then disappeared. Under the high-speed advance, only at noon, Chibai saw a large area of rich purple not far from him. If there is no accident, there is Fuji Attack Mountain. As the final selection place of the ghost killing team, the outside of Fujishi Mountain is covered with wisteria flowers to prevent the ghosts on the mountain from escaping. Wisteria is the most disgusting thing for ghosts. It can expel ordinary ghosts, and can also extract its essence to make poison for killing ghosts. And it is very simple to pass the final selection, that is to survive 7 days on the ghostly Fujishi Mountain. Chapter 11 I'll blow your head off. Seeing the vine attacking the mountain getting closer, Chibai also began to feel a little excited. After such a long time, I finally took the most important step and participated in the final selection. 10 minutes later, Chibai has already arrived at an open space under the mountain. The open space is surrounded by blooming wisteria flowers, which look very spectacular. It's just that Chibai came a little early, and there was no one in the open space at this time, only him, a little lonely. Looking around, Chibai smacked his lips. It's too early. The final selection started at night, and I didn't expect it to go so fast. I miscalculated. While muttering, Chibai found a clean place to lie down, preparing to catch up on sleep. After all, it is very dangerous for vines to attack the mountain at night. If one is distracted and attacked by a ghost, he will lose his life. Looking at the sea of wisteria flowers, Chibai fell asleep unknowingly. Time flickered to night. Chibai, who was soundly sleeping, suddenly felt someone pat on own shoulder. This friend, wake up, the final selection. Before the man could finish speaking, Chibai sat up abruptly and looked at him blankly. What did you say? The man was also taken aback by Chibai's action, and couldn't help but retreated 2 steps, but quickly returned to normal. Looking at Chi-Bai with a blank face, the man explained, "My friend, the final selection for the ghost killing team is about to start. I see you are still sleeping, so." Hearing that the final selection was about to start, Chi-Bai woke up instantly. "Ah, the final selection will start soon. Yes, look over there." As he spoke, the man pointed. Chi-Bai looked over and saw a person standing on the stone platform, talking something, but the distance was too far to hear a word. Dozens of swordsmen holding Nichirin blades stood around him, listening attentively. That's the emissary from the Ubayashiki family, saying something about Fujisayama. It's nothing more than general rules and other things. Before coming, the respective trainers will say it again. It looks like this. Chi-Bai nodded after hearing this, but suddenly remembered a very magical guy. Advertisement that is Hashibira Inosuke. Why is he said to be miraculous? I am afraid that Inosuke is the only Nichirin Blades who has passed the final selection without a trainer creating his own breathing method and snatching away the members of the ghost killing team. Thinking of this, just when Chi-Bai wanted to ask some more questions, the swordsmen in front suddenly dispersed and began to march towards the depths of the mountain. The selection has started, my friend, I'm leaving first, let's see you in 7 days. After the man finished speaking, he left without looking back. Only Chi-Bai was left standing there. Looking at the back of the man leaving, Chi-Bai shook his head helplessly. I didn't know his name yet, so I left. Although the final selection had already begun, Chi-Bai was not in a hurry to enter the Fuji attack mountain like the group of swordsmen. Instead, he stood there and waited for a while until the group of swordsmen disappeared, and then, under the watchful eyes of the Ubayashiki family envoy, he walked towards the path that entered the depths of Fujisan Mountain. Chi-Bai walked along the path, and soon the wisteria flowers around him began to disappear, replaced by patches of trees. Looking at everything around him, Chi-Bai didn't feel too much fear in his heart, but he didn't relax his vigilance either. Relaxing vigilance in this kind of place, the old birthday star hangs himself, and is impatient to live. Just as Chi-Bai was carefully looking around, a voice suddenly sounded. Trigger task. Close black lens bracket, FK. Chi-Bai jumped up in fright, but he quickly realized that it was the own system that was speaking. Damn, dog system, you did it on purpose. You know I'm nervous now, but you still speak suddenly. You want to scare me to death and inherit my debt, don't you? Chi-Bai said angrily. However, the system ignored him and just continued to issue tasks. At this point, you have participated in the final selection of the ghost killing team, and you are about to open a magnificent world. As your first stop, Fuji Attack Mountain, how can you not leave your legend? Close black lens bracket. Mission. Let your name resound throughout the entire Vine Attack Mountain. Close black lens bracket. Reward. Yuan Do Huang Fist. Close black lens bracket. Chi-Bai, who wanted to say something, fell into deep thought after seeing this task. Let On's name resound throughout the entire Vine Attack Mountain? This task seems to be meaningless, so what if I have a human name and let ghosts know about it? I can't figure it out? Although I can't figure it out, how can I give up the task? Advertisement, accept the mission. However, what Chi-Bai didn't know was that when he was thinking, a gaze full of hatred and resentment was staring at him in the dark. At the same time, the owner of the gaze is still muttering something. It's Lin Taki's disciple. I saw that fox face. I can't be wrong. I want to eat him, all of Lin Taki's disciples. Ha ha ha. This is the 12th Lin Taki's disciple. I can't eat him so quickly, I want to make him despair little by little, and then eat him again. That guy should be nearby. This is her territory, let her torture this brat first. After speaking, she turned and left. If Chi-Bai saw the owner of this gaze, he would definitely call out his name. It's Tioni, the guy who killed Sabito and Mikomo. However, Chi-Bai is still pondering over the mission, knowing nothing about Tiona's peeping and leaving. Now he just thinks this task is a headache, let his name resound throughout the mountain, this. All of a sudden, a gust of wind hit, straight to the back of Chi-Bai's head. Chi-Bai, who was still thinking, had no time to think, and instantly bent down to avoid the strong wind. Then a voice sounded from behind Chi-Bai. It's a pity that it didn't work out. You're lucky and escaped. Hearing this voice, Chi-Bai turned around and saw a man with red eyes and pale skin. If nothing else, this so-called person is a ghost. Just when Chi-Bai was about to say something, the ghost didn't give him a chance to speak, and rushed over with a strange cry. Eat you, damn, you sneak attack. Don't talk about martial arts. Don't give me a chance to speak. Chi-Bai scolded angrily, and then swung his fist and punched the ghost on the head. There was a snort. The ghost's head was shattered and scattered all over the ground, and its body also fell to the ground. Chi-Bai looked at the ghost on the ground, and shook the things on his hands with a look of disgust. Damn, let you sneak attack, blow your head off. As soon as the words fell, the headless ghost who fell on the ground suddenly got up, and continued to pounce on Chi-Bai like a wild beast. At the same time, he said in a dull voice, What can I do if I am strong? You can't kill me. I am immortal. Eat you, eat you. Hearing this, Chi-Bai's anger flared up instantly. Immortal. All right, I'll let you know what life is better than death. Chapter 12. There are dangers in bad performance. After speaking, the chi in the body began to flow crazily. In just an instant, Chi-Bai's figure swelled up a circle, and the soaring muscles held the clothes tightly. The ghost who rushed over seemed to sense something, and his movements were a little slower. However, Shibai's movements were not slow. He rushed straight towards the ghost that was rushing towards him with all his strength, and punched the ghost's chest. Boom! The ghost was directly knocked down to the ground. Looking at the ghost who was still trying to get up, Shibai showed a sinister smile on his face. How dare you say you can't die? You're so brave. Your boss Kibutsuji Muzan doesn't even dare to tell me I can't die. Today, I will let you know what life is worse than death. As soon as the words fell, Shibai stretched out his hands to grab the ghost's two arms, and with force, he tore the two arms off. A dull scream came, but Shibai was unmoved at all. Instead, he watched with interest the granulation that kept wriggling on the severed arm, wanting to be reborn. Regenerate broken limbs. Let's see how many times you can regenerate. After speaking, the two legs of the ghost were kicked and broken again. Another burst of screams came, but this time the screams were not so dull. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that half of the ghost's head had grown back. Oh, it hurts. I want to eat you, damn human, yo. Your mouth is still tough? Shibai smacked his lips. I hope you can continue to be tough later. Flowing water breaking rock fist. The blue torrent appeared again, enveloping Shibai's fist. In the next second, the fist bombarded the ghost's body, as dense as raindrops. But every punch of Shibai avoided the ghost's regenerated half of his head, and all of them hit him. Ola ola ola. The bombardment continued for a while. Only then did Shibai stop, and wipe the sweat from his forehead. Looking at the ghost on the ground, there was no movement. The parts below the neck were all beaten into a pulp, but the head had been reborn. Hey, get up, don't pretend to be dead, aren't you immortal? Shibai kicked the ghost's remaining head. Advertisement. The kicked ghost suddenly opened its blood-red eyes, watching Shibai and uttering a few words with difficulty. Kill me, you devil. Hearing this, Shibai sneered. Kill you, aren't you amazing? You keep saying you want to eat me, now you can continue? After Shibai finished speaking, he even pulled out the Nichirin blades and cut a wound on On's palm. Blood gushed out immediately and dripped down the palm into the ghost's mouth. However, after the ghost drank the blood, he didn't get excited and kept repeating those words in his mouth. Kill me. Devil. Kill me. Seeing this scene, Shibai knew that this ghost's sanity had completely collapsed, otherwise he wouldn't be unresponsive to the blood. With a sigh, the Nichirin blades in his hand slashed towards the ghost's neck, and a silver light flashed, ending everything. When the ghost's head was beheaded, a hint of relief flashed in his eyes, and then he turned into flying ash and disappeared. And Shibai put away the Nichirin blades, turned around and left here, as if nothing happened just now. Walking on the road, looking at the stars in the sky, Shibai let out a long sigh. I beheaded a ghost just a few minutes ago, and it was the first ghost I beheaded, which is very commemorative. The process is a bit cruel, but the ending is not bad. It's just that I didn't feel the discomfort of killing a ghost for the first time, such as wanting to vomit, feeling uncomfortable and so on. Instead, want another one. Thinking of this, Shibai smiled helplessly. He is a good person, how could he have such thoughts? Soon the night passed and came morning. That night, except for Shibai encountering a ghost at the beginning, he didn't encounter any ghosts in the rest of the time, and they were all walking around. Just walked around indiscriminately all night. I have to say that luck is still very important. For details, please refer to Uzumurata. Ah, so sleepy. Shibai watched the rising sun and yawned. Coincidentally, there is a small cave in front, which is very suitable for sleeping during the day. After looking at the cave environment and finding it suitable for living, Shibai found some hay from the outside to lay the ground, and fell asleep directly. The time came directly to night. Sleeping time always passes super fast, I believe you have a deep understanding. After waking up, Shibai looked outside with a look of despair on his face. He really didn't want to get up, it's really hard to get up. Advertisement. After hesitating for a while, Shibai finally made a decision against his ancestors. Just lie in the hole and put it to pieces. Although the body is bad, but the brain can't be bad, just have time to think about what the mission is all about. Let On's name resound through the mountains. How did it resound? Just when Shibai was deep in thought, a mobile phone notification sound woke him up. He casually touched the pillow, picked up the phone and looked at it, and found that it was just an irrelevant text message, and threw the phone aside again. Wait. Cell phone? Shibai suddenly realized that he had traveled to the world of Demon Slayer, and he was still participating in the final selection. Why did I come back again? Could it be that I was dreaming of all this? What's going on? Shibai looked around him blankly. The small rental house, the messy environment, the leftover takeaway boxes, everything is so familiar. At this moment, the phone beeped again. I picked up the phone again and took a look, and found that it was my own friend who sent a message asking me to go out for dinner. After hesitating for a while, Shibai agreed. However, looking at the phone, Shibai always felt empty in his heart. He hesitated for a while, picked up the phone and wanted to say that he was not going. But by a strange coincidence, he said the King of Heaven and the Tiger of Earth. The friend replied in seconds, Pagoda Town River Demon. Seeing this answer, Shibai's face instantly turned cold. This buddy would not answer himself so seriously, not at any time. In other words, everything here is very likely to be fake, there is nothing at all, and I wear it back, and I am still in the final selection at this time. When Shibai realized all this, all the familiar surroundings began to appear like phantoms, faintly visible. Seeing this, Shibai snorted coldly, Zuzi, don't dare to destroy my Tao heart. As soon as the words fell, the chi in his body also began to move. The next moment, everything in front of me disappeared like a bubble. And everything in the cave reappeared before his eyes. Before Chi-bai could breathe a sigh of relief, he felt as if his neck was strangled by something, and he couldn't breathe normally at all. FK. Cursed secretly, he stretched out his hand and was about to tear off the thing strangling his neck. What Chi-bai didn't expect was that the thing strangling his neck was so tough that he couldn't break it at all. Chapter 13 Fighting. Not only could it not be broken, but it was slowly tightening, and the feeling of suffocation became more and more obvious. What the hell? Open it for me. As Chi-bai roared, chi began to flow, providing him with strength. His hands began to exert force gradually, and the blue veins on his arms also appeared. However, the thing wrapped around his neck still didn't move at all, and even the tightening trend didn't stop for a moment. But it's not without any effect, at least under the huge force. One of them was torn. Yes, one. Looking through the moonlight, Chi-bai actually saw a hair. Needless to say, no one but ghosts can strangle people with their hair. Even though he knew what was going on, he still couldn't escape. It can be said that the poor donkey has no skills. As for own Nichirin blades, well, in the corner of the cave, you can't get them at all. The next thing to do is wait for death. However, this idea only flashed in Chi-bai's mind. Wait to die? No way, I still have, and, Yuan Do Huang Fist? At this time, Chi-bai finally thought of the reward he had forgotten. At the next moment, the chi in the body rushed out, transformed into a golden light wheel and appeared in Chi-bai's hand. Before he had time to think about it, Chi-bai pointed the light wheel at the hair and cut it off. With just one click, the hair was split in two. The moment his hair was cut off, Chi-bai took a deep breath of air, stood up hastily, and made a posture ready to fight. However, looking around, I didn't see any ghosts, and some were just hair on the ground. Only the strangle marks on the neck proved that everything just happened was not fake, it actually happened. Helpless, Chi-bai had no choice but to sit on the hay again and wait for the rabbit. As for why not leave? Why did you leave? After suffering such a big loss, you can still leave. I have to blow up this ghost today. This ghost didn't succeed the first time, and there will definitely be a second time. In order to prevent himself from being clouded again, Chi-bai condensed the golden light wheel just now in advance. Advertisement by the way, check the information about Yuan Do Huang Fist. Yuan Do Huang Fist is a fist technique that does not focus on moves but on lethality. The lethality itself is extremely terrifying. It can directly destroy cells, make them disappear completely, and cannot regenerate in a short time. It's just that Yuan Do Huang Fist uses fighting spirit. Seeing this, Chi-bai frowned. Fortunately, my chi can simulate all energies, otherwise it would be really Of course, this fist technique is not enough to make it clear. I am specifically targeting ghosts. One punch down, and the ghosts will be revived in place. If this is combined with the technique of Shangliu Shui rock shattering fist, proper Muzan happy punch, and the golden light wheel is condensed from chi, which can be used for both long distance and melee combat. Chi-bai had just figured out what Yuan Do Huang Fist was all about. Before he could let go of the light wheel in his hand, the surrounding scenery turned into a rented house again. Seeing this scene, Chi-bai sneered, the same trick won't work the second time. Then he threw the light wheel in his hand forward, and heard a puff, and everything returned to normal. It's just that there is a figure with long hair at the entrance of the cave. The figure suddenly said, I really didn't expect that someone could break free from the phantom in my hair. It's really surprising. I wanted you to die without pain, but you disagree, so don't blame me. Hearing this, Chi-bai sneered. He finally met the real master. It's the long-haired ghost in front of me who has shattered himself twice. Before Chi-bai could speak, the long hair of the figure at the entrance of the cave suddenly surged, covering the entire entrance of the cave tightly, and the moonlight could not be seen. Immediately, countless hairs rushed towards Chi-bai crazily and tangled around his body. Chi-bai originally wanted to wait for the hair to completely cover him, and then use the Yuan Do Huang Fist to cut through all the hair, and put a shallow wave on it. However, what he never expected was that some hairs attacked his most vulnerable place, and got tangled up in it. This is too much. How can you start with him? Damn it. You are a pervert, you ghost. It's outrageous to see that you're still a female ghost. Chi-bai screamed, and golden chi burst out from his body. In just an instant, the hair wrapped around Chi-bai's body was completely smashed by the golden energy. Looking at the long-haired ghost in front of him, Chi-bai was very angry. It looks like you can't control your hair at all. Advertisement. In this case, I'll cut you a wig, and it happens that Muzan's woman's wig is missing. After speaking, the golden chi on his body became more vigorous, and he looked a bit like a Super Saiyan from a distance. Although Chi-bai didn't really want to waste chi like this, but if he didn't maintain this state, he couldn't attack at all. He would only be entangled by endless hair, and finally suffocated to death. As a rough estimate, I can persist in this state for at most 1 minute. If I don't solve this long-haired ghost within a minute, I'm afraid. Call. Chi-bai took a deep breath. In the next second, it turned into a golden light and went straight to the long-haired ghost in front of him. He wanted to resolve the battle as quickly as possible. Just when the fist was about to touch her, another fantasy appeared in front of Chi-bai's eyes, and the movement of his hands suddenly slowed down, and he hit an empty space. FK. Chi-bai cursed secretly. This phantom ability is really disgusting. One can interfere with oneself without paying attention. Coupled with the ubiquitous hair, he is likely to be consumed to death. Now Chibai suddenly understands that when Sabito saw Tioni, his condition was as bad as Nichirin blades, and then Tioni picked him up. For Sabito, even if he kills all the ghosts on Fujishiji Mountain, his physical strength will not be consumed too much, and the sunset knife will not wear too much. But if there is a second ghost similar to Tioni on Fujishiji Mountain, then everything will be logical. Looking at the overwhelming hair in front of him, Chibai didn't dare to act rashly at this moment. No one knew when that phantom would appear. The long-haired ghost showed a smug smile when he saw that Chibai didn't dare to attack. This smile makes Chibai's teeth itch. If there is no illusion, it would have been blown away by himself. At this time, a black shadow moved behind the long-haired ghost. Although the movement was small, Chibai still saw it. Is there something hiding there? Moreover, the long-haired ghost has been standing in place since it appeared, motionless. Even when he rushed over, he did not move. This is worth pondering. Feeling the less and less chi in his body, Chibai knew that he couldn't sit still and wait for death. You have to see for yourself what is hidden behind it. It's just that this time Chibai didn't rush directly, but walked towards the long-haired ghost step by step. After walking a few steps, the long-haired ghost's attack became violent, and countless hairs rushed towards Chibai. But Chibai's body was already covered with golden chi, and the hair shattered as soon as he got close. The distance between one person and one ghost was getting closer and closer. Just a few steps away, Chibai suddenly stepped hard and went straight to the back of the long-haired ghost. The speed was so fast that by the time the long-haired ghost reacted, Chibai was already standing behind him. Chapter 14 Victory. At this moment, Chibai finally knew what was hidden behind the long-haired ghost. It was a deformed head, but there was only one head. The head is the size of a basketball, but it has complete facial features, but slender limbs extend above the head. Its hands are still tightly grasping the long-haired ghost's hair, for fear of falling off. Seeing this scene, Chibai felt a little guilty in his heart. Is this Demon Slayer a Resident Evil? This thing really doesn't look like a ghost in Demon Slayer. But the ghost has such a deformed big head. If nothing else, the illusion is probably created by this ghost. Well, just call it a big-headed ghost. Immediately, two golden light wheels condensed on Chibai's hands, and threw them towards the big-headed ghost. One of the light wheels cut off the little hand holding the long-haired ghost's hair, and the other light wheel was blocked by the long-haired ghost with its body, cutting off one of its arms. Seeing this scene, Chibai shook his head helplessly. There is no one-hit kill. If King Ace saw it, he would definitely give himself 0 points. To complain, Chibai's movements didn't stop, but got faster. If he didn't deal with this big-headed ghost as soon as possible, he would really be in danger. You can't use the golden light wheel at will, because the chi has already bottomed out, and if you use it, you can't guarantee that the chi will continue to cover the whole body. Seeing the hair rushing towards him again, Chibai didn't panic. Instead, he used his hand as a knife to cut the surging hair. Before he knew it, he used the flowing water-breaking rock fist. A golden torrent appeared, rivaling the rushing hair. As time passed, Chibai's flowing water rock-breaking fist became more and more handy, and the golden torrent in the cave also began to become denser. The hair that should have been able to resist the decency was also cut off, revealing the ghost with a big head on the back. In an instant, a somewhat miniature golden light wheel condensed in Chibai's hand, aiming at the big head ghost. Before the light wheel was thrown out, the phantom appeared again, disturbing Chibai. It's just that Chibai gained experience this time, ignoring everything in front of him, and ruthlessly threw the golden light wheel in his hand in the direction of the ghost with the big head. There was a snort. All the phantoms in front of Chibai disappeared, and everything returned to normal. What appeared in front of him was a ghost with a big head split in two from the middle. Advertisement because it was cut open by the fighting spirit of Yuan Do Wangshen. The big-headed ghost at this time could not be reborn, nor could he die. He could only lie on the ground and howl miserably. Seeing this scene, the long-haired ghost became even more angry. This big-headed ghost is her dear friend, sibling and best friend. I must kill this person in front of me to avenge him, then eat 2 more pieces of meat. I must kill you. Damn ghost hunter, the long-haired ghost snarled. Chibai was very disdainful of this. Kill me? Are you up to you? You're just thinking about farting? Without illusions, what are you? See how I beat you to dust today. The current Chibai has already understood the routine of the two of them. Not surprisingly, one was responsible for creating illusions, and the other strangled the ghost hunter with his hair and then ate it. Presumably this kind of thing has been done countless times, very skilled. However, all this will end today. The chi that covered Chibai's whole body disappeared, only the chi that could cover his palm remained, not because Chibai didn't want to use it, but because the chi had bottomed out. Call. Flowing water-breaking rock fist. The golden torrent reappeared, crazily cutting the incoming hair. But without the cover of chi, no matter how fast Chibai's speed was, he couldn't block all the hair. The hair followed the gaps in the fist shadow and attacked Chibai's body, piercing tiny blood holes. In less than a minute, blood holes covered Chibai's whole body. Flowing blood makes Chibai look like a bloodman. However, Chibai didn't back down in the slightest, and kept approaching the long-haired ghost with his hair on his head. Don't underestimate me, my drill. No, my fist can break through the sky. Listen to the sound of invincibility. Ola 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 ola. With a roar, Shibai's fist finally broke through the blockage of the hair, and came in front of the long-haired ghost. Looking at the long-haired ghost, Shibai showed a sinister smile, matching the blood all over his body. The long-haired ghost retreated a step in fright. I haven't seen such a desperate ghost hunter for so long. Of the rest of the ghost hunters, either killed in their sleep or fled, there was never one like Shibai. Advertisement. Just as the long-haired ghost was about to say something, Shibai punched him back. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it after you die. The next moment, what greeted it was golden fist shadows all over the sky. Bang bang bang. After a muffled sound, the long-haired ghost's body was riddled with holes, leaving only one head intact. Looking at the long-haired ghost with only one head left, Shibai said softly, "Goodbye." Then he smashed the long-haired ghost's head with a punch, and the golden chi instantly evaporated from the shattered head. With the disappearance of the head, the traces of the long-haired ghost completely turned into fly ash and disappeared. And Shibai heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. I'm going. It's too hard to fight. I really don't know how the rabbit will kill these two things 2 years later, and clean up the ghosts all over the mountain. As for the big head on the ground that was split into two and still kicking its legs, Shibai didn't want to bother with him at all. If he had the ability to regenerate himself, he would run away. I am really tired now. Not only did he use up all his chi, but his physical strength was also at its limit, and he was still hungry. After resting for a while, Shibai finally recovered, stood up unsteadily, and came to the side of the big-headed ghost. Go down and kick out of the cave with 2 feet, kick it to the open space, bring Nichirin blades, a chaotic cloak saber technique, and then the big-headed ghost also turns into fly ash and disappears. Seeing this, Shibai showed a relieved smile. This big-headed ghost must be thanking himself at this time. He was the one who let him reunite with the long-haired ghost. Good sister, forever. You are so kind. By the way, I took a look at the sky. It was very dark, and it was still very early before dawn, and my physical strength and chi were exhausted and I didn't have the ability to protect myself, so I didn't dare to walk around. In the end, Shibai decided to hang on, wait for the dawn and go out to find something to eat. The next time is the difficult weighing time. Sitting on the cot, Shibai didn't dare to sleep, and could only stare at his surroundings, for fear that a ghost would suddenly jump out. Fortunately, until dawn, everything was safe and sound. Seeing the sun rise, Shibai breathed a sigh of relief, and he is safe only when the sun rises. And now I can go out and find some food. Chapter 15. The dog system takes revenge on me. As for what to eat, it's all about luck. Although I have seen Starvation Druid before, I only learned Starvation, and other operations are too high-end, so I can't learn it. As for Mr. Pei, don't even think about it, Own's appetite is not that good. Finally, relying on his poor knowledge reserve, Shibai found some edible wild fruits and barely ate some. Shibai muttered while eating the wild fruit. Those who are on the horse. The final selection will not provide food, but the electronics factory will still provide food. After these 7 days pass, I will definitely bankrupt Ubayashiki's family. Fortunately, the taste of these wild fruits is not bad, sweet and sour, otherwise it would be enough for Shibai to have a stomach ache. After eating the wild fruit, Shibai couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep, and didn't wake up until midnight. After waking up, Shibai took a long breath of relief after feeling the condition of his body carefully. At this time, the small blood holes on Shibai's body had scabbed over, there was no serious problem, and she had almost recovered. At Fuji Attack Mountain, he regained the ability to protect himself. But Shibai couldn't be happy, he was still thinking about that mission in his heart. How can I let my name spread throughout the entire Fuji Attack Mountain? After thinking for a while, there was no definite answer, and finally, Shibai made another decision. Go after Tioni. With his current strength, he can completely kill Tioni. Why should he leave such a threat for 2 years and let Sabito solve it by himself? What if there is an accident at that time? Thinking of this, Shibai's expression became serious. The task is not as important as Sabito. With a goal, Shibai immediately got up and walked out of Shandongzhong, found a random direction and started chasing and killing Tioni. However, what Shibai didn't know was that Tioni was hiding in a cave at this time, with some horror on his face. Looking at the scenery outside the cave, he couldn't help recalling what happened last night. That night, I wanted to know Chibai's life and death, so I went to look for Chibai without thinking about it. As soon as he found Chibai, he caught up with the scene where the golden light wheel split the big-headed ghost in two, and then saw how Chibai punched the long-haired ghost in the head. After watching these two scenes, Tioni broke out in a cold sweat. I have never seen a ghost hunter who can beat a ghost to death with his fists. This is simply appalling. Tioni wanted to take advantage of Chibai's weakness and kill him directly, but he was afraid that Chibai would suddenly get up and punch him a few times. Advertisement after all, the fist is not Nichirin blades. Nichirin blades still thinks of ways to break it, if it is a fist. I can only consume him with my face. After hesitating for a long time, Tioni still didn't make a move, but hurried away and found a cave to hide. After reminiscing, Tioni shivered a bit, and finally decided that it would be better for him to hide himself for the final selection this time. Little did he know that Tiona's decision saved his own life. At this time, Chibai is still focusing on finding Tiona's trace. Chibai had only one idea at this time, to kill the danger in the cradle. The time has come when the sun rises. After searching for Chibai all night, there was no result. On the contrary, it is an ordinary ghost. I have met many ghosts, but I have punched all of them one by one, and I have directly physically transcended them. As for the Nichirin blades, it wasn't until this time that Chibai remembered that he, Nichirin blades, let himself be thrown in the cave before. Reluctantly, Chibai had no choice but to return to the cave and rested for another day. At night, grab the Nichirin blades and head out again. However, Chibai changed his strategy this time. Instead of blindly looking for Tioni, he started to catch fish ghosts everywhere. Ask them if they know Tioni. Where is Tioni? If you don't answer truthfully, first break your legs and arms, then smash your body into pieces, and repeat the operation just now after you recover. After one night of torture to extract a confession, Chibai got what he wanted. Successfully found Tiona's territory, but it was already empty. Naturally, Chibai, who was empty-handed, would not give up, and continued to catch ghosts in the Vine Attack Mountain, and torture them to extract confessions. Time passed by like this little by little, until the evening of the 7th day. At this time, Chibai was still frantically searching for Tiona's trace, but still found nothing. Even the ordinary miscellaneous fish ghosts, it is difficult for him to meet one, as if the group of miscellaneous fish ghosts are deliberately avoiding him. After half a night of hard work, Chibai finally caught another miscellaneous fish ghost. After torture, there was still no news of Tioni. Chibai had no choice but to smash the head of the miscellaneous fish ghost with one punch and send him on his way. But at this moment, a notification sound came from the system suddenly. Advertisement open black lens bracket mission completed. Close black lens bracket. Your reputation as a headshot madman has spread throughout the entire Vine Attack Mountain, and all the ghosts on the Vine Attack Mountain will tremble after hearing your name. Close black lens bracket. Of course, new ghosts in the future may not know your evil name. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the system prompt, Chibai looked confused. Did that clueless task just be completed in such a muddle? Is this too hasty? How did you accomplish that task? And what the hell is the name of Headshot Maniac? With a series of question marks, Chibai asked the system own question. How did I complete this task? What the hell is a Headshot Maniac? Open black lens bracket. You keep catching ghosts, and then kill them with cruel means. This kind of behavior is seen by other ghosts, so it spreads to 10 to hundreds. Close black lens bracket. In the end, all the ghosts in Fuji Attack Mountain knew you, and based on your characteristics, they gave you the very unique name of Headshot Maniac. Close black lens bracket. The last system prompts. Hearing this, Chibai directly ignored the following system prompts. With the system like this, it won't say anything good, just ignore it. But what to say about this matter? Whatever it is, as long as the task is completed, no one else knows the name Headshot Maniac anyway. However, the system seemed to know what Chibai was thinking, and suddenly there was another notification sound. Additional rewards for outstanding task completion, the title of Headshot Maniac. Effective time 24 hours, close black lens bracket. The role of its title is to let people know you at the first sight when they see you. You are very cruel and will blow people's heads off, close black lens bracket. The system prompts, please listen to the person next time, close black lens bracket. Chibai. Dog system, this system will retaliate. Didn't I not listen to him just now? How could he turn around and take revenge on himself, and even use the terrifying method of social death? Shrimp and pig heart. Although helpless, Chibai had no choice but to accept the title award with a bitter face. Fortunately, this title is only valid for 24 hours. Chapter 16. Going to the headquarters of the Ghost Killing Squad. It's only 24 hours, and it's gone. Thinking of this, Chibai looked up at the sky, and found that the sky was not so dark anymore. It would be dawn in a while, and he could go down the mountain. He turned around and walked back in the direction he came from. The journey was very peaceful, without encountering a single ghost, as if there were no ghosts at all on Tengshi Mountain. Until the sun rose, Chibai returned to the open space 7 days ago. Standing on the open space, Chibai was quite emotional, and finally left the Fuji Mountain, the place where there was not enough food and clothing. Just when Chibai was feeling emotional, the ghosts who attacked the mountain were also crying. The Headshot Maniac has left. Really? That Headshot Maniac really left? It's true. I saw him go down the mountain with my own eyes. Tioni, who was hiding in the cave, also heard the news that Chibai had gone down the mountain, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Damn, it's Lintaki. Your disciple is lucky this time. Let him go once, and your disciple will not be so lucky next time. Chibai, who was standing in the open space, knew nothing about all this. Now Chibai is wondering why he is the only one in the open space at dawn. Where did the other swordsmen go? With doubts, Chibai waited for a long time, until the sun rose, and the envoy of the Ubayashiki family arrived. However, when the Ubayashiki family envoy saw Chibai's first sentence, he made Chibai look black. Huh? It turned out to be you, Headshot Madman. Hey, why did I say that? I haven't seen him before. What the hell is the name of the Headshot Maniac? Chibai. Damn it, dog system. This is the only thing Chibai wants to say. Looking at Chibai's helpless eyes, the messenger of the Ubayashiki family also knew that something was wrong with what he said, so he coughed softly twice before continuing to speak. The time is up. It looks like you are the only swordsman who passed the final selection. Then here, I would like to congratulate you first. You have successfully passed the final selection. Later, someone hidden will measure your size and use it to make the ghost killing team uniform. Advertisement. The second is the level of the Ghost Slayer team, which is divided into 10 levels, which are A, B, C, D, E, G, Zheng, Shin, Ren, and Gui. You are now the lowest level Gui level. Then there is the jade that belongs to you, which is used to forge the Nichirin blades, and finally there is the crow that belongs to you. At the end of the speech, the envoy of the Ubayashiki family clapped their hands, and a crow landed on Chibai's shoulder. After saying that in one breath, the emissary of the Ubayashiki family couldn't stand it anymore, and took out the water bottle he carried with him and took a sip of water. Then he took out more than a dozen large and small pieces of jade, and placed them on the ground one by one. Originally, I thought that there would be 3 or 4 people passing through, so I brought so many Yugongs here, but I didn't expect you to be the only one passing the final selection, hey. After hearing this, Chibai didn't say anything, just randomly took out a piece of jade and handed it to the Ubayashiki family envoy. The messenger of the Ubayashiki family who took Yugong smiled. It seems that your choice is quite random. You must know that Nichirin Blades is your most important partner in the future. Listening to the eloquence of the Ubayashiki family envoy, Chibai quietly wiped his cold sweat. This guy is still a talker, but what he said was for his own good. It was a while later. The envoy of the Ubayashiki family closed his mouth without further ado. Before Chibai could breathe a sigh of relief, a sound came from the sky. My lord has an order. Order the only swordsman who passed the final selection to go to the headquarters of the Ghost Killing Squad. This order made Chibai curious. Why did he ask himself to go to the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer Squad? I wanted to ask what happened to the envoy of the Ubayashiki family, but in a dazed effort, the person had already disappeared. Turning around again, the hidden person came to Chibai's side at some point. Hidden people saw Chibai's first words, headshot madman. Hearing these 4 words, Chibai's face twitched again, damn it, dog system. After the hidden people said this sentence, they couldn't figure out why they said that. I'm so sorry, I don't know why I said that. Looking at the apologetic Yin in front of him, Chibai waved his hands helplessly. It's okay. I can't blame you for this. You should take me to the headquarters of the Ghost Killing Squad as soon as possible. This matter can only be blamed on the dog system. After hearing this, the hidden man nodded, and immediately covered Chibai's eyes with a black ribbon, and then plugged his ears. Advertisement. The headquarters of the Ghost Killing Squad requires absolute secrecy, that's why it's like this, I hope you can understand. Chibai shrugged, not caring about it, and sat in the basket under Yin's guidance. Immediately there was a shaking feeling, and Chibai knew it was time to set off. Without waiting for the hidden person to take a few steps, Chibai suddenly said, actually, I can also sense the wind direction with my skin, so I can tell the direction. As soon as the words came out, the hidden person froze directly, a little at a loss. Seeing this, Chibai hurriedly said, ahem, just kidding, I don't have that ability. The hidden person let out a long sigh of relief after hearing this. Please don't make such scary jokes anymore. This kind of joke is not funny at all. Hearing Yin's angry tone, Chibai could only laugh a few times in embarrassment. Then the hidden person said again, every time I walk a certain distance, another hidden person will replace me. Please understand, this is also for the absolute secrecy of the Ghost Killing Squad headquarters. Okay. Chibai agreed. Soon, the two set off again, and as expected, after a while, another person took over. In the stagger of running around, Chibai fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Chibai woke up with a call. Please wake up, the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer Squad is here. Chibai stood up sleepily, looked around, and found that he had come to a courtyard with a beautiful environment. Just when Chibai didn't know what he was going to do next, a hearty voice came. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since a newcomer came to the headquarters of the Ghost Killing Squad. It turned out to be a headshot madman, Chibai. Tired, destroy it, already scored 3 times. The people behind him hurriedly bowed after hearing this, and wanted to push Chibai down, but how could he push Chibai down, so he had to bow alone in the end. Master Yanzu. Hearing the word Yenju, Chibai regained his energy, and looked ahead. Not far away, a person wearing a feather with a flame pattern at the end came over. This person has long yellow hair, part of which is still red at the end, has thick black sword eyebrows, and piercing eyes. Chibai called out his name instantly. Oh, it's you, Rengoku Kyojuro. Chapter 17. Waiting for you for a long time. The figure was taken aback after hearing this, and then laughed. Ha ha ha, boy, you were wrong. I am not Rengoku Kyojuro, I am Rengoku Kyojuro's father, Rengoku Genjuro. However, where did you hear my son's name? Hearing this, Chibai was a little embarrassed. Shit, he was a little excited to see someone familiar, forgetting that it was 10 years ago. This, Chibai didn't know how to answer. You can't tell Rengoku Genjuro, you know Kyojuro from watching anime. Moreover, the appearance of the Rengoku family is almost ancestral. In Ji Guowan's era, the Rengoku family looked like this. It's normal to admit that you are wrong. The only thing is that it is difficult to explain why I know the name of Rengoku Kyojuro. Difficult. To Chibai's surprise, Rengoku Genshouling didn't continue to ask, but said, well, it doesn't matter where I heard it, but that kid Rengoku Kyojuro is very talented in swordsmanship. I believe that sooner or later he will surpass me and become the most outstanding Yanzu. Shibai felt uncomfortable when he heard this. Yes, Rengoku Kyojuro has indeed become the most outstanding pillar of fire in the Infinite Train arc. He guarded all the passengers in the carriage. But he met Akaza, who was the third in the series, and after a fierce battle, he protected everyone, but he died before dawn. Damn crocodile. Why are you giving Kyojuro lunchboxes? Thinking of this, Shibai felt uncomfortable for a while, but he came by himself. All this will not happen. Thinking of this, Shibai nodded vigorously. That's right, Kyojuro will become the most outstanding Yanzu. After hearing this, Rengoku patted Shibai on the shoulder happily. Good boy, you are very much in my favor. Do you want to be my stepson? Stepson means apprentice. Shibai was stunned. Good guy, on the matter of identifying his stepson. Rengoku Kyojuro was really following his father. But I can learn the breath of flame at all. Advertisement. That's what, not for the time being, I still have to see the Lord, Shibai said. Meet the Lord. Rengoku Genshaoling was a little surprised. He couldn't imagine why the Lord of the Ghost Killing Squad met a newcomer who had just passed the assessment. Turning to the hidden person, he said, I'll take him to see the Lord, you go and get busy. After hearing this, the hidden person thanked him and turned to leave. And Rengoku Genshaoling took Shibai to another place. Not long after, the two arrived at the door of a house in another yard. Rengoku Genshaoling introduced to Shibai. This is the room where the Lord is. The Lord just took office recently, so. Before he finished speaking, there was a pleasant voice in the room, and this voice sounded a little light. Is it Rengoku? Why are you back? What's the matter? After hearing this, Rengoku Genshaoling said, It's my lord. On the way I was leaving, I met a young man. The young man said that you want to see him, so I brought him here. That's right, Genshaoling, thank you. My lord, please be polite. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Okay, Genshoru. After hearing this, Rengoku Genshaoling gently pushed Shibai, indicating that he could go in, then turned and left. As for Shibai, looking at the one in front of him, he hesitated, not knowing whether to open it or not. Before he could make a decision, the door was pushed open from the inside. Shibai was a little dazed, looking at the figure at the door and didn't know what to say, because he didn't expect the door to be opened. However, the silhouette said, Hello, I am Ubayashiki Kagaya, the new protagonist of the Demon Slayer squad. I have been waiting for you for a long time, Shibai. The moment Shibai heard these words, Shibai's pupils shrank instantly, with a look of surprise on his face. Although I know Ubayashiki Kagaya, but I have never met him, why does he know his name? However, there is one thing to be thankful for, the title of Headshot Madman has not played a role. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. Looking at the surprised Shibai, Ubayashiki Kagaya seemed to see through his thoughts. Don't be surprised that I know your name. Mr. Ryodaki and I have communicated a long time ago, so I naturally know your name. And for so many years, you are the only disciple of Mr. Ryodaki who passed the final selection. I will naturally pay attention to you. Advertisement. Shibai breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Fortunately, it's not the predictive ability of Ubayashiki's family, otherwise, it would be useless to say anything. Until this time, Shibai took a closer look at Ubayashiki Kagaya. Ubayashiki Kagaya is 13 years old this year, the same age as himself. Now, his face has not been corrupted by the curse, and he looks very delicate, like a girl, but he is not wearing women's clothes. Well, Shibai's dream of seeing women's clothing was just shattered. The reason why the women's clothing was mentioned before, because of the curse, the Ubayashiki's boy's body will be very fragile, and he will be raised as a girl before the age of 13, so he will naturally wear women's clothing. As for the curse of Ubayashiki Kagaya, it's rude as Kibutsuji Muzan. Because Kibutsuji Muzan became the first ghost, the Ubayashiki family was also cursed, and the curse spread to the whole body like a disease, making them less than 30 years old. Only by marrying a woman from the priest family can one live longer. The curse is not only bad but also good, it is to let the Ubayashiki family can predict the future through dreams. There is only one way to lift the curse, and that is to kill Kibutsuji Muzan, which is also the sole purpose of the Demon Slayer squad. Shibai's eyes were extremely aggressive, which made Ubayashiki Kagaya very uncomfortable. Why staring at me? Is there something wrong? Ubayashiki Kagaya asked. After hearing this, Shibai quickly withdrew his own gaze, and said solemnly, It's nothing, I just didn't expect that the protagonist of the Ghost Slayer squad is the same age as me. Ubayashiki Kagaya, who heard this, smiled and said nothing. By the way, Shibai hesitated in the middle of speaking, not knowing what to call Ubayashiki Kagaya better. It was unacceptable to call the Lord directly, and it would be inappropriate to call him something else. Shibai froze there for a moment. Ubayashiki Kagaya saw through Shibai's thoughts and said softly, Just call me Kagaya, we are all friends. Okay, Kagaya, Shibai agreed without hesitation. Without waiting for Shibai to continue speaking, Ubayashiki Kagaya continued. You are curious now why the Lord of the Ghost Slayer squad wants to see you, although your situation is somewhat special. Yes. Shibai nodded. From the very beginning Shibai was thinking why Ubayashiki Kagaya wanted to meet himself in person. Ubayashiki Kagaya didn't hide anything and said it directly. I see that your appearance will bring about a different future. Chapter 18 Homecoming. Hearing this, Shibai looked embarrassed. If Muzan heard this, would he have to throw his ashes away? Although Muzan wants to raise his own ashes now. Thinking of this, Shibai laughed dryly, exaggerated, Kagaya. I'm a member of the ghost killing team who just joined the team, how can I change the future? It can't be, because I joined Muzan died suddenly, right? After hearing this, Ubayashiki Kagaya just looked at Shibai with a smile and didn't say anything. And Shibai also looked directly at Ubayashiki Kagaya, and the two looked at each other. After a while, Ubayashiki Kagaya suddenly laughed, which made Shibai a little puzzled. What are you laughing at, Kagaya? It's nothing, who can say in the future, maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. Ubayashiki Kagaya said. Shibai could only roll his eyes inwardly. It seems that Ubayashiki Kagaya dreamed of the future in a dream, and today he came here specially to find Own. When Shibai was about to speak, his stomach suddenly screamed. Goo, are you hungry? Ubayashiki Kagaya asked. Hungry. Shibai replied. I stayed on the Fuji mountain for 7 days, and I didn't provide food. I could only eat wild fruits. It was finally over, and I was dragged here again. I was already hungry. It's really hard work for you, Shibai, if you don't mind. Before Ubayashiki Kagaya finished speaking, Shibai quickly replied. I don't dislike it, I don't dislike it. I have a good appetite and I'm not picky at all. As long as I can fill my stomach, that's fine. After speaking, Shibai walked into Ubayashiki Kagaya's room very bluntly, sat down, and began to wait for the meal. Ubayashiki Kagaya was taken aback when he saw this, he had never seen such a swordsman before. But he didn't take it to heart, and immediately ordered someone to bring food to Shibai. Not long after, the food was brought, Shibai took it with bright eyes and finished it in 2 or 3 bites. Then he patted his stomach with unsatisfied satisfaction. Is there any more, Kagaya? It's not enough. Ubayashiki Kagaya was stunned by this eating speed, but after hearing Shibai's words, he ordered someone to bring the food. Advertisement at this time, Shibai kindly reminded. Well, don't use a small bowl, one have an opinion, I suggest using a basin, how about it? In the end, Shibai's opinion was adopted, and a large bowl of food was brought up and placed in front of Shibai. 10 minutes later, Ubayashiki Kagaya covered his face and couldn't bear to look directly at Shibai in front of him, because he always felt that Ubayashiki's family might be eaten and bankrupt after watching Shibai eat. Although this possibility does not exist. At this moment, Shibai had already eaten up the large bowl of food in front of him, and was lying on the ground with a satisfied face. Finally came back to life, really, when I was in the Vine Attack Mountain, I thought I would starve to death. After taking a break, Shibai got up and said, Kagaya, thank you very much for this meal. I'm not sure if the future you mentioned will appear. But I can tell you that in the future we will create together, kill Kibutsuji Muzan, make the ghost disappear forever, and lift your curse. After Shibai finished speaking, he showed a meaningful smile, turned and left the room. Ubayashiki Kagaya looked at Shibai's disappearing back, smiled and shook his head. I don't remember that I told him about the curse, and I'm still pretending not to know. It seems that this is finally coming to an end. When leaving Shibai, he returned to the gate of the courtyard and was about to leave. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a hidden person standing at the gate with a basket on his back. When he saw Shibai appearing, he immediately said, Mr. Shibai, I'll see you off. Okay. Shibai agreed, sat in the basket very consciously, took a black cloth to cover his eyes, then plugged his ears again. Soon, Yin's people set off with Shibai on their backs. It was still the same process, changing people every other way. After another long journey, I don't know how long it took, Yin stopped and put Shibai down. Mr. Shibai, I can only send you here, and you need to go back by yourself for the rest of the way. Hearing this, Shibai stood up from the basket, moved his limbs, untied the black cloth covering his eyes, and removed the things that blocked his ears. Okay, thank you. Shibai thanked and looked around. When he saw the familiar wisteria flowers, he fell silent suddenly. In total, I sent myself back to Fuji Attack Mountain. Can't you send yourself back to Mount Sagiri, Lanshu, mushrooms? Uncomfortable is uncomfortable, but we still have to hurry. At this time, the chi in Shibai's body had already recovered. He circulated the chi to his legs, and with a whoosh, he set off in the direction of Mount Sagiri. Advertisement. The time came tonight. Looking at Mount Sagiri not far from him, Shibai let out a long sigh of relief. I have only been away for 7 days, and I miss Sabito a little, which is really strange. With more effort, after 10 minutes, Shibai finally came to the foot of Mount Sagiri. What Shibai didn't expect was that there were 2 small figures standing at the foot of Mount Sagiri. Walked in and saw that it was Sabito and Mikomo. When they saw it was them, the 2 also saw Shibai. Shibai, Shibai, the 2 quickly ran to Shibai. Mikomo said very happily, Shibai, you are finally back. Sabito is very worried about you these days. But Sabito didn't have so many scruples, and gave Shibai a big hug directly. At the same time, he said, the final selection is very dangerous. Of course I am worried about Shibai. By the way, let me see if you are injured, Shibai. After finishing speaking, he was ready to check Shibai's condition. Seeing this, Shibai pushed Sabito away with a look of disgust, and opened his arms to Mikomo. Hey, there is no status in the final selection, but, Mikomo, look, Sabito gave me a hug, don't you want to give me a hug too? Mikomo was a little shy after hearing this, but still gave Shibai a big hug. Holding the little Mikomo, Shibai was quite emotional. It's better to be a girl, it's fragrant, and the body is still very soft. Isn't this much better than that stinky man Sabito? Sabito at the side also noticed that something was wrong. After so long, why didn't Chibai let go of Mikomo, so he reached out to pull the two of them away. Chibai. UB ******. Looking at the angry Sabito, Chibai coughed twice, pretending nothing happened, and let go of Mikomo. Ha ha ha, okay, Sabito is jealous, I can't hug you anymore Mikomo. And Mikomo was already blushing and speechless. Looking at the angry Sabito, Chibai asked again, huh, Teacher Lintaki? Why didn't you see him? Sabito said with a dissatisfied face, Mr. Lindaki, he just went back to prepare dinner and said he wanted to celebrate. Chapter 19. About the Nichirin blades changing color. Chibai knew that Urokodaki Sakanji smelled on from a long distance away, so he went back to prepare dinner. Just one small problem, hopefully he has enough food. Although I had a meal at Ubayashiki Kagaya, according to the law of energy conservation, I spent too much energy this time, so I need to replenish it now. Simply put, Chibai is hungry again. Rabbit. Chibai suddenly called Sabito. Sabito said angrily, what are you doing? Nothing, just suddenly thought, when I'm not around, do you miss me crying? Ha ha ha. Sabito, who heard Chibai's words, immediately retorted, how can I cry when I think of you? Damn it Chibai. I have to teach you a lesson today. After speaking, he raised his fist and chased after him. Seeing this, Chibai turned his head and ran away. While running, he kept talking, stupid rabbit, you can't catch me, ha ha ha. Ah, Chibai has the ability to stand there and not move, Sabito shouted. However, if there is only one answer to him, the fool will stand still. The angry Sabito directly used the breathing method to catch Chibai. Mikomo looked at the two with a smile, and at the same time used breathing techniques to follow closely behind them. After a while, the three returned to the house on Mount Sagiri. At this time, a pot had already been set up in the open space of the house, and there was a steaming failure in the pot. If there were no accidents, the beef hot pot was eaten tonight. It's just this portion, Chibai said that he can't get enough. Soon, Chibai realized that he had made a mistake in his estimation. Urokodaki Sakanji had already prepared a particularly large amount of beef, which was enough to eat. When Urokodaki Sakanji saw the three of them coming back, he glanced around and finally landed on Chibai, and nodded slightly to Chibai. And Chibai shouted very obediently, Mr. Linlong, I'm back and passed the final selection. Well, it's good to be back. Sit down and have dinner together. Today is beef hot pot, to celebrate your return. Urokodaki Sakanji said. After hearing this, the three sat down obediently around the hot pot, and began to eat hot pot talking and laughing. And Chibai also talked about his experience in the Vine Attack Mountain, meeting the ghost with long hair and the ghost with big head. Mikomo and Sabito were taken aback for a while. Advertisement. In the end, Sabito said that if Chibai hadn't killed the two ghosts at that time, he would definitely kill them at that time. After hearing this, Chibai smiled and said nothing. If the normal trajectory is followed, Sabito will kill all these ghosts after 2 years. And Urokodaki Sakanji said seriously, a ghost who creates illusions unknowingly, I'm afraid it will have its own blood ghost technique in the next step. At that time, it will be difficult to kill it. As for the long-haired ghost, there is nothing to be afraid of. If you have Nichirin blades, you can easily kill it. Chibai nodded in agreement, and after killing the big-headed ghost, the long-haired ghost was easily killed by himself. The only pity is that Tioni was not found, and the danger was killed in the cradle. After a hot pot meal, Sabito and Mikomo went back to rest, while Chibai sat by the fire, silently waiting for Urokodaki Sakanji. After a while, Urokodaki Sakanji came over and sat by the fire. After a while, Urokodaki Sakanji said first, you should have met the protagonist of the Demon Slayer team, Ubayashiki Kagaya, right? Yes, Teacher Renaki, Chibai said. Urokodaki Sakanji didn't react much to this, but said, I smell him on you, what happened to make him come to you in person? Oh who, open nose, disgusting, it's nothing, Chibai said. I was the only one who passed the final selection this time, so it looks like this, that's true, Urokodaki Sakanji nodded. Then, Teacher Lindaki, shall I go back to rest first? Chibai asked. Go and have a good rest. After hearing this, Chibai turned around and left, returning to the room. At this time, Sabito was still asleep, and the two chatted for a while before going to bed. In a blink of an eye, 10 days later, on this day, Chibai was lying on the grass, the sun was shining on his body, and he felt drowsy after a while. Just when Chibai was falling asleep, a voice came from afar. Excuse me, is this the home of Chibai, the swordsman of the Demon Slayer squad? I'm his swordsmith, Takana-sen, and his Nichirin blades have been forged. Hearing these words, the drowsy Chibai regained his energy in an instant. Advertisement on Nichirin blades has arrived, and the swordsmith is Iron Cave Sen. Tia Schwanson can be regarded as an acquaintance, one-sided. In the original, he is the swordsmith who forges the twin swords for Inosuke. Chibai followed the sound and saw that not far away from him stood a man wearing a fireman mask and carrying a wooden box behind his back. He should be in Iron Cave. I'm Chibai, and I'm here, Chibai said, waving his hand to signal that he was here. After seeing it, Tia Schwanson came to Chibai in 3 steps. Without waiting for Chibai to speak, he directly took off his wooden box and handed it to Chibai. Mr. Chibai, this is your Nichirin blades. This is the first time for me to forge knives for the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer squad. I don't know if it's suitable for you. You'd better try the Nichirin blades. After receiving the wooden box, Chibai didn't open it, but just held it in his hand, and said immediately, "You are welcome. This is not a place to entertain guests. Please follow me. I will take you to the place where you live." However, Iron Cave Sen refused. "No, Mr. Chibai, I have other things to do. Time is tight. I will leave later. You should try your Nichirin blades first." Hearing this, Chibai's face twitched unconsciously. How could he not know what Iron Cave Sen meant, saying that he was asked to try the knife to see if it fits, but the actual meaning was to see how the Nichirin blades would change color. Although this wish is trivial, it is fatal to Chibai. "I don't know how to breathe at all. How could the knife change color?" However, seeing Tia Schwanson's sincere and expectant expression, Chibai couldn't refuse, so he held his nose and agreed. Opening the wooden box, looking at Nichirin blades, Chibai took a deep breath and grabbed Nichirin blades. Immediately, under the expectant eyes of Takana-sen, the Nichirin blades were pulled out bit by bit. Just in the next second, nothing happened. Or what? Chibai also doesn't know how to breathe. How could he change the color of the knife? After waiting for a while, Nichirin blades still did not change color. At this time, Tai Shuisen's eyes had lost their light and became hollow. Chibai couldn't bear it, so he tried to send a trace of chi into Nichirin blades. However, in the next second, the vision suddenly appeared. Chapter 20 Departure, Tokyo. Nichirin blades, who had not changed at all, suddenly shined at this time. This light was a bit dazzling, making Chibai and Tai Shuisen close their eyes. At this time, Chibai began to mutter in his heart, wouldn't own chi be the attribute of LED lights, otherwise how could Nichirin blades be able to shine? After waiting for a while, the two opened their eyes and looked at Nichirin blades. At this time, Nichirin blades is completely different from before, except for the handle part. The rest of the color has changed directly. Turned into white, unblemished pure white. Have you seen the pure white Nichirin blades? Mr. Tia Schwanson? Chibai asked with a dazed expression. It was also the first time for Tia Schwanson to see the pure white Nichirin blades, and he was also stunned. 13. No, it's my first time too. It stands to reason that the color of Nichirin blades has something to do with your practice of breathing. For example, Nichirin blades who practice water breathing will appear blue, and those who practice wind breathing will be green, and so on. But this pure white color is really the first time I've seen it. Looking at the white Nichirin blades, Chibai waved them. Well, I have to say that he was really handsome when he waved them. Chibai handed the knife to Tia Schwanson, motioning him to have a look too. Tia Schwanson took the knife and looked at it carefully for a long time, and he was amazed. This color is really good. This is really the first time I have seen it. Why don't you go with me to find Teacher Lintaki? Maybe Teacher Lintaki will know what's going on, Chibai said. However, Tia Schwanson waved his hand and rejected Chibai. No need, I have other things. I can't delay. I will definitely visit Mr. Renaki with you next time. Thank you very much. Mr. Chibai, let me see the pure white Nichirin blades. This is very different Nichirin blades. After finishing speaking, Tia Schwanson turned and walked down Mount Sagiri. After Tia Schwanson's bag disappeared, Chibai looked at his own Nichirin blades and murmured. Damn, white Nichirin blades. I always feel that this is not a good thing. Pure white means flawless, and then, white lotus flower? Our Lady? It means that I am the Holy Mother? Advertisement? Speaking of this, Chibai himself shuddered, and a trace of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. In the end, Chibai still couldn't hold back and shouted, Teacher Linlong, help me, something serious happened. While shouting, he ran all the way to the residence of Urokodaki Sakanji. Finally, after discussing with Urokodaki Sakanji for a while, Chibai discovered that the whiteness of Nichirin blades was due to his chi, nothing more. It doesn't mean white lotus flower, the Virgin Mary or something. This made Chibai breathe a sigh of relief. But Sabito was envious because Chibai had his own Nichirin blades. As for why Nichirin blades become pure white when chi is injected, Chibai also has a general answer. Chi is the chi of innate, and that is innate, the purest. On the Nichirin blades, it's no surprise that it appears pure white. Just after Chibai had lunch, the crow belonging to Chibai appeared from nowhere and hovered in the sky. Ghost Killing Team Chibai obeys the order. Ghost Killing Team Chibai obeys the order. There is a breath of ghosts in the southeast. Traces of ghosts appear in the southeast. Please go as soon as possible. Southeast. Where is that? Teacher Renaki? Chibai asked Urokodaki Sakanji beside him in confusion. After thinking for a while, Urokodaki Sakanji replied, Southeast, it seems to be in the direction of Tokyo. Tokyo? That wasn't before. Thinking of this, Chibai wiped off his cold sweat. If he met Kibutsuji Muzan, he would cough. Seeing Chibai's ugly face, Urokodaki Sakanji comforted him. Don't be afraid, it probably won't be in Tokyo, that's the area guarded by Yenju. Mostly in the towns around Tokyo. Don't be nervous, don't be afraid, this is much easier than the final selection. Hearing this, Chibai tried hard to squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. Are you worried about whether there are ghosts in Tokyo? I am worried about what to do if I meet Kibutsuji Muzan. Seeing Chibai like this, Urokodaki Sakanji shook his head helplessly, took out a money bag from his arms, and stuffed it into Chibai's hand. Don't be afraid, here is some money for you to take. After killing the ghost, you can go shopping in Tokyo, just to relax and save your face from being so ugly. Thank you. Thank you, Teacher Lintaki, Chibai said tremblingly. Advertisement Sabito at the side couldn't stand it anymore, grabbed Chibai's shoulder and said, Cheer up. Chibai, don't be afraid. At this time, Chibai was about to cry. Was it a question of whether he was afraid of ghosts? I touched Kibutsuji Muzan's asterisk, now I go to Tokyo, if Kibutsuji Muzan catches me again. It can only be said that he will die miserably. Hearing the crow's urging, Chibai could only try his best to calm down. He changed into the uniform of the Ghost Slayer squad sent over, tidied up, picked up the Nichirin blades, and was ready to go. Just before departure, Sabito said suddenly, Chibai, help me go shopping in Tokyo. After speaking, he handed Chibai a piece of paper with the things Sabito needed written on it. Makomo on the side also said, There are mine, too, please. After finishing speaking, he also handed a piece of paper to Chibai. Looking at the two pieces of paper in his hands, Chibai let out a long sigh. Originally, I planned to complete the task quickly, so I hurried back and got up, but now, I have to go. Looking at Sabito and Makomo in front of him, Chibai nodded firmly, and followed the crow's guidance to leave without looking back. Sabito and Makomo watched Chibai leave until his back disappeared. Sabito suddenly asked, Makomo, do you feel that there is something wrong with Chibai? Why does he feel like he is dying? Makomo nodded after listening, I feel the same way. At this time, Chibai was running wildly with the crow. Although there are 10,000 things in my heart that I don't want to go, but I have to go. At this moment, Chibai only had one thing to say, hey, it's really windy and cold, and the strong man will never return once he is gone. Followed the crow and ran until night before stopping. At this time, Chibai had already come to a small town, and after he guided Chibai to the place, he left by himself, leaving Chibai alone. Chibai randomly stopped someone in the small town and asked how far it was from here to Tokyo. Chibai breathed a sigh of relief after knowing that there were still at least 2 hours to go. Kibutsuji Muzan would not run out of Tokyo in his free time. He was still busy looking for news about the Blue Vegan flower. How could he have time to run around? Not to mention too much, at least I am safe now. As for whether it is safe to go to Tokyo, we can only talk about it at that time. Chapter 21 Returning to Asakusa. However, there is still one biggest problem. How to find the trace of that ghost? I don't have a sensitive nose like Urokodaki Sakanji and Tanjiro, and I know everything when I smell it. Seeing that the sky is getting darker and darker, there are fewer and fewer pedestrians on the road. Chibai decided to inquire about it. Stretching out his hand to stop a passerby, Chibai just wanted to ask what happened nearby, but he was yelled at by the passerby. B*********. D. Why stop me? I wonder if it's getting dark. That man-eating monster is coming out again. You stopped me, did you want me to die? Although he was scolded, he got a piece of news, a man-eating monster. This is probably the ghost I was looking for. Chibai wanted to have a better understanding of the situation, but the passersby didn't cooperate at all. They kept yelling and scolding Chibai. This made Chibai's questioning a lot more difficult. No way, who let me be stopped by someone when he was running for his life? However, if he doesn't cooperate with the work, that's his problem. Swish. The Nichirin blades were unsheathed and slapped around the man's neck. If you dare to say anything useless again, I'll cut off your head. Do you hear me? Now I ask, you answer. If I don't ask, you are not allowed to speak. The man shut his mouth instantly and nodded obediently. Tell me, when did that man-eating monster appear? How long has it been now? How many people did he eat, and where did he appear? After some friendly communication, Chibai got the news he wanted. The ghost appeared about half a month ago, and 3 people have died since he appeared. The exact location is uncertain, but the dead people are all late returnees. After getting the news, Chibai asked the man to leave and wandered on the road himself. Isn't this ghost willing to kill people who come back late? Then I will be a late comer today and lure that ghost into the bait. So on the streets of the town, a man with a knife appeared, wandering around until late at night. Chibai, who was wandering on the street, yawned. Advertisement. Ah, no, it's already midnight. Ghost? Ghost? Why didn't you show up? I'm so sleepy. Just at this moment, a voice sounded behind Chibai. Hey, look what I found. A little cutie who came home late. Chibai. This ghost. Why is it so cheap? Cutie FCK. The next second, a hand was placed on Chibai's shoulder, and there was another burst of hey laughter. You laugh FCK. Chibai couldn't bear it any longer, grabbed the hand on his shoulder, exerted force on the hand, and with a click, the hand was directly crushed. Then there was a scream. Ah, I got it, damn it. Before the ghost could finish screaming, Chibai turned around and elbowed the ghost in the face, knocking back the scream in a daze. Why are you pretending to be an idiot with me? You're so cute, I'm going to blow your head off today. Flowing water breaking rock fist. A dense blue torrent appeared and bombarded the ghost's body. Every punch punched a hole in the ghost's body. By the time the set of flowing water shattering rock fist was over, the ghost had been beaten to pieces by Chibai, leaving only one head. Tui. Spicy chicken, there are so many dramas in a trash fish. Die. Grabbing the ghost with only one head left, Golden chi rushed out from the palm, wrapping the ghost's head, followed by a rapid scream. The ghost's head was just evaporated clean. With the disappearance of the head, the rest of the ghost also turned into fly ash and disappeared completely. Looking at the place where the ghost disappeared, Shibai said very disdainfully, "I was in a bad mood because I couldn't sleep, but I ran into a thing like you. I really want to die. Hey, there's no other way, it will make me so kind, and let him go on the road without pain." Clapping his hands, Shibai turned around and left the town without looking back. Now I have to find a place to live. At this time, there is probably only Tokyo with a place to live. Although Muzan is here, sleep is more important. After confirming the direction of Tokyo, he immediately moved Shibai to his legs with all his strength, and with a whoosh, Shibai jumped out in the direction of Tokyo. Half an hour later, Shibai arrived in Asakusa, Tokyo. As for why I went to Asakusa, because Shibai here is quite familiar, and the most dangerous place is the safest. This is ancient wisdom. Advertisement Muzan must never have imagined that he would have a fight with him. Looking at the brightly lit Asakusa area, Shibai was quite emotional. I think I was here when I touched Muzan's A** at the beginning. The most unexpected thing is that Muzan's butt feels really good. If I can do it again. Cough cough, digression, digression. While thinking wildly, he entered the Asakusa area. Originally, Shibai planned to enter the Asakusa area, find a place to rest first, then buy something for Subito and Mikomo tomorrow morning, and then go home. The plan was good, but everything changed once we entered the Asakusa area. Shibai was directly attracted by the street snacks, took out the money bag given by Urokodaki Sakanji, and started to eat like crazy. Eating while walking, eating from the street to the end of the street, and then to another street. It wasn't until Shibai finished eating a bunch of Midori meatballs that he realized what was wrong. There are no food stalls around One, but instead there are dense crowds, all of whom are looking at the same place intently. This made Shibai a little curious. What's in that direction? Asakusa gourmet gift package, or a special chef named Lu Angxing? Just as Shibai was thinking wildly, there was movement where the crowd was looking. I saw a group of people coming from that direction, led by two men with lanterns in their hands. A few girls followed behind the man, and the girls were holding something that Shibai couldn't understand. Behind the girl was a woman with pale makeup, red lips, gorgeous costumes, and sky-high clogs. Seeing this, Shibai understood. It was an Oran parading the streets. It was boring. It might as well be Midori Maruko. Shrugging his shoulders, Shibai was about to leave, but unexpectedly saw the true face of that Oran. Although she had pale makeup, Shibai recognized who she was at a glance. Isn't this the Tiger Bchdaki? It's unlucky to catch up with her and parade in the street. Without thinking too much, Shibai turned around and left. However, what Shibai didn't know was that when he was leaving, Daki even glanced in the direction of One leaving. The Shibai who left at the other end was going to go to the snack street to kill him again. At this time, a slightly picky voice suddenly interrupted Shibai's movements. "Boy, why are you leaving in such a hurry? Isn't it nice for Wakui to parade in the street?" Chapter 22 Potion Shibai looked up, and found that the person talking to him was a somewhat scruffy middle-aged uncle, who was carrying a small box on his back, which looked familiar. Shibai sighed, and then said, "What's so interesting? It's just an Oran, or the kind of Oran whose brain is not very good, it's boring. With that time, I might as well eat 2 more Midori meatballs." The middle-aged uncle burst into laughter when he heard what Shibai said. Peeved, "Ha ha ha, you brat, Huakui's brain is not working, boring? You're just too young to understand." For the middle-aged uncle, Shibai could only silently roll his eyes. Yes, the Oran is interesting, but interesting, you go now. First, the sexy Daki cannibalize people online, which can leave all the bones you eat. Even if you are very good, if you knock Daki into the air, then you will like to mention Gyutaro. This is more interesting, and you can be peeled like a potato. Let you die very decently. The 6th of the first string, is it not decent to kill people by yourself? Isn't this process very interesting? For this middle-aged uncle, Shibai really didn't want to say anything, so he was going to leave and go to eat something. Unexpectedly, this middle-aged uncle would not give up, grabbed Shibai by the shoulder, pointed to the Izakaya beside him and said, "Boy, don't eat any snacks, those are for children. Come on, follow me there, that's when men should eat." Without hesitation, Shibai directly refused. "Forget it, uncle, do you have no money to drink and come here to lie to children? You look so boring, I have to leave beforehand." After speaking, the pace of his feet quickened a little, and he was about to leave here. From Shibai's point of view, this middle-aged uncle simply has no money to drink to cheat himself. Before he could take a few steps, the voice of the middle-aged uncle sounded from behind again. "Who would lie to a child with strange powers and idleness, don't you think so?" Hearing this, Shibai's steps froze suddenly, and he turned his head to look coldly at the middle-aged uncle. "What did you say?" When the middle-aged uncle saw it, he just smiled and said, "What's wrong, kid? I'm wrong. Is this how you treat your savior?" The words, savior, brought back Shibai's memories. Advertisement at that time, I got chi, then drained and passed out, and appeared at the foot of Mount Sagiri when I woke up. Was it this middle-aged uncle who saved him? Looking at Shibai's appearance, the middle-aged uncle continued, "It seems that you have remembered." Without waiting for Shibai to speak, he grabbed Shibai's shoulders and dragged him to the Izakaya beside him. What's the matter? Let's go to the Izakaya to talk about it. That's the place to talk about it. Let's go. Although Chibai would like to say that you can actually talk at the food stall, but the middle-aged uncle is the savior of Own, and it seems not good to refuse him. So Chibai was dragged by the middle-aged uncle and walked into an Izakaya. As soon as he entered the Izakaya, the middle-aged uncle came to the spirit. Finding a seat skillfully, then sitting down, ordering food, all the actions were done in one go. If the middle-aged uncle hadn't saved his life, Chibai would have thought he was here to cheat food and drink. His movements are really too skilled. After a while, the sake was served, and the middle-aged uncle poured himself a glass and drank it all down, and then said, although the Oran doesn't like me, it's good to have wine. Chibai. Damn, this guy is here to cheat food and drink. After another glass of wine, the middle-aged uncle looked at Chibai. My name is Izumo. I don't care what you want to call me, now you can ask me whatever you want, but I can't guarantee the answer. Chibai. It's the same as not saying anything. Listening to what you have to say is like listening to what you have to say. It's true, this guy is here to cheat food and drink. Hey, Chibai sighed, although he was helpless, he still said the question of Own. Who are you? Why did you save me, and why did you send me to the foot of Mount Sagiri? After hearing this, Izumo showed a bit of helplessness on his face. You kid, did I hurt your brain when I rescued you last time? I said, my name is Izumo, is there a problem? Chibai's cheeks twitched after hearing this, and there was a bit of unkindness in his eyes. Seeing this, Izumo hurriedly said, ahem, just kidding, don't be angry. Advertisement, actually, I'm a doctor. As a doctor, what I want to do is to save lives and heal the wounded, that's why I saved you. As for why you were sent to the foot of Mount Sagiri, it was to find a way out for you. Urokodaki Sakanji and I are friends, he must have told you this. Hearing this, Chibai didn't say anything more, because the meals for the two of them just came up, so why eat beforehand? The food in this izakaya is not bad, but the portion is small. In front of Chibai, it was almost 2 mouthfuls with an empty plate, which made Izumo on the side look stupid. He murmured. Damn, is this kid still human? That's 6 special nutrient solutions, how can this be so edible? When Chibai, who was eating, heard this, he suddenly raised his head and asked in a mumbled voice, woo. Izumo covered his eyes and said, I said special nutrient solution. At that time, you became a human being. I injected you and you came back to life. That nutrient solution, 1 bottle is enough for a person's nutritional consumption for a month. You used 6 in 1 gulp, and you're still like a starved ghost reincarnated. Hearing this, Chibai was shocked. The special nutrient solution was consumed for a month. Is this something a general doctor can do? Thinking of this, Chibai continued. At $, and percent, hash. Izumo waved his hand and said, that's not important, I'm very curious about what is absorbing nutrients in your body, can you tell me? When the two talked, the people around them were dumbfounded. How did these two communicate? However, the two didn't care about this matter. At this time, Chibai swallowed the food in his mouth and said, impossible. Also, if you have anything to say, don't you feel bad for covering up like this? I don't believe you only came to me for dinner. I'm afraid this encounter is not a coincidence, is it? After hearing this, Izumo suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. You really hit the mark. I really have something to ask you. It's a good thing for you to rest assured. However, Chibai did not believe him. Before Chibai could speak, Izumo took out something and put it on the table with a snap. Boy, this is a member of your ghost killing team. He asked me to develop a body-enhancing potion. I'm missing someone now. Help me experiment with the effect. Exactly, you are a member of the ghost killing squad. Would you like to try this potion for me? Chapter 23 My money was stolen potion? A potion that can improve the body of members of the ghost killing squad? Is this stuff real or fake? Looking at Izumo who was drinking, Chibai hesitated, not knowing whether to believe him or not. After all, this kind of thing has never appeared in the original work, and it has never been mentioned. Izumo felt Chibai's suspicious gaze, raised his head and said, try it yourself, if you don't try it, I can find someone else to try it. After struggling for a moment, Chibai took the small bottle from the table. How to use this thing? It's very simple, open it and drink it, and then use the breathing method with all your strength, Izumo said. Chibai nodded after listening. Okay, I see, I will find a place to drink later, is there anything else? No more. After Izumo finished speaking, he picked up a glass of wine and was about to drink it, as if he remembered something, he said again. The breathing method with full force will allow you to slowly absorb the medicine. If there is no breathing method, the medicine will be absorbed quickly. Your body won't take it. When you come to Asakusa next time, I will check the effect of the potion. Okay. Chibai agreed, and conveniently put the medicine into his pocket. At this moment, Chibai thought of a question. What if I don't come to Tokyo for the next 10 years? This sentence directly made Izumo, who was drinking, choke. Ahem, cough. What are you talking about? You won't be here for the next 10 years. What's wrong? You're the leader of the Demon Slayer squad. After speaking, Izumo rolled his eyes. Chibai chuckled and didn't speak anymore. Instead, Izumo stood up and walked outside. While walking, he said, okay, don't talk nonsense, you can come back within a year. I still have something to do, so I won't talk to you, a kid. I'll go first. It's okay for you to treat me to dinner, right? After speaking, he left without looking back, leaving Chibai sitting there alone. It wasn't until Azuma left that Chibai took out the potion and took a look. I saw the blood-red potion in the glass, and under the light, it gave people a strange feeling. Much like the ghost's blood-red eyes? Advertisement? This thought directly made Chibai break out in a cold sweat. Damn, how could he think so? On the other side, Azuma, who left the Izakaya, found a small alley and got in. After making sure that there was no one around, he jumped into the distance and disappeared. When he disappeared, he was still talking to himself. He grows really fast. I'm afraid he can kill the weakest lower string. But it's still too weak. No, it's not enough. I hope this special potion can make him stronger. If there are no accidents, it will be fine when we meet next time. Chibai at this end put away the potion, settled the meal money at the Izakaya, and prepared to find a place to rest. Walking out of the Izakaya, Chibai was a little confused. It seems that he has nothing to do except rest now. As for the potion, we'll talk about it when we go back. And I have to ask Urokodaki Sakanji about the specific situation of this doctor to see how much he knows. Enhance the potion of the members of the ghost killing team. Tisk tisk tisk. How can there be a free lunch in the world? Looking around, Chibai finally decided that he should go directly to find a place to sleep. So Chibai started the journey of finding accommodation. I don't know how long it took, but the people in Asakusa area almost dispersed, and Chibai couldn't find a place to live. It's not that Chibai is picky, but really, I can't say it. Either the accommodation is full, or the place is not suitable for children. There is no suitable place for Chibai to live at all. Just when Chibai was having a headache about where to stay tonight, someone suddenly bumped into One, causing him to stumble. Before Chibai could speak, the man said sorry first, and left in a hurry. Chibai didn't bother to worry about this kind of thing. After all, he was distracted and there was nothing he could do. He had to think about where to sleep tonight. At this time, Chibai suddenly thought of the Vine House, a place that provides lodging, meals, and treatment for members of the ghost killing squad. It seems that there seems to be a family in Yoshihara, and you can stay for one night by yourself, not to mention free, and save money. Speaking of saving money, Chibai touched his wallet, and his expression froze in the next second. FK. What about the purse? Gone. What's going on? Only then did Chibai realize that the person who bumped into the owner just now stole the owner's money. Advertisement, that's the money for Sabito and Mikomo's shopping. If the two of them knew about this, would they have to laugh away? Who can believe that a member of the ghost killing squad can still have their money bags stolen by others? So Chibai hurriedly turned around and looked for the person who bumped into One just now. Coincidentally, the person who stole his wallet did not leave in a hurry, but checked how much money was in the wallet by the side of the road. Looking at the back, that person is still a child. Dare to steal my money? Damn, I'll turn your brat into a dead kid. Chibai scolded, and angrily walked towards the kid. Just when Chibai was approaching the child seemed to sense something, suddenly looked back at Chibai, grabbed the money bag and ran away. Chibai, who was supposed to catch up, froze in place at this moment. There is no other reason. This child, Chibai knows, of course, unilaterally. The moment he turned his head, Chibai saw the child clearly. Almost black hair and blue eyes, thick eyebrows, wearing hooked jade pendants and bracelets. These characteristics are very consistent with a person. That's Kaigaku, our brother Crumbs, the instigator of 30% of the tragedies in Demon Slayer. Chibai really dreamed that his own money would be stolen by this guy. If it was someone else, Chibai might have given up, but if it was Kaigaku, even if his leg broke today, he would still have to catch up with him. Kill him, by the way. Thinking of this, Chibai didn't hesitate anymore, and circulated the chi to flow to his legs. Under the blessing of chi, Chibai jumped out with a whoosh, heading straight for the direction where Kaigaku was escaping. The two just chased and fled. Although Chibai runs very fast, he can never catch up with Kaigaku. Every time he gets close, Kaigaku can always find a hidden path to escape. I have to say that Kaigaku is really familiar with this environment. After several times, Chibai's patience began to run out, but a solution suddenly emerged in Chibai's mind. I saw Chibai stopped, picked up a stone, aimed at Kaigaku's back, and shouted, "Eat me a super electromagnetic gun. No electromagnetic version." Immediately, the wrist exerted strength, and the stone was thrown out with a whoosh. There was a muffled bang, and Kaigaku fell to the ground, and the money bag in his hand flew out and fell to the ground beside him. Advertisement Chapter 24 Tamayo wants to see me. Seeing this, Chibai hurried over to capture Kaigaku alive. What Chibai didn't expect was that Kaigaku quickly got up from the ground. Without even looking at the money bag, he plunged into the side alley. By the time Chibai arrived, Kaigaku had already disappeared. Looking at Chibai in the alley where Kaigaku disappeared, he took a tui. Damn it. Kaigaku stole my wallet, and let him run away. Shame on me. Wait, it's not like we won't see you anymore. Let's see you on Taoshan in a few years. I'll see if Gojiro Kuwashima can keep you. 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. What is this wave called? This wave is called impotent rage. Chibai opened the money bag and looked at it, and found that there was nothing missing, so he breathed a sigh of relief, and stuffed the money bag into his bosom again. Then he turned around and left the alley, and began to look for the Vine House. After a while, Chibai found the sign belonging to the Vine House on the Flower Street. Seeing this, Chibai hurried over. At this moment, Chibai had only one thought in his mind. After running around all day, he could finally rest. After walking a few steps, a voice interrupted Chibai's footsteps. Please stay, there is an adult who wants to see you, please follow me. Chibai. There is an adult? Oh, understood, it's Sophie? Wait, isn't he in Nebula M78? This? When Chibai was still puzzled, a figure came out from the darkness and appeared in front of Chibai. I saw a young man with dark green hair, wearing a Western-style lining and a white kimono outside. At this time, he frowned tightly, as if there was something unhappy. This person, Chibai recognized at a glance, was Yushiro. Then the adult in his mouth is Tamayo? Thought it was Safina? Advertisement. Wait, Chibai suddenly felt something was wrong. Ever since I crossed over, I haven't had any contact with Tamayo. Why does Tamayo want to meet me? Although he was puzzled, Chibai said politely, Ah, my lord, what is my lord? It's too late today, how about tomorrow? Okay. After hearing this, Yushiro frowned even tighter. No, it's only today. It's your honor that the lord wants to see you. You'd better come with me. After speaking, Yushiro walked forward regardless of whether Chibai followed or not. In Yushiro's impression, no one could refuse Tamayo's invitation. Looking at this scene, Chibai rubbed his temples with some headaches. Tamayo saw that he wanted himself. What is this all about? Having said that, Tamayo has nothing to do with himself. One is a human, the other is a ghost. What is the intersection? Yes, Tamayo is a ghost, and of course Yushiro is also a ghost. However, they are not ghosts under Kibutsuji Muzan, and naturally they are not controlled by Kibutsuji Muzan. Chibai is still clear about their origins. Tamayo is a doctor, but Muzan took a fancy to her doctor status, so he turned her into a ghost and took her with him. Later, Muzan hit the ceiling and was hacked into a dog. Tamayo also took this opportunity to escape from Muzan, and carried out a major transformation on himself, completely getting rid of Muzan's control, and getting rid of people as food. As for Yushiro, it is much simpler. He is terminally ill and Tamayo transformed him into a ghost. By the way, Yushiro actually likes Tamayo. Chibai thought for a while, and finally decided to ignore Yushiro. He is very tired now. So continued to walk towards the vine house. Yushiro, who was walking in front, found that Chibai hadn't followed. Not only was he angry, he turned around to look for Chibai. When he saw that Chibai was about to step into the vine house, he quickly ran over and stopped Chibai. You be *****D. How dare you refuse that lord's invitation? It's unforgivable. Chibai sighed, and when he was about to say a few words, the system suddenly rang. Trigger task. Close black lens bracket. In Yushiro's eyes, Tamayo is the best and most important, so he must do what Tamayo ordered, close black lens bracket. But his behavior has already affected your rest. You are furious, and decide to teach Yushiro an unforgettable lesson. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket in front of Yushiro. Tell him loudly, Tamayo or something, the ugliest, close black lens bracket. Task reward. Beast whisperer. Note. Can understand all animal languages. Your crow thinks this reward is great, close black lens bracket. Seeing this task, Chibai suddenly felt that this system's ability to reverse black and white is still very strong. Although Yushiro really disturbed On's rest, he was not too angry, just a little annoying, not enough to retaliate. To say Tamayo is ugly is, well, an exaggeration. One thing to say, Tamayo is a big beauty. Looking at the reward, Chibai hesitated. However, the hesitation is only a few seconds. This reward is really useful. So Chibai accepted the task. Turning his attention to Yushiro in front of him, Yushiro stared at Chibai angrily, as if he was going to eat him in the next second. Chibai sighed softly. Okay, you won, I'll go with you to meet that lord, and lead the way. Yushiro, who was thinking about how to match up with Chibai, felt a punch hit the cotton when he heard this. He opened his mouth and didn't say anything. Under the leadership of Yushiro, the two came to the depths of a dirty alley. Seeing this alley, Chibai looked familiar, but couldn't remember if he had seen it before. I wanted to stop and take a closer look, but Yushiro said, follow me closely, don't look around. After speaking, Yushiro came to the end of the alley and walked directly towards the stone wall, and then Yushiro's figure disappeared. Chibai knew that this was Yushiro's blood ghost technique, Muyin. Muyin is a blood ghost technique related to sight. It can be activated through spells, and can block other people's sight or see things that ordinary people cannot see. It can also create illusions and even create large-scale enchantments. At this time Yushiro poked his head out from the wall and urged, come in quickly, before there is no one else. After hearing this, Chibai nodded and stretched his feet to step in. However, when he stepped into the wall with one foot, he saw a human-shaped pattern on the ground of the alley, which was exactly the same size as himself 2 months ago. It wasn't until this time that Chibai realized that Azuma rescued himself in this alley, and at the end of the alley was Tamayo's home. Now, Chibai understood why Tamayo wanted to see him, probably because of Azuma. Chibai came back to his senses, and when he was about to step forward with the other foot, a pulling force suddenly appeared, pulling Chibai over at once. Before Chibai could see clearly, he heard Yushiro's scolding voice. It's really annoying. How could that adult meet a clumsy person like you, who can't even walk? Chapter 25 Mission complete. Chibai shrugged and didn't say anything. After all, he was fractionated divinity, so there was nothing he could do. Seeing that Chibai was silent, Yushiro didn't say anything and brought Chibai to the gate of the villa. Just when he was about to enter, Yushiro stopped suddenly, and Chibai, who was following behind, almost didn't brake the car. "Damn, what are you doing? Can you squeak when you stop?" Chibai said angrily. But Yushiro suddenly turned his head and said with a serious face, "Wait a minute, you will meet the most beautiful, gentle and best Master Tamayo. You must be polite, don't be clumsy, you hear me?" Looking at the serious Yushiro, Chibai nodded helplessly. "I'm really convinced by Yushiro, the old six." Immediately, the two entered the gate of the villa and came all the way to Tamayo's room. Yushiro knocked lightly on the door, walked in, and said softly, "I'm back, Master Tamayo." A gentle voice came from the room, "Thank you, Yushiro." Until then, Chibai didn't see Tamayo's appearance clearly. I have to say that real people are far better looking than anime. Black hair, purple pupils, wearing a purple kimono embroidered with flowers, white skin, not that pale, very beautiful. "Hey, don't look at Master Tamayo like that, you are very rude," Yushiro poked Chibai and said angrily. Regarding these words, Chibai directly ignored them. "See what you can do. You can still lose a piece of meat." Seeing Chibai, who was ineffective in dissuading him but even more presumptuous, Yushiro clenched his fists tightly, looking like he could explode at any time. At this moment, Tamayo got up and said, "I'm sorry to call you over so late, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Tamayo, and the child's name is Yushiro. I hope you can get along well." He pointed to Yushiro. "Also, Yushiro and I are both ghosts, but don't worry, we don't eat people." Seeing Yushiro's expression, Chibai silently rolled his eyes. "Can this get along well? I just looked at it a few more times, and I looked like I was going to kill me." Chibai ignored the latter sentence directly, after all, he had already known both of them. But Tamayo introduced himself, and Chibai couldn't be worse, and said, "My name is Chibai, a member of the Ghost Slayer team. Yushiro and I still get along very well. I know that if I want to eat human hands, Yushiro has already done it to me, so why wait until now? As for getting along with Yushiro, seriously speaking, it's a good match." Tamayo smiled after hearing this. She had a nice smile. But Chibai just glanced at it and didn't look at it again. If he kept looking at it, Yushiro might say something again. "I still listen to the system, and I will give him a fatal blow soon. Advertisement, I'm going to make tea. Yushiro, please treat Chibai for me first." After speaking, Tamayo turned and left. Only Chibai and Yushiro were left, staring wide-eyed. The atmosphere at this time was a little dignified. Looking at Yushiro, Chibai decided to break the dignity first. So he said first, "Yushiro, who do you think is the most beautiful woman?" Yushiro replied without hesitation, "Of course it is Master Tamayo." "Like this?" Chibai nodded. "I want to say, isn't Tamayo the best looking?" Chibai asked again. "Are you kidding? Tamayo-sama is the most beautiful, the best looking," Yushiro roared. Chibai waved his hand, looked directly at Yushiro, and said in a word, "Tamayo is not the prettiest, and she is ugly." At the moment of making a fool of himself, Yushiro instantly petrified, but he reacted quickly. He slapped the table and got up, grabbed Chibai's hand, and roared, "You be *****D. What are you talking about? You said Master Tamayo is ugly, you want to die." And Chibai waited until the system prompted. Open black lens bracket mission completed, close black lens bracket. Facing Yushiro's anger, Chibai took his time and pointed behind Yushiro. "Miss Tamayo, are you back?" In the next second, Yushiro sat there obediently, as if nothing happened. Seeing Yushiro like this, Chibai couldn't help showing a smirk. "I lied to you, Yushiro. Damn it, this person not only called Mr. Tamayo ugly, but also made fun of himself. Unforgivable. Chibai. You damn it guy, I'm going to beat you to death today." But Chibai pointed behind him again. "Miss Tamayo, let me help you." Yushiro didn't believe this at all. "I don't believe you." But Tamayo's voice really came from behind him. "Yushiro, what are you doing? Don't use violence. In this way, I will be angry." Hearing this, Yushiro felt bad all over and sat down immediately. Seeing this scene, Chibai showed his white teeth to Yushiro. Advertisement. Yushiro was so angry that he wanted to eat Chibai. Tamayo returned to his seat and poured a cup of tea for Chibai, and only then did he talk about today's topic. "Chibai, do you know why I came to you today?" Chibai shook his head. "I don't know, in fact, I'm also very curious what you want me to do. You know, before that, we never knew each other." Tamayo smiled and said, "Well, indeed, we did not know each other before that. Do you still remember what happened in this alley 2.5 months ago?" Hearing this, Chibai understood that it was really aimed at him and Izumo. After thinking about it, Chibai said, "I only remember a general idea. I ran into this alley and almost hit the wall. A middle-aged man grabbed me. I don't know after that, I passed out in a coma." Tamayo nodded after listening. "Well, it seems that you really don't know what happened next, so let me tell you." Chibai sat up straight, waiting for Tamayo to speak. However, without waiting for Tamayo to speak, Yushiro said, "Master Tamayo, let me tell you, take a break." Chibai. "How about a few words, as for rest? After you fell into a coma, that middle-aged man injected you with an unknown drug." "Unknown medicine? That should be the special nutrient solution that Izumo said?" Speaking of the special nutrient solution, Shibai suddenly remembered the so-called potion for improving the body in his mouth. Then, he watched you, Yushiro said again. This is also normal, and you have to observe it after taking medicine. But Yushiro's next words directly shocked Shibai. After a few minutes, a flying ghost came from the sky. Hearing this, Shibai's scalp tightened. That ghost was probably sent by Muzan to hunt down On. But this ghost killed by that middle-aged man, with a wave of his hand, without using Nichirin blades. What? Shibai slapped the table and stood up, with a look of disbelief. You can kill ghosts without Nichirin blades. This is directly confusing. At this moment, Tamayo spoke. So, we also want to know who he is, so we asked you to come here. Chapter 26 Differences in Blood. Hearing Tamayo's words, Shibai also fell silent. Who is he? At present, Shibai also only knows very little information about Izumo. For example, his name is Izumo, he's a doctor, and he looks like he's making a crazy noise. Why do you say that he is crazy? At least in this era, which doctor can come up with that special nutrient solution, and that so-called body strengthening potion? Thinking of this, Shibai shook his head. I don't know, he just saved me. As for the rest, I don't know anything about it. As for the so-called body strengthening potion, I don't want to tell Tamayo that although Tamayo is a friend, I don't know her well. Tamayo was not surprised after hearing this, thought for a while and said, so, can I collect some of your blood? Shibai, who was a little sleepy at first, immediately stood on end when he heard this. What are you doing? Is this going to study and steady yourself? Are you planning to slice it next? Tamayo doesn't slice himself though. Miss Tamayo, what are you planning to do? What do you want my blood for? Shibai asked. After hearing this, Tamayo replied, don't panic, I'm just curious about what he injected you and whether you can see anything from your blood. Shibai hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. Yushiro took a self-made syringe and drew a little of Shibai's blood, rarely as much as a small test tube. Shibai said that he didn't feel bad about it. However, an accident happened. When the syringe was pulled out, Shibai didn't press the wound in time. A drop of blood flowed out and dripped on the table. Shibai laughed awkwardly, and was about to reach out to wipe off the blood. After all, it was very impolite to look like this. Unexpectedly, Yushiro suddenly said something that was not quite right. Very. So fragrant blood. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Yushiro realized that he had said something wrong, shut his mouth immediately, turned around and took out the test tube in his hand. But his eyes stayed on the drop of blood on the table. At this time, Shibai's urgin surged up, stained a little blood on the table, smelled it and said, smell? Why can't I smell it? Advertisement. After seeing Tamayo on the side, a huge drop of sweat from the anime appeared on his forehead. Out of curiosity about what Yushiro said just now, Tamayo also dabbed a little bit of blood and smelled it, with a bit of surprise in his eyes. Before Shibai could speak, Tamayo said, it's getting late, Shibai, you can stay here today, and Yushiro will take you to the guest room later. I suddenly have something urgent, excuse me first. After speaking, Tamayo got up and left the room. At this time, two big question marks appeared on Shibai's forehead. What happened? Why did he leave suddenly and let himself stay overnight? Is he the first man to stay overnight at Tamayo's house? It is worthy of research. Although curious, Shibai didn't press further. I am not a fool, looking at the situation, it is probably because of my own blood. After sitting at the table for a while, Yushiro hurried over. Seeing Shibai, he said angrily, Master Tamayo will let you stay overnight. Maybe it's because he's so handsome. After speaking, Shibai rubbed his chin with some narcissism. There is no way this is an indisputable fact. Originally Shibai thought that he could only look at the past when he crossed over, and never paid attention to it carefully. It wasn't until I went swimming in the river with Sabito that I noticed my appearance, so handsome. Hearing this, Yushiro finally couldn't bear it anymore, and kept tapping Shibai's chest with his knuckles. You be *****D. Why are you so narcissistic? Even if you're really handsome, Master Tamayo wouldn't like a guy like you. To this, Shibai retorted very calmly. Why is it that Ms. Tamayo wants to fall in love with someone like you, who likes someone but dare not say it out, and can only write a diary silently, and the diary is updated every minute? After speaking, Yushiro's face couldn't be any redder. What are you talking about? Damn it guy, how do you know? Shibai strikes while the iron is hot. Let me tell you Yushiro, I like to make a bold confession, otherwise I may regret it for life in the future. And strictly speaking, your behavior is called an idiot. Yushiro. This damn it guy not only stayed to disturb his alone time with Mr. Tamayo, but also how could he talk like that? Advertisement. So Yushiro decided not to talk to Shibai anymore, because he was no match for him. Seeing Yushiro like this, Shibai shook his head. It looks like this idiot. Ahem. Yushiro didn't listen to his own words. But Shibai didn't bother to say any more, and followed Yushiro to the guest room. Spread the bedding, lie on it, close your eyes, and fall asleep directly. Just when Shibai was soundly asleep, a shaking shook him from his sleep. Suddenly, Shibai was furious. Yarn, Lin Bei, I can't sleep well no matter what. As soon as he woke up, a golden light wheel appeared in Shibai's hands, exuding such a terrifying aura. Who the hell is arguing with Lin Bei? Can't let me sleep well. Yushiro, who wanted to say a few words, backed away a long way after seeing the golden light wheel in Shibai's hand. After hesitating for a while, he said, Master Tamayo, I need to ask you for something, don't keep Master Tamayo waiting. Hearing Yushiro's words, Shibai finally came to his senses. He was still in someone else's house. He wanted guests to do whatever he wanted, so let's calm down when he got up. They took back the golden light wheel, washed up under the guidance of Yushiro, and then went out to meet Tamayo together. By the way, I looked at the sky, the sky is only slightly cooler and the sun has not risen. If it rises, Yushiro probably won't wake himself up. Follow Yushiro into the basement and come to a room with some medical equipment, Tamayo is here. After seeing Shibai, Tamayo said, sorry for waking you up so early. It's okay. Hey, Shibai said with a sigh. Yushiro on the side stared at Shibai very seriously. His mind was full of the golden light wheel that appeared in Shibai's hand just now. His intuition told him that the light wheel was very dangerous, he must be careful. At this time, Tamayo held a test tube and said to Shibai, Shibai, I found that your blood is a little different. Huh? What's the difference? Shibai asked. Could it be that his blood is thin blood? Speaking of thin blood, we have to talk about the Shinazugawa family. There is a saying that there is a 100-year-old mountain in the water, and Shinazugawa in the blood. The Shinazugawa Sanemi of the Shinazugawa family is not only thin blood, but also the thin blood of thin blood. However, what Tamayo said next broke Shibai's conjecture. Chapter 27 Homecoming. Your blood is very different from that of ordinary people. I thought it would be thin blood, but it is not thin blood. Hearing Tamayo's words, Shibai scratched his hair. It wasn't thin blood, what was that? You know, thin blood is rare, and if a ghost eats one person with thin blood, it is equivalent to eating 100 people, and the effect is very powerful. As for Shinazugawa Sanemi mentioned before, his thin blood is the thin blood of thin blood. Ordinary ghosts will get very drunk after smelling it, and even Kokoshibu, one of the top strains, will get slightly drunk after smelling it. However, Tamayo said that he is not thin blood, but his blood is very special, so what is it? At this time, Shibai had a flash of inspiration and suddenly understood what Tamayo meant. I see, Miss Tamayo. You said my blood is different, is it because I have high blood lipids and high blood sugar? It stands to reason. No, although I can eat very well, I am not very willing to eat sweets, and I am not very willing to eat greasy ones. If this is the case, please ask Ms. Tamayo to help me recuperate, please. After Tamayo and Yushiro heard this, a big question mark appeared on their faces. After hearing this, Tamayo hurriedly explained. No, it's not like this. Your body is very healthy, please don't think too much about it. What I mean is that the activity of your blood cells is particularly high, and it has not lost its activity after leaving the body. And it lasted for a long time, it's probably like this. Hearing this, Shibai suddenly realized, it turned out to be like this. On's body is nourished by chi, so it is full of natural vitality. Shibai thought for a while before asking. Then, what exactly is Miss Tamayo looking for me for? Tamayo hesitated for a moment before saying, I thought, could you leave some more blood and let me study it thoroughly? I'm currently researching how to turn ghosts into humans. Your blood will play a big role, so. Hearing this, Shibai thought for a while, and finally agreed to Tamayo's request, but providing blood was not free. Shibai asked that when the potion was researched, he would share it among himself, and he would also make some potion for himself when the time came. It was Shibai's temporary thought to make some potions for himself, and he would probably need the potions made by Tamayo in the future. Tamayo hesitated for a while, but agreed to Shibai's request. Seeing that Tamayo agreed, Shibai was naturally not stingy. He looked around and found a bottle with about 500 milliliters. Advertisement: pull out Nichirin blades and cut a cut on his hand, aim at the bottle, with a thought, the blood spurted out and quickly filled the bottle. Tamayo and Yushiro were stunned by this operation. Where is this blood? This is obviously tap water. Shibai didn't take it seriously. Don't be sick. After handing the bottle full of blood to the dazed Tamayo, Shibai said, this is enough, not only for your research, but also for you to taste. Of course I'll drink it after I'm gone. It feels weird to drink it in front of me. Tamayo nodded and agreed after listening. To Shibai, this blood was nothing to mention. The existence of chi almost solved 90% of the problems. Then Shibai followed Yushiro back to the ground. Of course, Yushiro didn't leave the basement, but sent Shibai to the door of the basement. After returning to the guest room to pack up his things, he greeted Tamayo Yushiro again, and Shibai left the villa. Returned to Asakusa. After having breakfast, I started shopping with the shopping list given by Sabito and Mikomo. It wasn't until noon that Shibai completed the purchase. During the period, I bought a few extra kimonos and some snacks for Mikomo. And for Urokodaki Sakanji, Shibai didn't know what he liked, so he bought some pastries. As for Sabito, Shibai brought him a big pea-sized pocket. On the way back to Mount Sagiri, Shibai had a headache. There are too many things on my body, and I can't go fast at all. If I walk back so slowly, I think it will be good to reach Mount Sagiri tomorrow. The helpless Shibai shouted loudly, Dog system, I want storage space. This is the standard equipment for travelers. I thought the system didn't respond, but I never expected that the system actually responded. Trigger task. Close black lens bracket. A real man needs to be fast. Come on, boy, let's have a hearty race. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Return to Mount Sagiri from here. Within 5 hours, you can get rich rewards. Close black lens bracket. Mission reward. 2 cubic meters of storage rings. Remarks. In fact, the original time is no more than 7 hours, but if you have courage, it becomes 5 hours, close black lens bracket. Chibai. Advertisement. This is a really bad task, the task description is terrible, and even the notes are terrible, and it's full of malice. There is no way, this is self-defeating, absolutely. Who made me owe it, I admit it. With a sigh, Chibai accepted the task. A silver ring appeared on Chibai's middle finger out of thin air, and Chibai learned how to use the ring in an instant. Put the Nichirin blades and other items into the ring. Looking at the road in front of him, Chibai took a deep breath, and Chi began to run with full force. Chibai swears that during the final selection, the movement of Chi is not as fast as this time. In the next second, a huge cloud of smoke rose up, and Chibai disappeared in place. It was afternoon. Under Mount Sagiri, Chibai was lying on the grass like a dead dog, panting heavily. Just now he was 1 second short, and the mission failed. Looking at the silver ring on his hand, Chibai smiled. Fortunately, the mission was successful, but his energy was exhausted. After taking a break, he took out those things from the ring, held them in his hand, and walked towards the mountain. After a while, Chibai saw Urokodaki Sakonji's house. Taking a deep breath, Chibai shouted, "Mr. Lindaki, Sabito, Mikomo, I'm back." As soon as the words fell, Sabito and Mikomo ran out of the house, took those things from Chibai, and the three returned to the house together. After sitting down and resting for a while, Chibai took out 2 packages separately from the things he brought back, and took out some clothes from one of the packages, and handed them to Mikomo. "Mikomo, this is the clothes I gave you, do you like it?" Mikomo on the side obviously didn't react, and was stunned for a few seconds before taking the clothes. "Thank you Chibai, I like it very much." After speaking, Mikomo laughed happily. Seeing this, Chibai pushed another package and a pile to Mikomo. After this, Chibai took out another package and handed it to Urokodaki Sakonji. "Mr. Renaki, I don't know what you like, so I brought you some food." Urokodaki Sakonji nodded after taking it. "You have a heart, Chibai." Chapter 28 Sabito. Chibai, you dog. Sabito, who had been waiting on the sidelines, couldn't bear it any longer, and said, "Mine, Chibai." After hearing this, Chibai handed over the things Sabito asked him to bring. "It's here." Sabito took the things, checked it, and made sure that there was nothing missing, then stretched out his hand again. "Huh? What are you doing, rabbit? I forgot to bring you something?" Chibai asked, puzzled. "No," Sabito said. "That's what, look, Mikomo has a gift, Renaki-sensei also has a gift, then I." "Chibai. You won't forget me." Hearing this, Chibai slapped his head. Yes, you are the best buddy, rabbit, how could I forget you? I brought you the best gift, the gifts from Renaki-sensei and Mikomo are even better, not your gift." "Huh? What kind of gift?" Sabito's eyes shone with anticipation. Immediately Chibai leaned close to Sabito's ear and said, "I brought you a big pea-sized pocket." After Sabito heard this, the light in Sabito's eyes suddenly went out, replaced by a distorted face. "Oh, Chibai, you dog, why are you such a dog? You're still so big, I'm going to give you 2 big P***** today." Yes, after our Sabito lived with Chibai-shiong for 2 months, most of the strange words in Chibai's mouth understood what they meant. For example, big push pocket, he means big mouth. Seeing the furious Sabito, Chibai made a grimace. "Lu Wei, idiot rabbit, come and hit me." After speaking, Chibai ran away. "Stop, don't run." Sabito roared after him. Hearing this, Chibai turned around and provocatively said again, "Idiots don't run away, stupid rabbit." "Chibai. You dog, I want to break up with you, focus on breathing." Water breathing. 3 shapes. Flowing dance. Chibai thought that Sabito would still be unable to catch up with him, but what he didn't expect was that Sabito used the breathing method to catch up with him this time. The most desperate thing is that own chi was used up when completing the interspatial ring task, and there was no time to recover. Now there is no chi to use at all, so I can only run with own legs. Damn it, rabbit, you don't talk about martial arts. You even used breathing to chase me, ah. Advertisement. Sabito can't hear Chibai's words at all, and now he just wants to catch Chibai. After starting the breathing method, the distance between the two became shorter and shorter. At this time, Sabito showed a cruel smile. "Chibai, you be ********. You're still so big, I'm going to give you 100 big P******* today. I'll shoot you to death." After finishing speaking, the speed was a little faster. Seeing that he was about to be caught by Sabito and gave him a hard time, Chibai could only call for help from Urokodaki Sakonji loudly. "Rengoku-sensei. Help, look at Sabito, he's turned into a mad rabbit." However, Chibai's plea for help was of no use. Mikomo and Urokodaki Sakonji were watching the excitement, and neither wanted to help Own. Even, Chibai saw that Urokodaki Sakonji's heavenly dog mask shook from time to time. No accident, he was laughing at himself. Suddenly a wave of despair welled up in my heart. A few minutes later, Chibai was ridden by Sabito. "Chibai, aren't you good at running? Why can't you outrun me?" Sabito said. "Rabbit, it's just that I'm not in good shape today. Let me go and let me rest for a while. See if you can catch up with me. Let me tell you, this is called victory without martial arts. Without martial arts, it's like a rat's tail juice," Chibai said. Sabito naturally wouldn't listen to Chibai. Let him go? Impossible. It was hard for me to catch him this time, so I must deal with him well this time. In the next second, Chibai's screams came from Mount Sagiri. Ah, rabbit, you really do it, it hurts, ah. It's not over, it hurts. After a while, the four of them sat down at the table and prepared to eat. However, Sabito looked elated, while Chibai clutched his neck in despair. As for why it is covering the neck instead of covering the neck, it is because Sabito temporarily replaced the big DK with a big neck. After that, Chibai also gave Sabito the gift that belonged to him. Naturally, it is the same new clothes as Mikomo's, and there are some very unique snacks. Sabito is Chibai's best friend, how could Chibai forget to bring him a gift? Dinner was sushi. Chibai turned his grief into appetite, ate more than 300 sushi in one go, and took away half of Sabito's portion. Advertisement. Chibai, who was eating sushi, suddenly thought of Izumo. So he asked Urokodaki Sakanji, Mr. Renaki, can you tell me about your doctor friend? Urokodaki Sakanji, who was having a meal, heard the question, thought for a while and said, is that doctor friend of the old man? The old man is not very clear about him. I only know that he is a doctor with very good medical skills. He is a bit of a fool, but he is still a good person. Sometimes, free medical treatment for the poor. However, Chibai, why did you remember to ask him? After hearing this, Chibai made up a random reason. When I was in Asakusa, Tokyo, I met him, and he said he would give me a physical examination, and it looked like this. Urokodaki Sakanji nodded. Well, he is a very responsible doctor, remember to thank him. Okay. Chibai agreed. After dinner, Sabito and Mikomo went back to rest, while Chibai made a random excuse to go out. Sitting on the grass, Chibai held the so-called body-strengthening potion in his hand. Facing the moonlight, the potion emitted a strange red color, like the eyes of a ghost. Chibai even felt that it was blinking at him. Shaking his head and regaining consciousness for a while, Chibai hesitated whether he should take this bottle of so-called body-strengthening potion. It seems that Urokodaki Sakanji doesn't know much about that Izumo, except that he is a good guy. After hesitating again and again, Chibai decided to take this bottle of medicine. After all, if Izumo had malicious intentions towards him, he could kill him directly the first time he met One. Why wait until now, to do a poison to yourself? Before taking the potion, there is one more thing, which is to restore the own state to the best. If there is chi, even if it is poison, I have nothing to fear. After calming down, Chibai began to recover chi. After a period of time, Chibai's chi has recovered. The night is now darker. Chibai knew that if he didn't take it anymore, Sabito and Mikomo would come out to look for him later. He took out the potion again, opened the bottle cap, and poured it all into One's mouth in one go. Chibai smacked his lips, a bit like strawberry flavor, and a bit of lemon flavor. The taste is okay, but the amount is too small. Chapter 29. Big Muscle. Cough cough cough. Forget it, this thing is a medicine, not a drink. Even if I really give myself another bottle, I won't dare to drink it. If you really want to drink, you can find a place to buy some. If I remember correctly, at this time, there should be that kind of carbonated drink, which seems to be called Hirano water. Shaking his head, he threw out these strange thoughts. Immediately, Chi started to function, and under the leadership of Chi, Chibai entered the legendary internal vision state. There is no way, Chi is so omnipotent, as long as Chibai thinks, it can. In the state of inner vision, Chibai saw that the potion he drank was absorbed by the body at a terrifying speed. Almost instantly, the potion was completely absorbed by the body. Under Chibai's gaze, the cells in his body underwent a sudden change. Under the action of the medicine, every cell is expanding and dividing crazily, almost endlessly. Chibai is getting stronger and stronger under the naked eye. Seeing this situation, Chibai didn't feel happy, instead he frowned. With the help of his chi, he can clearly feel that this kind of strengthening is overdrawing his own body and own potential. If this kind of overdraft is placed on someone else, that person will not be able to feel it. All he can feel is the increase in strength, and then life will flash by like a shooting star. Thinking of this, Chibai broke out in a cold sweat, although he wanted to wipe it off, but he couldn't because he was looking inside. Fortunately, this kind of strengthening is not endless, it only lasted for a short while and then stopped. Chibai felt it carefully. Now his own cells are severely depleted, and part of his body potential has been forcibly overdrawn. If he doesn't care about it, he has a 60% chance of being cool with Ubayashiki Kagaya in 10 years. No wonder you have to let yourself use the breathing method to slow down the absorption speed of the medicine, and the slow absorption speed is also slow to discover. If it was placed on others, it might be really helpless, but it is a small problem here for Chibai. He has chi, which is also the chi of innate. Under the restoration of chi, the deficient cells return to normal bit by bit. The sequelae of forcibly overdrawing the body's potential have also been repaired. After the restoration was completed, Chibai's chi became the same level as before. Seeing Chibai in one scene, I cried. Why is this so pitiful? To put it simply, how can this thing still deduct the upper limit of MP? For example, the original Chibai MP 100/100 becomes 10 out of 10 after the cells are repaired. Fortunately, this can be recovered, and it will be fine when I return from cultivation. Thinking of this, Chibai withdrew from Neishi. When Chibai opened his eyes, he saw an unbelievable scene. Advertisement. His body, which could be regarded as a child at first, has completely changed at this time. Not only is he taller, but he also has a body of muscular body, which is not inferior to the bodybuilders in his previous life. As for the clothes, they have already been blown out, including underwear. Forehead, it's too bad. How can I tell Sabito and the others when I go back to play by myself? It's a trap. However, what to be afraid of? In the distant woods, the voices of Sabito and Mikomo came. Chibai. Where have you been? Chibai, Chibai. Chibai, who heard this voice, covered his face helplessly. Since he couldn't hide, he could only face it. So he replied loudly. I am here. Sabito and Mikomo followed the voice and found a muscular man with good looks, strong figure and ragged clothes. When Mikomo saw it, he cried out in surprise and hurriedly covered his eyes. And Sabito asked nervously, Who are you, Chibai? Where did Chibai go? After hearing this, Chibai showed a wry smile. He is Chibai. But Sabito probably won't believe himself when he says that. Before Chibai could speak, Sabito rang out with a doubtful voice. Are you Chibai? Hearing this, Chibai burst into tears. Good brother, he really recognized himself. It's me. After receiving Chibai's affirmative reply, Sabito and Mikomo asked in surprise. Isn't it? How did you become like this? Regarding this question, Chibai could only shake his head, saying that he didn't know either. After hearing this, Sabito took off his haori and handed it to Chibai. Forget it, let's go back first. I'll ask Mr. Renaki. Mr. Renaki should know. Haori Chibai, who took Sabito, wrapped around his waist, and the three found Urokodaki Sakanji together. Urokodaki Sakanji looked at Chibai, who was taller than himself, and fell silent. After some inspection, I didn't find any problems, and I didn't figure out why Chibai became like this. Finally, after Chibai repeatedly emphasized that he was fine, he let Chibai go back. Advertisement back in the room, Chibai lay on the bed and began to think about the current situation. The current situation is obvious. Any custom potion of the Demon Slayer squad is a gimmick, and Izumo just wants to give this potion to himself and let him use it. This potion can overwhelm the body and make the messenger become stronger quickly. Then comes a question, why is Izumo anxious to make himself stronger? But Izumo itself is not weak. I heard from Tamayo that he can kill a ghost with a wave of his hand without using Nichirin blades. What is it for? At present, there are too few clues, and Chibai can't figure out why even after racking his brains. But he told himself to go to Asakusa to find him, and when he saw him next time, he would know his purpose. The next step is to test how much your body has become stronger. But this seems to be a matter of tomorrow, so let's talk about it tomorrow. Thinking of this, Chibai turned over and fell into a deep sleep. Early in the morning, Chibai gets up. This made Sabito amazed. It was the first time he saw Chibai get up early on his own initiative, and then he took the initiative to get a piece of clothing for Chibai. After putting on his clothes and having breakfast, Chibai started today's test. After going through the previous training process, Chibai didn't react too much and didn't even break a sweat. First, double the training, Chibai is still very relaxed. Gritting his teeth, Chibai finally felt some pressure after the training tripled. According to this intensity, Chibai started a day of training. When it was night, Chibai stopped with a sense of stillness. After dinner, Urokodaki Sakanji remeasured Chibai so that he could order a new Ghost Slayer uniform for him. After the measurement was over, Chibai looked at his data. Height. 180. Is it really the height that a 13-year-old kid can reach? The 15-year-old Chao Luno next door is not as exaggerated as himself. Although helpless, Chibai can only accept it. At least he has become stronger, which is a good thing. The only thing that makes Chibai a little worried is that he won't be locked up by strong men in the future, right? After all, my figure is very expensive. Chapter 30. Time passed slowly, and a month passed in a blink of an eye. The originally hot summer has also come to a cool autumn. For Chibai, this month is simply a magical month. During this month, there were no tasks assigned to Own. This gave me plenty of time to develop. Rigorous exercise, coupled with sufficient food supply, made Chibai's physical fitness once again strengthened by a quarter, and at the same time, Chi also increased a lot. A little more than the previous share. On this day, Chibai was sitting under the tree, holding his chin and looking at Sabito, who was training seriously. Looking at Sabito, Chibai suddenly yelled, "Hey, stupid rabbit, eat me up." After the voice fell, Chibai raised his hand and went straight to Sabito's neck. Okay. When Sabito, who was training, heard this sound, he didn't even think about it. He concentrated on breathing and launched directly, and rolled to avoid Chibai's poisonous hand. Boom. With a muffled sound, Chibai slapped a small hole in the place where Sabito was. Immediately, the waves on the wooden sword in his hand began to surge, and he directly used the breath of water. Type 4. The wave of strike. The billowing wooden sword struck Chibai's leg. There was a click, and Sabito's wooden sword shattered, while Chibai's leg was intact. Looking at the broken wooden sword, Chibai said sadly, "Rabbit, I didn't expect that you would use the breathing method to deal with me." And Sabito said calmly, "What's wrong with my breathing method? It's good enough that I didn't cut you with a real knife. Look, if you slap my neck with that strength, I will become a dead rabbit." As he spoke, Sabito pointed to the small pit that Chibai photographed. Seeing the small pit that was photographed by himself, Chibai scratched his hair with embarrassment. Ha ha ha, what kind of rabbit, I knew you could dodge it, so I used so much strength. What if I didn't dodge that? Sabito asked rhetorically. For a while, Chibai was a little speechless, and after a while he said, if you can't dodge, I will pull back at the last moment. Advertisement. Sabito silently rolled his eyes at this. Just when the two were about to say something, Mikomo's voice came. Sabito. Chibai. It's time for dinner. Today's cooking is kabayaki eel rice bowl. Hearing the word, serve dinner, Chibai grabbed Sabito, put it under his arm, and ran towards the house as if flying. Just as Mikomo finished shouting, Chibai appeared in front of Mikomo with Sabito. It's just that Sabito's face is full of lovelessness. This is not the first time that Chibai has brought me here. I have protested countless times before, but Chibai ignored them all. Now, Sabito can only let Chibai go. Just as the meal was about to be served, the crow, which had disappeared for a month, suddenly appeared at this moment. Ghost killing team Chibai, ghost killing team Chibai. There is a suspected ghost in the south direction. Please hurry to support. Please hurry to support. Its voice is full of urgency. Looking at the kabayaki eel rice close at hand, Chibai burst into tears. Damn ghost, can't you show up a few minutes later? My kabayaki eel rice. Although very reluctant, Chibai quickly changed into the uniform of the ghost killing squad and left Mount Sagiri with the crow. Sabito shouted loudly at Chibai's back. Be careful. Chibai. That's a ghost, you must come back safely. Hearing Sabito's voice, Chibai turned around and waved to Sabito. Don't worry, rabbit, wait for me to come back, and Mikomo, when I come back, remember to prepare kabayaki eel rice for 20 people. Then he left quickly. Only Sabito and Mikomo were left with worried faces. Mikomo looked at the direction where Chibai disappeared, very worried. Sabito, should we notify Renaki-sensei? That's a ghost. Sabito looked at the front firmly and said, no, Chibai will definitely win. I believe in him. He said that he will come back. At this time, Chibai was communicating with the crow. Crow, can you fly faster? Your speed is really too slow. The crow that was leading the way replied subconsciously. Then what can I do? This is already my fastest speed, I'm just a bird. After hearing this, Chibai, who was running, took a leap, grabbed the crow and placed it on On's head. Tell me how to go. Quick, you hold on to my hair, I don't care if you get thrown off. Advertisement. At this time, the crow was a little confused. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. But he still quickly told Chibai the route. After hearing this, Chibai nodded. It's done, I'm going to speed up. The crow on the head nodded after hearing this, and grabbed Chibai's hair. At the next moment, Chibai's chi was running at full strength, coupled with his amazing body, instantly turned into a phantom and rushed forward. Ah! The crow on Chibai's head screamed. 10 minutes later, Chibai rushed to the place suspected to be haunted by the Shiashen ghost. What came into view was that 5 members of the ghost-killing team in uniform surrounded a ghost whose muscles were even more exaggerated than his own. Tisk tisk tisk, isn't it good to plow the ground with this body of muscles? Why are you a ghost? Chibai complained. Chibai seems to have overlooked that he is also a muscular body. Seeing the right timing, Chibai jumped up and kicked the muscular ghost with a flying kick. He also shouted, get out of the way, I don't care about accidental injuries. After hearing the voice, the 5 members of the ghost-killing team raised their heads in unison and looked towards the place where the voice came from. But all they saw was a huge shadow. Seeing this, the 5 hurriedly dodged to the side. Hearing that, with a bang, Chibai kicked the muscular ghost's chest, and the muscular ghost flew out very giving face, hitting the big tree. Chibai, who landed smoothly, said, who of you can tell me what's going on with that ghost? I heard from the crow that it's a string ghost? Among the 5 team members, someone immediately stood up and replied, that's right, that ghost said that he is a ghost. And he also knows blood ghost skills, although I don't know what his blood ghost skills are. I have already notified Zu to come for reinforcements. What we have to do now is to delay him, wait for Zu to arrive. Okay, I understand. Chibai nodded, leave everything to me now, you leave immediately. The team member who answered Chibai's question was very surprised. Don't be brave, that's a ghost, it's very dangerous, you can't do it alone. However, after hearing this, the other 4 immediately ran over and dragged away the 4 team members. One of them said loudly, okay, let's leave here immediately. Chapter 31. Not doing my best. The team member who was caught by the other 3 wanted to say something, but his mouth was covered immediately. Immediately, someone said in his ear, if you want to die, don't take us with you. The price of being a hero is life. Now, there happens to be a big fool who wants to die for us, so why not do it? I advise you not to be ignorant of what is good. The team member wanted to refute after hearing this, but he couldn't get it out of his mouth. What they said made sense, and they didn't want to die. In the end, they could only let them take themselves away from the battlefield. And Chibai didn't care about their affairs at all. All he cared about was the muscular ghost in front of him that seemed to be down. The 5 of them left the battlefield, which just gave him a place to fully play. Watching the muscular ghost under the tree get up, Chibai looked carefully and found that he was not the ghost in the lower string. The most important thing is that there is no sign of closing the string in his eyes. Chibai sighed in disappointment. TCH, it's just a miscellaneous ghost, and it's just an exaggeration. The muscular ghost on the opposite side said angrily after hearing this, Damn ghost killing team boy. Kid. I'm telling you, I'm not a ghost. I'll be able to advance to a ghost in no time. Don't underestimate me. Chibai rolled his eyes after hearing this. Oh, then you are awesome. Then you will immediately advance to the next level ghost. Really amazing. Then what should I call you? The muscular ghost didn't understand the sarcasm in Chibai's words, and continued. Ha ha ha. Just know how powerful you are. Remember my uncle's name. This will be the last name you hear. My uncle is called Baoshan. As long as I eat you and eat a few people, I will be a ghost. Explosive Mountain. Hearing this name, Chibai immediately came to the spirit. Good guy, are you sure it wasn't Mr. Baoshan from the Bald Theater next door who came over? That guy is very powerful, especially his The Underworld series moves are very powerful. It is easy to laugh people to death, very dangerous. It looks like this, Baoshan, this name is really not so easy to call, Chibai muttered. Advertisement. Seeing Chibai's appearance, Baoshan showed a sinister smile. In his opinion, the kid on the other side was already frightened when he heard his name. Next, I only need to reap his life and then eat it, and the matter of advancing and ending will be a matter of course. Looking at his so many muscles, the taste must be very good. Thinking of this, Baoshan couldn't bear it any longer and threw himself directly at Chibai. Seeing Baoshan rushing towards him, Chibai didn't have the slightest intention of dodging, and there was even no expression on his face. Just when Baoshan was about to touch Own, Chibai stretched out his slap as big as a cattail fan, grabbed Baoshan's head, and slammed it hard to the ground. Bang! The entire ghost of Baoshan fell directly to the ground, and his head was directly pressed into the ground. Is this the so-called ghost who was about to be promoted to the lower rank? How weak! I'm afraid he can rank 7th in the lower rank, Chibai mocked. This ridicule is simply shrimp and pig's heart. In 12 Kazuki, there are 6 ghosts on the top string and 6 ghosts on the bottom string. Chibai said that Baoshan is the 7th lower string, which means you are a miscellaneous fish ghost. Baoshan, who was pressed into the soil, was naturally very angry, but he couldn't break free from Chibai's giant hand, and he could feel the strength of his hand pinching his head increasing bit by bit, and he would soon be able to pinch his own head. Fortunately, this kind of thing didn't happen, and when it was almost crushed, its strength stopped increasing. But instead, Chibai's fists rained down. Every punch made Baoshan feel an unforgettable pain, and he screamed again and again in pain. The reason why it hurts so much is because Chibai has covered his fists with a layer of very rare golden chi, so that when he fights like this, he will not be killed by a single punch, but it will also make him feel so painful. Looking at the screaming explosive mountain, Chibai felt nothing in his heart, and even wanted to hit him with more speed, but unfortunately this was already his fastest punching speed. As for the flowing water-breaking rock fist, it is no longer suitable for Chibai to use. The reason is very simple, because Chibai's current muscles are not so flexible when using the flowing water-shattering rock fist, and because of his muscles, he will still be a little clumsy. No way, flowing water-breaking rock fist was originally suitable for people with well-proportioned muscles. The last punch, Chibai held up his fist, and the golden chi on the fist began to condense, when the golden color was a bit dazzling. Advertisement. A punch fell, only to hear a loud bang. The exploding mountain on the ground was directly torn apart by Chibai's punch. Only one head remained intact. Hey, don't pretend to be dead, Baoshan. I didn't use Nichirin blades to chop your head off, how could you be dead? Said, Chibai punched Baoshan's head again. Baoshan's head, which was not moving at first, suddenly opened its eyes after being punched twice, and controlled the rest of its body to quickly escape from Chibai's side. Then under Chibai's gaze, the regeneration was completed quickly. It's just that there is a large hole in his chest that cannot be healed, and that is the wound from Chibai's last punch. Damn it! Baoshan roared angrily. You actually hurt my uncle like this, you deserve to die. Hearing this, Chibai smiled disdainfully. If he hadn't released the water by himself, this guy would have been beaten to death by himself, and he would still have the opportunity to speak up here. So far, he has not used his full strength. Chibai also wants to see how much this ghost who is about to be promoted to the bottom string can let him use it. What are you barking at? Who doesn't know how to speak loudly? Use any cards you have left, Chibai said. When Baoshan heard this, he became even more angry. Okay, boy, let me show you my blood ghost technique. Vampire. Exploding muscles. As soon as the voice fell, the muscles all over Baoshan's body began to squirm, and then began to swell continuously, until Baoshan turned into a little titan with muscles and veins all over his body, and then stopped. As for the blood ghost technique of explosive mountain, Chibai just wanted to say that it is really simple and easy to understand. This is my blood ghost technique, bursting muscles. My current strength is 3 times that of just now, and my body is still very hard. I want to see how you break my hard body. I want to tear your body apart bit by bit, and then eat you. Die. The underworld bury the hand knife. I saw Baoshan's giant hand turn into a hand knife and descended from the sky, heading straight for Chibai's head. Looking at the knife in his hand, Chibai didn't intend to dodge. Instead, he clenched his fist and punched it hard. Get ready to take on this strike, chapter 32. After a loud bang, Chibai was directly nailed into the ground by Baoshan's punch, leaving only one arm exposed. Seeing this, burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, boy, now you know how powerful I am. Just at the moment when Baoshan was being arrogant, Chibai's voice came over. Well, this punch is still a bit interesting, it's not as weak as before. Baoshan's laughter stopped abruptly, and he looked at Chi-Bai who was nailed into the ground with a look of disbelief. I saw Chi-Bai leaping up from the pit, with golden chi wrapped around his body. Baoshan, it looks like you were very confident. You think that punch just now can kill me. Self-confidence is a good thing, but excessive self-confidence is not so good. Hearing this, Baoshan became furious instantly, leapt with both legs, soared into the air, raised his fists and smashed at Chi-Bai's head. When Chi-Bai saw it, instead of dodging much, he yelled, "Good job! Eat me a Lushan Shunlongba." Immediately, he jumped up and punched Baoshan on the chin at a tricky angle. In the next second, Baoshan flew back at a very fast speed, accompanied by a tooth-piercing sound. It was the sound of teeth being smashed, that's all. Seeing Baoshan flying back, Chi-Bai stretched out his hand and grabbed Baoshan's feet and fell to the ground forcefully. With a bang, there was a human-shaped pit on the ground. Relying on the force of falling off the mountain, Chi-Bai rose a little higher in the air. Eat me a Mount Tai meteorite pendant. I saw the golden chi all over Chi-Bai's body suddenly increased. From a distance, it really looked like a golden meteorite falling from the sky. Especially on his legs, there were so many entangled chi that it almost condensed into substance. In the next second, Chi-Bai fell from the sky and went straight to the explosive mountain in the human-shaped pit on the ground. After a loud bang, the air was filled with thick smoke and dust. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the original human-shaped crater had turned into a circular crater. Advertisement and Chi-Bai is now at the very center of the pothole. Under his feet is a mass of rotten meat whose shape cannot be seen clearly, and beside the rotten meat is a mountain of explosions. Now there is only one head left in Baoshan, and he looked at Chi-Bai with fear in his eyes. Seeing Baoshan with only one head left on the ground, Chi-Bai grabbed it and said, "The so-called ghost who is about to be promoted to the bottom is still too weak. I just used half of my strength, and it's not working. It really disappoints me. But who made me a very kind person, I will end your suffering." After finishing speaking, golden light burst out from Chi-Bai's palm, and the golden chi immediately wrapped Baoshan's head. Seeing that Baoshan's head was melting away bit by bit, Chi-Bai didn't bother to continue watching and threw his head into the sky. May you stop being called Baoshan in your next life. If the real Master Baoshan finds out that you used his name, I'm afraid you will die a miserable death. Just when Chi-Bai was about to leave, a figure accompanied by flames suddenly appeared. Breath of flame. 2 types. Rise to summer. I saw a flame cutting towards Baoshan's head from bottom to top, and the head was split in 2 in an instant, turning into flying ash and disappearing. Yo, boy. To kill an evil spirit, you need to use Nichirin blades to cut off his head, instead of throwing his head away. Chi-Bai, who was about to leave, heard this enthusiastic and hearty voice coupled with the signature flaming breath, and knew that Rengoku Shinjiro was coming. By the way, why did he come here? Isn't he guarding the area of Tokyo? It's not that far from Tokyo. Before Chi-Bai could speak, a hand patted his shoulder lightly. Young man. Thank you for your hard work. Delay it to me for support by yourself. You are not injured. At this moment, Chi-Bai really wanted to tell Rengoku Shinjiro that he didn't delay. This ghost had already been beheaded by himself, and you didn't even count as a makeup. Taking a deep breath and calming down, Chi-Bai turned around. No injury, thank you very much, Uncle Mikijiro. You can come to support me. As for Lord Yenju, impossible, does not exist. I don't even call Ubayashiki Kagaya the Lord, but you, Mikijiro, can I still call you an adult? Mikijiro didn't care about what he was called, and was stunned when he saw Chi-Bai's face. It looks familiar, I seem to have seen you somewhere. Although it was a muttering tone, Rengoku Shinjiro's voice was not small at all. The helpless Chi-Bai reminded. I said Uncle Mikijiro, you won't be so forgetful, right? Advertisement, you forgot. We met at the headquarters of the Ghost Killing Squad a month ago, and it was the Lord of the Ghost Killing Squad that you took me to meet. After Chi-Bai's reminder, Rengoku Zhenzhaoling suddenly realized. Oh, so it's you, boy, I haven't seen you for a month, how did you become so strong? You're as tall as me. Young man, you haven't told me what to call you yet. After hearing this, Chi-Bai said, my name is Chi-Bai. As for why I became so strong, it may be taught by Renaki-sensei. Well, I became so strong. After saying this, Chi-Bai couldn't help but blush. Well, Mr. Renaki, please take the blame for me. It turns out that you are a disciple of Renaki Sr. It's no wonder that Rinataki Sr. was also very good back then, Rengoku Shinjiro said. Just when the two wanted to chat for a while, 2 loud grunts sounded one after the other. Huh? A question mark appeared on Rengoku Zhenzhaolang's head, and he said immediately, Chi-Bai, your stomach is rumbling. Tell me the truth, are you hungry? Uncle Zhenzhaoling, it looks like your stomach is ringing too, Chi-Bai said helplessly. After hearing this, Rengoku Zhenzhaoling nodded very seriously. It looks like it's time to eat. Let's go, Chi-Bai, come to my house for dinner today. Hearing this, Chi-Bai's eyes lit up. What did I hear? Going to Rengoku Zhenzhaolang's house for dinner? That means I get to meet Rengoku Kyojuro, and it's 9-year-old Rengoku Kyojuro. This is a limited edition. Before going again, Chi-Bai still has a small problem. Although I really want to go, Uncle Zhenzhaoling, don't you want to guard Tokyo? If you go to your house for dinner now, wouldn't you be AWOL? After hearing this, Rengoku Zhenzhaoling said, Well, you are right, but you have overlooked a very important issue. Ah. What? Chibai asked subconsciously. You know, it's noon now, it's time for lunch. Rengoku turned and walked forward. So go to my house for lunch or something, no problem at all, don't worry, Chibai. These words made Chibai never expect. Thinking about it carefully, there seems to be nothing wrong with what Rengoku said. Chapter 33 Rengoku Kyojuro. Then, I will disturb you, Uncle Zhenzhaoling. After finishing speaking, Chibai followed behind Rengoku Zhenzhaoling. Before taking a few steps, Rengoku looked up at the sky and said, it looks like we need to speed up a little bit, or we might miss lunch. You follow me closely. If you are left behind, I won't wait for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Rengoku Shinjuru's figure turned into a flame and went straight ahead. Seeing this, Chibai naturally understood that this was Rengoku Shinjuru testing himself. Immediately, Chi began to spin rapidly, exerting force on his feet, turned into a phantom, and followed Rengoku Shinjuru in front of him. The two went one after the other, and ran to the home of Rengoku Zhenjuling. Rengoku Shinjuru, who had just arrived at the door, was about to wait for Chibai behind him, but what he didn't expect was that Chibai appeared in front of him when he turned around. Not bad, Chibai, you can keep up with me, it's okay. The main thing is that if you can't keep up, you won't have lunch. After speaking, Chibai took advantage of the opportunity to make a small joke. Rengoku Shinjuru was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Ha ha ha, you kid, how can I rely on you for a meal with a Yanzu? Rengoku Shinjuru said, pushing open the door. At this time, in the courtyard, there was a boy who looked 90% like Rengoku Shinjuru, who was seriously wielding a sword and honing his sword skills. Seeing Rengoku Shinjuru coming back, the boy immediately put down his wooden sword and ran over. Father, you are back. Who is this next to you? After hearing this, Rengoku Shinjuru squatted down, smiled and patted the boy's head. I'm back, Kyojuro. The one next to me is a colleague of the Ghost Slayer squad, his name is Chibai. Then he introduced to Chibai. This is my son, Rengoku Kyojuro, who is 10 years old this year. I told you that he is very talented in swordsmanship. Hello, Kyojuro. Chibai greeted. While saying hello, I was also carefully looking at Rengoku Kyojuro. This is the Rengoku Kyojuro from childhood, a limited edition. Dage was quite cute when he was young, advertisement. But the two father and son look like they were carved out of the same mold, almost exactly the same. I have to say that the genes of the Rengoku family are still very strong. Inheritance has been consistent for hundreds of years. After hearing this, Rengoku Kyojuro replied, Hello, Mr. Chibai, my name is Rengoku Kyojuro, please give me your advice. Then he said to Rengoku Shinjuru, Father, mother is waiting for you in the room. Today, mother's condition is still very good. Upon hearing this, Rengoku Shinjuru had a look of joy on his face. Chibai, sit down first, I'll go and see my wife. After speaking, he rushed to the house in a hurry. At this time, only Rengoku Kyojuro and Chibai were left in the courtyard. Chibai stared at the sky in a daze. At this time he was recalling about Rengoku Kyojuro's family. If I remember correctly, Rengoku Zhenzhaolang's wife should be called Rengoku Ruhuo, and she looks pretty good. Later died of illness, and since then Rengoku Shinjuru has given up on himself, started to drink heavily, gave up guiding Rengoku Kyojuro, and even gave up his duties as Yanzu. Chibai just wants to say, it's really infatuated. And Rengoku Kyojuro became a pillar of flame by studying several family-handed guides to the breathing of flame. As expected of Dage, really inspirational, but I don't know what is going on with Rengoku Shinjuru's wife now. Seriously ill, or terminally ill. Just when Chibai was thinking about these things, Kyojuro suddenly said, Mr. Chibai. The loud voice startled Chibai. What's the matter, Kyojuro? Mr. Chibai, I would like to ask you to guide me in my sword skills. My sword skills have not improved for a long time. Hearing this, Chibai was not only a little excited. Damn, Dage asked me to teach swordsmanship, this is enough for him to brag about it for a while. But unfortunately, I don't know sword skills or breathing techniques, so I can't teach Kyojuro at all. After hesitating for a while, Chibai said, Mr. Makijiro's sword skills are 1,000 times better than mine, so it's not my turn to guide sword skills. You're right. Kyojuro nodded and sat beside Chibai. However, although your father's sword skills are very powerful, he hasn't taught me for a long time. Advertisement, why? Chibai asked knowingly. Hearing this question, Kyojuro, who had always been optimistic, showed sadness on his face. Because mother's health is getting worse and worse, even if father has time, he will go to accompany mother. I don't want to disturb them. Just a few days ago, my mother told me that her time is numbered. Chibai became nervous when he heard this. He didn't expect Rengoku Ruhuo's health to be so poor that it has reached this point. If Rengoku dies, this tragedy will happen again. Now, I am here, and it is time for some tragedies to end. Start by bringing Rengoku back to life. However, would the father and son believe what he said? Kyojuro. Chibai stopped Kyojuro, who was a little depressed. What's the matter, Mr. Chibai? Rengoku Kyojuro asked. At this moment, Chibai turned his head to look at Rengoku Kyojuro, and said slowly, Do you want your mother to live? I should have a way. Rengoku Kyojuro, who heard this, immediately became excited. Really, Mr. Chibai? Just when Chibai was about to say something, Rengoku Genshaoling came out of the room with 3 boxes of bento in his hand. It's really time for you to come Chibai. This is the beef pot bento made by Ruhuo himself. It's delicious. You should try it soon. When Rengoku Shinjiro said this, Chibai could see that he was forcing a smile. After receiving the bento, I opened it and saw that the top layer was a thick layer of beef, and the bottom layer was sweet potato rice. Sweet potato rice. This is Kyojuro's favorite. Kyojuro took the bento, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Mother, how is she?" After hearing this, Mikijiro replied, "It's okay, mother will get better soon." Chibai at the side just sighed silently after hearing this. Immediately after eating a big bento, I was surprised to find that the craftsmanship of this Rengoku Ruhuo is really good. After 3 times, 5 times and 2 times, I finished the bento box. Looking at Mikijiro and his son, the speed of the 2 eating bento is very slow, and their expressions are very dignified. After thinking about it, Chibai said, "Uncle Mikijiro, sometimes it's better not to deceive yourself. Aunt Ruho's life is coming to an end soon. You must have practiced the breathing method, you have already seen it." Chapter 34. I can only save a part. After Rengoku Shinjiro heard this, he put down the lunchbox slowly. There were tears in his eyes, but he kept holding on so that the tears did not fall. "You're right, Ruhuo's time is numbered, but I never want to admit it." Chibai listened quietly, and after Rengoku Shinjiro finished speaking, he asked, "Then what's wrong with Aunt Ruhuo? You must have invited many doctors. Those doctors didn't give a definite cause, didn't prescribe the right medicine?" After hearing this, Rengoku Shinjiro wiped away the tears that were rolling in his eyes, and then said, "The doctor said that after giving birth to Senjuro, he hurt his body and caught a cold. There has been recuperation all the time, but it's getting worse and worse. It just doesn't get better, and then it becomes what it is now. Like this." Chibai nodded. After hearing Rengoku Genshaolang's words, Chibai already had some ideas in his heart, but he still had to see the situation of Rengoku Ruhuo with his own eyes to be sure. So Chibai put forward an own request. "Uncle Mikijiro, can I go and see Aunt Ruho? After all, I have to see the patient to determine what the cause of the disease is." Such an inference is not very accurate. For Chibai's request, Rengoku Genshaoling was very hesitant and wanted to refuse. On the one hand, he doesn't trust Chibai very much, on the other hand, his wife's condition is really bad. Looking at Kyojuro at the side, he looked back at the room, and finally agreed to Chibai's request. "Okay. Chibai, you come with me, but you must move gently, Ruhuo's body is very weak now." Chibai agreed, and then followed Rengoku Shinjiro into the room lightly. After passing the living room, the 3 came to the bedroom, and as soon as they entered the bedroom, Chibai saw Rengoku Ruhuo lying on the tatami. How to say that, anyway, Kyojuro is completely inherited from Mikijiro, and has nothing to do with Rengoku Ruhuo's gentle appearance. Once again, the genes of the Rengoku family are powerful. "Ruhuo, Ruhuo." Rengoku Shinjiro called softly. Lying on the tatami mat, Rengoku Ruhuo slowly opened his eyes after hearing this. "What's wrong, Mikijiro?" Rengoku Ruhuo's voice was very gentle, and his eyes were full of love and reluctance when he looked at Mikijiro. Advertisement. After lightly supporting Rengoku, Mikijiro said, "I found a doctor for you, he is my junior, Mr. Ryodaki's disciple, let him show you." However, Rengoku Ruhuo refused. "No, Mikijiro, I'm very aware of the own situation, I..." Cough cough cough. Before finishing speaking, there was a cough, and Mikijiro hurriedly patted Rengoku Ruhuo's back. Chibai at the side knew that it was time for him to come out. If he didn't speak, he would lose his chance later. So he said, "Aunt Ruhuo, my name is Chibai, I'm here to treat you, don't rush to refuse, please let me read it first." Rengoku Ruhuo looked at Mikijiro, then at Kyojuro, and finally nodded slightly in agreement. After getting the consent, Chibai imitated the appearance of traditional Huxia medicine and began to feel the pulse of Rengoku Ruhuo, which really seemed to be the same thing. But in fact, Chibai knows nothing about medical skills and is blind. However, Chibai is not afraid at all, because Chibai has omnipotent chi. Things that can be solved with chi are nothing. A trace of chi escaped from Chibai's body and entered Rengoku's body along his fingers. After the chi flowed around the body in Rengoku, Chibai did not take back the chi, but scattered the chi to nourish the body. At the scene, Chibai already knew all about the situation of Rengoku Ruhuo. As Rengoku Shinjiro said, Rengoku's fire was indeed caused by the loss of energy and weakness after giving birth, coupled with the occasional cold, which infected the lungs, and finally turned into a very serious tuberculosis. However, there is one thing that is giving Chibai a headache. "I don't have any problems with hurting my vitality. Own innate chi is a professional counterpart. But tuberculosis, this disease was almost hopeless in the Taisho era. The current medical treatment is underdeveloped, and there are no corresponding antibiotics. Self-energy can at most relieve the symptoms, and it is unrealistic to completely cure it." Just when Chibai was thinking hard about the meditation, Rengoku Ruhuo comforted softly. "There is no need to be like this, I still know the situation of my own very well, if you have anything to say, just say it." Chibai waved his hands and said, "It's not that it can't be cured, but other problems." After speaking, he continued to think. All kinds of ways are flashing through his mind. Turning Rengoku into a ghost is definitely not an option, don't ask why. If you are looking for Tamayo, it seems that Tamayo's medical skills are not able to solve this problem. As for our Kochu Shinobu, please, she's just a child right now. Advertisement. Who else is a better doctor than Tamayo? A name suddenly appeared in Chibai's mind, Izumo. He is almost a mysterious guy, only as good as his medical skills. But this guy Izumo is very unreliable. Just when Chibai was thinking about the feasibility of Izumo, Mikijiro couldn't bear it anymore and woke Chibai up. Chibai, what are you talking about? Is it true that you can save Ruhuo? Chibai was so shaken by Mikijiro that all thoughts were lost. Stop, I'm going to throw up, stop. After Mikijiro heard this, he stopped with a look of embarrassment. After the dizziness eased for a while, Chibai said, I can tell you with certainty, I can save Aunt Ruhuo, but I can only save part of it. Both Mikijiro and his son understood the previous words, but the latter was very puzzled by the fact that they could save one. What is part of saving? Seeing the puzzled look of the two, Chibai explained, I can solve Aunt Ruhuo's weakness, but I can't help her other part of the disease. Of course, if Ruhuo Aunt's body is not weak, he can still last for a year or so. Hearing Chibai's words, Rengoku Zhenzhaoling was very excited. Really, Chibai, please save Ruhuo quickly. Kyojuro on the side also said, please, Mr. Chibai, save mother. The voices of the two of them were too loud, which made Chibai feel a headache. Stop, Chibai said hastily. I know, I will save it, but you two must understand that the other part of the disease is the key. If you leave it alone, Rengoku will still die after a year or so. At this time, Rengoku, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. It's okay, it's good to be with their father and son for a while longer, I'm content. Chapter 35 Tempura Rice Bowl. Chibai just rolled his eyes at Rengoku Ruhuo's words. What a joke. On's purpose is to let her live only a year or a half longer. After a year and a half, he died, Mikijiro was depraved, and Kyojuro was left alone. Didn't I have been busy for nothing? No, I disagree, absolutely disagree. Thinking of this, Chibai sighed. How'd I tell you? Forget it, I don't want to explain. I can only talk about that part of the problem later. It's a bit early to say anything now. Before the three could speak, Chibai continued. Okay, Uncle Mikijiro, Kyojuro, please go out for a while, I'm going to treat Aunt Ruhuo. Huh? Mikijiro had some opinions on this, can you not go out? No, Chibai rolled his eyes. If I want to repair the body of Rengoku Ruru with chi, I need to be very focused and not fractionated divinity. If Makashiro is here, if he utters his voice, he can startle himself up, and most of the chi he controls will also slam with it. Exploded. So, Mikijiro and Kyojuro must go out. Although Mikijiro, who was rejected, was unwilling, he still walked out obediently with Kyojuro. After seeing the two go out and close the door, Chibai breathed a sigh of relief. He said to Rengoku Ruhuo Aunt, I will solve part of your illness now, but please don't make a sound unless something happens, please be patient. Chibai was really afraid of the sound Rengoku would make. Mikijiro was rushing in, and then. Rengoku Ruhuo also understood what Chibai was thinking, so he agreed softly to continue. Well, I see. After getting the answer from Rengoku Ruhuo, Chibai held Rengoku Ruhuo's hand, and the chi in the body began to flow into Rengoku Ruhuo's body to restore her body. From noon to night, during this period, Chibai has been very focused on controlling the chi, for fear that if he is distracted, he will directly blow up the fire of Rengoku Lu. Advertisement. Fortunately, this accident did not happen and everything went smoothly. When Chibai took the chi back, Rengoku had already fallen asleep, her expression was very peaceful, and there was some blood on her pale face. Huh. Chibai breathed a sigh of relief. The treatment was very successful, and the upper limit of MP was reduced a little, but he could recover soon. Come in. Chibai said towards the door. As soon as the voice fell, the door was pushed open, and three figures, one big, two small, hurried in. Seeing Rengoku, who was sleeping, Mikijiro reached out to wake him up, but was stopped by Chibai. Uncle Mikijiro, don't wake up Aunt Ruhuo, let her take a good rest, she hasn't had a good rest for a long time. Only then did Mikijiro withdrew his own hand. Let's go outside and talk. Chibai got up and walked into the yard after speaking. After hearing this, Mikijiro picked up the two children and hurriedly followed Chibai. After waiting in the courtyard, Chibai said, Ruhuo Aunt's situation has stabilized now, and all he needs to do is rest well, then. Before Chibai finished speaking, Mikijiro couldn't wait to give him a hug. I see, thank you very much, Chibai. You are the most important benefactor of our Rengoku family. Come on, become my stepson. Learn my breath of flame, and I will make you the best pillar of flame. Chibai. What the hell, I see you as a friend, but you want me to be your stepson. And I am a pillar of fire, what about Kyojuro, should he be a pillar of fire? Rengoku Shinjiro, there is something wrong with you. Chibai was so frightened that he pushed Mikijiro away and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Don't, the breath of flame is not suitable for me, and please don't interrupt me. Chibai went on to say, Aunt's disease has only partially healed, but the other part is still very serious. I have been wondering what to do with the other part of her disease. After finishing speaking, Chibai sighed, this era really makes people's brains hurt a bit. At this time, Chibai suddenly felt someone tugging on own clothes, and then a childish voice sounded. Thank you for saving my mother. After hearing this, Mikijiro laughed, stretched out his arms to pick up a child, and introduced to Chibai. This is my youngest son, Rengoku Chinjiro. Advertisement, he was sleeping when you came, so you didn't see him. Don't worry, I will actively think of ways to treat Ruhuo here. Chibai really wanted to tell Mikijiro that 11 out of 10 doctors you found were useless, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it and just nodded silently. I'd better ask Tamayo first if he can heal it, and if it doesn't work, go find Yun. Although I really don't want to find Yun. Just when Chibai was in a daze, Mikijiro said again. Chibai, thank you very much today, you saved Ruhuo and the whole family. If there is no Ruhuo in the future, I really can't imagine what it will be like. So, please stay and have a light meal. Please don't be disgusted, I will visit you someday and thank you personally. Chibai waved his hands after hearing this. It's not necessary to come to the door to thank you, it's just a trivial matter. However, I have a small problem. What? Mikijiro asked. Ruhuo aunt is still resting now. Why do you treat me to dinner? Go out to buy. Or do you know how to cook? Speaking of Rengoku Shinjiro being able to cook, Chibai would not believe it even if he killed him. At least in this place and time Chibai would not believe it. But what Chibai never expected was that Rengoku Shinjiro could really cook. Hey, what's wrong with cooking? Of course I can cook. After Ru got sick, I learned how to cook, ha ha ha. I didn't expect that. After speaking, Mikijiro turned and went straight to the kitchen. Then please wait a moment, Chibai, I'm going to make tempura rice bowls for now, soon. With a bang, the kitchen door closed, and only Chibai and Kyojuro were left in the courtyard. While coaxing Shin's howling, Kyojuro said to Chibai, thank you for saving mother, Mr. Chibai, father hasn't been this happy for a long time. In the past, he always forced a smile on his face. Chibai patted Kyojuro on the shoulder, you are welcome. There are some things that must be done, ha ha ha. Kyojuro didn't understand Chibai and the last two words, but it didn't stop him from thanking Chibai. While the two were talking, the kitchen door opened. Rengoku Kyojuro came out with 2 trays. On one tray, there are 4 super bowls, and on the other tray, there are 4 bowls of miso soup. Chapter 36. Sneak Attack. This is a secret tempura rice bowl. There are lobster tempura, snow crab tempura, fish tempura, and there are many more. Try it, Mikijiro said while putting the tray was put down. Naturally, Chibai would not be polite. He took a big mouthful of tempura rice bowl which was about the size of a basin. I have to say that Mikijiro's craftsmanship is very good, the tempura is very crispy, and the tempura sauce is also very delicious, and the mashed radish added is just right. This craft can go to open a shop, however, it's impossible to think about it. The salary of an ordinary member of the ghost killing team is around 20W. Ju's salary can be as much as he wants, and it seems impossible to open a shop or something. Damn it. It's so delicious. Chibai sighed. Being able to make rice like this shows how much effort Mikijiro has put in. Kyojuro, Mikijiro, and Senjuro on the side put their hands together and said softly, I'm going to start, and then they picked up the tempura rice bowl and ate it. Regarding this habit, Chibai expressed that he did not understand it, as he did not have this habit. Although because of this incident, I was reprimanded many times by Urokodaki Sakanji. The 4 of them kept silent, ate their food and drank the miso soup, and it was all gone in a short time. Putting down the empty bowl, Chibai rubbed his belly, got up and prepared to leave. Mikijiro reached out his hand to stop him. Chibai, it's getting so late, don't leave, stay for one night. After hearing this, Chibai refused. No, Uncle Mikijiro, this mission is in a hurry, I have to go back to report safety, next time for sure. Seeing that Chibai had made up his mind, Mikijiro didn't stop him and let Chibai leave. Chibai, who was walking on the road, rubbed his belly. I kept thinking about the tempura rice bowl made by Mikijiro in my mind. Speaking of which, the 3 of them are so edible. Could it be that Rengoku Ruhuo is so tired from cooking? It's possible if you think about it. Just when Chibai praised his bold idea, the crow belonging to Chibai suddenly landed on his shoulder. Chibai said hello when he saw it. Good evening, Jay, why are you so leisurely today? Don't urge me to do the task. After hearing this, the crow said, good evening, there is no task today, so I didn't urge you to do it. However, how can you understand me and talk to me? Other ghost hunters can't do this. Hearing this, Chibai frowned. Advertisement, why can I understand what the crow said? It's very simple, because I have completed a task, and the task reward is the beast whisperer. Chibai can understand the words of other animals except the crows. But these are impossible to tell the crow drops. It's natural, it's that simple. Listening to Chibai's words, the crow didn't really believe it, but which crow would reject a member of the Ghost Slayer squad who could communicate with him? At least I won't refuse. One person, one bird, just chatted without saying a word. The topics were very complicated, from how the crow joined the ghost killing team, to what kind of girlfriend the crow planned to find. They would chat about almost everything. With the company of the crow, at least walking at night is not so boring. While chatting happily, the crow's voice stopped abruptly. Before Chibai could ask what happened, the crow jumped up and flew up, looking around vigilantly. A few minutes later, the crow returned to Chibai's shoulder again. Be careful, I feel the breath of ghosts around, and the ghost's breath is very strong and very close to us. The crow spoke in a tone full of fear. Huh? Chibai immediately became vigilant after hearing this. Okay, I see, then you leave first, lest it will affect you when I fight with the ghost. After hearing this, the crow nodded, flapped its wings and flew away into the distance. Just when Chi-Bai was about to start his chi journey, trying to get rid of the ghost, a black shadow swished towards the crow. Before he had time to think, a golden light wheel instantly condensed in Chi-Bai's hand, and he threw it towards the black shadow. The golden light wheel instantly split the black shadow into two. Chi-Bai, who thought it was over, suddenly had the hairs all over his body standing on end, and subconsciously threw himself into the woods beside him. As soon as he was lying on the ground, he heard a loud noise. Boom! Then a shockwave hit, rustling the surrounding trees. Chi-Bai got up from the ground with a look of shock. Damn it! What's the FCK? Is this a grenade? Why did it explode? Did it come? Naturally no one answered Chi-Bai's question. I didn't meet the gorgeous brother Uzui Tengen, did I? It seems that only ninjas can hold explosives like this. Advertisement. After thinking about it, Chi-Bai felt that it was unrealistic. Just now, the crow mentioned that there was a ghostly aura, but he didn't say that there were other people around. So, this thing can only be a ghost. However, it seems that the only ghost who can use explosives is Pei Lang. That guy was originally a samurai who had studied hard for many years, but when it came to actual combat, he was shot and killed by the opponent. Since then, Dao's heart was damaged, and he gave up his own bushido and turned to firearms. To sum up, one is a sentence. Grown-ups, times have changed. Gun fast within 7 steps. 7 steps away, the gun is fast and accurate. Thinking of this, Chi-Bai immediately became vigilant. Pei Lang's blood ghost technique is a shadow, so it can be said that it is impossible to guard against. Nara Shikamaru from the Naruto theater next door called him an expert. Chi quickly circulated in the body, blessing Chi-Bai's body. For this kind of enemy, Chi-Bai didn't want to tangle with him, and if conditions allowed, he would run away directly. It's reasonable to run away if you can't beat it, right? At the next moment, the 3 shadows flew towards Chi-Bai, and Chi-Bai made a 360-degree Thomas turn, kicking the 3 shadows away. Boom boom boom. The kicked black shadows fell elsewhere and exploded. Chi-Bai, who kicked the shadow away, was lost in thought. Huh? Something's wrong. The touch of that thing is not a grenade or a ninja bomb. It feels more like a plant root, but a plant root that can explode? This FCK is plants versus zombies? Thinking of the end, Chi-Bai wiped his cold sweat helplessly. The round shadows are probably potato mines, it's a real hammer. At this moment, the surrounding situation suddenly changed again. I saw countless vines growing out of the ground. The next moment the vines entangled Chi-Bai like a snake. Seeing this, Chi-Bai finally understood. What I met was not Uzui Tengen, the gorgeous brother, or Pei Lang, the second in the string, but a ghost who can manipulate plants. And this ghost is very doggy. His main body does not know where he is hiding. Chapter 37. It was you, Chi-Bai, who understood what was going on, showed a sinister smile at this moment. So it looks like this. It turned out to be a dog-killing ghost. If you're so willing to fight, then I won't let you. I'll just raise this area to the ground. At the next moment, Chi-Bai's body suddenly glowed with golden light, and the golden chi came out directly through his body, instantly evaporating the entwined vines. At this moment, several black shadows attacked Chi-Bai again. It's just that this time Chi-Bai didn't kick it away, but grabbed the black shadow and took a rough look with the light brought by its own golden chi. It was a fruit. The fruit was black, with bumpy skin, and it looked a bit like chocolate mixed with crushed peanuts. Before the black fruit exploded, the golden chi evaporated it instantly. It turned out to be a wild fruit. I thought it was something, Chi-Bai said. Ghost, you have to hide it well, don't let me catch you. After finishing speaking, countless miniature light wheels appeared in Chi-Bai's hands. Chi-Bai flicked his hands, and the trees around the miniature light wheels flew away. The golden light flashed, countless big trees were cut down in half, and the weeds on the ground were also cut clean. At this time, a little girl was lying on her stomach in an untouched grass. The little girl has white hair, 2 small horns growing on her head, blood-red eyes, and the words, last string, 4, engraved on the purple pupils. This little girl is the 4th of the last strings, Mukago. She is the only girl in the lower string. Of course she is not at this time, because one of the lower strings, Jiyuhuo Nayo, is not dead yet. Mukago looked at Chi-Bai, who was emitting golden light with an angry face, and was muttering in his heart. What the hell is going on with this damn stupid guy? It's obvious that he's wearing the clothes of the ghost killing squad, but he doesn't use breathing at all. And what is that golden wheel? How could it cut off my seed bomb? At this time, our Chi-Bai condensed another wave of mini light wheels and threw them around again. This time, the place where Mukago was hiding was not so lucky, and the small light wheel cut a straight shot and flew past Mukago's face. Mukago, who was hiding in the grass, had a face of cold sweat. He reached out tremblingly to wipe off the blood on his face, and then he was ready to control the vines and throw a few seed bombs again. However, the pain in the face interrupted Mukago's operation. After Mukago couldn't believe it, he stretched out his hand and touched the wound on his face, and suddenly panicked in his heart. Because the wound on her face that should have healed did not heal and was still bleeding. What's going on? What's going on? Why hasn't the wound healed? I'm quitting. The wound should have healed long ago. Unless. Advertisement. A terrible thought came to Mukago's mind. Unless his attack can disable own self-healing ability, which is an ability that even Nichirin blades don't have. As soon as this idea appeared, Mukago didn't have the intention to continue to do it. Now she just wants to get out of here quickly. She can survive, all depends on the dog. And Chibai was looking around vigilantly at this time, thinking whether he should send another golden light wheel. I have used more than half of the chi in my body now, but I haven't found that very evil ghost yet. If it happens again, the chi will soon bottom out. After hesitating for a moment, Chibai still gave up on this decision. At this time, a rustling sound entered Chibai's ears. Turning around to check, Chibai didn't find anything wrong, it was all the sound of the wind blowing the leaves. Just when Chibai's attention was diverted, the rustling sound sounded again. Turned around to check again, still found nothing. Hey, if there are any animals around, please tell me. Mukago in the grass wanted to laugh when he heard it. I'm afraid this person is not a fool, even if there are animals, he can't understand what the animals say. What Mukago didn't expect was that there was a burst of creaking sound suddenly. Hearing the creaking Chibai, he nodded. It looks like this, okay, I understand, I will bring you some rice some other day. After speaking, Chibai jumped up and disappeared. Mukago looked at Chibai's disappearing back, and felt a little guilty in his heart. I'm afraid this person is not a fool, forget it, so what if he is a fool, anyway, he gave himself a chance to escape. I saw that Mukago calmed down and retreated back quietly again. As long as there is a reaction distance, Mukago is confident of escaping. After all, the speed of his escape, even the pillars of the ghost killing team can't catch up with him. Just as Mukago backed away quietly, his hand touched an object. I fumbled around for a while, but before I was sure what it was, a voice suddenly came. Where to touch that? Is that something you can touch? Advertisement. The sound made Mukago jump 3 feet high and almost died of fright. Wait, she is a ghost and cannot die. The one who spoke was naturally Chibai, who had just left. Just now, after the mouse told Chibai that there was someone in the grass, Chibai pretended to leave, but actually went around behind the grass to see who it was. When the startled Mukago jumped up, Chibai saw her face clearly. Only then did I recognize that she was the fourth of the last strings, Mukago. A cute and worried lowly ghost. At this time, the system also issued a task. Trigger task. Close black lens bracket. Look, isn't the living fourth of the last string in front of you very beautiful? Close black lens bracket. Since your heart is moved, act quickly, you still need a maid, the Mukago in front of you is very suitable, illegal lowly, close black lens bracket. Task reward. Whirlwind/Iron Fist. Remarks. What else can I say, just thank the system, close black lens bracket. Maid? Mukago. This FCK. This system. Every time the words are amazing, what kind of tiger and wolf words are these? However, Mukago is not known to be hundreds of years old this year, so he really won't break the law. But this whirlwind iron fist is very interesting. I have already learned flowing water breaking rock fist, and then I can release the combo skill after learning whirlwind slashing iron fist. Moonlight bloodwind. No, I made a mistake. It's the combo skills boom air cracking fist and Jiaolong killing fist. These two skills are very interesting. Chibai sighed, accept the mission. Immediately, Chibai looked at Mukago again, and Mukago also saw Chibai's face for the first time. Looking at Chibai, Mukago only felt that the person in front of him was very familiar. After a while, Mukago recognized who Chibai was. It's you. The person who was ordered to be hunted down by Master Muzan. Hearing this, Chibai nodded calmly. As expected, he was hunted down by Muzan, as expected. Chapter 38 Blood Ghost Art. That's right, it's me. Chibai admitted generously. After hearing this, Mukago showed more fear on his face. Looking at Mukago like this, Chibai's hands were itchy. One couldn't hold back, and reached out to touch Mukago's head. She thought that Mukago would dodge or attack directly, but she seemed stupid and let Chibai pat her head. While touching it, he said, Hey, Mukago, let's discuss something. When he said this, Chibai tried his best to speak in the most gentle tone of own, but before he finished speaking, Mukago suddenly yelled in horror and ran away quickly. The speed was so fast that Chibai didn't even have time to react. By the time Chibai reacted, Mukago had already run a certain distance. At this speed, Chibai just wanted to say that Zu couldn't run so fast. It's a good thing that Mukago met me today, otherwise she would really let her run away. In other words, I have already talked to her in a gentle tone, why is she still running away? I don't even eat ghosts myself. With doubts, Chibai chased after him. Under the blessing of Chi, Chibai's speed became faster and faster, and soon he drew closer to Mukago. Looking at Mukago's back, Chibai shouted, Mukago, what are you running? I haven't finished my sentence yet. These words were automatically translated in the ears of Mukago, who was running away. Where's the little ghost running away? The Sagia will kill you to sacrifice to heaven today. Ever since, Mukago escaped 2 points faster again. Feeling the faster Mukago, Chibai was puzzled, and he didn't say anything. Why did it speed up again? If this situation develops, I and Mukago have to go to Osaka? Speaking of Osaka, you have to mention Okonomiyaki, it's a digression. Chibai knew that he couldn't run like this any longer, so he manipulated a stream of chi to explode under his feet, and his speed reached the extreme in an instant, causing a sonic boom. In the blink of an eye, Chibai ran in front of Mukago and successfully blocked Mukago. Mukago, can you let me finish? I'll fight with you. Seeing that he blocked his own Chibai, Mukago shouted, and a dozen seed bombs appeared from his hands, and he threw them at Chibai. Advertisement seeing the bomb seeds being thrown, Chibai didn't dare to neglect, and used the unloading technique of flowing water-breaking rock fist to knock these seed bombs into the woods beside him. Boom boom boom. Hearing more than a dozen explosions in a row, Chibai's face turned cold. I wanted to have a good talk with you and let you be my braggart. No, I want to save your life, but you don't know what's good, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Originally, I wanted to reason with Mukago, trying to make her willing to be a maid without doing anything. However, she did it directly, and it seemed that she could only convince others with reasoning. As for what it is, of course it is physics. I saw a breeze blowing over Chibai's body, and within a few seconds, the breeze turned into a whirlwind, whizzing around Chibai and making a terrible sound. And Chibai's hands were entwined with countless winds. It doesn't matter what the task is now, today I will try my whirlwind iron fist on you. After finishing speaking, the wind wrapped around Chibai's hands condensed into countless small and sharp wind blades. And Mukago was not screaming anymore, but trembling, releasing the own vampire technique. Blood Ghost Art. Vine Prison. I saw dense vines gushing out from the ground around Mukago, and as soon as these vines appeared, they went straight to Chibai. Seeing this, Chibai raised his fist with countless wind blades and punched the attacking vine. With just one punch, all the attacking vines were cut into pieces. Under Mukago's terrified gaze, Chibai approached him with fists waving. Seeing that the vines were ineffective, Mukago directly gave up using the vines and used another Blood Ghost technique. Blood Ghost Technique. Exploding Seeds. I saw that the vines that were entangled with Chibai quickly retreated to Mukago's side, and then began to bloom and bear fruit. In just a few seconds, all the vines were covered with large and small fruits. Seeing this scene, Chibai frowned. With so many fruits, if they all explode, the scene will be so beautiful. Not surprisingly, both himself and Mukago had to be blown to ashes. As for death, that is impossible. Advertisement. Just when Chibai was thinking, countless vines began to tremble crazily, and the fruits on the vines also trembled and fell off, flying towards Chibai. FK. Chibai exclaimed, subconsciously used the flowing water-breaking rock fist technique, and countless wind blades formed a wind wall in the air to block all the oncoming explosive fruits. At this time, Mukago was already swaying profusely from nervousness, and he had used 2 Blood Ghost spells, but the person opposite was still unscathed. This kind of strength is probably already a pillar. Now Mukago doesn't want to fight anymore, he just wants to run away from here as far as possible. But Mukago subconsciously ignored the fact that he was caught up when he ran away just now. Seeing Chibai rushing forward against the wind wall, the fear in Mukago's heart went up to a higher level. Immediately without hesitation, he threw more than a dozen seeds around Chibai. Just when Chibai was about to approach Mukago, the ground suddenly shook violently, and in the next second, overwhelming vines sprang out from the ground. As soon as these vines appeared, they went straight to Chibai. Taking advantage of Chibai's distraction, they wrapped him tightly without leaving a single gap. Seeing this, Mukago, who was manipulating the vines, had a slight smile on his face. Not only can his own seeds be used as bombs, but he can also grow countless vines to trap people and buy himself time to escape. When Chibai was trapped by the vines, Mukago ran without the slightest hesitation, and disappeared without a trace within a few breaths. And Chibai, who was wrapped in vines, didn't panic at all. Even if you have a small skill, you dare to do it with an axe. Immediately, a thin but dense golden wind blade directly tore through all the vines. After breaking free from the vine, Chibai looked around, but did not find Mukago. If nothing else, Mukago escaped. But Chibai didn't know which way Mukago ran, and he suddenly had a headache. If I really let Mukago run away, it is estimated that this task will never be completed. The timid Mukago will find a place to hide for a long time, fearing that she will stay until Tanjiro joins the ghost killing squad, and it will really be over. At that time, Mukago will be killed directly by Kibutsuji Muzan, and the mission will never be completed. So, I must catch Mukago no matter what. Chapter 39. But there is a small problem, I don't know which direction Mukago is running. Just when Chibai was having a headache, a mouse crawled up in front of Chibai and squeaked. It turned out to be the mouse that gave him clues just now. Squeak. Do you think you know which direction Mukago is going, but want to eat yakitori? Damn. Who did you learn to raise prices on the ground, you mouse, and you know what burning birds are? The mouse's face was full of pride when he heard Chibai's words. That's natural. I'm a mouse who has seen the world, so I know everything. Eventually, Chibai agreed to the mouse's request. Okay, I get it, I will definitely bring you rice and roasted birds when I come back. We agreed to only have chicken skewers and nothing else. After hearing this, the mouse agreed, and quickly told Chibai the direction in which Mukago was escaping. Without hesitation, Chibai directly circulated the chi to the extreme, like an arrow from a bow, and disappeared without looking back. That speed was a bit faster than the fleeing Mukago. After several minutes of chasing, Chibai finally saw Mukago's back. When Mukago heard the movement behind her, she couldn't help but look back. When she saw Chibai, her legs gave way and she almost fell there. Why? Why do you insist on chasing me, woo? Regarding Mukago's reaction, Chibai was a little helpless, and he didn't say that he wanted to kill her. As for it, wait, I'm a member of the Demon Slayer squad, so it's not right if Mukago doesn't run away. However, Chibai didn't intend to explain too much. Mukago couldn't listen to what he explained, so he had to catch up with her first. Thinking of this, Chibai repeated his old trick, and a trace of chi detonated under his feet again, making his speed a little faster. Soon, Chibai was close to Mukago, only an arm's length away from her. Woo, I don't want to die yet. Don't chase me. Don't chase me. The fleeing Mukago kept whimpering. And her speed was 2 points faster, again pulling away from Chibai. Seeing this, Chibai's expression turned ugly. Is the speed of this guy's escape unlimited? Do you want to praise her? Advertisement. If I keep running like this, I'm afraid I won't really go to Osaka. Going to Osaka is not a problem, but if it attracts other ghosts, it will be troublesome, and it must be resolved as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Chibai once again condensed a golden light wheel in his hand, aimed at Mukago's legs, and threw it out forcefully. A golden light flashed, followed by a scream. What? Mukago, who was running away, had his legs cut off, but he didn't stop immediately. Instead, due to inertia, the whole ghost flew out and hit a tree beside him. Seeing this, Chibai walked over quickly, directly vaporized Mukago's legs, and then came to Mukago's side. Losing his legs, Mukago did not give up running away, but crawled forward vigorously, leaving a long and narrow bloodstain on the ground with his severed legs. Looking at Mukago on the ground, Chibai squatted down and pulled Mukago's hair. At this moment, Mukago was already full of tears and snot was flowing out of his nose. Seeing Mukago like this, Chibai suddenly got a bad taste and decided to scare Mukago. Mukago, are you good at running? It's a pity. What can I do if I can run again? Didn't I get caught? Tell me, how am I going to kill you? Cut off your head cleanly, or chop you up bit by bit? Or, cut off your head and bury it in a deep pit, with only loneliness and darkness as companions. Anyway, it doesn't matter if you were a ghost. Listening to Chibai's words, Mukago's body trembled more and more. When she heard Chibai's last solution, she finally couldn't hold back, tilted her head, and passed out directly. And Chibai was still talking to himself. I personally prefer the last method. After all, there's a senior named Fei Duan who died like this. Mukago, what do you think? Chibai, who didn't hear Mukago's response, frowned and shouted twice. Mukago, Mukago. There was still no response. Until then, Chibai looked down, only to find that Mukago had fainted from fright. Chibai shrugged. Hey, this is the fourth of the last strings. Why are you so timid, and you just fainted in a few words? It's really boring. Advertisement. While speaking, he picked up Mukago, sat down in a place that was not affected by the battle, and began to recover his own state. Half an hour later, the comatose Mukago woke up faintly. Am I dead? Is this already under the underworld? Hearing Mukago's words, Chibai replied, not dead, it's not time for you to die. Since you are not dead, there is no such thing as the underworld. Mukago, who was still a little dazed at first, became sober after hearing Chibai's voice. Ah, devil. Woohoo, who will save me, Chibai? How can I be a devil? I am obviously a good boy who is united, friendly, civilized and polite. This Mukago really can't speak. Mukago cried louder and louder, making Chibai impatient. Crying again will cut off your head, and let you watch me chop your body into pieces. Hearing Chibai's threat, Mukago immediately covered his mouth, trying not to cry out, but he still sobbed from time to time. Regarding Mukago's reaction, Chibai nodded in satisfaction, and he could finally speak. Mukago, I ask you, do you want to live? After hearing this, Mukago nodded vigorously, but when he saw the uniform of the Ghost Slayer squad on Chibai, he froze again. Will the members of the Ghost Killing Squad let the ghosts go? This thing doesn't seem to exist. And Chibai also noticed Mukago's gaze, and continued. Don't worry about my Ghost Slayer uniform. I asked you if you want to live, just answer honestly. This time, Mukago nodded firmly. Well, don't say I won't give you a chance. After all, I'm also very kind. When hearing the word benevolence, Mukago wanted to roll his eyes, but because of Chibai's fearfulness, he held back. That's good. I still need a maid by my side. Do you understand what I mean? Mukago. You. What did you say? Did I hear wrong? Mukago asked very uncertainly. I heard you right. This is your only chance to live. When Chibai said this, his gaze also looked at Mukago. Seen by Chibai's gaze, Mukago paused and curled up. Understood. Is this not agreeing to me? Chapter 40. Go straight to Tamayo's house. As he spoke, golden chi burst out from Chibai's body again. After Mukago saw it, he showed a frightened expression. Sigma, degree D degree. When did I not agree? How could I do it? Woo woo woo. At this critical moment, Mukago hurriedly said, wait, I promise you. After Chibai heard this, he immediately put away the golden chi on his body, revealing a smiling face. Well, just agree, and from now on, you will be my maid, Mukago. Mukago nodded hastily after hearing this, for fear that Chibai would turn his face suddenly. At the same time, the system sound sounded. Open black lens bracket mission completed, close black lens bracket. Hearing this voice, Chibai silently made a comparison in his heart. At this time, Mukago on the side suddenly said weakly, But, there's one more problem. What's the problem? Shibai asked. I'm the lower string in 12 Kazuki. I'm an important subordinate of Lord Muzan. If I become your maid. Before Mukago finished speaking, Shibai understood what she meant. It is nothing more than that now she is still under the control of Kibutsuji Muzan, she can read her memory, and there are cells belonging to Kibutsuji Muzan in her body. If Kibutsuji Muzan knows anything, she will definitely die. And Shibai just wanted to say, so what, even if the system doesn't issue tasks, I will let you go, so you can live. 10 years from now, our crumb boss will hold a last string staff meeting. At that time, you still have to die, so you might as well follow yourself. Shibai wanted to say that he could solve Mukago's problem, but when the words came to his lips, he changed into another look. Understood, it looks like you're going to betray me, so you don't need such a maid. As she spoke, the golden chi faintly reappeared from her body. Mukago's expression froze instantly. In the next second, he quickly promised, don't kill me, I swear, I will definitely be a maid obediently, and I won't say anything to Master Muzan. Looking at Mukago, Shibai suppressed a smile and nodded. Then he asked, let me trust you for now, let me ask you, why did you attack me here today? Advertisement. Mukago replied obediently, because I'm hungry and you just passed by, so. Hearing this answer, Shibai heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that he had grasped the traces of On, so he came here to ambush On. Looking at Mukago's ungrown legs, Shibai said, open your mouth. Although Mukago was a little puzzled after hearing this, he opened his mouth obediently. The tiny wind blade appeared and directly cut Shibai's palm, and immediately blood dripped down the palm. Mukago wanted to shut his mouth subconsciously, but at some point, his jaw was pinched by Shibai, and he couldn't shut his mouth at all. As the blood dripped, Mukago only felt that his own body was constantly recovering, and the broken legs also grew back at this time. After seeing Mukago's legs grow out, Shibai dripped some blood from her mouth again, and then withdrew his own hand. After eating Shibai's blood, Mukago regained his ghost nature. Seeing the retracted hand, Mukago bit it without thinking. Just when the teeth were about to touch Shibai's palm, a heavy punch hit Mukago's head, and the next second, Mukago woke up. Although I am a good boss who manages meals, it doesn't mean you can be so presumptuous. If there is another time, I don't mind breaking your teeth. Mukago, who heard Shibai yelling at him, covered his slapped head and squatted on the ground pitifully, looking at Shibai with big red eyes. However, Shibai was unmoved. Get up when you recover, and follow me. After speaking, Shibai stood up and left. Seeing this, Mukago hurriedly stood up and followed Shibai's footsteps. Well, where are we going? After hearing this, Shibai replied without looking back. Tokyo, I still have to call the master. After hearing this, Mukago gave an O, and didn't call out the word, master, but obediently followed behind Shibai. Shibai didn't want to worry about these things either. He looked up at the sky and found that it was late at night. He calculated the time again and arrived at Asakusa, Tokyo just before dawn. Originally, Shibai planned to go back directly, but when he encountered Mukago's incident, the plan was directly disrupted. Now I can only go directly to Asakusa, first solve the problem about Mukago, and then go to find Yun and get the cure for Rengoku. Hey, time is so tight. Thinking of this, Shibai didn't hesitate anymore. He started to run ready to go on his way. Advertisement. Before setting off, I also specially asked Mukago to keep up with the pace of On. If she falls behind, she will have good fruit to eat. In this regard, Mukago nodded very obediently. She didn't want to try those terrible methods Shibai said. Then the two set off and went straight to Asakusa. After a quick rush, Shibai and Mukago arrived in Asakusa in the early hours of the morning. Looking at the streets of Asakusa, Shibai told Mukago, wait a minute, you go and meet someone with me, and when you see her, be good, or I'll knock your head off. Mukago nodded quickly after hearing this, expressing that he understood. Seeing Shibai grabbed Mukago's little hand, he went straight to Tamayo's villa. Well, Mukago's small hands feel really good. Soon, a person and a ghost came to the messy alley, and after looking around for no one else, Shibai reached out and touched the brick wall at the end. After finding out that he could enter, he pulled Mukago and entered without hesitation. At this time, Tamayo and Yushiro were talking about something. Suddenly Yushiro's face became serious. Seeing Yushiro like this, Tamayo asked, what's wrong, Yushiro? Yushiro said with a serious face, Master Tamayo, someone broke into our villa. There are 2 people in total, and one of them is a ghost. This is most likely Kibutsuji Muzan's subordinate. Damn it, Master Tamayo, let's leave now. Just when Tamayo was about to speak, there was a voice of speaking outside the villa. Yo, is anyone home? Yushiro, I'm here to play with you, come out. After hearing this voice, Yushiro's expression suddenly became unhappy. D-filled lower right triangle. This voice is that guy Shibai. At this time, Shibai's voice came again. Yushiro, come out quickly. If you don't come out again, I will inform Miss Tamayo. Just say you. At this moment, Yushiro's expression was out of control. Damn, it's Shibai, even said some unspeakable things. I must stop him. He couldn't resist getting up suddenly and ran out with a thump. Chapter 41. Leave Mukago. Yushiro ran all the way outside and saw a tall, muscular man shouting at the top of his voice. Seeing this scene, 3 big question marks appeared on Yushiro's forehead. What's the situation? This 1.8 meter tall, muscular guy in front of him is really Chibai. He clearly remembered that Chibai's height was about the same as his own. How did he become like this in just a month? Chibai, who was shouting, turned around and saw Yushiro with a puzzled face. Chibai raised his hand and waved, "Yushiro, long time no see." After hearing this, Yushiro asked in disbelief, You are Chibai?" "Of course it's me, who else could it be, idiot Yushiro," Chibai said with a bright smile. Idiot. Idiot. These two words kept echoing in Yushiro's mind. It's real. This guy in front of me is Chibai from Damn It. After trying hard to ignore the words, "Crazy man," Yushiro asked. "What happened in this month? Why did your body shape change so much?" Chibai said indifferently. "A little accident happened, of course that's not the point. The point is, this one." As he said that, Chibai dragged Mukago who was hiding behind him to Yushiro. At this time, Mukago actually felt a little embarrassed. But feeling that the person in front of him was also a ghost, he raised his hand to greet him. "Hi, Yushiro. What's going on? Why did a ghost suddenly pull out? Most importantly, this ghost is messing with Kibutsuji Muzan. Bringing her here meant that he and Tamayo were directly exposed to Kibutsuji Muzan." "What do you mean, Chibai?" Yushiro's face turned cold. And Chibai didn't seem to notice that Yushiro's face had cooled down, and continued. "Let me tell you, this ghost is not an ordinary ghost, and it took me a lot of effort to catch her. This is the fourth ghost in 12 Kazuki. Look, there are still words engraved in her eyes, the real deal." "Chibai. What do you mean? Are you taking refuge in Kibutsuji Muzan?" At this time, Yushiro's expression became even colder. Now it was Chibai's turn to be confused. Advertisement. "Chibai. When did I take refuge in Kibutsuji Muzan? The most important thing is, how can I rely on Kibutsuji Muzan? Congratulations. Kibutsuji Muzan finally let go of touching his A. Hey, Yushiro, did you drink too much? Why did I join Kibutsuji Muzan?" Just as Chibai spoke, a spell appeared in Yushiro's hand. "Hey, Master Tamayo and Kibutsuji Muzan are immortal, and you came here with the lower string, directly exposing the hiding place of Master Tamayo. Tell me, have you taken refuge with Kibutsuji Muzan?" Hearing Yushiro's well-founded words, Chibai felt that he had really betrayed. But unfortunately, this does not exist. Thinking of this, Chibai shrugged and said, "What you said is very reasonable, but unfortunately, Muzan has already launched a relentless pursuit of me. Even if I want to take refuge in him, I can't do it." These words successfully aroused Yushiro's curiosity. "Huh? What did you do? Make Muzan come after you?" Chibai said with some embarrassment. "Ahem, I touched Muzan's A." Yushiro. "Sigui." This is Yushiro's only thought at this time. When the two were having this conversation, Mukago consciously ran to the side and blocked On's ears. Even so, Mukago heard something. For example, Chibai touched Lord Muzan's A. Although Mukago wanted to say a few words, he endured it, continued to cover his ears, and stood far away from Chibai. Now Mukago has started to bring in the role of maid, which is a good sign. When Yushiro heard what Chibai said, he already believed Chibai. "Come with me, I'll take you to see Master Tamayo." After speaking, Yushiro walked into the villa without looking back. Chibai greeted Mukago and followed Yushiro to meet Tamayo. Soon, the three came to the room where Tamayo was. Upon seeing Tamayo, Mukago immediately exclaimed, "You are a defector, Tamayo." Advertisement. As soon as the voice fell, Chibai tapped Mukago's head lightly. "Don't be rude, Mukago, you have to call Sister Tamayo, and Miss Tamayo is not a defector." After hearing this, Mukago agreed, and sat down obediently. After hearing this, Tamayo was not angry, and said softly, "She is right, in the eyes of Kibutsuji Muzan, I am indeed a defector. However, Chibai, how do you know that I need 12 Kazuki's blood? You came just in time." After speaking, Tamayo took out a syringe, looked at Mukago with a smile and motioned her to show her arm. And Mukago looked at Chibai pitifully, meaning what should I do? However, Chibai gave Mukago a heavy blow with action. "Oh, that's right, then Ms. Tamayo, please don't be too polite, let's pump it." After speaking, he rolled up Mukago's sleeve and signaled Tamayo to draw blood. Naturally, Tamayo would not be polite, and immediately drew a tube of blood and handed it to Yushiro for him to store. "Thank you, Chibai, you helped me a lot. I haven't seen you for a month. Your body?" Tamayo looked at Chibai's body and asked the same question as Yushiro. Regarding this, Chibai just waved his hand. "These are minor problems, I have one thing I want to trouble you for." After hearing this, Tamayo said, "This is not a trivial matter. Looking at your body, it seems that you have been forcibly overdrawn. It is very serious. Is it because of this that you..." After hearing this, Chibai directly interrupted Tamayo's words. "No, this is really just a trivial matter. The real purpose is her." Chibai pointed at Mukago while speaking. "I want her to be my maid, but the connection between her and Kibutsuji Muzan, you know, Miss Tamayo." At this time, Tamayo started to look at Chibai with something wrong. "This, maid? Hey, forget it, but I can solve the problem you mentioned, but I need you to keep her for a while, can you?" Hearing this, Chibai didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. "What's wrong with this? I'm sorry for the inconvenience, Ms. Tamayo. Thank you very much." Many question marks appeared on Mukago's face. It seems that he was sold? Want to keep yourself by Tamayo's side? Then you have to draw your own blood every day? Very scary. Thinking about this, Mukago almost cried. Chapter 42 The imaginative Mukago. In an instant, Mukago imagined his future life, a lonely ghost, locked in a small dark room by Tamayo, and was drawn a lot of blood every now and then. Until you're drained and thrown out in the trash. If Chibai could hear Mukago's thoughts, he would definitely correct one of Mukago's mistakes. That is, she is a ghost, she will not be drained and can be pumped endlessly. Looking at Chibai and Tamayo, Mukago couldn't hold back any longer and hugged Chibai's arm. Whoa, don't leave me here, Tamayo will drain me, I don't want to be sucked to death. Master, please, take me out of here. I promise to be obedient and not tell Lord Muzan of your whereabouts. Chibai, who was talking to Tamayo, heard Mukago's strange speech and a bunch of question marks appeared in his mind. Wait, what happened? Why did you suddenly call the master? After hearing this, Tamayo also looked puzzled, obviously she didn't know what happened. Mukago, did you take the wrong medicine? What are you talking about? Chibai asked suspiciously. After hearing this, Mukago sobbed and replied, Master, don't you want to hand me over to Tamayo, and let her drain my blood for research? Woo, I don't want to die yet, please, don't hand me over to her, okay, I promise, I will be obedient. Looking at the sobbing Mukago, Chibai couldn't help laughing anymore. Peeved, ha, Mukago, when did I say those words? In other words, how could Mukago have such a rich imagination? Why is her mind like Daki's, not working at all? Tamayo, on the other hand, just listened in a daze and began to doubt himself. Are you really that cruel? Let's wait for Yushiro to come back and ask Yushiro. Chibai sighed helplessly, and then explained to Mukago. Who wants to drain your blood? Miss Tamayo just needs some, and I won't use it in the future. I kept you here for your own good. Now you are under the control of Muzan, which is a relatively dangerous existence. Miss Tamayo can ask you to leave Muzan's control. Do you understand? Although Chibai was explaining patiently, Mukago didn't listen at all, holding Chibai's arm and crying with snot and tears. Still talking, I don't want to stay, advertisement. Chibai couldn't bear it any longer, and punched Mukago on the head. Soon Mukago sat aside obediently, covering his smoking head. After seeing that Mukago was settled, Chibai got up and prepared to leave here, ready to find Yun. Chibai, are you sure there is nothing wrong with your body? You know, it is serious to be overdrawn. Tamayo looked at Chibai's back and said worriedly. And Chibai waved his hand and said without looking back, no problem, please don't worry, Miss Tamayo. After walking a few steps, Chibai remembered something again, so he asked, by the way, Miss Tamayo, is the blood I left last time enough? Hearing Chibai mention the blood, Tamayo was stunned for a moment, and then said, it's still enough. Okay, I'm leaving first, you don't need to see me off, the sun has already risen. After Chibai finished speaking, he left Tamayo's villa directly. At this moment, only Tamayo and Mukago were left in the room. Looking at the well-behaved Mukago, Tamayo smiled softly, and took out a small bottle of medicine from the bottom of his own medicine chest. Taking out the syringe again, he walked over to Mukago. Seeing this, Mukago trembled and said, Tamayo, what do you want? What do you want to do? Tamayo smiled and didn't say anything, and stabbed Mukago's body with a backhand needle. Before Mukago could say anything, he rolled his eyes and fell into a coma. At this time, Yushiro also came back, looked at the unconscious Mukago, and asked, Master Tamayo, where's that guy Chibai? He left. Yushiro, pack up and get ready to move, Tamayo said. Okay Tamayo-sama. Just when Mukago passed out, the face of Kibutsuji Muzan, who was reading a book in female form, suddenly turned ugly. Mukago of the fourth string lost contact and should be dead. But who killed that waste who can only run away, I have to see. As he spoke, he checked Mukago's memory. In the next second, a person that Muzan could remember even if turned into ashes appeared in Mukago's last memory. In Mukago's last memory, Chibai was surrounded by countless wind blades, and the memory stopped abruptly here. After Kibutsuji Muzan saw it, his expression became more and more ugly. Advertisement, Mukago, you trash, I didn't expect that bug to join the ghost killing squad and learn the breath of the wind. What a surprise. But so what, damn bugs don't live long, and Chibai, who had already come to the street at this time, had a breakfast, and began to think about how to find the trace of Izumo. In the past, it was Izumo who was looking for him, but now it was his turn to look for him, and there was really no clue at all. When Chibai was worrying, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Ah, today's weather is really nice, I'm really torn between going to Yoshihara's place tonight. Izumo. Chibai exclaimed after hearing this. Ah, it's me, who is calling me, don't people eat breakfast quietly? Chibai turned his head and saw Izumo sitting in front of the table behind him, eating breakfast, and his exclusive small medicine box was placed on the chair beside him. Izumo also saw Chibai at this time, and raised his hand to say hello. Oh, Chibai, I ran into you unexpectedly, why did you suddenly remember this place? Let me guess, did you come here specifically to find me, or did you just pass by here on a mission? Chibai rolled his eyes. I have some doubts, is this product specially waiting for own here? What do you think? Chibai asked back. Izumo said very honestly, I don't know, it doesn't count if I say it. However, if you have anything, just say it. After hearing this, Shibai got up from his own seat, sat down on the opposite side of Izumo, and stared directly at Izumo. I said, Uncle Izumo, why didn't you respond to the changes in my body at all? Being stared at by Shibai, Izumo was still very calm. What reaction can I have? Isn't it that I have become taller and stronger, a child, growing up, it's normal. Okay, if you have anything to say, just tell me, you must be looking for me if you look like this. Seeing Izumo's calm look, Shibai was not polite, and said directly, I want you, help me see a doctor. Chapter 43 Conditions. However, Izumo said without raising his head after hearing this. What disease do you see? Your body is stronger, what disease do you want me to see? Why, you have nothing to do, come to tease me. I didn't tell you to see a doctor for me, Uncle Izumo, why do you think I'm sick? Shibai showed this strange smile while speaking. For Chibai's smile, Izumo looked disgusted. Hey, why do I feel that there is something in your words? Forget it, tell me, who is going to see a doctor, I'll go after dinner. After talking about Izumo, he finished eating what was in front of him, grabbed his medicine box and an umbrella beside him, and was about to set off. Chibai's next words directly drove Izumo crazy. No, you can't go. Izumo. How can you see a doctor if you don't go by yourself? You are just entertaining me. How can I see the patient if I don't see him? Is it possible that I can see the doctor in the air? Speaking of seeing a doctor in the air, Shibai thought of another way to see a doctor. It's impossible to see a doctor from a distance, but you can diagnose the pulse with a thread. Suspension pulse diagnosis. Hearing this unfamiliar word, 3 question marks appeared in Izumo's head. What do they mean? Then Shibai explained. I tie the silk thread to the patient's vein, and you use the silk thread to determine what disease the patient has. Izumo. This seemed to be the second time I was so speechless. It's true, this kid Shibai is here to entertain himself. If you come to entertain me, I'll just say it straight, don't make any excuses. After Izumo finished speaking, he picked up his own things, turned around and was about to leave. Just when Izumo was about to leave, Shibai said again. I know what it is, it's tuberculosis, Uncle Izumo, if you know what it is, you can treat it, right? After Izumo heard the name, he turned around and returned to his seat, and asked with a puzzled look, tuberculosis? What kind of disease is that? This question directly stopped Shibai. What is tuberculosis? It means literally. I don't know how to say specific professional terms. In this era, there are still people who don't understand. Advertisement cough. Forgot, this is the Meiji era, maybe the name tuberculosis is not common yet, the current name should be tuberculosis. Ah, it's tuberculosis. Shibai hastily added. After hearing this, Izumo suddenly realized, pulmonary tuberculosis, this disease, is very troublesome. It needs the right medicine and a long recuperation. I think it's better to take me to see the patient. Hearing this, Shibai didn't rush to reject Izumo, but showed a weird smile instead. Uncle Izumo, if it was someone else, I would definitely let him see the patient. If it were you, I don't think there is any need to see the patient. What do you mean by that? Is it wrong for me to go to see the patient? Izumo said with a frown. Of course it's right to see patients. As for what I mean, you can't be more clear. Looking at Shibai with a strange smile on his face, Izumo fell silent. After a while, he finally said, now that you know, you still dare to come to me. I can give you the potion, but do you dare to use it? There's no need to dare to use this. You are a doctor, treating diseases and saving lives, right? When Shibai said this, there was still a weird smile on his face. This smile made Izumo feel uncomfortable for a while. Who did he learn this smile from? It looks really shocking. Can you change your expression? This expression makes me uncomfortable. Seeing Izumo's helpless look, Shibai shrugged and returned to his normal expression. Izumo breathed a sigh of relief. I can give you the potion, but you have to go home with me. I don't have any preparations for this potion at all, I can only make it now. Shibai nodded in agreement, signaling Izumo to lead the way. Izumo picked up his things and went out, and Shibai followed behind. The two were silent along the way, but what made Shibai a little curious was that Izumo's face would twitch from time to time, as if it was in pain. Soon, the two came to a door at the corner of the alley. Looking at the door, Shibai smacked his lips and said, unexpectedly, Uncle Izumo, the place where you live is really not special. I thought you would live in a villa or something. Izumo opened the door and said, I think it's good, at least it's quiet here, and it suits me well. After speaking, he opened the door. Will you wait for me outside, or come in with me? Of course I went in with you. How can there be any reason to keep guests away? After Shibai finished speaking, he walked in sideways. Don't ask Shibai why he is sideways, just ask that his chest muscles are too big. Advertisement. Looking at Shibai, Izumo sighed and walked into the courtyard. Turning around and closing the door, he walked towards the room. You just wait here, it will be soon, Izumo said without looking back, and then plunged into the room. And Shibai was sitting on the stone bench in the yard, waiting for Izumo to prepare the medicine. 10 minutes later, Izumo came out and sat opposite to Shibai. Drink the red one first, and then the blue one. Shibai took out 2 bottles of potions under Shibai's curious gaze. One was red and the other was blue. Shibai, who took the potion, looked at the sun before putting it away. I don't understand why the red potion is made. Could it be the legendary life restoration potion? I see. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Shibai asked. After hearing this, Izumo thought for a while and said, there will be some adverse reactions, and then I will cover my eyes in the end. Why? Chibai looked puzzled. Because, the lungs will be spit out and a new one will grow out. Chibai. Damn, as expected of you, Azumo, this is really simple and rude. But what is the principle of this? Although he was puzzled, Chibai didn't say much, thanked him, turned around and was about to leave. But Azumo was behind him, and said faintly, "Are you leaving now? Don't you check yourself? This is my home. If I do something wrong, aren't you afraid?" Chibai said without turning his head. "Forget it, you don't know how to do it, after all you have already done it once, and you still don't let me die so early." After finishing speaking, he turned and left. Looking at Chibai's back, Azumo sighed, "Go on." After Chibai heard it, he subconsciously turned around and reached out to catch it. It was another bottle of blue potion, but this blue color was much darker than the previous bottle. Azumo didn't say anything, turned around and went back to the house. Looking at the blue potion in his hand, Chibai showed a thoughtful expression. Does this mean that the relationship between himself and Azumo has changed? 2CT Chapter 44 shocked Kyojuro for a whole year. Back on the street, looking at the big sun in the sky, Chibai smiled and left Asakusa without looking back. It seems that this trip to One has gained a lot. I picked up a maid and got the medicine to cure Rengoku in advance. Speaking of maids, what should Mukago be doing at this time? The picture came to Mukago here. An unconscious Mukago lies on a bed, flanked by Tamayo and Yushiro in white surgical gowns. At this time, Tamayo is injecting a lot of unknown drugs into Mukago's body. The face of the unconscious Mukago showed pain from time to time. And Chibai had already left Asakusa at this time, rushing to the home of Rengoku Shinjiro. It's not too far from Asakusa to Rengoku Shinjiro's house, and Chibai arrived after a while. Knocked on the door, waited a while, and no one opened the door. Chibai could only shout loudly, "Kyojuro, are you at home? It's me, Chibai." After waiting for a while, there was still no movement. Chibai had no choice but to turn around and leave when Rengoku Kyojoro's voice came from the courtyard. "Excuse me, Mr. Chibai, I'll be right there." After saying that, Rengoku Kyojuro opened the door. Before Chibai could speak, Rengoku Kyojuro said, "I'm very sorry, Mr. Chibai. I was taking care of my mother just now, so I didn't hear your voice." Chibai didn't care about this. "It's okay like this. Have you had breakfast yet?" Chibai asked. "I've eaten. If you haven't had breakfast, I can prepare some food for you, sweet potato rice," Rengoku Kyojuro said, leading Chibai into the yard. Hearing that Rengoku Kyojuro wanted to prepare food for himself, Chibai waved his hand and refused. "No, I've had dinner too. By the way, what about Uncle Mikijiro? I have something to ask him. Father has gone to work. It looks like this." Chibai agreed and fell silent. Advertisement now he suddenly felt a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say to Rengoku Kyojuro. "Can't you tell him to practice hard and try not to die in the hands of Akaza in 10 years? Hey, I'm afraid I have some kind of illness, so I said this to Rengoku Kyojuro." Chibai was embarrassed, but Rengoku Kyojuro was not. After pouring a cup of tea for Chibai, he picked up his wooden sword and continued to practice. And said, "Mr. Chibai, can I trouble you to teach me my swordsmanship?" In other words, Rengoku Kyojuro was going to guide him to practice last time. Still the same problem. I can't teach Rengoku Kyojuro because I don't know swordsmanship at all. Actually, Kyojuro, I don't know any swordsmanship. Rengoku Kyojuro, who was swinging his sword, stopped in disbelief when he heard Chibai's words. "No way? Mr. Chibai, if you don't know swordsmanship, does that mean you also don't know how to breathe? But if you don't know both, how did you pass the final selection?" Ahem. Chibai coughed twice, trying to hide his embarrassment. And Rengoku Kyojuro also noticed something was wrong, and hurriedly said, "I have no other meaning, Mr. Chibai, I'm just surprised by this incident." "It's nothing, I really don't know swordsmanship, nor do I know how to breathe," Chibai said awkwardly. Then, Rengoku Kyojuro didn't know what to say at this time. In the end, it was Chibai who spoke and took the initiative to take over the conversation. "This matter, what should I say? I don't have the aptitude to learn breathing techniques or swordsmanship, not at all, but my fist technique aptitude is still pretty good, ha ha ha." Rengoku Kyojuro was shocked when he heard this. Fist technique. Can this work? Mr. Chibai, how does fist technique eliminate evil spirits? You know, to eliminate evil spirits, they can only be eliminated by beheading their heads with Nichirin blades. If you use other methods, the evil spirits can regenerate non-stop and there is no way to kill them, unless you wait until the sun rises, but in that case. Rengoku Kyojoro's voice became smaller and smaller until he couldn't hear it. Advertisement seeing Rengoku Kyojoro's appearance, Chibai wanted to laugh a little. It is rare for Rengoku Kyojuro to be embarrassed. "You know, our Yenju Dage is always optimistic." Chibai smiled, and then explained. "Actually, you can think of it this way, Kyojuro, I can beat the ghost to death with my fist, and then Nichirin blades will cut off his head when he regenerates." Shock was written all over Kyojoro's face when he heard this. It seems to be saying, it can still be like this. When Chibai saw Kyojoro's appearance, he scolded himself secretly. Why didn't he change the subject in advance? If this would distract Rengoku Kyojuro, it would be bad. Think about it. Rengoku Kyojuro in the future changed the breath of flames to hammering ghosts with his fists. That scene was really beautiful. Simply unimaginable. Really a huge disaster. Cough cough cough. Kyojuro, where's your little brother? What is he doing? Chibai hurriedly skipped the subject and asked about Chianshuru. Little brothers with mother. Rengoku Kyojuro replied, but his eyes were a little erratic. Chibai didn't say anything after hearing this, and fell silent, afraid that what he said would really lead Kyojuro astray. But Chibai didn't know it was. The sentence of smashing the ghost with his fist and beheading the ghost with Nichirin blades left an indelible impression on Rengoku Kyojuro's heart. Just as the atmosphere became more and more silent, Rengoku Shinjuru's voice came from outside the door. Ha ha ha, I'm back. When Rengoku Kyojuro heard it, he hurried over and opened the gate. You are back, my lord father. Mr. Chibai is here. Rengoku Shinjuru rubbed Kyojuro's hair and said, Chibai is here. Just right, I brought back sweet potato rice and salt grilled sea bream, let's eat together. As he spoke, he walked into the yard, put down a huge package on his body, and took out a bento from it and put it on the table. Chibai, didn't you go back to Mount Sagiri last night? Why did you come back suddenly? You look like you haven't slept all night. As soon as Rengoku Shinjuru finished speaking, Chibai let out a big yawn. Something happened. I didn't return to Mount Sagiri. I went directly to Asakusa and brought back the medicine for Aunt Ruvuo. Rengoku Shinjuru was very happy and excited when he heard Chibai said that he had brought back the medicine for curing Ruvuo. Really, Chibai? I didn't expect you to go to get the medicine overnight. Thank you so much. I don't know what to say. Advertisement chapter 45 spit it out. Chibai waved his hand very calmly. Okay, Uncle Mikijiro, it doesn't matter whether you are grateful or not, the most important thing is that Ruvuo Aunt's health is well. Rengoku Shinjuru was moved again after hearing this, and wanted to give Chibai a hug, but Chibai refused. Hugging this or something is better with a girl, just like Mikomo, a small one, soft and fragrant. Men or whatever. Cough cough cough, digressing. Soon, the three of them were ready to eat. Because of today's meal, Chibai really didn't like to eat it, so he just ate a box as a symbol, and pushed the rest to Rengoku Kyojuro. As the name suggests, he is growing and needs to eat more. Rengoku Kyojuro was very happy to accept it. Today's meal is his favorite. Sweet potato rice, sea bream grilled in salt. I saw Rengoku Kyojuro took a big mouthful of food, and then praised happily, 5 ants. Moreover, every bite will say 5 ants. Chibai sat at the side, watching the famous scene of Yanzu in the future with great interest. At the same time, I thought in my heart that this might be the least time I ate. Why do sweet potatoes and rice have to be cooked together? Can't they be cooked separately? Hey, in just a few minutes, the food on the table was swept away by the father and son. At this time, Chibai thought of a very important question. You two finished your meal, what should Senjuro do you want him to go hungry? Kyojuro replied, please don't worry, Senjuro finished his meal with his mother before you came. Chibai listened and nodded. Good guy, I thought Senjuro was forgotten. At this time, Rengoku Shinjuru looked at Chibai, hesitant to speak. Uncle Mikijiro, if you have anything to say, just say it directly, don't look at me like this, I'm not used to your look like this, Chibai said helplessly, covering his face. Mikijiro said with some twitching. Okay, I'll just say it, do you think it's okay to give the medicine to Ruo now? Advertisement. When he said this, Mikijiro rubbed his hands with a very embarrassed expression. This expression gave Chibai a bit of a headache. I have to say that the magic of love is really not small, and it can turn the always heroic Rengoku into this look. Speaking of this matter, Chibai suddenly thought, where's own love? You can't be single in the previous life, and you will still be single after time travel. This is really a sad story. Thinking of this, Chibai burst into tears. However, soon Chibai cheered up, because this matter has gone beyond the point. Ahem, yes, of course we can. Let's take a look at Ant's status first. Chibai walked towards the room after speaking. On the other hand, Mikijiro and Kyojuro looked at each other suspiciously. Why did Chibai's expression change just now? What happened? Although he was puzzled, he didn't think too much, and followed Chibai's footsteps. Soon the three of them came to the room where Rengoku Ruvuo was. At this time, Rengoku Ruvuo was resting, and woke up after hearing the movement. Huh? Chibai, you're here. Seeing Chibai in front of the bed, Rengoku was not only a little surprised, it was only one night, why did he come back? I'm here, Aunt Ruvuo. Chibai said hello, and then said, last night, I went to Asakusa and brought a potion that can completely heal you. As Chibai said, he took out 2 potions, one red and one blue, from his pocket and placed them on the tatami. Drink the red potion first, then the blue potion. After hearing this, Mikijiro picked up the red potion and was about to feed it to Rengoku. But was rejected by Rengoku Ruvuo. No, I'll do it myself. After speaking, he took the potion from Mikijiro's hand and drank it down. After drinking the potion, Rengoku's gaze suddenly turned to Mikijiro. If I remember correctly, you should be working at this time. After Rengoku Ruvuo said this, Chibai remembered that Rengoku Shinjuru should be at work at this time, but why did he appear at home? Huh? Uncle Mikijiro, you skipped work? Chibai looked at Rengoku Shinjuro with a puzzled expression. Seeing this, Rengoku Shinjuru couldn't help but cough twice, and then explained. How is it possible? I am also a pillar of inflammation. Skipping work or something, it doesn't exist at all. My lord knows about it, and he agreed that I should spare some time to take care of Ruvuo. Advertisement. Hearing this explanation, Chibai nodded with disbelief. Then he handed the blue potion to Rengoku Ruvuo. Likewise, after Rengoku Ruvuo took it, drank it down. A few more minutes passed. Mikijiro looked at the unresponsive Rengoku Ruvuo, couldn't help it at first, and asked, Ruvuo, how do you feel? Do you feel any different? Rengoku felt it carefully and said, I don't seem to feel anything. The potion can't take effect so quickly, right? Mikijiro was a little disappointed after hearing this, but didn't say anything. Chibai, who was in a daze, suddenly thought of what Izumo said to him. After drinking the potion, the lungs will be spit out and a new one will grow. So, he hurriedly said, I almost forgot, you guys go and get a basin, you can use it right away. Although Mikijiro was a little puzzled, he still listened to Chibai's words, and quickly went to get a basin and put it on the ground. Here, as soon as the basin was placed on the ground, Rengoku Ruvuo's expression changed. Ruvuo, what's wrong with you? Mikijiro asked hastily. Rengoku coughed, and then said, I don't know what's going on, my throat is itchy, and there seems to be something on my chest. Before he finished speaking, Rengoku vomited it out and threw it into the basin. Immediately, a smell of stench and blood filled the whole room, making Chibai a little out of breath for a while. Ruvuo, Mikijiro hugged Rengoku Ruvuo worriedly. And Kyojuro was also very worried to support Rengoku Ruvuo. Rengoku waved his hands very calmly and was about to say something, but before he could say it, he spat out another big mouthful. The stench and bloody smell in the room increased a lot. What's going on? Chibai. Why is Ruvuo acting like this? Makijiro yelled at Chibai. After hearing this, Chibai said, the doctor said, this is a normal phenomenon, just vomit for a while and it will be fine. As he spoke, Chibai glanced at the contents of the basin. Immediately, the sand value dropped wildly. How to describe this? It is that the basin is full of black and red blood, and there are some sponge-like things in the blood, floating on it. Chapter 46 Warm Home. This made Chibai feel a little nauseous. After all, it was the first time he saw this bloody water. While talking like this, Rengoku vomited again, this time much more than the previous 2 times. Then, how long does it take for Ruvuo to vomit like this? Mikijiro asked. Chibai thought for a while. It seems that Izumo only told himself that he would vomit after taking the medicine, and didn't say how long he would vomit. It seems that I have to vomit for a while. When Chibai said this, he felt a little guilty. But Rengoku Shinjuru's mind was on Rengoku Ruvuo at this time, and he didn't hear the guilt in Chibai's words at all. Seeing that the basin on the ground was filled immediately, Mikijiro hurriedly ordered, Kyojuro, hurry up, go and get a big basin. After hearing this, Kyojuro didn't dare to be negligent, and immediately took back a basin, and took out the full basin. Seeing this, Chibai hurriedly said, Kyojuro, it's best to put these things in the sun for more than 2 hours, and then bury them deeply. If this thing is thrown out directly, it will be a catastrophe, and it will not be able to cause a catastrophe. Kyojuro was a little puzzled after hearing this. Why is that, Mr. Chibai? Chibai explained. This thing, if you don't handle it well, there will be big troubles, so do as I said first. Okay, Mr. Chibai. Kyojuro brought out the things according to Chibai's instructions. Watching Rengoku vomit again and again, Chibai suddenly remembered a very important thing. That is, I didn't let Mikijiro and Kyojuro take personal protection, I rely on it. The only fortunate thing is that Senshuro is not at home. This made Chibai heave a sigh of relief. As for Mikijiro and Kyojuro, they practice pranayama and their bodies are very strong, so there shouldn't be any major problems, right? At least in the original work, Chibai did not see the disease caused by practicing breathing method. To take a step back, even if you really got it, you can just go and get another potion. Thinking of this, Chibai relaxed a little. Soon, a morning passed, and Rengoku vomited so many times during this period. All I knew was that Kyojuro had brought out 3 large pots and was now waiting for the 4th big pot to be filled. However, the big basin was not full, and Rengoku just vomited twice before falling asleep. After the 3 saw it, they retreated quietly. At this moment, Chibai was not in a hurry to leave, it was better to wait for Rengoku to wake up before leaving by himself. Advertisement. Chibai, who was sitting in the guest room, talked to Mikijiro without saying a word, and fell asleep after a while. There was no way, after running around for so long, Chibai had been holding on, and now he was relaxed, and fell asleep if he couldn't bear it any longer. In a flash, the time came to night. Chibai was woken up by Kyojuro, had dinner in a daze, and asked Rengoku about the fire. After learning that Rengoku Ruvuo was still in a coma, Chibai tilted his head and fell asleep again. It wasn't until the next morning that Chibai woke up sleepily. After waking up, Chibai came outside with a dazed expression, saw Kyojuro who was practicing in the yard, and then realized that he was not at Mount Sagiri, but at Rengoku Shinjuru's house. When Kyojuro saw Chibai, he immediately stopped exercising and came to Chibai with a happy face. Mr. Chibai, you are awake. Wash up and prepare to eat. Mother has woken up and is preparing breakfast. Huh? When did Aunt Ruvuo wake up? Chibai asked. An hour ago. Kyojuro said honestly. Chibai nodded and went to wash up under the leadership of Kyojuro. Dinner will be served soon. Rengoku Shinjiro, Kyojuro, Senjiro, and Rengoku Ruhuo, plus Chibai, 5 of them sat at the table and had breakfast happily. Afterwards, Makijiro left and Kyojuro took Senjiro to train together. Rengoku Ruo was sitting in the house, holding a cup of hot tea and looking at her 2 children through the living room window with a smile on her face. After Chibai saw this situation, he smiled very gratified. Some things are finally changed by myself, and all this is worth it. Himself. Our lady? Do not, I just saved a family that was on the verge of breaking up, that's all. Coming to Rengoku Ruhuo's side, Chibai said softly, Ruhuo aunt, your body has not recovered yet, you still need to pay attention to rest. Well, thank you very much Chibai, thank you for everything you have done for us, Before Rengoku could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Chibai. If you want to thank you, there is no need to say any more, Aunt Ruhuo, take care of your body, and tell Uncle Makijiro for me, you must not bury Kyojuro's talent. Cultivate Kyojuro into the best Yanzu, advertisement. After Chibai finished speaking, he waved his hands and left under the gaze of Rengoku Ruhuo. Seeing Chibai leave, Kyojuro hurried over, Mr. Chibai, are you leaving now? Well, I'm leaving. While speaking, Chibai touched Kyojuro's head. Don't be so reserved, if you don't mind, just call me Dage, don't call me Mr. What. After Kyojuro heard this, he didn't immediately call out, Chibai Dage. With a Dage, Chibai burst into tears. See no. Future Yenju, everyone's Dage, calls himself Dage. You won't be scolded to death. Okay. You call me Dage, and I'll teach you how to comb the center part. Kyojuro. Why can't I understand what he's talking about? Chibai, who realized that he said something wrong, coughed awkwardly, patted Kyojuro on the shoulder, said goodbye later, turned and left in a hurry. Looking at Chibai's back, Kyojuro said firmly, I will definitely become the most powerful Yanzu. Chibai waved his hand and disappeared into the crowd. After walking for a while, Chibai came to the field. Seeing no one around, he took a deep breath and began to circulate chi. The whole person turned into a phantom and galloped out in the direction of Mount Sagiri. In the evening, Chibai returned to Mount Sagiri. This time, there was no greeting from Sabito and Mikomo, only Chibai was alone. Hey, sure enough, this is plastic friendship. When I come back, the rabbit doesn't even come to pick me up. Forget about Mikomo, she's so cute, it's better to rest. After speaking, Chibai set off towards the mountain alone. Walking on the road, Chibai was not in a hurry, now he was thinking, what delicious food will Mikomo make to greet him at night? Or is Mr. Urokodaki very worried about himself now? As for Sabito, Mikomo must miss me very much, I still have to work harder, go back quickly. Chapter 47 Sabito, you sneak attack. Just when Chibai was hurrying on his way, there was a pair of eyes fixed on Chibai's figure in the grass beside him. When he heard Chibai's random thoughts, his nose was almost crooked. Chibai, this guy. Really, damn it. What do you mean if you don't come to pick him up? It's plastic friendship, and if Mikomo doesn't come, you have to have a good rest. Emphasis on S**X over friends. That's right, the person hiding in the grass is Sabito. Originally, Sabito was a little tired from waiting for Chibai, and wanted to take a rest in the grass, but as soon as he sat down here, Chibai came back, and then he heard Chibai's random thoughts. At this time Sabito changed his mind, instead of going to greet Chibai directly, he was going to sneak attack him. It's just that there is still a small problem that Sabito can't figure out. Ever since I met Chibai, why can I always be driven crazy by his short-sighted words? Seeing that Chibai was getting farther and farther away from him, Sabito quietly held his wooden sword, took a deep breath, and used his full concentration of breathing. The next moment, Sabito was outrageously dispatched. Water breathing. 7 shapes. Shizuku Ripple Sting. I saw Sabito jumping up and stabbing at Chibai with the wooden sword in his hand. Chibai, who was walking, suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing behind him, and before he had time to think about it, he rolled around like a lazy donkey to avoid this strike. After seeing Chibai avoid on this strike, Sabito turned his sword and used other moves. Nino type water wheel. Chibai, who hadn't had time to get up, stretched out his hands subconsciously, and with a slap, caught Sabito's wooden sword between his hands. This move is exactly the legendary 100% empty-handed catchblade. At this time, Chibai saw clearly who the attacker was. Damn it. It's you, rabbit. Why are you sneaking up on me? Are you a rabbit insane? I'm your dear friend, brother. How could you have the heart to attack me? After hearing this, Sabito's face twitched. Rabbit epilepsy, what the hell is that FCK? I have only heard of epilepsy. Still love relatives and friends, brothers and sisters? The more Sabito thought about it, the more angry he became, and he couldn't help shouting. Dearest relatives and friends? Brothers and sisters? Good. Sabito, will kill my relatives today. Advertisement. No one can stop me today, I said it. After finishing speaking, Sabito forcefully opened Chibai's hands with the wooden sword in his hand. He swung his sword vigorously towards Chibai. Seeing this, Chibai dodged the attack with a dodge. His backhand was a hand knife, directly splitting the wooden sword in two. Ha, the sword is broken. Sabito, stop, now you are no longer my opponent. After Sabito heard it, the action at hand didn't stop. Really, feel the breath of water, the joy of Ichiko. Takitsubo. Sabito jumped up, slashing the broken wooden sword to the ground. Chibai took a light step, dodged the attack, and made a face towards Sabito. Stupid rabbit, way, you can't hit me. However, there was a weird smile on Sabito's face. Just when Chibai was puzzled, a huge water column suddenly appeared and directly rushed Chibai into the sky. Damn, careless. Damn, it's rabbit. How did you become so cunning? Chibai in the air made a 360-degree turn and then landed safely. HMPH. That's it, it's always been your attack, now it's my turn. Rabbit. After Chibai finished speaking, he activated his chi and rushed towards Sabito. Seeing Chibai approaching, Sabito didn't think about head-on, and kept dodging Chibai's attack, trying to distance himself from Chibai. But Chibai's attack follows him like a shadow, making it impossible for Sabito to keep a distance, and from time to time, a wisp of wind blade brushes against On's face, which makes him very headache. Now Sabito has some doubts whether Chibai has learned the breath of wind on purpose, and only the breath of wind can be used as a physical skill. As time went by, Sabito's physical strength began to be a little bit unbearable, but Chibai didn't look tired at all. Sabito gritted his teeth, knowing that if he dragged on like this, he would be defeated sooner or later. Simply, he used other tricks in an attempt to distance himself from Chibai. 9 shapes. Water flow, spray, chaos. In the next second, Sabito's footsteps began to change, becoming elusive, leaving water splashes on the ground, making it impossible for Chibai to catch him. Chibai raised his eyebrows and said, "Yo, rabbit, are you proficient in breathing water?" Advertisement. However, Sabito did not talk to Chibai, but took this opportunity to quickly distance himself from Chibai. Seeing that the distance was enough, Sabito directly used the 10th type of water breathing without hesitation. He knew that this was his last chance. 10 shapes. Life and life flow. I saw a huge blue water dragon appearing beside Sabito, rushing towards Chibai with Sabito. Seeing the water dragon, Chibai's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, damn, rabbit, what do you want? We are just discussing each other in an ordinary way, why did you suddenly use a big killer move? The only answer to him was the water dragon that roared silently. Seeing this, Chibai's face twitched, and the next second, Chibai's aura suddenly changed. Chibai accumulated power with one arm, and countless wind blades began to appear on Chibai's fist. Looking at the water dragon that was about to attack, he aimed at the dragon's head and punched it down. With a bang, the wind blade went straight to Sabito. Only half of the wooden knife in Sabito's hand was smashed into pieces by the wind blade, and the water dragon was punched into the sky by Chibai. Until this time, Sabito stopped his own offensive, shrugged at Chibai and said, "You won, Chibai." Chibai. What's the point of saying this thing now? Your set of water breathing almost sent people away. Smelly rabbit. Chibai grabbed Sabito, rubbed his flesh-colored hair vigorously, and said angrily, "What do you want to do, rabbit? You are too much. It's just a sparring session, but you actually used life and life flow. If this makes you accumulate energy, I'm afraid you'll kill me if it's not true." After hearing this, Sabito rolled his eyes, and after breaking free from Chibai's clutches, he said, "Then what's the matter? It's just a life and death circulation, and I can't kill you. I'm not like someone who said that my friendship with me is plastic, right?" Hearing this, Chibai's expression froze immediately. Embarrassed, how did Sabito hear this? Looking at Chibai, who was speechless, Sabito continued, "Hey, I waited from morning to night just to take a break, and I heard my good friend say that I am a plastic friend." That sounds really sad. After Chibai heard it, it became more and more embarrassing. Sabito heard all the calls. It seems that he beat himself up and down. It's not so unreasonable. Chapter 48 Daily Life. Thinking of this, Chibai put on a smiling face and hooked Sabito's shoulder. "Tutu, don't be angry, I just said that casually, why do you take it seriously? It's just our relationship, right?" After hearing Chibai's words, Sabito showed a disgusted expression and pushed Chibai away. "Hey, Chibai, you are so disgusting, call me Sabito. What the hell is Tutu? Is this the name a man should call?" Ha ha ha. Chibai laughed, hooking Sabito's shoulder again. "Okay, I won't be called Tutu anymore, then. What do you think of the future master Shueiju, Sabito?" This time, instead of pushing Chibai's hand away, Sabito sighed. "I'm really scared of you. Let's go. Teacher Lintaki is very worried when he knows that you are going to deal with the suspected ghost. Now that you come back, go to Teacher Lintaki and report that you are safe." After speaking, he took Chibai towards home. In fact, why don't he and Mikomo worry about Chibai, who is suspected to be a ghost? After hearing what Sabito said, Chibai smiled very happily. "In this world, I am no longer alone, and there are still people who miss me. Sabito, Mikomo, and Ranaki-sensei. Ah, rabbit, what's for dinner today?" "Dinner is a special super large beef rice made by Mikomo. Hurry up, if you continue to grind like this, you will lose your share." "Got it, rabbit." While chatting and hurrying, the two arrived at home soon. As soon as he got home, Chibai saw 4 oversized bowls full of beef on the table. Chibai didn't hold back and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After careful calculation, I don't seem to have eaten much for a day. I only ate a box of sweet potato rice and a little breakfast at Rengoku Shinjuru's place, and now my chest is on my back. At this time, Mikomo came back from the outside, and was quite pleasantly surprised when he saw Chibai. "You're back," Shibai, sit down first, Teacher Linlong will be here soon. Shibai nodded, and the three sat down together. Soon, Urokodaki Sakanji also came. When he saw Shibai, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked, Shibai, did you go well with this mission? Hearing from Sabito, this time you are dealing with the ghosts who are going to kill you. After hearing this, Shibai replied, it's okay, Mr. Linlong, I met the current Yenju Rengoku Gensoru. With him, it will be smooth. That ghost is not the lower string, but a ghost who is about to be promoted to the lower string. Well, let's eat. Lin Taki nodded. Advertisement. After getting the answer, the four began to eat. Eating beef rice, Shibai's eyes filled with tears. This stuff is so delicious, who studied it? He quickly finished his share, and snatched a small portion from Sabito, making Sabito roll his eyes in anger. After the meal, the four talked for a while, and then went back to rest. The content of the chat is nothing more than around this mission. Lying on the bed, Shibai let out a long sigh of relief, it's better at home. At this time, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Complete the reversal. Close black lens bracket, this reward, Beidou Divine Fist, Gang Fist Chapter, close black lens bracket. Shibai. Under what circumstances, why did a reward suddenly pop up? Beidou Divine Fist, Shibai knows this, a very subtle assassination fist technique, far superior to flowing water and rock-breaking fist. Among them, the Gangshen chapter is simple and rude, which is most suitable for me now. No, what's the situation with the system? What's the reversal? Why did you suddenly give me a reward? Shibai asked puzzled. The system replied. Open black lens bracket, everything in the Rengoku family was rewritten because of you, and you deserve the reward. You are welcome, this is a system selection, close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Shibai showed a smile, good guy, there are rewards here, but why did the rewards arrive so late? What, why did you give me a reward after I came back, system? It took a while for the system to reply to Shibai. Ahem, cough, I forgot. Close black lens bracket Shibai. Dog system. Warning, don't scold the system, if you scold again, I will give you the title of assassination fist technique, you can try to see what effect it has, close black lens bracket. When Shibai heard this, a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Title. Forget it, the previous headshot maniac is really vivid? Fortunately, only launched 3 times. If you activate it a few more times, you will really die. No, system, I know I'm wrong, I'm going to sleep, it's okay. Advertisement this time, the system did not reply to Shibai after a long time, waiting for Shibai to fall asleep. When Shibai woke up, it was already high in the sun. After tidying up and eating the breakfast Makomo left for himself, Shibai set off to look for Sabito. When I found Sabito, he was concentrating on training, and he was very proficient in using the 10 types of breathing of water. If Sabito had confronted himself with a real knife yesterday, he would probably have to be serious too. Just when Shibai was distracted, Sabito, holding a wooden knife, had already split a stone a circle smaller than himself into 2. Seeing this, Shibai couldn't help applauding. Wow, rabbit, it's amazing, you can split a stone in 2 with a wooden knife. Sabito, who was training, was taken aback when he heard Shibai's voice. Damn it. Shibai, why are you making no sound when you walk? It scared me. Shibai pouted. It's obvious that you are too focused on training, how can you blame me for walking silently? But I really didn't expect that you can split stones with a wooden knife in hand. When are you going to participate in the final selection? After listening to Sabito, he thought about it seriously, and then said, I'm waiting, I think the current strength is still a bit weak, and Mr. Renaki means, we have to wait a little longer. Shibai was stunned. I'm afraid that when Sabito participates in the final selection, he will already have the strength of a water column. Could it be that this is the peak of the legendary debut? Sabito, my debut is the water column. Thinking of this, Shibai actually laughed. Seeing Shibai smiled, Sabito was a little puzzled, what's so ridiculous about it? What are you laughing at, Shibai, why do you feel that your smile is wrong? Hearing what Sabito said, Shibai waved his hand, it's nothing, I just laughed when I thought of something interesting. FK. I don't believe it, tell Shibai, what are you laughing at, tell me. After finishing speaking, Sabito grabbed Shibai's shoulder and shook it. Being shaken by Sabito for a while, Shibai couldn't bear it. Don't shake it, if you shake it, you'll throw up. Sabito was unmoved by this, and the strength of shaking Shibai in his hand became stronger, almost shaking the phantom. Speak. In the end, Shibai, who couldn't take it anymore, stepped hard on his feet and escaped from Sabito's clutches with a whoosh. Sabito. Shibai shouted angrily, Chapter 49 Training. What? Sabito replied angrily, rolling his eyes. Do you want a wife or not? As long as you open Jinku, I will send it to you. Sabito. What is this all about? Why is it so messed up? What wife, sent here? Sabito. Shibai, come here, let me chop you up, how about it? Not good, stupid rabbit. Shibai made a face at Sabito, turned around and ran towards the woods. Shibai, stop if you have the ability, Sabito roared angrily. Unexpectedly, Shibai suddenly turned around and said, idiots just stand still. Sabito Gaiji, come and catch me, if you catch me, I will let you hee. Sabito. FCK, why is Shibai so disgusting, He keeps talking. On's hands are so itchy. I can't control my prehistoric power anymore. Thinking of this, Sabito chased after him with a wooden knife in his hand. Today, he is bound to chop Chibai up. The two chased and fled, and ran towards the depths of the forest. Is this the result? Naturally, Sabito couldn't catch up with Chibai, so Sabito could only stomp his feet angrily, turn around and go back to continue training. If you have the ability, Chibai, don't go back to eat at night. And Chibai, who ran into the depths of the forest, came to the place where he used to practice. Sitting on a boulder, Chibai looked at the Beidou Shenquan, Gangshen chapter that he got last night. Just when he was looking at it vigorously and was about to use it, he inadvertently swiped at the flowing water-breaking rock fist that he was going to study later. It didn't matter, it directly shocked Chibai. The original simple flowing water-breaking rock fist has 3 different things. After some inspection, I found out that the 3 extra articles are the core part of Liu Sui Shianchuan. They are a flowing water ray that can diffuse all attacks, an instant skill that moves smoothly like flowing water but is unpredictable. It can crush rocks with its fingertips, but it can also hit extremely tiny vital points. After watching these 3 parts, Chibai's complexion was very strange. Advertisement in total, all the ones I used before were the castrated version. No wonder it is a bit awkward to use, and it is extremely uncomfortable to use when I grow up. Just to put it bluntly, flowing water-breaking rock fist is not a fist technique. How could it be possible to make such a low-level mistake? It is impossible to be unable to use it because of a change in body shape. Chibai looked at these 3 cores carefully, and found that the only one that can be used is the instant body skill. In terms of attack, he said that he already had Beidou's magic fist to make up for it. As for the defensive formation, well, someone once said that offense is the best defense. Only the footwork has always been his weakest point, and now the instantaneous skill just makes up for this aspect. The only thing that puzzles Chibai is why he can only see the core part of flowing water and rock-breaking fist now. Pit Father Ah. The system sensed Chibai's doubts and hurried out to explain to Chibai. This is actually an oversight of the system. After you get the whirlwind iron slashing fist, the flowing water breaking rock fist core chapter will be unlocked. I forgot to tell you about this. Close black lens bracket. Chibai didn't believe what the system said. He is more willing to believe that this dog system fishes when it is free, but in the end it carelessly gives himself a castrated version of the flowing water breaking rock fist. After thinking about it, Chibai asked, "System, isn't the whirlwind iron fist a castrated version?" "Don't worry, this is absolutely not." Close black lens bracket. After getting the system's reply, Chibai rolled his eyes. "Hey, look at this matter, don't you have to give me some compensation, otherwise it won't make sense," Chibai said. After the system listened, it immediately offered compensation. "We have a relationship, right? Isn't it just compensation? I give you, close black lens bracket. Bug compensation. Combination skill boom air crack fist, close black lens bracket." Seeing this compensation, Chibai's eyes lit up. Good guy. This is one of the combination skills of flowing water breaking rock fist and whirlwind iron fist. Originally, I thought I had to figure it out by myself, but I didn't expect the system to directly compensate me. It's really, Louisa's little sister, interesting enough. The power of the air cracking punch is very powerful. With one punch, a certain centipede elder with a body length of several kilometers was almost killed, let alone other people. However, Chibai remembers that this fist technique has some side effects, but it's not a big problem. This incident just passed, so Chibai began to practice the instant part of Lu Shui rock-breaking fist. As for the fist techniques of Beidou Shenquan and Hongqi Kongchuangchen, we have to come one by one. Advertisement time passed slowly, and it was night in a blink of an eye. Chibai returned home exhausted. Sabito and Mikomo have been waiting for Chibai for a long time. Originally Sabito wanted to settle accounts with Chibai, but when he saw the tired Chibai, he was not only a little surprised. "Chibai, what's wrong with you?" Chibai glanced at Sabito lifelessly, and then said, "It's nothing, it's a bit difficult to practice." Mikomo asked very worriedly, "Are you really okay like this? It seems that you are in a bad state." Hearing Mikomo's words, Chibai not only recalled the practice of instant body skill during the day, it was really hopeless. There are too many factors to take into account, causing him to either hit the wall or fall into the water. Thinking of this, Chibai covered his own face. "It's okay, Mikomo, let's eat. I have eaten, I just need to calm down." Seeing Chibai's appearance, Mikomo was very worried, but he didn't know how to comfort Chibai. It just so happened that Urokodaki Sakanji came in from the outside, and Mikomo hurriedly ran and whispered something in his ear. Urokodaki Sakanji nodded after hearing this, and came to Chibai's side. "Chibai, looking at you like this, have you encountered any difficulties?" Chibai was silent after hearing this, just eating. Regarding the fist of flowing water and breaking rocks, even Ji Guoyuan is useless, let alone Urokodaki Sakanji. It is better to think about it slowly. Urokodaki Sakanji just said, "Chibai, does this mean you don't believe me? But at least I still have some experience." After hearing this, Chibai regained some anger in his eyes, and said, "Mr. Lintaki, what do you think I should do to be as smooth as water, which is unpredictable?" Urokodaki Sakanji hardly hesitated, opened his mouth and said, "This, Chibai, you." A few short words made Chibai enlighten and understood what the instant body skill was all about. After finishing his meal quickly, he continued to practice, regardless of the fact that it was night. Time flies, and 2 months passed in a flash. On this day, Chibai rested after a long absence. Looking at Sabito, who was training, Chibai sighed deeply. Thinking back to the previous 2 months, except for sleeping and eating, the rest of the time was almost spent practicing. It took me a month to master the instant body skill, and then I started to practice Beidou Shenquan Gangshen chapter. Chapter 50 Group to Asakusa. The Beidou Shenquan Gangshen chapter is surprisingly simple, and it is almost effortless to practice, and it is almost enough to learn it in just 1 week. Because the Gangshen chapter is so suitable for Chibai, it's almost like breaking Wanfa all at once. And also cultivated the second kind of fighting chi, which belongs to the fighting chi of Beidou Shenquan. Then Chibai studied for an extra week to consolidate it, and in the remaining 2 weeks, he started to learn the combined strike skill, the air-cracking fist. Result: 2 weeks passed with nothing. The difficulty of this thing is simply max. It can be said that these 2 weeks were wasted directly. Looking at Sabito, who was training, Chibai shouted, "Rabbit, stop training, take Mikomo and let's go to Asakusa together. Since I came here, you haven't been out, you've been training all the time, aren't you bored?" Sabito stopped training after hearing this, and said helplessly, "Chibai, can you stop being so playful?" Chibai said, "It's not about being playful, it's called combining work and rest. Constant training sometimes may not have good results, it will be counterproductive. Relax, maybe there will be unexpected gains, let's go." However, Chibai's real thought is that after so long, there is no way to play at public expense, it's too boring. It would be nice to drag Sabito Mikomo and hang out together. As for Urokodaki Sakanji, he must be in his 60s and wouldn't want to hang out with a bunch of kids. Just when Chibai was about to drag Sabito away, the voice of Urokodaki Sakanji came from a distance. "Go to Asakusa? This proposal is really good, I think I can go and see." Sabito, who originally wanted to reject Chibai, immediately petrified in place after hearing this sentence. "Ah, no way, Teacher Renaki, if we go out now." Unable to finish Sabito, Urokodaki Sakanji came to the side of the two. "What's wrong?" The old man thinks what Chibai said makes sense. It's not advisable to blindly work behind closed doors. Clean up Sabito. "Let's go to Asakusa later, it just so happens that I haven't been out for a long time." Sabito sighed after hearing this and said nothing more. What else can I say? Urokodaki Sakanji has spoken, why not go? Even if he doesn't go by himself, Chibai will carry himself over there. If you can't resist, you can only accept it silently. At this moment, Chibai hugged Sabito's shoulder. Advertisement. "Rabbit, don't worry, come with me to Asakusa, I'm sure you'll have a good time. Let me tell you, the Yoshiwara Flower Street in Asakusa is very good, and all the orange there." Sabito. Urokodaki Sakanji. What happened? Enough. Chibai. You be ******D. Why are you talking about everything? Sabito started to go crazy after hearing this. How can you say such shameful words without changing your face, and return Waji? Today, I must kill you. After speaking, Sabito picked up his wooden knife and rushed towards Chibai. After walking a few steps, Sabito was stopped by Urokodaki Sakanji. "Stop using wooden swords, Sabito, it's time for you to use Nichirin blades," Urokodaki Sakanji said, and stuffed his own Nichirin blades into Sabito's hand. At this time, Sabito showed a kind smile. "Chibai, you dog, die." After speaking, he rushed towards Chibai again, waving the Nichirin blades. "Ah, Teacher Lintaki. Why are you like this?" Chibai exclaimed, turned around and ran away. This time Sabito is using a real knife. If you don't pay attention, you will become potato shreds. If you don't run now, when will you wait? The two chased after each other, and chased in the direction of the wooden house. Looking at the backs of the two, Urokodaki Sakanji sighed and thought about a question. "Do you want to write a letter to the Lord, asking him to reduce Chibai's travel expenses? This is only 2 missions, and the learning is broken." This time, he even wanted to spoil Sabito. Thinking of this, Urokodaki Sakanji also walked towards the wooden house, and he had to change his clothes. Soon, the 4 of them packed up and were ready to go. As for the way to travel, it must be to use the breathing method to travel. On the one hand, it is fast, and on the other hand, it is considered exercise. The fastest runner is of course Urokodaki Sakanji, followed by Chibai, then Sabito and Mikomo. When Chibai was on his way, he still did not forget to complain about Sabito. "Wow, Rabbit, you run so slowly. How can you be so slow? Run, run." The result? Naturally, it was Sabito's roar. Mikomo watched the two fight with a smile on their faces. Soon, the group arrived in Asakusa. Advertisement. Looking at the streets of Asakusa, Sabito opened his mouth wide. "Wow." Chibai on the side said, "What a surprise, Rabbit, let's go." After hearing this, Sabito said vigilantly, "Where are you going?" "I'm not going to Flower Street, don't try to lie to me." Chibai rolled his eyes at this. "What kind of Flower Street do you go to as a child? Really, what thoughts?" "I'll take you and Mikomo to the food court in Asakusa, where there are so many delicious foods. Let's go." Sabito. "When did I say I went to Waji?" "Ah, Chibai is really good, damn it. Why are you still beating me up?" "How can it be repaired?" Before Sabito could say anything, Chibai said to Urokodaki Sakanji, "Mr. Renaki, I'm taking Sabito and Mikomo to eat snacks. Do you want to come with us? No, you guys go. Urokodaki Sakanji refused. Enough playing later, remember to gather here. Okay. Teacher Lintaki. Chibai agreed, turned around and took Sabito and Mikomo straight to the snack street. Along the way, Chibai was crazily sweeping the snack street, buying almost any snacks he saw. Of course, you can buy 3 servings of everything, so you can't ignore Sabito and Mikomo. Sabito and Mikomo, who followed Chibai, already had a lot of snacks in their hands, and their eating speed was not as fast as Chibai's. Mikomo looked at the snacks in his hands and whispered, "What if you get fat with so much food?" Chibai, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around and said, "No, Mikomo, once in a while, there will be no problem, don't be lifeless like Sabito. If he wears Ryodaki-sensei's heavenly dog mask, I'm afraid people will think he is Ryodaki-sensei." Sabito, who was eating, heard Chibai's complaint, and said angrily, "Chibai, you speak ill of me again." Chibai, who was caught showing up, didn't panic at all, he just smiled and rushed towards the next snack. Happy time always flies by quickly. Soon, Chibai brought Sabito and Mikomo back to the gathering place. At this time, the snacks Sabito and Mikomo were holding had disappeared, and both of them were rubbing their bellies. "Ah, I ate too much," Sabito sighed. Mikomo on the side also nodded in agreement. As for Chibai, he didn't look like he was doing anything, holding a bottle of clean plain water in his hand. Chapter 51 The End of the Future. Wow, you two only eat so much and you can't eat. Come, drink 2 plain water. After speaking, Chibai handed them 2 bottles of carbonated drinks. This is the Hirano water that Chibai mentioned before. It is one of the earliest carbonated drinks. The taste is not bad, with a light apple flavor. Sabito and Mikomo took a sip of Hirano water and their eyes brightened. Chibai, this is delicious, Sabito said. Mikomo on the side raised the own question, Chibai, where did you get the drink from? There is nothing in your hand. Careless. I can't tell Mikomo, I bought this thing and put it in my interspatial ring. After thinking about it, Chibai found a reason. I bought it just now, I have been holding it all the time, you just didn't see it, look, Teacher Linlong is here. Said Chibai pointed forward, looked in the direction of Chibai's finger, and sure enough saw Urokodaki Sakanji. Chibai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he was able to fool the past, the Teacher Linlong came at the right time. Soon, Urokodaki Sakanji came in front of the 3. It looks like you guys are having a lot of fun, if you've had enough fun, go home. Okay. The 3 of them happily agreed, and set foot on the way home. On the way, Chibai asked, Mr. Linlong, where have you been? I went to see my former friends and chatted, Urokodaki Sakanji replied. Chibai nodded after hearing this, and muttered in a low voice, I thought Teacher Linlong would go to Flower Street for a while. As soon as the words came out, his head was severely hammered. Chibai covered his head in pain. Ah, Teacher Renaki, why did you hit me? HMPH. Urokodaki Sakanji said angrily, what's wrong with beating you, it's not big or small. After Chibai heard this, he smiled mischievously and didn't say anything else. There is no way, whoever let own whisper is heard, can only say that it is time to call. On the other hand, Sabito was very happy when Chibai was beaten. Ha ha ha, Chibai, let you talk too much, you will be beaten. Mikomo gently rubbed the place where Chibai was beaten. With tears in his eyes, Chibai hugged Mikomo. Whoa, Mikomo is the best, not as sympathetic as Sabito. Advertisement Sabito. Why don't you forget to blackmail yourself at any time? And if I'm not mistaken, Chibai is taking advantage of Mikomo again. Get off Chibai, let go of Mikomo, Sabito roared. The 4 of them walked towards Mount Sagiri in such a noisy manner. When passing through a forest, Chibai suddenly shivered. It was here that I met Mukago last time, and I said that I would not be able to meet the bottom string this time. Coincidentally, Sabito saw Chibai who was shivering. Chibai, what's wrong with you, you're still shivering, don't you be afraid. After Sabito finished speaking, he waited for Chibai's reply. After all, when I was with Chibai, the most common thing I did was bicker. However, this time, the situation is somewhat different. What Sabito originally expected did not happen. Instead, Chibai said with a serious face, I'm really a little scared, what if a ghost suddenly pops out of the woods? I'm fine, but none of you 3 have Nichirin blades. After Sabito heard this, the expression on his face suddenly froze. Damn, what a joke. Chibai is a crow's mouth who can say everything, if Shiishin really appears, it will be cold. Ah, damn it's knife ban. Urokodaki Sakanji on the side said right away, it won't be such a coincidence, Sabito don't be nervous, just leave quickly. After finishing speaking, the 4 began to quicken their pace, preparing to leave the woods quickly. When the 4 of them were about to leave the woods, an ape with a strange shape suddenly jumped out of the woods and came in front of the 4 of them. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, the strangely shaped ape showed a humane smile. 4 people. That's enough. Let's forget about the old man, the meat is old and not tasty. That muscular guy should look good, and that little girl should also be delicious. The 4 of them listened to the strange ape's words expressionlessly until the ape finished speaking. Sabito then said with a look of despair, Chibai, you are really a crow's mouth. How could you really jump out of the ghost? Mikomo, and Ryotaki-sensei didn't bring Nichirin blades out. Chibai rolled his eyes. It's my fault. How did I know there would really be ghosts? Advertisement. The last time Lin Bei walked through the woods and jumped out of the last four, he didn't complain. What are you complaining about? Huh? When did you meet the bottom four? Why didn't you tell me? Sabito said. I'm afraid you were worried. That's why I didn't say anything, Chibai replied confidently. Urokodaki Sakanji said at this time, I didn't expect you to touch the lower string. It's amazing. Mikomo listened to the three talking with interest. Only the weird ape was left, looking at the four of them in bewilderment. In other words, I am a ghost. Why are they not afraid of me, but still fighting? And he was still talking about the fourth of the last string. I recently heard that the fourth of the last strings is dead. It can't be that they did it. The more the weird ape thought about it, the more awkward it became. In the end, he couldn't help it, and shouted at the four of them. You four guys, why are you still thinking about arguing? I'm a ghost. Aren't you afraid of me? After Chibai heard it, he said. What's wrong with the ghost? It's not Kibutsuji Muzan, just a fish ghost. It would be great to turn into a monkey? After hearing the ghost, the weird ape roared angrily. I'm not a ghost, I'm Kamanu. I'll be promoted to the bottom soon. Kamanu. Chibai was stunned when he heard the name. I am familiar with this. This is the sixth of the last string in the future. But now, he wasn't, at least not with engravings in his eyes. It's great when the strings are played, Chibai said disdainfully. Let me introduce to you, the spectator, the former Shuizu. As for the other two, I won't talk about it. Do you think you are the opponent of the former Shuizu? Kamanu froze when he heard that. Former water column, own luck is really good. I met my ex-Shuizu. Mom, don't leave me a meal tonight. Thinking of this, Kamanu felt a little desperate. He was really going to die. But he suddenly remembered that the flesh-colored kid said that they didn't bring Nichirin blades. That is to say, Kamanyu's eyes brightened. It seemed that he could kill a water column today. Although he was the former water column, he could also add a brilliant stroke to Owen's record. Immediately, his figure flickered and turned into a colorful tiger. Seeing the fierce tiger, Chibai regained his spirits. Chapter 52 A Slider. This is to make myself a scene of Wusong fighting a tiger. This Chibai is familiar, too ripe, so, he immediately took a step forward and shouted sharply. Hey! That big worm is too presumptuous. I am Wusong from Jingyangang. Look at me killing harm for the people today, and beat you, a big bug. How many people are present? What is he saying? I know every word, why can't I understand what it means when they are connected together? In particular, Kamanu looked even more confused. What is a big bug? I'm afraid there is something wrong with this ghost hunter. At this time, Mikomo carefully tugged at the corner of Chibai's clothes. Well, Chibai, we live on Mount Sagiri, and why do you say your name is Wusong? Isn't your name Chibai? Chibai was stunned when he heard this. I didn't realize that Mikomo is a natural idiot. Is this her hidden attribute? Kind of cute, but Chibai couldn't answer the question she asked. Ahem, cough, what, Mikomo, I'll explain this to you later, now go and hide behind. After speaking, Chibai signaled Mikomo to hide behind Sabito. Then he said to Sabito, protect Mikomo, rabbit. You don't need to say it, Sabito said seriously. After getting Sabito's answer, Chibai turned his attention to Kamanu, who turned into a tiger. I don't know if the tiger that the ghost turned into has a weakness like a normal tiger. Urokodaki Sakanji on the side asked softly, Chibai, is it really okay? This is a ghost who is going to be promoted to the lower string. If not, you take Sabito and the others to the vine house in Asakusa. There are spare Nichirin blades. I'll hold him back. After hearing this, Chibai gave a thumbs up and showed a smile that could blind people's eyes. Don't worry, Mr. Renaki, just leave it to me. You should see my way today. Kamanu, who turned into a tiger at the side, couldn't help but roared. There's no end to it. Rory is so talkative. How dare you ignore me? I have been ignoring more than 500 words, and I have missed more than 500 words. I don't care who you are, die. Advertisement. Kamanu, who turned into a tiger, roared and rushed directly at Chibai. Chibai didn't intend to dodge at all. When Kamanu was about to pounce in front of him, Chibai moved. At a speed invisible to the naked eye, a sliding shovel came under Kamanu. Given that there are Sabito and Mikomo next to him, it is not easy for Chibai to disembowel Kamanu with a slide shovel. After all, it would be too bloody and violent. And it also damaged his tall and mighty image. Sabito, Tui, you have the image of a hammer. Therefore, Chibai changed his move temporarily, and a crimson fighting energy emerged from the palm of his hand, exuding a terrifying temperature. It was the unique fighting energy belonging to Beidou Shenquan Gangshen. Beidou just palmed the wave. The palm with red fighting spirit slammed into Kamanyu's abdomen. With a muffled sound, Kamanu was directly sent flying by the palm. In the next second, the battle energy in Chibai's hand turned golden, and then he jumped up, aimed at Kamanyu's head, and blasted a powerful punch. Beidou punches the sky. The fist with golden fighting spirit bombarded Kamanyu's head, and with a bang, Kamanyu's entire body was smashed into pieces. And each of these fragments is attached with Chibai's golden grudge, and before it hits the ground, it is evaporated. At this moment, the three people on the ground were stunned. The original trio originally thought that this time it would be a hard fight, but in just a few tens of seconds, a ghost who was about to be promoted to the next stage was killed by Chibai's two strokes. No Nichirin blades, just fists. Chibai let out a long sigh of relief and clapped his hands. Call work after work. Let's go quickly, in case anything happens later. After hearing Chibai's voice, the three of them reacted. Wow. Chibai, when did you become so powerful? You can kill ghosts who are about to be promoted, Sabito exclaimed. Regarding this, Chibai waved his hand, saying that this is all trivial. And Urokodaki Sakanji also said, unexpectedly, Chibai, it has not been long before you already have such strength. And it seems that you haven't exhausted all your strength. If you have exhausted all your strength, I'm afraid you will be able to fight against the real one. Yes, Mr. Renaki, you are right. I can indeed fight against Shiishen now. And I can beat Shiishen, Chibai said. There is another sentence that Chibai kept hidden in his heart and did not say it. Not only was he able to defeat Shashion, but he also took in Shashion as a maid. Advertisement: if this matter is told, no one will believe it. But if you say it casually, it will cause trouble. After all, he is a member of the ghost killing squad. You know, 100 years ago, Ji Guoyuan was expelled from the ghost killing squad just because he let Tamayo go, and he brought a ghost to be his maid. I'm afraid the whole ghost killing team will chase and kill him. Thinking of this, Chibai couldn't help wiping off his cold sweat, and at the same time a plan was put on Chibai's agenda. Okay, what's the matter? Let's go back and talk about it. After finishing speaking, Chibai hurriedly walked forward. After hearing this, the three of them left the forest following Chibai's pace without saying anything. On the way, Sabito murmured, damn, it's knife ban. If there is no knife ban, I can come with Nichirin blades. After Chibai heard it, he slapped him mercilessly. Then, with Nichirin blades, feed the tiger directly with a sliding shovel? You are such a little genius, Sabito. Ah, why beat yourself up? At this time, Sabito wanted to go crazy, but because he was on the road, he had no time to go crazy, so he could only endure it. At this time, Mikomo suddenly asked, how far are we from Mount Sagiri? Urokodaki Sakanji replied, soon, there should be no ghosts on this road. At this moment, Chibai stopped suddenly, grabbed the other three people who were advancing, and looked forward with serious eyes. Who? Get out! Sabito was a little confused by Chibai's burst of shouting. What's the matter, Chibai? Why did you say that suddenly? After hearing this, Chibai pointed to the ground in front of him with a serious face. Sabito, look, there's a problem there. Talking about the direction of Chibai's finger, Sabito looked over, but only saw some withered trees and some withered grass, and found nothing wrong. What's the problem? Isn't it just some dead grass and trees? It's not normal, it's like this when it's cold, Sabito said doubtfully. Chibai shook his head. No, Sabito, you're wrong. You think those plants withered just because of the cold weather? You are looking carefully. Chapter 53 Wakiraba. After listening to Sabito, he looked carefully again, but he still didn't find any problems. On the contrary, Mikomo said softly, although it's cold, there shouldn't be so many withered vegetation, right? And there are quite a few pine trees among them. Pine trees don't wither in winter. Hearing Mikomo's words, Chibai nodded. Mikomo is right, it's like this, there should be something here, I just stopped. Before Mikomo could speak, Urokodaki Sakanji said in a serious voice, it's a ghost. The old man smelled a ghost. If there is no accident, this ghost is probably the real ghost. As soon as the voice fell, a shadow of Taoist fell in front of the four of them. Looking closely, I saw that the person coming has short black hair, you are wearing golden earrings, and you have 3 cross scars on your face. His eyes were engraved with the words, the third of the last chord. The person who came is the third of the last string in 12 Kazuki, Wakiraba. But one thing, Chibai still has some doubts, why the earrings on Wakiraba's ears seem to be the same as the gorgeous brother Uzui Tengen. So, is this a coincidence, or are Wakiraba and Uzui Tengen really related? While Chibai was thinking about this question, Wakiraba said, 4 humans? Well, they are all members of the ghost killing team. If I kill you, Master Muzan will definitely give me more blood. This way I can continue to grow stronger. But Chibai didn't waver about it, but just felt a little emotional. I managed to stay out of the mission for 2 months, thinking that everyone would go to Asakusa to have fun together, but on the way back, I met 2 ghosts one after another. In other words, if I killed 2 ghosts without a mission, will Ubayashiki Kagaya give me an extra bonus? This is a problem, but now is not the time to ponder this question. Looking at Wakiraba, Chibai said, the third of the last string, Wakiraba, why did you appear here? Hearing Chibai's words, Wakiraba was a little surprised. Oh, you know my name, this is really surprising. As for me appearing here, I naturally felt that Kamanyu's aura has disappeared, so I appeared. It looks like, that guy Kamanu was killed by some of you? Advertisement, that's right, I killed it, Chibai said. Why, you want to avenge him? Wakiraba shook his head. No, I won't avenge him, I'll die if I die, he's just a waste. I have no reason to avenge a worthless piece of shit. Just when Chibai was about to say something, Urokodaki Sakanji stepped forward. Chibai, Sabito, and Mikomo were all behind him. He whispered to Chibai, Chibai, take Sabito and Mikomo and get out of here quickly. The third of the last string, I'm afraid you are not his opponent now. You leave quickly, I will hold him back. When you return to Mount Sagiri, get my Nichirin blades, go away. After hearing Urokodaki Sakonji's words, Sabito and Mikomo refused to leave. When Chibai heard it, he smiled calmly. It's okay, Mr. Linlong, just watch. Before Chibai finished speaking, he felt a gust of wind blowing towards him. As soon as Chibai stretched out his hand, he directly caught the strong wind. Opening his hand and looking, he saw a black shuriken lying in Chibai's palm. However, the skin touched by the shuriken began to turn black and rot rapidly, emitting a foul smell. Chibai looked at the shuriken and narrowed his eyes slightly. Shuriken, isn't this what ninjas use? Why did the Naruto next door come to make a guest appearance? Of course, that's impossible. The orthodox ninjas in Ghost Slayer are only Uzui Tengen's family. According to this Wikuraba probably has something to do with Uzui Tengen. Of course, there is only some relationship, and the relationship should not be big. As for the rotten place on his hand, Chibai didn't take it to heart at all. This is all a small problem, and my own chi can just heal this small injury. Immediately after Chibai thought, a wave of chi appeared on the wound, and the rotten wound quickly improved and healed. Oh, caught my shuriken? Pretty good, Wikuraba said. My shuriken is not so easy to catch, and I don't know if you can keep your hand. How to say? Chibai asked. Advertisement. Wikuraba smiled after hearing this. What do you say? This has my blood ghost technique on it. If you catch it with your bare hands, your whole hand will rot. As soon as the words fell, Urokodaki Sakonji, Sabito and Mikomo immediately became nervous. Just now, Chibai caught the shuriken with his bare hands. Chibai! Sabito shouted worriedly. Chibai shook his head and said softly, I'm fine, Sabito. You take Mr. Lindaki and Mikomo to hide quickly. His blood ghost technique is too disgusting. I can't care about you at all. Sabito gritted his teeth and nodded, then turned and dragged Mikomo and Urokodaki Sakonji to hide. However, Urokodaki Sakonji disagreed, but was stopped by Chibai with his eyes. After hesitating for a while, Urokodaki Sakonji finally chose to trust Chibai and let Sabito drag him into hiding. When Wikuraba saw it, he didn't react and let the three hide. After the three of them hid, Wikuraba said, Are you planning to sacrifice yourself to let them escape? Although your thoughts are good, unfortunately, they can't escape at all. Looking at the confident Wikuraba, Chibai wanted to give him 2 punches. This kid dared to pretend to be 13 with himself. Damn, why weren't you so brave at the end of the meeting? Why did you turn around and run? If you have the ability, continue to pretend to be 13 with Kibutsuji Muzan. No one can run away. If you give Urokodaki Sakonji a Nichirin blades, you will be stuffed in minutes. I decided, I must give Wikuraba a good meal later and then kill him. Sacrifice yourself. I'm afraid you have misunderstood something, but I never thought of sacrificing myself, Chibai said. Oh, I see, you want to run away alone? Wikuraba nodded after hearing this. Run away. What I want to do today is to kill you, Chibai roared, and golden chi suddenly burst out from his body. The third of the last string, Wikuraba, today is your death day. After seeing Chibai's posture, Wikuraba also became serious. I saw Wikuraba took out a handful of kunai from his waist and put on an offensive posture. In the next second, the two of them rushed towards each other. At this time, an accident happened. To Chibai's surprise, Wikuraba passed by him and attacked the place where Sabito and others were hiding. Chapter 54 Wikuraba's Blood Ghost Art. FK. Chibai cursed secretly. Immediately, the steps under his feet changed, and he used the instantaneous skill, and his figure flickered in front of Wikuraba. Dog, you still dare to play tricks with me, I will smash you today, Chibai roared angrily. In the next second, golden chi began to shine all over his body. Beto at 1 o'clock. An uppercut that shone with golden light hit Wikuraba's chin, and a strong storm appeared, directly hitting Wikuraba into the sky. Chibai stepped hard, ready to rush up, and wiped out Wikuraba completely in one go. But Wikuraba did a backflip in the air and landed firmly on the ground, without giving Chibai a chance to do it. Wikuraba, who fell to the ground, said, It seems that you were pretty good, but unfortunately, you ran into me. Looking at your body shape, it should be a rather bulky one, not good at speed. But it's a pity, I'm best at speed. As soon as the words fell, Wikuraba held a kunai, turned into a black shadow and pierced Chibai's throat. However, Wikuraba stabbed a hole. At this time, Chibai's voice sounded behind Wikuraba. That's right, it's amazing, it's really scary to be good at speed. Chibai's teasing voice made Sick Yi feel his muscles twitch. Each of these words was like a loud slap in the face of Wikuraba. Just now I was bragging about how fast I am, but now. However, what Wikuraba didn't know was that just 2 months ago, his speed could indeed crush Chibai, but now that Chibai has learned the instant body skill, he is no longer what he used to be. Ah, damn it guy. Wikuraba clenched kunai's head and stabbed behind him without looking back. As a result, it naturally fell through. Not only did he fail, his arm was also grabbed by Chibai, and Wikuraba's arm was directly cut off with a hand knife. Wikuraba let out a scream and quickly jumped to a nearby tree. And Chibai looked at Wikuraba's arm in his hand and the kunai in his hand, looking thoughtful. Shuriken, kunai, this is something only ninjas use. It seems that you are from a certain ninja family, but it is a pity that the ninja profession has declined. I do know a ninja, his name is Uzui Tengen, I don't know if you know him. Advertisement. When Chibai said these words, Wakiraba didn't pay attention to Chibai, but looked at Chibai with gritted teeth, and waited for the regeneration of his arm. However, his envisioned arm didn't regenerate, and the bleeding didn't even stop. Wakiraba's face turned ugly. Only then did Wakiraba look at Chibai seriously. Immediately, his face changed drastically. It's you? The person Master Muzan wants to kill. I didn't recognize him just now. After Chibai heard this, he shrugged and didn't speak. Why is the eye of the downstring not working well? It's really worrying. What if the own little maid's eyes are not good enough? Chibai didn't want to waste time with Wakiraba, so he moved straight to Wakiraba. Beto just palmed the wave. Seeing this, Wakiraba escaped from the big tree. Bang! The big tree was hit by Chibai, a deep palm print appeared on the trunk, and the part hit by the palm print had turned into black charcoal. Before Wakiraba could say anything, the whole tree went up in flames. Looking at the flames soaring into the sky, Wakiraba swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I have seen many members of the ghost killing team, and Zu has seen one or two, but I have never seen anyone who can set a big tree on fire with one punch. This has already left the category of human beings. As for Sabito and Mikomo, who were hiding in the dark, their eyes almost went out. Urokodaki Sakonji was better, but also surprised. At this moment, Sabito gently tugged on Urokodaki Sakonji's clothes, and said something that he learned from Chibai. Coach, I want to learn this. Urokodaki Sakonji shook his head with a black face after hearing this. I won't, you go find Chibai. Sabito smiled awkwardly after hearing this. As for Chibai, after seeing the burning tree, he showed a flustered expression. It's over, set fire to the mountain, and sit in prison. Then another cruel smile appeared. Forget it, no one cares here, let's break the lower string first. After speaking, he looked at Wakiraba. Advertisement. Wakiraba, who was glanced at by Chibai, retreated 2 steps in horror, but quickly reacted, with an angry look on his face. I was actually retreated by a human. Damn it. Witness my vampirism. Wakiraba roared and activated his vampirism. Blood ghost art. Withered. In the next second, where Wakiraba was standing, all the plants began to wither and turn yellow. Moreover, the scope of withering is getting bigger and bigger, approaching Chibai's feet. Chibai didn't want to try Wakiraba's blood ghost technique. He was touched by a shuriken, and a piece of his palm rotted. With such a large area, if you roll over, pretty, people are gone. Even so, Chibai did not forget to ridicule Wakiraba. Yo, your old berry is a bit heavy. This is a disease that needs to be cured. After hearing this, Wakiraba became even more angry, and the plants under his feet withered faster and faster. Immediately, he rushed towards Chibai, his only remaining hand held the kunai thorn towards Chibai's body. But Chibai saw the right moment, cut off Wakiraba's remaining arm with a palm knife, and then punched him in the chest again. Puff! Wakiraba's punch was heartbroken by Chibai. Unexpectedly, there was no fear on Wakiraba's face, but looked at Chibai with a playful smile. In the next second, at the wounds of Wakiraba's 2 severed arms, the granulation began to surge wildly, and within a few breaths, the entire arm was regenerated. In Chibai's shocked eyes, Wakiraba's newly regenerated arm was inserted into Chibai's neck. After a successful blow, Wakiraba drew back. Looking at Chibai, who was stabbed in the neck by himself, Wakiraba couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect that. My blood ghost technique can wither everything around me, and then feed back to myself so that I can quickly regenerate. Your ability to prevent me from regenerating is useless. And you were attacked to the neck by me, and the toxin will soon turn you into a puddle of blood. This is my second vampire technique, withered and poisonous. Chibai covered his neck, and after listening to Wakiraba's words, there was no fear on his face, but a blank expression on his face, as if nothing had happened. So it is, Chibai murmured. At the same time, the chi in the body began to work rapidly, and began to dissolve the toxins injected into the body by Wakiraba. Wakiraba knew nothing about what happened in Chibai's body, and was still waiting there for Chibai to turn into blood. Chapter 55. Killing Wakiraba. After a few minutes, Chibai let go of the hands covering his neck, and under Wakiraba's excited eyes, stood up. Yes, just stand up, because the toxins in one's body have been completely dissolved by chi. Thanks to Wakiraba. If he didn't stand aside and wanted to watch Chibai turn into blood, Chibai didn't have enough time to dissolve the toxin. The chi in his body is really a bug. At this time Chibai suddenly sighed. It's not because I was poisoned, but because I remembered that if I gave Urokodaki Sakonji a Nichirin blades, the battle should have ended long ago, so why would I be like myself, procrastinating and getting poisoned? I have to end the battle soon. Seeing the intact Chibai, Wakiraba couldn't help roaring. How is this possible? How can you be immune to my withering poison? No one can be immune to toxins, unless the upper strings can be immune. You are a human being. Why are you immune to toxins? Chibai. I'm afraid there is something wrong with the end of the string. No one can be immune to what is called own toxin. And why can't humans resolve it? If Kochu Shinobu comes over, it can be resolved in minutes, and it can also give you a poison and send you away. In addition to Kochu Shinobu, Tamayo, Yushiro can be. It can only be said that Wakiraba has too little knowledge. Crazy. Chibai rolled his eyes. It's time for a quick fix. I can't waste time with you anymore. As soon as the words were finished, Chi began to circulate crazily in the body and formed a protective film outside the body to resist Wakuraba's toxins. I'm coming. In the next second, Chibai stepped hard and directly hit Wakuraba's head. At this time, Wakuraba's face was ferocious, and when he saw Chibai approaching, he did not dodge at all, but instead activated the Blood Ghost technique. I want to see how much poison you can be immune to from me. Blood Ghost technique. Rain of dead leaves. As Wakuraba's voice fell, black dead leaves began to fall out of thin air around Wakuraba, so densely packed that it was impossible to dodge. As soon as the dead leaves touched the ground, they quickly merged into the ground, and the entire land was blackened, spreading rapidly. The plants that were already withered turned into fly ash and disappeared. Advertisement, however, such a terrible dead leaf fell on Chibai's body, but nothing terrible happened. There was just a sizzling sound, and then it melted away. Seeing this scene, Wakuraba's eyes almost went away. He couldn't figure it out. The own toxin was still useful just now, preventing him from attacking himself. But now, the toxin has lost its effect. This black dead leaf is a concentrated body of high concentration toxin. Normally speaking, it will only be more powerful. Just as Wakuraba was in a daze, Chibai had already arrived in front of him. Beidou punches the sky. A punch that condensed the strength of the whole body in the golden energy, bombarded Wakuraba's body, and directly blasted half of Wakuraba's body into pieces. But in the next second, Wakuraba's body was reborn rapidly, turning back into a complete body. Chibai frowned watching this scene. Did the FCK hit a hammer? Isn't this a perpetual motion machine? The speed of this rebirth is equivalent to a winding, instant rebirth. His own Yuan Do Huang Fist's grudge can't help him at all. Wakuraba also said at this time, come on, damn Demon Slayer squad. Your physical strength is limited, you can't kill me at all. I said it, these withered plants will feed me back and let me regenerate infinitely. Wakuraba's words made the frowning Chibai suddenly wake up. He said that the withered plants would feed him back, but the surroundings now. Thinking of this, Chibai looked around. I saw that the surrounding area had been completely infected by Wakuraba's toxin, and the plants were dead. There were no living plants at all. That is to say. Thinking of this, Chibai showed a sinister smile. Okay, you can regenerate infinitely, then I can keep fighting. Beidou Luo cracking fist. I saw golden and red chi alternately wrapped around Chibai's fist, and suddenly Chibai's fist turned golden red. In the next second, Chibai shook his fist at Wakuraba. The fist was swung so fast that a series of fist shadows appeared. And Wakuraba's body is also in this fist shadow, constantly damaged and repaired. There was no trace of fear in Wakuraba's eyes. He also waved his fists, and fought Chibai with Chibai. However, compared with Chibai-shang, his punching speed was pitifully slow. Advertisement. Ola 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 ola. Chibai, who was punching, kept roaring. Wakuraba did not lag behind and yelled, Mew da mew da mew da mew da mew da. When Chibai, who was swinging his fist, heard it, a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. You are a big wool. You thought you were Dior, it's too big. Daddy insisted on hammering him into a pancake today. Sabito Mikomo in the distance, and Urokodaki Sakanji have been stunned. I have never seen such a wild way of fighting, and I stood still and started fighting with ghosts. Sabito, who watched Chibai, swallowed hard. He never thought that Chibai, who has always been mean, would be like this. This fist is about to sway sparks. Urokodaki Sakanji also wiped his cold sweat. He couldn't help but think, if Chibai used this trick when taking off his mask, his head and mask would be shattered. Well, it's okay. Chibai can't outrun himself. Here, Wakuraba, who was still fearless, has slowly changed his expression. The person in front of him seemed to have no physical strength, and the punches were endless. The energy I fed back is almost not enough, and I will soon be unable to keep up with the speed of regeneration. Is it possible that I am going to die here today? The more Wakuraba thought about it, the more frightened he became. The movements of his hands slowed down, and a look of fear gradually appeared on his face. No, I can't die here. I have to become a leader. How can I die here? I want to escape. Get out. Thinking of this, Wakuraba stopped pumping his fists and pulled away to run away. However, how could Chibai let him go? Taking advantage of a gap in Wakuraba, grabbed his head and punched him down. With a puff, Wakuraba's head was directly smashed into pieces. Red and white, scattered all over the place. The granulation on Wakuraba's neck surged, as if it was about to grow a head again. How could Chibai make him fulfill his wish? The golden energy in his hand surged crazily. As he spoke, Wakuraba's neck crazily poured into his body. Under the continuous infusion of chi, Wakuraba's body quickly gasified. After Chibai saw it, he stepped up again, and more chi poured in. I saw Wakuraba's body bursting with golden light, and with Wakuraba's no, it completely gasified and disappeared. So far the end of the third Wakuraba, Death, Chapter 56 Akaza. After seeing Wakuraba's complete death, Chibai let out a long sigh of relief. Wakuraba is tough enough. No one thought that his vampire technique could feed back to himself. At the same time, Chibai was also very emotional. He has only been here for a long time, and he has beaten 2 strains, one captured alive and the other killed. As for Kamanu, well, that's the end of the future, not now, doesn't count. Okay, it's all right, Chibai shouted towards the hiding place of the 3. When Sabito and others were about to come out, Chibai's face suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Don't come out! Quick, hurry up and hide." This voice made Sabito feel a little confused. He didn't understand what happened, and when he was about to ask, Urokodaki Sakonji covered his mouth. "Don't talk, Sabito." Urokodaki Sakonji's serious voice sounded in Sabito's ear. "You and Mikomo hide, I'll help Chibai. Remember, don't show up." After finishing speaking, Urokodaki Sakonji let go of the two, and came to Chibai's side in a flash. At this time, Chibai looked at the front seriously, his whole body was tense, and he looked like he was ready for battle. Even when Urokodaki Sakonji appeared next to Own, he didn't notice it until Urokodaki Sakonji spoke. "Chibai. You take Sabito Mikomo, get out of here quickly, go to the nearest vine house for help, and let the Lord send a pillar to help." Chibai shook his head after hearing this. "It's too late, Mr. Linlong, he's here." As soon as the voice fell, a thud was heard. It was the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, and there was a burst of dust rising up, making Chibai unable to see the appearance of the person coming. However, Chibai knew that the ghost that appeared now must be the upper string. Just now, his chi felt an unprecedented killing intent. This killing intent is very huge. Even if the killing intent of 10 Wakiraba is added together, it can't compare to half of this killing intent. Anyone who can have this kind of killing intent can only be wounded. I just don't know which winding it will be. First exclude the Gyutaro siblings in Kokoshibu. One is busy cooking in Yoshihara, and the other is busy practicing in Infinite City, so why would they have time to find themselves? Among the remaining ghosts are Akaza, Doma, Half-Heavenly Dog, Gyoko, who will be among these 4 ghosts. Advertisement. At this time, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and a person in a purple short shirt appeared there. Looking at the figure, Chibai spat out those words with a trembling voice. "Turn. The third. Akaza, how? It's you." Although Urokodaki Sakonji on the side didn't know who Akaza was, his face became ugly when he heard the first 3. "That's the third of the top strings. The members of the Ghost Slayer team have encountered many bottom strings, but they have never met the bottom strings. This time the luck exploded and directly hit the third of the winding." Thinking of this, Urokodaki Sakonji took a step forward and stood in front of Chibai. "Go, Chibai. Go to the vine house, I'll drag you here." Before the word, "stay," came out, Urokodaki Sakonji grabbed Chibai and hid to the side. There was a bang, and a pothole was punched out where the two of them were standing. Seeing this scene, a trace of cold sweat dripped from Chibai's forehead. How could he not know that it was Akaza who punched him just now? If it weren't for Urokodaki Sakonji's quick reaction, he might have received the punch himself. Akaza's speed is really too fast, I can't see clearly at all. And Akaza, who had already returned to the original place, had a hint of excitement on his face. Avoided. Ha ha ha. Surprising. Looking at Akaza in front of him, Chibai secretly made a decision. I saw that Chibai did not run away with Sabito and Mikomo as Urokodaki Sakonji ordered, but took a step forward to block Urokodaki Sakonji behind him. "Rinkaki-sensei, take Sabito and the others away, I'll hold Akaza." As soon as the words came out, they were opposed by Urokodaki Sakonji. "No way. Chibai is no match for him at all. This old man used to be Shueiju, even though he doesn't have Nichirin blades, he can still have a fight with him. As long as you bring the pillar in time, we can kill this Shangshan." Chibai showed a wry smile after hearing this. Urokodaki Sakonji will probably be completely cold by the time the pillar arrives. Moreover, the price paid for beheading Akaza is not ordinary, at least 2 high-end pillars are needed to kill him, or else he will give away his head. Advertisement. What is a high-end pillar? A high-end pillar is a pillar with patterns, and a pillar that learns to penetrate the world. As for what is the stripes and transparent world? To put it simply, stripes are an ability to overdraw life. When stripes are turned on, the user's combat ability will be greatly improved, but people with stripes will not live to be 25 years old. Except for Sealing Ji Guoyuani, who was born with stripes, he was the only one who lived to be over 80 years old. The transparent world is the highest realm in the legend. After learning to be transparent, you can enhance your perception and see all the structures of the human body. Chibai shook his head and rejected Urokodaki Sakonji. "Teacher Lintaki, you don't know how terrifying the combat power of the upper string is. Let's go, go." After speaking, he looked at Akaza. "The third winding, Akaza, right? I am Chibai, and I will be your opponent." After hearing Chibai's words, Akaza didn't react too much, but shook his head after looking up at Chibai. "Weak, too weak, such a weak person is really uninteresting. Forget it, since you've come to seek death, I'll let you do it." As soon as he finished speaking, Akaza raised his fist and punched Chibai on the head. Chibai only had time to raise his arms to protect On's head. The next second, the whole person flew out and hit a tree. It wasn't until this time that Chibai really felt the gap between himself and Akaza. That's a world of difference. I can't see Akaza's movements at all, and I can resist them all because of my subconscious movements. And the power of that punch was also terrifying. His own arm, if nothing else happened, must have been fractured. Chibai, who fell under the tree, took a breath, and then slowly stood up while supporting the tree. When Akaza saw Chibai who stood up, a hint of interest appeared on his face. He was not killed, it seems that he is not so weak. "I hope, next, you can hold on, fight with me, If you can, you have the qualifications to become a ghost, ha ha ha. After speaking, Akaza assumed an attacking posture and launched the own vampire technique. Destruction kill. Compass needle. As soon as the words fell, a huge blue 12-pointed snowflake emerged from Akaza's feet. And Akaza stands in the center of the snowflake. Chapter 57 Overlord of the Sky, Rao. Destruction kill. Compass needle. It is the core of the Akaza blood ghost technique, which can sense the fighting spirit of the opponent, and can make its own attack and evasion extremely precise. The dochi here and the dochi possessed by Chibai are two different things. The vindictiveness here can understand the imposing manner of an adult. And Chibai grudge is a real means of attack, it can boost itself, and it can also be punched out. However, it is impossible for Chibai to turn fighting spirit into a horse. This is too advanced, Chibai will not. Looking at Akaza who activated the compass needle, Chibai didn't dare to neglect, he operated his chi to the extreme, and with the blessing of chi, Chibai became much stronger. Akaza, who used the compass needle, immediately noticed the changes in Chibai. Become stronger. Very good, ha ha ha. Come on, fight to your heart's content. As soon as the voice fell, Akaza disappeared in place. At this time, Chibai, under the blessing of chi, has been able to catch a trace of Akaza's shadow, and Akaza is attacking towards him. The golden chi instantly surrounded the fist, and Akaza punched the attacker. Boom. The fists of the two collided together. Chibai only felt a huge force coming, his fist seemed to be smashed to the side, and his body unconsciously retreated a certain distance. However, Akaza's offensive did not stop because of Chibai's embarrassed appearance, but he was even more excited when he saw Chibai receiving On's punch head-on. Can take my fist, ha ha ha. Come on, let me see how strong you are. As he said that, the speed of waving his fists accelerated a bit. Originally Chibai felt very strenuous, but after Akaza speeded up swinging his fists, he couldn't hold on even more, and felt as if his fists were colliding with a jackhammer. Finally, Chibai couldn't hold on any longer and was punched in the chest by Akaza. Hearing a click, Chibai flew straight out and lay down on the ground. Akaza looked at Chibai lying on the ground, and shook his head regretfully. I thought you were qualified to become a ghost, but now it seems that you are still too weak, so let me end your life. Destroy and kill. Random style. I saw Akaza go straight to Chibai's head, and punched 6 times in a row at an extremely fast speed. Looking at the attacking fist, Chibai showed a wry smile, he had no strength to dodge at all, his ribs were all broken. Advertisement: the gap between myself and Shangxian is still too big, it seems that I will break here today. I just don't know if teacher Renaki and the others have left here. Thinking of this, Chibai turned his head and tried his best to look in the direction of Urokodaki Sakanji, wanting to confirm whether they had left here. But Chibai saw it, and Sabito ran towards him with Mikomo. Seeing this scene, Chibai's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. I delayed for a while to let them leave, but why didn't I leave? By the way, Mr. Ryodaki, although I really want to see where Urokodaki Sakanji has gone, it seems that there is no time for Chibai to watch. Because Akaza's fist has reached own eyes. Now Chibai's only thought is that he is really done for this time. Unfortunately, there are still many things that have not changed. What a pity. Just when Akaza's fist touched Chibai's forehead, he stopped suddenly. A very domineering voice sounded in Chibai's ear. Stand up. Who told you to lie down and die, Chibai? Everyone has heard that there is a revolving lantern before death, recalling what happened in their own life. However, this voice has never been heard before. Why does it appear in the own revolving lantern? Just when Chibai was very puzzled, the domineering voice sounded again. I said, stand up, didn't you hear me? Immediately Chibai felt his collar being picked up by someone. Chibai opened his eyes suspiciously, only to see a man with a stature stronger than himself and a resolute face looking at him indifferently. And the place where I am is not a battlefield with Akaza. The place where I am now is a dark and barren space. Chibai couldn't help but wonder, what is this place? I remember I was fighting Akaza, I'm about to. Chibai didn't say the last 2 words. After hearing Chibai's words, the man snorted coldly. I ask you, why did you lie down and wait to die? Advertisement, is this what a Beidou boxer should do? Answer me, boy. After hearing this, Chibai scratched his hair and said aggrievedly, But, I'm really not his opponent. I just want to delay time and let my teacher take my good brother away. After hearing the teacher and good brother, the man's face softened a lot. What's your name? The man asked. Me. My name is Chibai. Chibai said honestly, and then asked, what's your name? Why am I here? Where's this place? The man replied, my name is Rao, because you are going to die. The system dragged your consciousness here, this is the system space. When Chibai heard the name Rao, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. As for the system space behind him, he didn't listen at all. Rao, a thunderous name. The overlord of the sky in Beidou Shenquan, known as the boxing champion Rao. How could he appear here? This is Demon Slayer, isn't this the wrong set? With doubts, Chibai looked at Rao, waiting for Rao's explanation. Rao said, you didn't listen to a word of what I said just now. I'll say it again, you are going to die. The system pulls your consciousness into the system space, do you understand? Understood, I understand. Chibai nodded hastily. If he didn't understand, I'm afraid Rao could beat himself to pieces with one punch. Own Beidou Shenquan Gangshen chapter, but it is Rao's best fist technique. Looking at Chi Bai, Rao stretched out his hand and patted his shoulder. Don't be nervous, you are the successor of my Beidou Shenquan, and you can be regarded as a brother of the same school. Chi Bai rolled his eyes after hearing this. If I didn't know the rules of Beidou Shenquan inheritance, I would have believed in Rao. Beidou Divine Fist is a single lineage. If the teacher accepts 2 disciples, after they leave the teacher, the 2 will be resolved by themselves. This resolves itself. That is, only one can live. Thinking of this, Chi Bai shuddered. However, Rao continued as if he didn't see Chi Bai's expression. As the successor of Beidou Shenquan, you have to stand and die, and you must not fall down. Besides, you haven't comprehended the essence of Beidou's Divine Fist at all, as well as the fighting skills of Beidou's Divine Fist. You don't know anything, you are really stupid enough to fight the enemy. Hearing this, Chi Bai became embarrassed. Chapter 58 Mandatory Task. What the hell? Could it be that the system gave me another defective product? Is this too much? Chi Bai, who was in the system space, couldn't bear it anymore, and shouted into the space. Dog system. You cheated me again. You cheated me once with Flowing Water and Rock-Breaking Fist. Why did you cheat me again with Beidou Divine Fist this time? FK. Rao on the side frowned after hearing this, and couldn't help but angrily said, "Shut up. Only a coward would do such an act. If you didn't practice Beidou Divine Fist diligently, how could you end up where you were today? You can't even protect your own teacher and brothers. Why don't you reflect on yourself and blame others instead? Chi Bai, you are such a disappointment. If Kyojuro sees that Beidou Shenquan has such a successor, I'm afraid he will be disappointed." After Rao's words, Chi Bai's originally angry mood fell into guilt. What Rao said is actually not wrong. On's level of assiduous practice should be much worse than Sabido's. Seeing Chi Bai's guilty look, Rao patted Chi Bai's shoulder lightly. Don't be too guilty. Although you are also at fault, it is more of the fault of Beidou Shenquan's incompleteness. Come and tell me, which fist techniques in Beidou Shenquan you have learned. Chi Bai, who was still guilty, was so surprised that he couldn't keep his mouth shut when he heard Lao comforting him so much. Depend on? This is Rao, the legendary overlord of the sky, he can actually comfort people? Seeing this, Rao said, don't be surprised, I was brought by the system to repair your incomplete Beidou Divine Fist. After hearing this, Chi Bai no longer hesitated, and immediately spoke out the fist technique he had learned. Gang Zhang Bo, Luo Cracking Fist, Gang Fist, Ba Tian Bad Fist, Gang Tian Chong, 7-Star Dim Sum, Heaven General Ben Lai, Wu Shang Yin Sha, and the Ultimate Mystery Wu Shang Reincarnation. Among them, I know the fist technique just before Tianchong, and the last few are the profound techniques and the ultimate profound techniques. I haven't practiced them for the time being. Unexpectedly, Rao frowned after hearing this, as if he had heard something troublesome. Chi Bai asked cautiously, did I learn too little? Rao shook his head after hearing this. It seems that you really don't blame you for what happened this time. Your Beidou Divine Fist is too incomplete. Advertisement, what? Chi Bai was very surprised. The defect is too big. What's going on? Rao pondered for a while, and then said, the Beidou Divine Fist is an assassination fist technique, and it has absolutely superb skills, but listen to what you said, the Beidou Divine Fist you learned is part of my Gangshen. The Gang Fist part is the one that suits me best because I can beat Wanfo with one blow, so I don't need a few things. However, you are different. In the Beidou Divine Fist that you have learned, there is no Water Shadow Heart, and there is no life-threatening breakhole. Chi Bai was completely Spartan after hearing this. I have seen Beidou Shenquan myself, so I naturally understand what Shui Yingxin and Shihuokong mean. Water Shadow Heart is a must-have skill for all Beidou boxers. Its function is to have the ability to see through and learn the opponent's fist technique at the fastest speed. The breakhole is a life-saving skill. After opening the breakhole, the strength will be greatly improved in a short period of time. So, I was 100% cheated by the system again, then. Do I have any other questions? Chi Bai asked again. Rao said, and your Beidou Divine Fist Do Chi, well, it's very weak. Your grudge is only simple to kill. The real Beidou Shenquan grudge is stronger as you fight, and it can also strengthen your body according to your emotions. If your sorrow is enough, you can comprehend the ultimate mystery, and Wushang will be reincarnated. Hearing this, Chi Bai almost burst into tears. I don't want to be reincarnated. That is the ultimate mystery. If you really learn it, you will really be able to walk sideways in Ghost Slayer. Wushang reincarnation doesn't have much attack power, but he can prevent all attacks from hitting him. But learning to reincarnate without thinking requires great sorrow. To be honest, I guess Sabido and the others may learn it after they die. Of course it's only possible. Rao naturally knew what Chi Bai was thinking, so he tapped Chi Bai's head lightly. Don't be too ambitious, let's solve the crisis outside first. Now I will help you learn the complete Beidou Divine Fist. Yeah. Chi Bai nodded vigorously and then began to study seriously. In the system space, there is no concept of time, so Chi Bai doesn't know how long has passed. Advertisement Chi Bai only knows that a long time has passed, and Rao has taught Chi Bai everything On has learned in his life. At the end, Rao exhorted, you are now a real Beidou boxer. Go back, finish the battle you didn't finish. Yes, Chi Bai agreed. Then, I'm leaving, Teacher Rao. The sudden sound of Mr. Rao made Rao stunned, and then he looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, Kenjiro. Did you see that? Rao, have my own disciples after my death, ha ha ha. Turning around, he said to Chibai. Okay, from today on, you are my disciple of Rao. You will inherit the title of my heavenly overlord. Go. Slay your enemies with the Beidou divine fist. Don't insult the name of the overlord of heaven. As soon as the words fell, the system space shattered like a mirror, and Rao in it disappeared following the system with a gratified smile on his face. In the next second, Chibai returned to reality. When he opened his eyes, he saw Akaza's tattooed fist, and Urokodaki Sakanji, whom he had been thinking about before he passed out, was holding a wooden stick and slashing at Akaza's back with his breath of water. Seeing this, Chibai didn't hesitate, all the fighting energy burst out through his body. Beidou just hit the sky. I saw the golden red Dookie soaring into the sky, forming a huge beam of light, reflecting the entire sky into golden red. And Akaza, who was about to meet Chibai, was also directly cut off his arm by this sky rush. Seeing this, Akaza showed a little surprise, and quickly left Chibai's side. The golden red vindictive beam of light lasted for more than 10 seconds before dissipating. When the beam of light dissipated, Chibai's figure appeared in it. At this time, the voice of the system sounded anxiously. Trigger mandatory mission. Close black lens bracket. Due to the negligence of this system, some things became serious, the world was interfered, and the host encountered Akaza. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The host please survive Akaza. Please host survive from Akaza. Close black lens bracket. Mission reward. Origin of life. Remarks. This task is too difficult, and the rewards of the origin of the body will not be sent to the host in advance, and can only be collected after the host completes the task. Close black lens bracket. After hearing the system's mission, Chibai took a breath. My own system, if not done well, is also a defective product, otherwise, how could I give myself a bad reward? Chapter 59. A duel that belongs to men. I hope that the origin of the body this time is not a defective product. If the origin of the body is also a defective product, I will take the initiative to find Muzan and commit suicide. Dog system. Let's see who is ruthless. Walk out of Chibai from the beam of light, and look at Akaza opposite him. Before Chibai could speak, Akaza said excitedly, your grudge tells me that you have become stronger again. Ha ha ha. You are qualified to become a ghost. Tell me, your name. I am the overlord of the sky, Chibai. Chibai looked at Akaza and said very firmly. After hearing this, Akaza repeated Chibai's name. Heavenly Overlord. Heavenly Overlord. Chibai. Chibai, ha ha ha, interesting. Immediately say own name. I am the third of 12 Kazuki, Akaza. Chibai, let's fight to our heart's content now. Before that, I will clean up the weak ones who will disturb our battle. After finishing speaking, Akaza looked at Sabito and Mikomo who were running towards Chibai, and Urokodaki Sakanji who changed his move temporarily because Beidou of Chibai just rushed to the sky. Without waiting for Chibai to say anything, Akaza directly hit Sabito and Mikomo with a destructive attack. At this moment, Chibai also threw a punch, offsetting Akaza's destructive attack. Akaza, I said, let me be your opponent. After Chibai finished speaking, he stretched out his hands, and directly pierced his forefingers into his inner thigh, directly using the life-threatening technique of Beidou Divine Fist, breaking the hole. Moment. Chibai's fighting energy erupted again, but this time the fighting energy was pure white, the same color as Chi. This is Chibai's own fighting Chi. The pure white fighting Chi has all the abilities of Beidou Divine Fist and Yuan Douwang Fist, and it is also the fighting Chi that truly belongs to Chibai. The expression on Akaza's face was even more excited. It's great to become stronger and stronger again. Chibai, become a ghost, be sure to become a ghost. With your speed of becoming stronger, you will be able to touch the legendary Supreme Realm soon after becoming a ghost. Come on. Let's step into the Supreme Realm together. After hearing this, Chibai ignored Akaza's words, but directly activated the instant body skill, and a flash of white light came directly to Urokodaki Sakonji's side. Advertisement. Grab Urokodaki Sakonji and deliver it to Sabito and Mikomo. Looking at the three of them, Chibai said, Teacher Lintaki, take Sabito and the others and get out of here. Sabito wanted to say something more, but Urokodaki Sakonji covered his mouth. Chibai, you really? Urokodaki Sakonji hesitated and didn't know how to say it. Chibai waved his hands, and said with a heroic face, don't worry about Teacher Linlong. This is my battle. I will definitely win. After hearing this, Urokodaki Sakonji nodded, then picked up Sabito and Mikomo and left quickly. But Sabito yelled, Mr. Lindaki, why did you leave Chibai behind? Mikomo didn't speak, but he meant the same thing. Urokodaki Sakonji, who was running, did not answer the words of the two, and the speed increased a little again. Just when Sabito was about to speak, Urokodaki Sakonji spoke, but there was a slight choke in his voice. Don't let Chibai down, now he is overdrawn and his own life is fighting against the strings. I don't have Nichirin blades, so I can't intervene in their battle. All I can do is take the two of you away and go to the vine house for help. After Sabito heard these words, he became honest all of a sudden. On Chibai's side, after watching Urokodaki Sakonji's back disappear, Chibai looked at Akaza. Why didn't you sneak up on me? Akaza laughed and said, why did I sneak attack you Chibai? The current one can just turn into a ghost. Come on, become a ghost. I refuse. Chi-Bai said decisively, only humans can step into the supreme realm, because humans have infinite possibilities. In this case, if you refuse to become a ghost, then I must kill you when you are the strongest. Akaza finished speaking, and rushed towards Chi-Bai with a punch. Chi-Bai didn't dodge, he also threw a punch and collided with Akaza's fist. With a bang, the two retreated a few steps at the same time. Akaza said excitedly, "Come on, Chi-Bai, take out your Nichirin blades and fight me with all your might." Chi-Bai shook his head after hearing this. "Akaza, I don't have Nichirin blades, I fight with fists just like you." Akaza's eyes lit up when he heard it. "Dude, that's a rarity, not using Nichirin blades, fighting with fists, that's too much of him. I want to turn him into a ghost more and more." Advertisement. Just when Akaza was ready to punch again, Chi-Bai called to stop Akaza. "My teacher is the former water column Urokodaki Sakanji, and the former overlord of the sky, boxing champion Rao. Akaza, tell me, who is your teacher?" Hearing Chi-Bai's question, Akaza fell into confusion. "Own teacher? Who is? Why, I have no memory of the teacher. Who is own teacher? Muzan? No, it's not. He is his master, so who is his teacher?" When Akaza thought about it more and more, the appearance of a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in Akaza's mind, and at the same time, Akaza also knew his name. Qingzang. Akaza was very confused. Who is this person? He gave himself a very familiar feeling. Could he be Teacher Own? In just a split second, Akaza decided to say that name. The reason is simple, he believes in that man, Qingzang. My teacher is Qingzang. After Chi-Bai heard the name Qingzang, he smiled, very happy. Akaza remembered some past events, he still remembered his mentor, Qingzang. Then Chi-Bai asked again, "So, Akaza, tell me, what are you getting stronger for, or what are you swinging your fist for?" If we talk about the previous question, it just makes Akaza confused. Now this question is giving Akaza a splitting headache. Become stronger for what? For whom are fists waved? Needless to say, of course it is to become stronger, to become stronger, to become stronger beyond everything. However, when Akaza wanted to say this answer, his heart told him that your answer is wrong. For what to become stronger, for what to shake your fists? Akaza muttered to himself. Every time he repeated this question, On's headache got stronger. Finally, after the headache reached its limit, a girl's figure appeared beside Akaza and hugged Akaza's head. "Kamaji-san, stop thinking about it, don't." Looking at the girl's figure, Akaza couldn't help calling out the girl's name. Love. Love Snow. Chapter 60 Fierce Battle. After calling out this name, the confusion in Akaza's eyes became more and more serious. Who is this girl and why did he know her name? These doubts made Akaza fall into deep confusion. At this time, Chi-Bai suddenly asked, "Lian Shui?" It sounds like a girl's name. It seems that the purpose of this girl becoming stronger is to protect her. After Akaza heard Chi-Bai's words, he immediately reacted, and the confusion in his eyes slowly receded, leaving only the desire to fight. Seeing this scene, Chi-Bai sighed. Whoever made himself not the protagonist, Zuiden is not easy to use. Well, it's also possible that he interrupted Akaza's memory himself. Enough. My purpose of becoming stronger is to become stronger. I want to become the strongest and step into the highest realm, Akaza replied. Okay. Chi-Bai was very helpless. Then can you tell me, after you stepped into the supreme realm, why did you become stronger? At this time, Akaza was already impatient. After hearing Chi-Bai's question, he couldn't bear it any longer. He took a step forward and swung his own fist. It's so long-winded. I'll answer this question after you become a ghost. Destroy and kill. Random style. The dense fist shadows flew towards Chi-Bai's body at a speed invisible to the naked eye, making people dodge at all. But the current Chi-Bai is no longer the Chi-Bai just now. Now he uses the life-threatening technique in Beidou Shenquan, the break hole. This is a skill that directly overdraws people's lives in exchange for powerful combat power. Moreover, all of Chi-Bai's fingers piercing the break hole pierced in, which means that Chi-Bai overdrawn the most life he could overdraw. Chi-Bai himself doesn't know how much it is, so he has to find Yun after he survives. By overdrawing his life, Chi-Bai already has the ability to fight Akaza. Now, Akaza's fist was clearly in his eyes. At this moment, Chi-Bai activated the pure white Do-Chi, and directly used the Mizukage heart from Beidou's divine fist to imitate and see through Akaza's fist technique. Immediately, they met with Akaza's shadow pair in the same way. Beidou Luo cracking fist. Bang bang bang. The sound of fist collision was endless, resounding through the entire forest. Under the collision of fists, Akaza became more and more excited. Advertisement, ha ha ha. Chi-Bai, you are really good. It's the first time I've seen someone who can take my sabotage and chaos head on. Become a ghost. Become a ghost, then you can keep fighting with me. Responding to Akaza was Chi-Bai's punch that gathered all his strength. Beidou punches the sky. A heavy punch hit Akaza's chest, and the pure white fighting energy directly penetrated Akaza's chest, knocking Akaza back more than 10 steps, and the excess fighting energy hit the ground far away, kicking up waves of dust. Akaza, who was hit hard by this, was not afraid, but showed an excited expression. It's just that he didn't notice that the hole in his chest didn't regenerate instantly, but grew at a slow speed. It's great, I really want to turn you into a ghost more and more, you also take my trick. Destroy kill. Ghost Core 8th Stage Core. in the next second, I saw Akaza attacking Chibai from all directions. However, Chibai's Shui Yingshin had already predicted the real attack direction of Akaza's move. That's the chest. Pure white battle energy rushed to Chibai's arms, forming a shield to protect Chibai's chest. Immediately, 8 heavy blows bombarded Chibai's chest, and after 8 muffled sounds in a row, Chibai spat out a mouthful of old blood. At this time, Chibai was careless in his heart, and he knew that he would not be defensive. And Akaza took advantage of the victory to pursue, and hit Chibai with another killing move. I saw Akaza leaping high and punching Chibai fiercely from top to bottom. Sabotage, fragmentation, myriad leaf shining willows. Chibai, who had learned his lesson, no longer dodged Akaza this strike, and also fought back with a fierce punch. Beidou at 1 o'clock. The bottom-up uppercut collided with Akaza's fist, and a powerful impact was generated in midair, causing the two to fly in opposite directions. And this powerful impact even shattered the surrounding trees. It's great, Chibai. Among the people you fight against me, you are the strongest, even Zu is not as strong as you. It's a pity that you don't become a ghost when you are so strong, Akaza said to Chibai as he stood firm. Chibai, who had just stood still, just silently rolled his eyes after hearing this. Iron Juice, you are Akaza, not Mr. Madara next door, don't call me the strongest, this is very playful. Advertisement also, don't you know that Kibutsuji Muzan has issued a killing order for himself? Why didn't you recognize yourself? Why did he invite himself to become a ghost? Chibai felt that he had to remind Akaza. Become a ghost? Akaza, you agree to this matter, I'm afraid Kibutsuji Muzan will not agree at all, you are looking at me carefully, do you remember anything? After hearing this, Akaza looked at Chibai carefully with doubts. 13 shook his head in bewilderment. After Chibai saw it, he said helplessly, Dage? I am the one Kibutsuji Muzan wants to kill. Why didn't you see it? Akaza was shocked after hearing this, measured Chibai's height with his hands, and then looked at Chibai's face. Then he said, your changes, really, so big. Seeing Akaza's appearance, Chibai wanted to laugh. Akaza shocked. JPG, this emoticon pack is really rare, why don't I have a camera on hand, damn it. Akaza quickly put away his shocked expression, and stretched out his hand towards Chibai. It turned out to be the person who was hunted down by Master Muzan. Then you should turn into a ghost. I believe that after you become a ghost, Muzan will forgive you for what you have done. Come on, Chibai, you are strong enough, become a ghost. Hearing this, Chibai stomped his feet. Sin, Akaza is so naive, why is he so naive? Can Kibutsuji Muzan let himself go? Hey, forget it, he doesn't know what he did to Muzan, so it's understandable to look like this. Chibai, who didn't want to communicate with Akaza anymore, swung a palm wave to Akaza. But it was offset by Akaza's destructive kill. When Chibai wanted to continue fighting with Akaza, his movements froze suddenly. He felt that it was almost time for him to activate the break hole. Once the time is up, he will fall into weakness and become the meat on the chopping board to be slaughtered. Thinking of this, Chibai stopped in his tracks. He shouted at Akaza who had rushed over. Akaza, wait a minute. Chapter 61 The Last Heavenly General Ben Lai. After hearing this, Akaza slammed on the brakes and stopped, and asked Chibai excitedly. Have you changed your mind? I figured it out and I'm going to become a ghost, Chibai. After saying this, Chibai rolled his eyes. Akaza only had the idea of turning himself into a ghost. No, I won't become a ghost. I still believe that only humans can step into the supreme realm. Humans have infinite possibilities. Hearing this, Akaza let out a disdainful cut, ready to continue rushing to fight Chibai. Seeing this, Chibai hurriedly said, listen to me Akaza. Look at the time now, it's getting late. Look, it's early morning soon, and the sun is about to rise. After hearing this, Akaza looked up at the sky. It was still as dark as ever, and the sun didn't seem to appear at all. Chibai continued. I don't want to take advantage of others. Just like you don't attack me, so what if you win? Come on, let's decide the outcome with one strike. Akaza didn't want to ignore Chibai's proposal, but the shadow of Qingzang appeared in his mind again. After some hesitation, Akaza finally agreed. Okay, Chibai, I promise you, we will decide the winner with one strike. Chibai breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Although Akaza didn't know why he agreed, but if he didn't agree, he wouldn't be able to live today. Come on, Akaza, each send out the strongest blow. After Chibai finished speaking, his fighting spirit erupted again, and the pure white fighting energy illuminated the entire sky like daytime. At this moment, Akaza's eyes widened, and he exclaimed again and again. Sigui! Sigui! Unexpectedly, Chibai can launch such an attack. Then I can't. Lag behind. After speaking, the aura around Akaza also surged, his purple-red blouse also started to move without wind, and the same blue grudge burst out, rivaling Chibai's grudge. However, the blue fighting spirit was always overwhelmed by Chibai's fighting spirit. Because, Chibai's battle chi is the battle chi overdrawn from life, and life is always the most dazzling. Advertisement, Akaza, take my last move, if you can take it, I will agree to become a ghost. After Chibai finished speaking, he jumped up high, and the pure white fighting spirit on his body was fiercely restrained, and then wrapped around On's body. The last Heavenly General, Ben Lai. I saw Chibai jumping up high, falling from the sky, and heading straight to Akaza, just like a meteor falling from the sky, very dazzling. Ha ha ha. Come on, Chibai. Let me see how powerful your strike is. Akaza looked at Chibai falling from the sky without the slightest fear, and also launched the strongest blow of own. Destroy, kill, destroy. The final blows of the two collided together in midair, bursting out a dazzling white light, and this color was the only one left in the whole world. After a long time, the white light dissipated. I saw a huge crater on the ground like a meteorite impact, which was as deep as a person. And Chibai was standing in the pothole, and opposite him was Akaza whose body was very broken. At this time, only half of Akaza's body was left, his arms were twisted like twists, and half of his head disappeared, leaving only his legs intact. Even in this state, Akaza didn't show the slightest timidity on his face. Instead, he looked at Chibai with great excitement. That's great, Chibai, I really didn't misread you. You made such an attack. As he spoke, Akaza dragged his broken body towards Chibai. But Chibai said, Akaza, don't move anymore, I can kill you at any time now. Didn't you notice the abnormality in your body? After hearing this, Akaza stopped in place, and after Chibai's reminder, he realized that his body was abnormal. His body, which was supposed to regenerate instantly, did not regenerate. The countless granulation buds on the wound were entangled together, trying to regenerate. A white light flashed past, preventing the regeneration of his body. The recovery speed of his body cultivator was unusually slow. What's going on here? Akaza asked. After hearing this, Chibai replied, You who have lived for 100 years, you know what a Hidao is. My fighting spirit is like a Hidao, which can prevent your regeneration. Hidao, one of the 3 sets of high-end pillars, uses Wanjun grip to make Nichirin blades scorching hot, which can slow down ghost regeneration and feel great pain. Advertisement. Akaza was very surprised when he heard it and said that he hadn't thought of it. Ha ha ha, like this, why wasn't I affected by that before? Because I was too weak at that time, the battle chi couldn't prevent your regeneration, Chibai said calmly. Although Chibai's face was very calm, his heart was already anxious like ants on a hot pot. After using the improved version of the Heavenly General Ben Lai, the time to activate the break hole has come, and now he is weaker than Akaza. I rely on hard support and bluffing. By the way, the original version of the General Ben Lai used both hands to launch fighting energy, but it was changed by Chibai. And Akaza looked at Chibai, stretched out his twisted hand, and wanted to say something. Chibai said suddenly, Akaza, you go away, it's dawn. Akaza just wanted to refute, but a little edge of the sun appeared in the sky, and a ray of sunlight fell on Chibai as if he heard Chibai's words. In an instant, Akaza's pupils shrank, and he jumped out of the deep pit, ready to escape from here. But Chibai spoke suddenly, and what he said made Akaza unable to refuse. Akaza, do you know why you are not my opponent? Why? Because, in your heart, you only want to become stronger aimlessly, and you have no real goal at all. Akaza didn't speak, just quietly waiting for Chibai's next sentence. Only with a real goal can you become the strongest. Promise me, Akaza. When we meet next time, you have to find out what you want to become stronger and what you are fighting for. Following Chibai's words, the sun shone down bit by bit. Although Akaza was a little puzzled, seeing the sun shining down, he agreed without hesitation. Okay, Chibai has made an appointment. Next time we meet, I will definitely find the target. After finishing speaking, he turned and ran towards the depths of the forest. With Akaza's departure, the sunlight that appeared originally disappeared bit by bit, and the sun that had exposed a little edge also began to disappear. As if all this is fake. In the deep pit, Chibai stood there motionless, as if meditating on something. After a while, after the so-called sun and sunlight completely disappeared, Chibai fell to the ground with a plop. Chapter 62. Post-war. Chibai lying on the ground was panting heavily. Recalling the scene where Akaza left, Chibai couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, Daddy finally survived, ha ha ha. The so-called sun and sunshine are all illusions created by Chibai with his own grudge. When I used Beidou Gang Tianchong to force Akaza back earlier, the illusion was brewing from that time. Beidou Gang Tianchong is the fist of Rao's return to heaven. He condenses his whole body's fighting spirit and bursts out, making himself die with dignity. Originally, Chibai planned to use Gang Tianchong to force Akaza back and fight, but to his surprise, after the burst of Dochi drifted to the sky, he was able to control it. This is very unscientific, however, I have traveled through it all, and I will talk about the science of woolen yarn. Immediately, Chibai changed his mind, and while procrastinating with Akaza, he allocated part of his attention to controlling the fighting energy in the sky. Finally, when it was time for him to stop the hole, he arranged it himself, so he proposed a move to Akaza to determine the outcome. Chibai knew that he would definitely not be able to kill Akaza with one move, so he could only use other methods. Fortunately, Akaza successfully entered the set, and after one move, he let the golden red grudge look like sunshine and sprinkled on himself. He tried his best to imitate the edge of the sun with the remaining grudge. Akaza retreated after seeing it. Now that everything has reached its limit, Chibai really wants to close his eyes and take a rest. But now is not the time to rest, and there is a good chance that Akaza will return the carbine. Thinking of this, Chibai struggled to climb out of the pothole. But the pit was as deep as a person. How could the weak Chibai climb up? After struggling a few times, he found that it didn't work. Chibai lay in the pothole, ready to die. Hey, it's not that I'm too salty, there's really nothing I can do, it's better to save energy and be more comfortable. Just then, the system sounded. Open black lens bracket mission completed, close black lens bracket. Mission reward. The source of energy has been released, close black lens bracket. Host, I have really worked hard on you, I didn't expect you to survive, the system admires it, close black lens bracket. Afterwards, the system will personally send you a gift, close black lens bracket. Advertisement. After the system finished speaking, Chibai suddenly felt a trace of different chi appearing in each of his 5 internal organs, and they began to entangle each other. By blending the 5 elements with the original chi in one's original body, 5 small seeds are finally formed, which return to the 5 internal organs. For a moment, Chibai felt some strength appeared in his body. With this strength, Chibai climbed up, jumped out of the deep pit. Go in the direction Urokodaki Sakanji left. While walking, Chibai did not forget to give the system a middle finger. Dog system. People's systems have long hosts and short hosts. I am afraid that the host will be cold, and they will give out big gift packages. Own system. In addition to cheating yourself is cheating yourself. System. Return the source of life to yourself. Chibai, who was walking on the road, was staggering, and his eyelids were heavy as hell. In order not to fall asleep, Chibai chatted with the system. Dog system. Is the origin of this vital body one person at a time? Not really, the origin of the body of life is real, but it is a book, the essence of which is systematically extracted, and the source of life of the body is made suitable for you. Close black lens bracket. Oh, it looks like this, that dog system. Am I going to die? I feel so tired. No, hold on, host, your reinforcements will be here soon. Close black lens bracket. Really? The reinforcements have arrived, so I'll just be cool. Chibai knelt down on the ground without uttering the last word, and fell towards the ground. Just when his consciousness was about to disappear, 2 figures accompanied by water and fire came to him. Immediately, there was an anxious call. Chibai, Chibai, how are you doing? Mr. Lintaki, I'll take him to the vine house, you're fast, come and find a doctor. Oh, it's Uncle Makijiro and Sensei Renaki, here they come. This was Chibai's last thought, and then he completely lost consciousness. Urokodaki Sakanji, who was holding Chibai, saw Chibai like this, immediately handed Chibai to Rengoku Shinjiro, and went to Asakusa to find a doctor by himself. After Rengoku Shinjiro took over Chibai, he left a message on the ground, and immediately rushed towards the vine house. After the two left, a large group of members of the ghost killing squad came here. Advertisement leading the charge are none other than Sabito and Mikomo. At this time, the two held the real Nichirin blades in their hands, and their faces were anxious. After seeing the writing on the ground, Sabito breathed a sigh of relief, and then followed the traces left by Chibai to the battlefield ahead. When the group arrived, they all fell silent looking at the battlefield. This battlefield is far beyond everyone's understanding. A large forest has been razed to the ground, and the ground is full of coke. In the center, there is a huge pothole, like a meteorite impact. One of the members of the ghost killing team said in a trembling voice, is this really a battle mark that humans can cause? Another member of the ghost killing team said, no, I'm afraid only Zoo can create such battle marks. But Sabito and Mikomo fell silent, they couldn't imagine what kind of battle happened here. When everyone was shocked, Akaza, who escaped from the sun, also noticed that something was wrong. Doesn't the sun seem to have risen? Then what was the sun just now? I clearly saw the sun shining down. What's the situation? Only then did Akaza stop, looking at the direction of the fight with Chibai, lost in thought. Limited Akaza meditation.jpg. With deep doubts, Akaza decided to go back and have a look. When he walked back and saw Sabito and Mikomo leading a group of Demon Slayer swordsmen, he almost gnawed his back molars. Have you been tricked? Akaza wanted to say some dirty words, but he couldn't. Looking at Sabito, Mikomo and the many swordsmen of the Demon Slayer squad, he gritted his teeth, turned and left without attacking them. One is that his condition is really not good, and the second is that Chibai's words made him not want to continue to fight. Now he just wants to find a quiet place to think quietly. It is very rare that the legendary third of the first string, Akaza, the ghost of fighting, is so rare that he does not want to fight. If Chibai can see it, he must keep Akaza and ask him what he thinks. On Sabito's side, after searching the surroundings, he found that there were no enemies, so he led everyone out of the forest. The swordsmen of the ghost killing squad went back to their homes, looking for their mothers. But Sabito and Mikomo went to the nearest vine house quickly, and now they are really worried about how Chibai is doing now. Chapter 63. I don't want to be a pillar. When Chibai woke up, he saw Izumo sitting next to him at first sight. Chibai. Why is Izumo here? No, where should I be now? I remember that Urokodaki Sakanji and Rengoku Shinjiro found me, and then I passed out. Before Chibai can say the classic lines, I want a drink of water. Izumo held a bowl of dark water, helped Chibai up, and poured it into Chibai with a single brain. Chibai wanted to say that he wanted to choke himself to death. However, this water seemed to have wisdom, and it went straight down his throat and into his stomach, and he didn't make a swallowing movement. After feeding Chibai with water, Izumo saw Chibai opened his eyes. He held out his hand and said hello. Yo, wake up. What responded to him was Chibai's clean eyes. Izumo was very dissatisfied with this. Hey, what's your attitude? I saved your life. You treat me like this. Chibai. Keep rolling your eyes. After Izumo saw it, he really wanted to beat Chibai up, but since there was a Urokodaki Sakanji and a Rengoku Shinjiro guarding the door, he decided to forget it after thinking about it. It's not that I can't beat them. If I really beat the two of them, it is estimated that the Ubayashiki family will chase and kill me by the way. Muzan plus Izumo equals Demon Killing Squad's endless pursuit. Izumo could only say helplessly, okay, don't roll your eyes. Be serious, I have something to tell you. After Chibai heard it, he looked straight at Izumo and tried to say, yes, what, something. Well, the voice is not hoarse, Izumo should take care of it. At this moment, Izumo's expression suddenly became serious. You are dying. Chibai. What happened? Why did he suddenly die? The shocked Chibai quickly realized that he used the brake hole himself and almost forgot. Well, I see, how long can I live? Advertisement. Seeing Chibai's calm look, Izumo was a little surprised, but still replied, 8 to 11 years, this is the best situation. I don't know how to consume my life, but I advise you not to use this method anymore. Let's talk about it. Chibai was perfunctory and asked again, with your means, can't you increase my life? Izumo shook his head without hesitation. I can't do it unless you become a ghost, but you certainly don't want to. To be honest, I tried my best to save you. When I came, you had only one breath left, and your body organs were completely exhausted. I thought about burying you at the time, but the energy in your body was always hanging on to your life. I used some other things to save you. Hextech. Chibai interrupted suddenly, Izumo. What the hell? I have never heard of it. Seeing Izumo's dumbfounded 13, Chibai smiled. How long have I been unconscious? 1 month, Izumo said. This time it was Chibai's turn to be dumbfounded. What are you talking about? 1 month? Why don't you say I've been in a coma for a year? Chibai exclaimed. This time it was Izumo's turn to roll his eyes. 1 month is fast. If you don't have that ghost thing in your body hanging your life, you will be cold. The noise of the two was a bit loud, which alarmed Mikijiro and Urokodaki Sakanji outside. The two immediately opened the door and walked in. Seeing Chibai awakened, Urokodaki Sakanji said, Chibai, now, how do you feel? After feeling it for a while, Chibai replied, fortunately, I just don't need any strength. Izumo interrupted suddenly, normal, you are very weak and need to cultivate for a long time. By the way, who did you fight against? Akaza. Chibai said. After hearing this, Izumo nodded as if something was going on, picked up his own medicine kit, gave a few instructions, and left. After walking out of the vine house, Izumo murmured, Akaza, what a surprise, this card seems to have great value. After speaking, he left quickly. Room Urokodaki Sakanji, Rengoku Shojiro, and Chibai are talking about Akaza. Chibai. What's the strength of that winding Akaza? Mikijiro asked. Chibai replied. Well, you can fight alone, one column will definitely not work. It looks like this. Rengoku Shinjiro looked suddenly enlightened. But looking at his appearance, he looked eager to try. Advertisement. Chibai not only wiped his cold sweat. He must not go to Akaza for a one-on-one duel with a cramp in his head, otherwise Kyojuro would not have a father. Helpless, Chibai had no choice but to change the subject. How is Aunt Ruhuo? Speaking of Rengoku Ruhuo, Mikijiro had a big smile on his face. Ah, Ruhuo's body is very healthy now. Thanks to you, Chibai. She will deliver food later. Her craftsmanship is very good. After saying a few words casually, Mikijiro left to rest. Then Chibai looked at Urokodaki Sakanji. Rinkaki-sensei, how are Sabito and Mikomo doing? Are you particularly worried about me? Urokodaki Sakanji nodded after listening. Sabito and Mikomo are worried about you, they will come later. That winding Akaza. Urokodaki Sakanji hesitated to speak. And Chibai said very easily, Atai, that's all. You have a body. Urokodaki Sakanji asked again. Don't worry, Renaki-sensei. You can still live for more than 10 years, nothing will happen. Hearing this, Urokodaki Sakanji burst into grief. As Chibai's teacher, it is his responsibility to protect them, but now. Okay, Mr. Renaki, don't be sad, don't tell Sabito and Mikomo about this, lest they worry about it. Chibai patted Urokodaki Sakanji on the shoulder as he said. Looking at Chibai, Urokodaki Sakanji finally nodded. Just when Chibai was about to say that he wanted to take a break, Urokodaki Sakanji suddenly remembered something and said, after you've recovered, go to the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad. After Chibai heard it, something bad suddenly flashed in his mind. Sure enough, Urokodaki Sakanji went on to say, my lord already knows about you, kill the third of the lower strings, and fight against the third of the upper strings, Akaza. You can already be promoted to Zu. The sentence that you can be promoted to a pillar made Chibai's head buzz. How can I become a pillar? Damn, Teacher Lintaki, please don't make trouble. Hearing this, Urokodaki Sakanji took off his mask to reveal his very gentle appearance. Pointing to On's face again, he said, look at me like I'm joking with you. Suddenly Chibai felt ashamed. No, I don't want to be a pillar. The system bug sounded at the right time. True love is like an open grassland. Chapter 64 Status Quo above Mount Sagiri. Chibai stood under the eaves, looking at the heavy snow, feeling a little heavy. 3 months had passed since the battle between himself and Akaza. The seasons went from late autumn to winter. After this period of self-cultivation, Chibai's body has recovered to a good extent and there are no major problems, and he can eat and drink. The time now is mid-December. Calculated according to this festival, the new year is coming soon. Yes, the new year here is from January 1st to January 3rd. Before the new year, Chibai still has one very important thing to do. Just go to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer squad and become a pillar. Just now, the reason why Chibai sighed was because of this incident. Chibai really doesn't like being a pillar. The reason is very simple. One is that after becoming a pillar, the responsibilities on one's shoulders will be greater, and the other is that after becoming a pillar, you will be entangled in trivial matters, and there is no way to live in Mount Sagiri all the time. In this way, there is no way to hug the soft and fragrant Mikomo from time to time. As for Sabito, who would like to hug a tough man? Chibai said that he likes girls. The most important point is that I have a ghost maid, Mukago. When Chibai was worried, Rengoku Kyojuro's voice came from the room. Chibai Dage, dinner is ready. Today is sukiyaki. Here we come. Chibai agreed, turned around and entered the house. I forgot to mention that after I was able to walk in the vine house, I was going to return to Mount Sagiri, but Rengoku Shinjiro suddenly brought Kyojuro over. And gave Kyojuro to himself, in the name of letting Kyojuro take care of his own life. Originally, Chibai wanted to refuse, but what if Kyojuro let him lead him in a wrong way? In the future Infinite Train, Tanjiro's 3 little ones only held Nichirin blades from head to tail, replaced by Kyojuro, holding fists and hammering from head to tail. That picture is so beautiful, I can't even imagine it. Chibai would rather Kyojuro go to play basketball in overalls than let him go with him. But after thinking about it, there is another Sabito at home, maybe they can get along very well. Advertisement ever since, Chibai brought Kyojuro back to Mount Sagiri. Chibai's guess was right, the two hit it off and hit it off, they hit it off so well, they immediately forgot about themselves. Back in the house, I saw Urokodaki Sakanji, Mikomo, Sabito, and Kyojuro sitting around a huge pot in front of the stove. Cough, there are 2 big stomach kings, it is impossible to use a small pot. Chibai went straight to Mikomo and sat down next to Mikomo. Ah, although it's winter, Mikomo is still so cute, come on, let me hug you, Chibai said. Hearing Chibai say that, Mikomo blushed, but he didn't let Chibai hug him. Sabito, on the other hand, said he had something to say. D Chibai. Why do you always try to take advantage of Mikomo? Urokodaki Sakanji took a sip of the hot soup calmly, interrupting the quarrel between the two. Okay, Chibai, it's almost the new year, what are you going to do to go to the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad and become a pillar? Hearing this, Chibai's heart skipped a beat and he smiled embarrassingly. Ah, I'll go after I finish practicing with Kyojuro and Sabito, ha ha ha. After hearing this, Urokodaki Sakanji sighed silently in his heart. I really don't understand what On's disciples think. Other swordsmen who hear that they have become pillars will go to heaven if they're happy. Only Chibai, when he heard that he had become a pillar, had such an ugly expression, and even tried to evade it. I don't know, I thought he was sent to die. In other words, when Chibai played the strings, he did not hesitate so much. I really don't understand this disciple. Thinking of this, Urokodaki Sakanji took a mouthful of beef silently. As for our Rengoku Kyojuro, it was a long time ago. 1 mouthful, 5 ants, the eyes are all happy. No way, who keeps Mikomo's cooking skills online? Here, above Mount Sagiri, it's a happy place, but in the Infinite City, things are not so good. Akaza sat on the ground blankly, looking at the wall as if thinking about something. Suddenly someone hugged Akaza's shoulder enthusiastically, and then a cheerful voice came. Ah, Your Excellency Akaza, what are you thinking so engrossed in? We've known each other for hundreds of years, but it's the first time I've seen you think about something so preoccupied. Nah, tell me, I'll help you think together. Advertisement regarding the voice, Akaza ignored him, but moved his butt silently, away from the voice. Seeing Akaza like this, Doma covered his mouth with a fan in surprise. Yes, that's right, the one who speaks is the second, Doma. According to the way it used to be, wouldn't you, Akaza-sama, greet you cordially and friendly. Why did you suddenly ignore yourself today? What, wronged? Doma approached Akaza again without giving up. Oh, Lord Akaza, you were very wrong today, please tell me, maybe I can help you. This time, appeared on Akaza's forehead. In the next second, there was a bang. Doma's head was directly smashed by Akaza. Noisy. Doma, whose head was smashed, said cheerfully, Oh, I still like the way you greet Akaza. So enthusiastic, looks like, Akaza-sama has become a little bit stronger. Akaza. Master Muzan, I want to withdraw from the membership, this person has a cat disease. Resisting his discomfort, Akaza asked, Doma, let me ask you, why did you become stronger? Doma, who was originally smiling, froze instantly after hearing Akaza's question. In the next second, Doma was very surprised and said, Oh, Lord Akaza actually asked me a question, really, what a surprise. Akaza. Master Muzan, just ask me to retire, this person really has a cat disease. Seeing Akaza's increasingly unhappy expression, Doma answered this question after thinking about it. Hey, do you want to become stronger? Well, I am the leader of the Bliss cult. As the leader, isn't it normal to become stronger? Otherwise, how can I better respond to my believers? After Akaza heard this, black lines appeared on his face, and he didn't need to ask Doma this question, because a dog can't spit out ivory. In a room on the other side, someone suddenly said, Akaza, you today are not quite like you in the past. I didn't expect you to ask this question. Hearing this, Akaza's pupils shrank suddenly. This is one of the winding, Kokoshibu. After hearing this, Doma greeted Kokoshibu enthusiastically. So it's your excellency Kokoshibu, long time no see. Chapter 65 Water and Fire Mutual Aid, long time no see, Doma. Kokoshibu responded. Immediately, Kokoshibu answered Akaza's question. Your question, let me answer you, Akaza. The purpose of becoming stronger is very simple, to climb that mountain, that's all. Akaza, are you satisfied with this answer? Akaza nodded and said nothing. He understood what the big mountain of Kokoshibu was, and his answer was no problem. However, Akaza knew that he still hadn't found his own goal. The two names of Qingzang and Lianshui kept echoing in his heart. Who were they? Why'd I feel like they matter? When Akaza was full of thoughts, another voice sounded. It's terrible, why did Master Muzan suddenly summon the upper strings? It's a winding 4, a half-heavenly dog, a winding that, well, Muzan doesn't even like. While he was talking, a jar with patterns rolled over and stood on the ground. From the jar, a strange-looking ghost emerged. What does he look like? The mouth grows in the eyes grow in the mouth, and there are several small arms above the head. He also has the words Winding 5 engraved in his eyes. Yes, he is the 5th of the first string, Gyoko, an alien ghost. I don't know, Lord Muzan hasn't summoned us for 80 years. It's terrible, it's 103 years, an inescapable number, half-heavenly dog interjected. Gyoko wanted to say something else, when a girl's voice full of excitement suddenly sounded. Ah, Master Muzan, we will see Master Muzan soon. Okay, little sister, don't look like this. A hoarse and ugly voice sounded to soothe the speaking female voice. After hearing this, Doma greeted with excitement. So it's the 6th Gyutaro brother and sister. It's been a long time since I saw you. Have you tried hard to eat people recently? Gyutaro just wanted to answer after hearing this. Kokoshibu's expression suddenly became serious, and he opened his 6 eyes. Advertisement, Master Muzan is here. With a melodious sound of pipa, the house turned for a while, and the figure of Kibutsuji Muzan appeared in the infinite city. Seeing Muzan coming, Akaza immediately abandoned the thoughts in his mind, and knelt down on one knee to worship along with the other 4. As for Kokoshibu, he does not kneel. Kibutsuji Muzan has always regarded him as a partner, so he just bows slightly. Watching everyone winding up, Kibutsuji Muzan said lightly, It's been a long time since I held a winding meeting. Today, I only have one thing to say, about you, Akaza, your defeat. After hearing this, Akaza lowered his head immediately. The remaining 5 of them showed surprised expressions after listening to it. And Doma even said directly, No way, Your Excellency Akaza, how could you be defeated? Kokoshibu raised his head and stared at Akaza with his 6 piercing eyes. On the forehead of Akaza who was stared at, there was a drop of sweat unconsciously. The camera returns to Chibai. At this moment, Chibai had already finished his meal and was standing in the heavy snow wearing a single shirt. Opposite him stood 2 figures. They are Sabito and Kyojuro respectively. Looking at the two, Chibai hooked his hands. Come on, let's do it. Don't say I won't let you two. In my eyes, you two are really too weak. After Sabito heard this, his face was filled with anger. Chibai, you dog. I will beat you to death with Kyojuro today. Let me tell you, Kyojuro and I have already developed the ability. Chibai just nodded slightly at this, with the appearance of a generation of great master. Just kidding, after I have the origin of the body, whether it is flowing water-breaking rock fist, Beidou divine fist, or the main output Yuan Wang fist. Oh, and a little transparent whirlwind iron fist. These messy fist techniques have come to a great integration, and I can say that I have taken them by hand. The 5 chi seeds take root and germinate in one's 5 internal organs, and the 5 elements grow together and grow endlessly, making one's chi close to infinity and becoming stronger all the time. But fighting chi is a thing of the past. Now Chibai only has the purest chi. Chi has infinite magical effects, and fist technique is a medium to exert the power of chi. Hey, forget it, the purity of the two of you is still too low, it's still not enough, you take action first, Chibai said helplessly. After Sabito heard this, a word, D, appeared on his forehead. Without hesitation, he directly hit Chibai with a breath of water. One shaped water surface slashed towards Chibai. Advertisement and Kyojuro responded loudly. Okay, Chibai Dage, I'm going to attack. Breath of flame. 1 type. Shiranui. 2 knives, 1 water and 1 fire, cut towards the sides of Chibai's head. After Chibai saw it, he nodded slightly. Sabito and Kyojuro, the combination of these two people is really amazing. Immediately, Chibai stretched out his hand, grabbed the wooden swords of the 2 men firmly, and threw them out with 1 blow. I said, you two are too weak. Chibai mocked. B******D, Sabito said angrily. Breath of water, Hachi no Takitsubo. In Sabito's view, Chibai is good in everything, but the mouth is really annoying. X chapters. Holding the wooden knife, Sabito slashed towards Chibai's head fiercely, and Chibai raised his arm to block the strike. In the next second, 4 jets of water gushed out from the ground and directly rushed Chibai into the sky. Sabito took this opportunity to leave Chibai. Shouted to Kyojuro again, "Kyojuro, you come." After hearing this, Kyojuro nodded vigorously, and then used the Breath of Flame. Breath of Flame. 3 types. Vientiane Flame. Accompanied by the flames, a top-down slash came towards Chibai. In this regard, Chibai didn't bother to dodge, and let Kyojuro cut himself. There is no other reason, because these two people are really too weak. There is a huge difference between myself and playing Akaza. The break activation hole is not activated for nothing, although it only temporarily increases the combat power, but it is life. As a result, a small amount of power remained in Chibai's body, making him a lot stronger. Boom. With a muffled sound, Chibai fell to the ground intact. And Kyojuro pulled away from Chibai. Looking at Chibai, Sabito gritted his teeth and said, "HMPH, I knew it would be like this. Kyojuro, let Chibai try our combination skills." After hearing this, Kyojuro showed a trace of hesitation on his face. "This is not good. It will be very dangerous." And Sabito said, "It's okay, it's not that you don't know. Chibai is very strong." Chapter 66. You don't love me anymore. Combined skill? Several question marks appeared on Chibai's forehead. Could it be that Sabito and Kyojuro practiced the legendary Tianyu dragon-slaying dance? Or Moonlight Bloodstorm? Well, of course none of these are possible. Looking at the two people who are full of confidence, Chibai is not easy to suppress the excitement of the two. So he hooked his fingers towards the two of them. "Don't say I won't let you two, give you a chance, do it." After Sabito and Kyojuro heard this, they both retreated a certain distance, and opened a considerable distance from Chibai. Chibai understood that this required the casting distance. I saw the two holding wooden knives and taking a deep breath. In the next second, flames and water waves appeared on the two wooden knives. The breath of water. The shape of 10. The flow of life. Breath of flame. 9 shapes. Rengoku. Seeing this scene, Chibai stared wide-eyed. He didn't expect to be able to play like this. He wants to see how these two different skills combine together. The incompatibility of water and fire is an eternal truth. I saw the flames on Kyojoro's body soaring into the sky, while the Sabito water dragon took shape behind him, spinning and accumulating strength. In the next second, a huge water dragon dressed in flames appeared. Sabito and Kyojuro looked at each other tacitly, and led the dragon straight to Chibai. Chibai was going to watch the show, but when he saw this huge water dragon in a flaming coat, his face instantly became serious, and he felt the aura of danger. Not to mention being able to kill himself on the spot, but being able to beat his head and fart is not a problem. Depend on, these two lads are really capable of acting like moths. Looking at the dragon, Chibai took a deep breath. I must use some real skills, or I will lose my face and lose it. However, Chibai was a little hesitant, not knowing what tricks he should use to resist the two. If it was a ghost, I would use the genuine version of Heavenly General Ben Lai without hesitation and make him into small biscuits. Advertisement, but now it's Sabito and Kyojuro. Using the General Ben Lai will cause big trouble. Then send the two away directly. Seeing the giant dragon getting closer, Chibai gritted his teeth and decided to directly interrupt their skills. Anyway, they don't have a dominant body either. When the giant dragon was about to devour Chibai, white chi erupted from Chibai's body surface, gushing out like a volcanic eruption, and directly scattered the giant dragon. It was the Beidou shaking thunder cast by Chibai. A large amount of chi erupted directly from the body, which could interrupt their skills without hurting them both. As the dragon dissipated, Sabito and Kyojuro who were in it also showed their figures, and then they were directly blown out with a dazed expression. Seeing that the two were about to fall to the ground, Chibai jumped into the air, grabbed the collars of the two, and landed safely one by one. After the two were placed on the ground, Chibai took a classic pose of the strongest creature on the surface. The purity of the two of you is still too low, stupid Sabito and Kyojuro, hate me. Then live on, then one day when you are as strong as me, try again. Sabito, who was already in a 13 state of bewilderment, became even more bewildered after hearing Chibai's words. It took more than 10 seconds to react. Are you sick? Chibai? This is a question from Sabito's soul? However, Chibai showed a funny smile after hearing this. You've seen it all, Rabbit, you're awesome, Sabito. If I had known this, I should have killed him directly when I was in his hands, it's so irritating. Kyojuro said excitedly. Chibai Dage, you are really strong, Sabito and I have been thinking about the trick for a long time, but you broke it easily. Sigui. Chibai only smiled when he heard this. Is it easy? In the eyes of the two of them, of course it was easy for them, because they had the strength to crush them, so it was easy. But the fact is that if this trick is thrown, one of the last strings will be beheaded by the two directly, without the ability to resist. As for the winding, I guess Daki, that silly BCH, can't stand it, but if it's Gyutaro, it's fine. Okay, what's so good, let's just do that. Chibai laughed. When one of you becomes a pillar of flame and the other becomes a pillar of water, you will probably be able to defeat me with this move. Advertisement. Sabito rolled his eyes at that. You will give chicken soup to your soul. When we become pillars, it may be the year of the monkey. It's just that the trick we two have been thinking about for a long time has been cracked like this. I'm a little unwilling. How long have you been thinking about this move? Chibai asked curiously. Over a month, Sabito said. After Chibai heard it, his eyes became watery and tears instantly, and he was blinded by Sabito, not understanding what happened. But what Chibai said next made Sabito want to kill Chibai. More than a month. So, how long has it been? I didn't expect, Sabito, you have been secretly with Kyojuro for so long. Did I say that month, you ignored me, woo woo woo, so you have Kyojuro in your heart, don't love me anymore, Lanshu mushroom. Sabito. This FCK, what is it, gibberish, I have Kyojuro in my heart, this. Shut up. Chibai, you dog. Sabito grabbed Chibai's neck and shook him vigorously. It's clearly a relationship of friends, why did the taste change from your mouth? B*********D. Chibai. You dog. Aren't you afraid of spoiling Kyojuro? Besides, when did I love you? I like girls. Looking at the frantic Sabito, Chibai's heart blossomed with joy, but his face still had that tearful expression. To Chibai's surprise, Kyojuro bowed deeply to them after hearing what they said. SMI Masai, I'm sorry, Chibai Dage, Sabito, I didn't mean to destroy your friendship, I. Before finishing speaking, Sabito swished Kyojoro's mouth. Then he yelled at Chibai. B********D. Kyojuro misunderstood. You explained to Kyojuro yourself. Chibai was also stunned at this moment. He never thought that Kyojuro would be so upright. He really thought that he had ruined his friendship with Sabito. Shouldn't I say, as expected of Dage, after Chibai signaled Sabito to move away and covered Kyojoro's mouth, he explained to Kyojuro. Kyojuro, don't get me wrong, this is just a daily quarrel between me and Sabito. There is no such thing as you destroying our friendship. Now friendship not only exists between the two, but also exists in you. Now, this is our friendship, chapter 67 Becoming a Pillar. After saying this, Chibai was a little bit unfinished, and when he was about to say something more, the crow that belonged to Chibai landed on Chibai's shoulder, interrupting Chibai. Yo, Kuromaru. Why are you here, do you want some nuts? Heiwan is Chibai's name. Hearing this, Heiwan flapped his wings twice, and then said, You are enough, I don't want to eat any nuts. When will you go to the headquarters and officially become Zoo? Because of this incident, I have flown back and forth many times. If you don't agree, I won't leave, I'll keep yelling in your ear, anyway, you can understand what I'm talking about. Chibai showed an embarrassed smile after hearing this. This, or Heiwan, you can wait, I will definitely go in a few days, take a look, what do you want to eat? Eat up. After eating, you can go back first. Hearing this, Heiwan ignored Chibai and said to himself, become a pillar. Be a pillar. Be a pillar. Kuromaru kept repeating these 3 words. The repeated Chibai had a big head and finally conceded. Okay, I'm going today, don't repeat it. You are a crow, not a repeater, however, no one came to pick me up, how should I go? Hearing that Chibai agreed to go to the headquarters to become Zoo, Kuromaru immediately stopped repeating. It's not easy, look at me, I saw Heiwan calling a few times towards the distance, and then another crow appeared, but this crow was followed by a hidden person. The hidden person is here. Go, Chibai, Heimaru said, giving Chibai a thumbs up. Don't ask me how Kuromaru did it, I don't know either. After seeing the hidden person, Chibai realized that he had been tricked. All I could do was say bitterly, you're ruthless. Sabito and Kyojuro on the side watched all this in bewilderment. From the point of view of the two of them, the crow called a few times, Chibai said a few words, and the hidden person suddenly appeared. Could it be that Chibai understands bird language? Sigui. Soon the hidden people came to Chibai's side, put down the basket, and handed over earplugs and black cloth. Please plug your ears and cover your eyes. Chibai took the earplugs and black cloth, and when he was about to put them on, he suddenly turned to Sabito and Kyojuro and said with a sad face. Advertisement, hey rabbit, Kyojuro, I'm about to be crowned as a pillar, take care of you too. After finishing speaking, he quickly put on the black earplugs and sat down obediently in the basket. Let the hidden people take him away. After Chibai and Yin disappeared, Kyojuro raised his own question. Sabito, Chibai has become a pillar, why are you still so sad? Sabito sighed and said, Kyojuro, you don't understand, this kind of person is called a cheap person, I will explain it to you. Just when Sabito was popularizing to Kyojuro what a cheap person is, Chibai was experiencing his first substitution on the road. When the Yin person handed the Chibai to another Yin person, he couldn't help saying, you look so tall, but your body is so light, and it doesn't take much effort to carry it. Chibai just smiled at this and didn't say anything. After a long journey, Chibai came to the headquarters of the ghost killing squad again. Looking at the unfamiliar and somewhat familiar environment, Chibai still couldn't hold back and sighed. The last time I came here by myself was to become a member of the ghost killing squad. But it's only been half a year since I became a pillar, it's really unpredictable. After taking a few deep breaths, Chibai opened the door and walked in. As soon as I entered, I saw Rengoku Genjiro wearing a flame-patterned feather. He saw Chibai and greeted him very warmly. Long time no see, Chibai, how is your recovery? Long time no see, Uncle Mikijiro, I'm recovering well, why are you taking me to see Kagaya? Chibai asked back. That's right. Rengoku Shinjiro agreed, but corrected Chibai's address for Ubayashiki Kagaya. You have to call the Lord Master, come on, come with me. As he spoke, he walked ahead and motioned for Chibai to follow. Led by Rengoku Shinjiro, the two came to the place where Ubayashiki Kagaya lived. This time, instead of waiting outside the door, he went directly into the house. As soon as Chibai entered the house, he saw Ubayashiki Kagaya kneeling on the tatami. When he saw Chibai, he greeted Chibai very gently. You are here, Chibai. Here we come. Kagaya? Chibai replied without much interest. Ubayashiki Kagaya was a little puzzled seeing Chibai's appearance. What's the matter, you look sullen, aren't you happy to be Zu? Advertisement, unhappy. Chibai shook his head. This sentence directly suppressed what Ubayashiki Kagaya was going to say later. This kid doesn't play by the rules. Why you are not feeling happy? Because after becoming a pillar, it means that I have a greater responsibility, and the greater my ability, the greater my responsibility, hey. Ubayashiki Kagaya wanted to say something to enlighten Chibai, but was interrupted by Chibai. Ah, Kagaya, I know what you want to say, but please don't say it, although I don't want to be a pillar, but the deal is done, I can't refuse. Don't worry, I'll be the pillar. After hearing this, Ubayashiki Kagaya nodded with a smile, and then said, okay. Since you have become Zu, you need to have your own title. Look, what is more appropriate for you to be called Zu? Hearing this, Chibai's expression froze. Named? This is the worst thing I can do, what the hell? After thinking for a second, Chibai came up with an excellent solution. Kagaya, he, Ubayashiki Kagaya. Why does it feel like his smile is malicious? What's the matter, Chibai? Ubayashiki Kagaya asked. Chibai smiled again, and then said, I don't know how to name names very much, please help me think of one, okay. Upon hearing this, Ubayashiki Kagaya immediately agreed. Let me think about it. The hidden people sent back information saying that you beat the evil spirits to death with your fists. Then, you were called Chenju. How about it? Chibai. My worst fears still happened. I thought about the name Chenju before, but it was too ugly, so forget it. I thought that if Ubayashiki Kagaya played it, it would sound good, but it turned out to be a fist after going around. Desperate. Well, is there anything else? Chibai asked tentatively. Ubayashiki Kagaya shook his head. I can't think of anything else at the moment, or I'll call it a fist column. For this, Chibai had a black line on his face. He didn't think that Ubayashiki Kagaya couldn't think of other names. Because, there was a sentence written in his eyes. Who told you to release my pigeons for so long, Chenju? Chapter 68. Why, where did the good protagonist of the good-natured Ghost Slayer squad go? Why is this so black-bellied, fist, what a ghost, I'm still a battle column. Kagaya, I think you can think about it again, fist pillars are really not very good. After hearing this, Ubayashiki Kagaya gave a smirk. This one, I think it sounds pretty good, look, this title perfectly describes your characteristics, so let's call it Chenju. Do not, Chibai's whole body was resisting the name. At this time, I heard Ubayashiki Kagaya say in a very, very small voice, if someone calls me Lord, I might consider changing my name. Although the voice is low, Chibai can be heard very clearly. It turns out that Ubayashiki Kagaya is here waiting for herself. Feeling again, the kind-hearted lord turned into a black-bellied boy. As for calling the lord, impossible, absolutely impossible. If you call him the fourth generation or an ordinary office worker, that's still fine. After a moment of silence, Chibai decided to go all out, as long as it wasn't titled Chenju. Chibai got up suddenly, and with Ubayashiki Kagaya's puzzled expression, he rushed over and pinned him down. Brother, Dage, Kagaya Dage, I really don't want to be called Chenju. Please give me another name. He wiped his nose and tears on Ubayashiki Kagaya. Ubayashiki Kagaya. In other words, why don't you want to call yourself Lord Master? Is it that difficult to just say one word? Ubayashiki Kagaya, who was pressed under Chibai's huge body, was a little out of breath, and couldn't help reaching out to pat Chibai's back. Get up first, I can't take it anymore, cough cough. No, I won't, Chibai shook his head, expressing his refusal. Just when Ubayashiki Kagaya was about to persuade Chibai again, the door of the room was suddenly pulled open. A very beautiful woman walked in with a large tray of food. Kagaya, I'll give you. Without saying anything, the beautiful woman froze on the spot, almost falling to the ground with the tray in her hand. Advertisement the next second, the beautiful woman, with a flushed face, hurriedly put the food on the ground. He whispered, sorry to bother you. Then he closed the door and left quickly. Chibai. Ubayashiki Kagaya. The two looked at each other and did not speak for a long time. After a while, Chibai said, who is she, and did she misunderstand something? After hearing this, Ubayashiki Kagaya had black lines on his face. Please replace yes with affirmation, and if you pick it up, she must have misunderstood it. After several deep breaths, Ubayashiki Kagaya calmed down. She is my wife, Ubayashiki Amane, and Chibai, can you get up from me this time? Ha 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 ha. Immediately, Chibai was stunned, and immediately got up from Ubayashiki Kagaya. When Chibai saw the appearance of Ubayashiki Kagaya, he realized why he was misunderstood by Ubayashiki Amane. At this time, Ubayashiki Kagaya's face was flushed red, which was caused by being out of breath under the weight of On. The most frightening thing was that the forceful pounce he had just pulled off his clothes a little bit, revealing half of his snow-white body, shoulder. It's a bit too much, no wonder people are misunderstood. Hey, Dage, I said, would you believe me that I didn't mean it? Chibai said awkwardly. It was a blank stare from Ubayashiki Kagaya who answered Chibai. After Ubayashiki Kagaya tidied up his clothes, he said, forget what happened just now. Since you don't like the name Chenju, then, you should call it Janju. Your fighting power is so strong, it's not bad to be called this name. Chibai. What the hell is this name Talent? I just complained about the name, but he took it out in a blink of an eye. His name Talent is really a fight with a certain fourth generation. Nomura Hayate Pitch Kuro Yaziro, the needle does not poke. Looking at Ubayashiki Kagaya, Chibai held back the day and finally sighed. Forget it, let's put the matter of the name first, the name is not very important, I will tell you when I think it over, okay? Advertisement Ubayashiki Kagaya nodded, agreed to Chibai's request, and then said, that's good, it's just convenient for the next thing. What is it? Chibai asked. Given that your promotion speed is too fast, and there are many things you are not familiar with, I plan to let you guard Tokyo with Yanzu first, so that you can familiarize yourself with some things. After you are proficient, guard an area alone. At this time, Chibai interjected. I have no opinion, but where do I live? I can't go together with Mikijuro's family, can I? Their family is happy. If I go, it looks a little bit wrong. After hearing this, Ubayashiki Kagaya smiled as I expected. Don't worry, I've already arranged a place for you to live in. From now on, Tokyo will have a garden that belongs to you. Chibai burst into tears when he heard this. Although the Ghost Killing Squad is a private company, it buys houses for its employees. The joy is indescribable. I finally became a family with a house, what a surprise. Oh, by the way, I still have a Mukago that I didn't take home, now, it seems to be okay. Thinking of this, Chibai showed a justice smile. Thank you, my lord. Ubayashiki Kagaya. I didn't call him Lord Master just now, why did I suddenly change my mind when I said I bought a house? Ubayashiki Kagaya just feels so tired, so he waved to Chibai, go out first. I'm so tired, I want to take a break. Okay, my lord, you have to pay attention to your health. After speaking, Chibai was ready to go out. After walking a few steps, Chibai suddenly turned around and asked, what, your wife didn't misunderstand what happened between the two of us just now, do you want me to explain it? Ubayashiki Kagaya, who was already tired, became even more tired when he heard this. No need, Amane is reasonable, she won't misunderstand. Ubayashiki Kagaya knew very well that some things, the more they explained, the darker they became. It's better to just ignore it. Chibai nodded after hearing this, and walked towards the door. Just when Chibai was about to touch the door, he suddenly turned around, ran up to Ubayashiki Kagaya and observed carefully. Just now, I inadvertently saw Ubayashiki Kagaya's face, as if there were traces of a curse. I need to take a closer look. Chapter 69 Jumping into the river can't clean it up. And Ubayashiki Kagaya's face turned red when Chibai stared at him like this. Chibai was looking at him with black lines on his face. You are blushing a bubble teapot. Just look at the traces of the curse yourself, have you misunderstood something? Chibai, what are you looking at? Ubayashiki Kagaya asked. Chibai was watching carefully, and replied casually. I seem to see traces of a curse attack on your face, I don't know if it's an illusion, let me take a look. Just as he was speaking, Chibai found the trace of the curse. Just under the right eye, if you don't look carefully, you may think it is a mole. Here, Chibai reached out and touched the trace of the curse. Don't ask Chibai how it feels, it's too small for him to feel anything. Being touched by Chibai like this, Ubayashiki Kagaya's face turned red again. Chibai was used to it, and ignored it directly. Withdrawing his hand, Chibai sat down and began to think. The Ubayashiki family was punished by the so-called god because of the birth of Kibutsuji Muzan, and a curse appeared. Let the men in his family not live to be 30 years old, and their bodies are extremely weak. In other words, own chi is the chi of innate, can you suspend his curse? Chibai thinks that this solution can be given a try. Thinking of this, Chibai stretched out his hand and was about to run chi, but was interrupted by Ubayashiki Kagaya. What's wrong, is there something wrong with my curse? After hearing this, Chibai shook his head, no, it's all right, I just thought of one thing, you close your eyes and don't move, let me try. Although Ubayashiki Kagaya was very puzzled, but out of trust in Chibai, he closed his eyes and let Chibai play on his own. Immediately, Chibai started to run chi, and in the next second, a ball of white chi the size of a basketball appeared in his hand. Manipulates the white chi and sinks it into Ubayashiki Kagaya's chest. As soon as the chi entered the body, Ubayashiki Kagaya noticed a change in own body. What's going on? Why do I feel that On's body is warm, and it's so relaxed, and it has a lot of strength? Ubayashiki Kagaya wanted to open his eyes to see what happened. But Chibai stopped him directly. Don't open your eyes yet, it's not the time yet, and opening your eyes will also make me fractionated divinity. After Ubayashiki Kagaya heard this, he immediately stopped opening his eyes and sat there obediently. And Chibai is watching Ubayashiki Kagaya attentively, ensuring his personal safety. Advertisement. While Chibai was concentrating, Ubayashiki Kagaya's expression became more and more outrageous. It's so hot. Chibai, hold on, I can't stand. Shut up. How did you say such a tiger-wolf word? After a few minutes, the large mass of chi was completely absorbed by Ubayashiki Kagaya, and it seemed that it was not enough. Chibai scratched his hair. It seemed that Ubayashiki Kagaya's physical condition was a bit beyond what one expected. This large group of chi is not enough. How bad is his health? While thinking about it, Chibai divided another large group of chi and gave it to Ubayashiki Kagaya. The current self is not what it used to be. After having the source of energy, I don't even care about the consumption of energy. Chibai wants to see how much energy Ubayashiki Kagaya's body can absorb from him. Immediately Chibai began to observe seriously. However, Chibai didn't notice that Ubayashiki Kagaya's expression was getting more and more wrong. Since Chibai was not allowed to speak, Ubayashiki Kagaya has been gritting his teeth and insisting. As the first chi was absorbed, Ubayashiki Kagaya thought it was over, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, another chi came in. Moreover, the reaction brought about by this group of chi is even greater. Ubayashiki Kagaya only felt that his body seemed to be in a furnace, as if there were countless hands massaging himself. One couldn't hold back, and groaned out. The moaning sound startled Chibai, who was observing. I rely on. What happened? Why did it suddenly make such a sound? Is this really the sound a man can make? Chibai looked up, and saw something that he would never forget in his life. I saw Ubayashiki Kagaya's face was flushed with a honeyed expression, her whole body was tense, and her legs were even more tightly clamped. Chibai. This look will really be misunderstood, Dage. Don't come here at this time, otherwise, I would not be able to wash myself off by jumping into the Yellow River. However, what to be afraid of? Advertisement. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps in the distance, and soon the footsteps stopped at the door. Kagaya, let me add some charcoal to the stove. After speaking, the door was opened again. Chibai looked over in horror, only to see that it was Ubayashiki Kagaya's wife, Ubayashiki Amane. In the next second, Chibai turned into a phantom and stood in front of Ubayashiki Amane. Mrs. Amane, I'm sorry to trouble you, please don't use it for now. How about you wait? Ubayashiki Amane froze for a moment, but nodded in agreement. Okay, then I'll wait. Before he could finish speaking, Ubayashiki Kagaya suddenly let out a high-pitched cry. What? This call doesn't matter. It directly let Ubayashiki Amane see what Ubayashiki Kagaya looks like now. I was so shocked that I couldn't shut my mouth. You too. Ubayashiki Amane pointed at Chibai with a look of surprise, and didn't say a complete sentence for a long time. And Chibai sighed in his heart, just about to explain. But was interrupted by Ubayashiki Amane. Sorry, I'm so sorry, I shouldn't bother you too. After finishing speaking, he closed the door and left quickly. In this regard, Chibai has only one idea. Well, scored twice. What a crime. Now it's all right, even if you jump into the Yellow River, you won't be able to wash it off. Don't say anything, it's a real hammer. What else is there to explain? With a look of despair, Chibai turned back to Ubayashiki Kagaya. At this time, Ubayashiki Kagaya was disheveled and sweaty, but there was a smile on his face. After seeing Chibai, he said, Chibai, I feel that my body is more relaxed than ever, and I still have strength. What are you doing to me? Chibai heaved a long sigh after hearing this. Never mind what you did. Did you see what happened just now? I can't even explain the seppuku. Ubayashiki Kagaya, who was still immersed in the joy of recovering her body, froze instantly when she heard Chibai's words. Yes, I know what happened just now. Then how'd I explain myself later? What the hell? Seeing Ubayashiki Kagaya's froze expression, Chibai said helplessly. You said you moaned like a wool. You are a man, how can you make such a sound? Is it that unbearable? Chapter 70. Order me a dress? After hearing this, Ubayashiki Kagaya nodded obediently. This operation made Chibai, who wanted to say a few words at first, completely at a loss for what to say. Forget it. You won. Chibai sighed helplessly, then grabbed Ubayashiki Kagaya's hand, and the chi flowed into his body. After some inspection. Well, your curse has been temporarily suppressed. Although I don't know how long it has been suppressed, you don't have to worry about it for 5 or 6 years. Your current body is no different from that of a normal person. Okay, if Kagaya has nothing to do, I'll leave first. After speaking, Chibai walked away without any hesitation. This time he was really scared. If he was misunderstood again, he could really commit seppuku. As soon as Chibai walked to the door, he was stopped by Ubayashiki Kagaya. Wait a moment. Huh? Chibai looked at him suspiciously. I only heard Ubayashiki Kagaya say, when the time comes, you can go directly to find Yanzu, and he will take you to your new home. After leaving here, don't rush to leave. Now that you are a pillar, you can have your own team uniform. There will be hidden people waiting for you outside. Okay, then I'll go first. If there's anything wrong with your body, please let me know immediately. Chibai ordered and left the house. As soon as he came to the yard, a hidden person came over with a ruler to measure Chibai's body data. Seeing Yin's meticulous look, Chibai touched his chin unconsciously. Then asked, "Excuse me, besides the uniform of the ghost killing team, can you make 2 other clothes for me?" The hidden man was taken aback by Chibai, but quickly reacted and replied, "Yes, but what kind of clothes do you want?" "Maid outfit." Chibai showed a bright smile after speaking. Immediately, Yin's people froze in place, a little at a loss. Chibai hastily added, "It's not me wearing it. What are you thinking about? I want to give it to my friends." The hidden person didn't reply immediately after hearing this, but hesitated for a while, and then said, "Forgive us for being a maid, but we can't do anything, you'd better think of a way yourself." Looking at Yin's eyes, Chibai knew that he was treating himself as a pervert. "FCK. I am not a pervert. I just bought 2 clothes for Mukago. You can't let Mukago bear a. If that's the case, it's really perverted." Advertisement. Just when Chibai was complaining wildly in his heart, a name suddenly appeared in his mind. Masao Maeda. People give names, dirty 4 eyes. This person is a hidden tailor who specializes in making clothes for people. However, this person is a huge LSP, specially make open-chested clothes for female players, and then trick them into wearing them. In this regard, Chibai said that he deeply hates it. By the way, he is only 15 years old this year, can he join the ghost killing squad? With an attitude of giving it a try, Chibai said, "Let me ask, is there a tailor named Maeda Masao?" Yin, who was giving Chibai a large amount of data, heard the name and gave him a surprised look. "How do you know this obscene 4-eyed person? It hasn't been long since he joined Yin, and many female swordsmen have expressed dissatisfaction with him." Chibai wiped his cold sweat after hearing it. "Good guy, this man is really a ruthless man, and now he has this nickname. Then can you ask him to measure the data for me?" "Huh?" Yin's person didn't understand, but he still shouted towards the door. "Dirty guy, come in. There is a post calling for you to measure." Soon the door was pushed open, and a boy with round glasses ran in quickly. "I'm coming." As soon as he spoke, Maeda Masao came to the 2 of them. The hidden person was not polite at all, and directly threw the ruler to Maeda Masao. "Come and help this adult measure his body data." After hearing this, Masao Maeda looked up at Chibai, then at the ruler in his hand, as if he wanted to refuse, and finally nodded in agreement. Holding the ruler, Masao Maeda was ready to continue measuring for Chibai. However, it was rejected by Chibai. "Don't measure it for me, I have a question for you." "Huh?" Maeda Masao looked at Chibai suspiciously. Immediately Chibai said, "Help me make a maid outfit, remember to use your strengths, and the clothes should save some fabric, do you hear me?" Advertisement. After Masao Maeda, who had no motivation, heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. The light shining through the lenses of his glasses made even Chibai bow down. "What did you say?" Masao Maeda asked in disbelief. After Chibai repeated it again, Masao Maeda immediately showed a gentleman's smile. "It looks like this, my lord, I guarantee you will be satisfied. Is it this size or something?" I recalled the size of Mukago and told Masao Maeda. "Eh? This, is there something wrong?" Masao Maeda asked in disbelief. "This dress is exactly the size of a child, this. Chibai patted him on the shoulder and said, "I know what you're thinking, it's definitely not what you think, just do it." It was indeed not what Masao Maeda imagined. Mukago is at least hundreds of years old, how could he be a child? She's just a loli past its expiration date. In the end, Masao Maeda agreed to Chibai's request, and quickly measured the rest of Chibai's data by the way, and then left. And Chibai was carried by Yin's people again and sent away. After Chibai left for a while, Ubayashiki Amane came to Ubayashiki Kagaya's room cautiously. Seeing Ubayashiki Kagaya lying on the ground, Ubayashiki Amane hurriedly helped him up. "Kagaya, I know that everything you did was to kill Kibutsuji Muzan, but isn't your sacrifice too great like this? Don't forget, we are already married." At this time, Ubayashiki Kagaya was immersed in the joy of physical recovery, and did not rest to the other meanings of his wife's words. "Don't worry, Amane, there's nothing wrong with sacrificing something in order to kill Kibutsuji Muzan, besides, Chibai is really powerful." When speaking of the last few words, Ubayashiki Kagaya deliberately emphasized his tone. Upon hearing this, Ubayashiki Amane's pretty face flushed, and she was a little overwhelmed. She kept thinking in her heart, is this the legendary forbidden love? What a great look. After thinking about it, Ubayashiki Amane felt that it was necessary for him to ask Ubayashiki Kagaya. "Kagaya, I know that Chibai is very powerful, but you are not in good health, you must pay attention to your body and exercise some restraint. I won't mind this." It wasn't until this time that Ubayashiki Kagaya heard something wrong in Amane's words. It seems, what she said, is not the same as what she said. Chapter 71. Longevity. Lived with Muzan. Chibai went through a long time of turbulence, and finally returned to Mount Sagiri when the sun was setting. At this time, he still doesn't know about the godlike conversation between the Ubayashiki couple. 2 people, one is talking about the city gate building, and the other is talking about the hip bone axis. What they said is completely incompatible. If Chibai was there, he would probably say something wrong. But now Chibai is just worried about whether he will be in time for dinner. Fortunately, Chibai caught up with dinner. Today's dinner is a very large oyakodon, served with pan-fried salmon and beef miso soup. Chibai, who was seated, ate his food with big mouthfuls, and he was hungry all day today. After eating, the five of them sat on the tatami and chatted. It's nothing more than talking about today's things. Rindaki-sensei, Kagaya bought me a house in Tokyo. Do you, Sabito Mikomo, and Kyojuro want to move there and live together? Sabito Mikomo Kyojuro was of course in favor of this matter with both hands and feet up. Who would refuse a bustling city? Every day is full of excitement. Anyway, the three children will not refuse. Urokodaki Sakanji disagreed with Chibai's opinion. No, Chibai. The old man knows your kindness, but it's not suitable for Sabito's training there. Still Mount Sagiri is better for exercise. Okay, Chibai shrugged and gave Sabito a powerless expression. Immediately, Sabito looked a little disappointed, while Mikomo comforted Sabito. As for our Dage, Rengoku Kyojuro, he found dried fish from somewhere and is eating it with relish. Where to live is no different for Kyojuro, he will still train hard. Chibai couldn't bear to see Sabito and Mikomo lose, thought for a while and said. Then, Mr. Renaki, look, Sabito and Mikomo usually train so hard. It's time to relax, and the new year is coming soon. Let's go to our new home to celebrate the new year together. Okay, Mr. Renaki, looking at Chibai's incomparable sincerity, and seeing Sabito Mikomo's expectant eyes. After hesitating for a long time, Urokodaki Sakanji finally nodded and agreed to Chibai's request. Sabito and Mikomo cheered when Urokodaki Sakanji agreed. Advertisement, yeah. You can relax. To this, Urokodaki Sakanji just shook his head with a smile. He almost forgot that Sabito and Mikomo were just kids. Okay, don't cheer for now, let's talk about some things first. Upon hearing this, Sabito and Mikomo immediately sat down obediently. Urokodaki Sakanji continued. Wait for Chibai to go over first, and let's go after he gets a letter. Secondly, you still have to exercise every day, of course it can be less. After the new year, we will return to Mount Sagiri, do you hear me? Okay, Mr. Renaki. ×2 after everyone finished speaking, they went to bed. Of course Kyojuro lives with Chibai and Sabito. Of course Mikomo little princess has her own separate bedroom, after all Mikomo is a girl. Nothing to say all night. Early the next morning, Chibai packed up his things early, took half a bag of rice from the kitchen, and asked Mikomo to get a low-quality roasted bird. These things are given to the mouse that helped me last time. I almost forgot, but I remembered it. When he was ready to go, Chibai thought about it and took Kyojuro with him. Not to drive Kyojuro away, but to take him home along the way. After all, he lived in Mount Sagiri for a long time. Also, Mikijiro knows where his new home is. After making sure that nothing was missed, Chibai held Kyojuro under his arm, started to circulate chi, and set off towards Tokyo. The journey was fast, and Kyojuro was sent home first, and it happened that Rengoku Shinjiro was at home, so the two set off for Tokyo together. Then Chibai came to the place where he fought Mukago again. Give the food to the mice, then proceed to Tokyo. Finally, in the afternoon, Chibai and Mikijiro arrived in Tokyo. Mikijiro distinguished the route, took Chibai through the streets and alleys, and finally stopped in front of a villa. Looking at the villa, Chibai was stunned. At this moment, all Chibai wanted to say was, FK it. Although I know that the Ubayashiki family is rich, but this is too rich. Advertisement: a staff dormitory actually bought a villa directly. Chibai just wants to say, I love you, my lord. Mikijiro didn't have much reaction to the villa. For him, Ju's salary is unlimited, just buy a villa, let's sprinkle water. He took out the key, opened the door of the villa, and the two walked in. After inspecting around, I found that the villa was very clean and there was nothing wrong with it. The only problem was that it was getting dark and the two of them were hungry. Ever since, Chibai waved his hand very proudly. Uncle Mikijiro, let's go, I've invited you for dinner tonight, so you're welcome. Ha ha ha, good. Chibai, Mikijiro agreed and walked out first. After leaving the villa, Chibai swept his eyes and saw that there was another villa next to the own villa. Can't help but ask curiously, Uncle Mikijiro, is there anyone living in the villa next to me? After hearing this, Mikijiro stroked his chin and said, someone lives here, I heard that it is a doctor. It will be much more convenient for you to see a doctor in the future. To this, Chibai nodded and didn't take it seriously. However, Rengoku Zhenzhaoling continued. Chibai, a terrible thing happened in the villa you live in now, do you want to hear it? These words successfully aroused Chibai's interest. What terrible thing? Could it be that there are ghosts in the villa? As he said, Chibai showed a funny smile. Damn it, it's really interesting to talk about ghosts with the ghost slaying team. It's not haunted, it's a bizarre disappearance case. I heard that the master and servants of this villa disappeared overnight. There is no clue. After this house is vacant, no one dares to buy it, and only the Lord dares to buy it. After all, members of the ghost killing squad, how could they be afraid of these things? Ha ha ha. After finishing speaking, Rengoku Zhenzhaoling laughed. But Chibai was very interested in it and disappeared strangely. Detective Chibai is online. Just when Chibai was about to say something, the door of the villa next door opened suddenly, and a woman walked out from it. The woman is wearing a black embroidered kimono. She has long hair, blood-red eyes, and extremely pale skin. Her eyes are extremely cold, as if she is looking at bugs. When Chibai saw this woman, he immediately went straight to Sparta. FK. This woman, Kibutsuji Muzan. Kibutsuji Muzan lives next door to Own. Rounded up, I live with Kibutsuji Muzan. Young birthday. Chapter 72 Chibai. I think this book will change the protagonist. Just when Chibai was terrified, our master Yenju, Rengoku Zhenzhaoling ran over 3 steps at a time and started to greet Muzan. Madam, good evening. We are your new neighbors, please take care of us in the future. Chibai was terrified at first, but after seeing this scene, he became an emoticon of fright. Young birthday. Kyojuro, your father is going to die. Ruvuo aunt, you will lose your husband. Rengoku Shinjiro, you are on the right track. Where did your intuition go? Don't you feel that the person in front of you is particularly dangerous? Where did you get the courage to say hello? Chibai felt that the best way for him now was to hide. If he stayed for another 2 minutes, the area would probably be gone. Just doing what he said, Chibai stood on tiptoe and slipped away with a whoosh. As for our women's clothing, Muzan is going to go to his other company to take care of things. However, he bumped into Rengoku Shinjiro and greeted himself. Kibutsuji Muzan fell silent as he looked at Rengoku, who was wearing a flame-patterned cloak, wearing a Ghost Slayer uniform, and holding Nichirin blades. Are the members of the Ghost-Killing Squad so brave now? Dare to be with. Oh, I forgot, the members of the Ghost-Killing Squad still don't know what they look like. A little embarrassing. Although Muzan really wanted to give Rengoku Shinjiro a cold snort, kill him, and then walk away without looking back. But considering his current status, Muzan still didn't do that, but nodded, then turned and left. Looking at Kibutsuji Muzan's back, Rengoku touched his chin. What a proud lady. You're right, Chibai, answer Rengoku Shinjiro, only silence. Chibai. Rengoku Shinjiro yelled again, but still no one answered him, so he couldn't help turning around to look. Only to find that the place where Chibai was standing was empty. Huh? People? Just when Rengoku Shinjiro was puzzled, Chibai suddenly appeared behind him. Uncle Mikijiro, are you still alive? Rengoku Shinjiro. What is this called? Why can't I live? After all, my wife and children are hot on the Kong, why should I die? Ha ha ha, of course I'm alive. Mikijiro said, what did you do just now? I want you to say hello to that lady. Chibai rolled his eyes at this, and complained. Okay, Uncle Mikijiro, you already have 2 children, don't worry about other young ladies. At the same time, Chibai added a sentence in his heart, that is Kibutsuji Muzan, the water here is too deep, you can't grasp it, let me do it. Advertisement hearing Chibai's words, Rengoku Zhenzhaoling was stunned for a moment, and then tapped Chibai's head lightly. Don't talk nonsense, let's eat, Rengoku Kyojuro laughed immediately after speaking. And Chibai looked at Kibutsuji Muzan's villa and sighed faintly. Hey, what is this called? Kibutsuji Muzan is a neighbor, not to mention anything else, just how to bring this Mukago here. At this moment, the dog system took the initiative to speak. I can feel your heart beating faster, why is this so excited to see an old lover? Close black lens bracket. Chibai. RNM. Dog system, I understand when you say excited, what do you mean by old lover? Before Chibai could refute, the system spoke again. Open black lens bracket I can post a person for you, let you get in touch with Kibutsuji Muzan. How about it, am I very mean? Close black lens bracket. No, 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 I don't need it, I thank your whole family, dog system. However, open black lens bracket hi, close black lens bracket, be polite to me FCK. The waiting task is here, close black lens bracket. Chibai. What happened? What happened? What task? What task? At this point, the task came. Trigger mandatory mission, close black lens bracket. This system knows that you are missing your dear Kibutsuji Muzan, and miss you very much, close black lens bracket. Therefore, this benefit is hereby launched. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket looking at Kibutsuji Muzan, I miss you so much, so I decided to visit her at night to relieve the pain of lovesickness, close black lens bracket. Task reward. Lightning Run Thunderfist, mission failure penalty. Please give Kibutsuji Muzan a romantic confession, close black lens bracket. Remarks. Lightning and Thunderfist is very suitable for you. The extremely dangerous rewards for this mission will not be delivered in advance. Close black lens bracket. Due to the extremely high difficulty of the task, a one-time road, one-sided time furoshiki, with a duration of 12 hours is specially given away. Close black lens bracket. At this time, Chibai's whole body was completely petrified. 3 philosophical questions flashed through his mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Then the brain froze directly. But soon, Chibai's brain restarted. Advertisement. Looking at the tasks issued by the system, Chibai felt a pang of sadness in his heart. He understood, this book can't be written anymore, it's time to change the protagonist. With the last glimmer of hope, Chibai asked, System, are you really going to be so desperate? What is never going to end? I just can't bear to see your unrequited love, close black lens bracket. Okay, once the task is released, it can only be completed, come on, dear, close black lens bracket. After that, no matter how Chibai greeted him, the system didn't give him any reply. Looking at the dark sky, Chibai showed a wry smile. Tonight, I'm afraid it's the last time I saw the sky, and I'm still watching. Before Chibai could finish thinking, a big hand patted Chibai's shoulder. What are you thinking, Chibai? You look like you're in a bad mood. Are you worried about the food money? Ha ha ha, don't worry, Uncle invites you tonight. Chibai forced a smile at Rengoku Shinjuru's words. It's not Uncle Makijiro, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Seeing Chibai's appearance, Rengoku Shinjuru was a little worried. What's the matter, Chibai? It's only a matter of turning around, and your expression is so ugly. Are you worried that you won't be able to do your job well in the future? It's okay, it's very simple, let me tell you. Chibai was being held by Makijiro's shoulders while listening to him talking about his experiences. The expression on his face didn't change at all. At this time, he remembered a sentence in disqualification in the world. In just one night, my heart was like two different people. Myself. Hey, all of this is the choice of Steins Gate. Thinking of this, Chibai said, Uncle Makijiro, take me to the most expensive restaurant. Makijiro, who was talking, was taken aback for a moment when he heard it and then agreed. Ha ha ha, okay, come with me, Chibai. After speaking, he took Chibai straight to the most expensive Japanese grocery store. The two sat in the Japanese grocery store. Chibai flipped through the menu, and finally said, take all the dishes above, and order 3 servings. Rengoku Shinjuru. What happened? Why are all the meals the same 3 servings? It feels like this meal will never be eaten again. Chapter 73 Night Visit to Muzan's house. Rengoku Shinjuru hesitated, but said, isn't this too much? Chibai sighed and waved his hand. Don't worry, Uncle Makijiro, you take one back home for Kyojuro and the others to eat, and I'll pack another for supper. Let's eat the other. Regarding Chibai's answer, Makijiro still wanted to say something, but looking at Chibai's sad eyes, he swallowed his words back. From Makishiro's point of view, Chibai misses Mr. Ranaki and is worried about his work, so he must come to enlighten him when he has time. Chibai. T_T. I'm waiting to die, I don't want to talk. As soon as the food came, Chibai started to gobble it up without any hesitation. Driven by Chibai, Makijiro also began to gobble it up. Soon the two ate, took the packaged meals, and left the restaurant. Looking at the dark sky, Chibai said, Uncle Makijiro, let's go. I'm going to go shopping now and go to Subito to buy some gifts. Tomorrow, you remember to go to the first floor of my villa. There are gifts I prepared for Kyojuro. You help me bring him back, please, Rengoku Shinjuru. Why do I feel that there is a sense of déjà vu to explain the funeral? Although puzzled, Rengoku agreed. Okay, Chibai, then I'll go first. After saying that, Rengoku Shinjuru turned and left. And Chibai disappeared into the crowd and began to prepare the last gift. By the time Chibai was ready to go home, it was already late at night. The villa next door was already brightly lit, as if to remind Chibai, don't forget the task. After writing the gift on a card and wrapping it up, when it was on the table, Chibai opened the door and walked out of the villa, looking at the neighbor. This task has to be done even if the sky is falling. Therefore, Chibai decisively took out the props given to him by the system in advance in the ring decisively, one-sided time burden. Looking at the furoshiki in his hand, Chibai asked, how to use it, the dog system. After the system listens, it replies immediately. Open black lens bracket, cover yourself. You can become the same as when you first came to this world, but everything you have will not change. Close black lens bracket. His duration lasts for 12 hours, a one-time item. I borrowed it from Doraemon. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Chibai. The ZZ system and Doraemon. Have you seen it? The time burden of others is not one-sided. Rubbish. However, something is better than nothing. At least I can keep myself from revealing my current appearance, and I can hang on for a while. Wait, just wonder if Muzan checked Akaza's memory. But it can't handle that much anymore. Immediately, Chibai put the burden of one-sided time on On's head. In the next second, Chibai's brother's expensive figure shrunk rapidly, shrinking, until he became what he was when he first came to this world. Looking at his own body, Chibai waved the fist technique, and found that the strength and other things have not changed, and the origin of the body has not changed, which is very good. After the preparations were done, Chibai leapt into the yard of the villa next door. Looking at the villa, Chibai pondered for a while, then looked around all the lit rooms, and successfully found the room where Muzan was. At this time, Muzan, dressed in women's clothing, was in a study, reading a book seriously. Suddenly, Kibutsuji Muzan felt as if he was being spied on, so he couldn't help but put down the book and looked around. But he didn't find anyone peeping, so he couldn't help but frowned. Recently. Are you too nervous? Why are you hallucinating? Kibutsuji Muzan put down the book in his hand with a puzzled expression, and rubbed his temples. Blue Bana flower. Blue Bana flower, where are you? Just as Kibutsuji Muzan muttered, a black shadow flashed into the room with a whoosh. Kibutsuji Muzan didn't even look at it, and said, Akaza, if you're here to apologize, you don't have to. Chibai, who just entered the room. What Akaza? Where? After looking around, Chibai didn't find Akaza. Ahem, what, Mrs. Muzan, are you too tired and have hallucinations? The third winding, Akaza is not here. Kibutsuji Muzan, who was still rubbing his temples, opened his eyes and looked over when he heard this strange yet familiar voice. Next second, silence, silence, still silence. However, on Kibutsuji Muzan's pale face, there were 5 or 6 burst blue veins visible to the naked eye, and he looked like he was about to explode. The person speaking in front of him, even if he turned into ashes, he would still recognize him. Advertisement: this is the guy who touched One, and pinched it. Seeing this, Chibai hurriedly said, don't do it, don't do it. The Imperial Army asked me to bring you a message. Ah bah, it's not that it's bad. What, listen to me. Kibutsuji Muzan, I didn't come to fight you. Seeing Chibai's flustered look, Kibutsuji Muzan held back his great anger, and squeezed out a sentence between his teeth. Then, are you here to seek death? Chibai swallowed hard and said, no, I. The current Chibai didn't know what to say for a while. He knew very well that if he said something wrong, the area would probably be explained. So, think about it yourself. Looking at the hesitant Chibai, Kibutsuji Muzan's patience gradually diminished, and his expression gradually turned ferocious. At the last moment, Chibai said, I miss you a little bit. Kibutsuji Muzan. Tui. Fart. Think of a hammer. Judging by his appearance, he clearly still wants to touch his One. This is your last words. Kibutsuji Muzan's angry voice sounded in Chibai's ear. As soon as he spoke, the clothes on Kibutsuji Muzan's back were broken, and 8 pipe whips emerged from it, twisting in midair. Seeing this scene, Chibai's heart almost jumped out of his own chest. I can't beat him at all, and I came to him to die. Whoop whoop, damn its dog system. As for Kibutsuji Muzan, he has already started thinking about what method he should use to kill the guy who dares to touch his A. While thinking, the whip behind him kept approaching Chibai. When Chibai saw that the whip was about to approach, he suddenly made an exaggerated expression. Then he pointed out the window, look at Ji Guoyuan. The sound of Ji Guoyuan Yi almost scared Kibutsuji Muzan's soul away, and the whip behind her also wilted. And Chibai seized this opportunity, aimed at Kibutsuji Muzan, and rushed directly. Chibai's idea is very simple. In the current situation, 99% of himself will die. Left and right are dead. Before I die, I want to give Kibutsuji Muzan an unforgettable memory for life. Chapter 74 million rupees. Muzan, you don't want to. By the time Kibutsuji Muzan came to his senses, Chibai had already thrown himself into her arms. Both hands pinched Kibutsuji Muzan's asterisk again. Ah, the familiar feel. Since Chibai is now in the form of a child, his head is also buried in Kibutsuji Muzan's chest. I don't know if I don't know this, but I was taken aback immediately. Good guy, does our boss have such a good figure? On's face can be buried in it. How big it can be, he. I won't tell you. Taking advantage of this brief opportunity, Chibai even arched inside. By the time Kibutsuji Muzan reacted, everything happened. In an instant, Kibutsuji Muzan's expression twisted to the extreme. It looks like this. D-filled lower right triangle. A hole, damn bug, dare to do such a thing, I must kill him today. The furious Muzan is about to release a powerful shockwave to destroy everything directly. Before he could make a move, Chibai, who was buried on her chest, suddenly spoke in a low voice. Mrs. Muzan, you don't want to miss the blue bana flower again. As soon as the words came out, Kibutsuji Muzan, who was planning to do something, froze in place. After a while, Kibutsuji Muzan asked in a trembling voice. What are you talking about, blue bana? Yes, the blue other shore flower, Chibai replied. In the next second, Chibai was directly tied up by the whip behind Muzan and hung in the air. Seeing his current situation, a big question mark appeared in Chibai's head. Ah, I didn't expect Kibutsuji Muzan to have a hobby of bundling. It's so exciting, really know how to play. Unexpectedly, a young man is not as good as an old man. Tut tut. Tui, say bad, it should be, own life should be saved, the next step is how to run away from Muzan. Tell me, where is the blue bana flower? As long as I get the blue bana flower, I can become a real ultimate creature and walk in the sun. Advertisement. Chibai. Baoyu, I don't want to talk about the ultimate creature, the last ultimate creature is still floating in the universe, maybe you want to accompany him? I won't tell you. Why should I tell you? I'm not your ghost, so don't tell me. Kibutsuji Muzan didn't hesitate after hearing this, and the whip behind him pierced Chibai's brain. Don't say it, hey. Then keep your mouth shut. However, one whip stopped before Chibai's eyes. And Chibai had a playful smile on his face. Are you kidding me? Will Kibutsuji Muzan kill himself directly? Just aim at the blue other side flower and he won't do it. Seeing Chibai's smile, Kibutsuji Muzan only felt a surge of anger welling up in her heart, and wanted to kill Chibai. However, if he really had the whereabouts of the blue bana flower, wouldn't he be himself? Kibutsuji Muzan, who was in a dilemma, suddenly thought of what Chibai said just now. I am not his subordinate. In an instant Kibutsuji Muzan had his way. Not own subordinate. It is good. Then turn him into a ghost so that I can read his memory. Thinking of this, Kibutsuji Muzan withdrew the pipe whip and put Chibai in front of Own. Not my subordinate, then I will reward you and become my subordinate. After finishing speaking, Kibutsuji Muzan stretched out his fingers and stabbed Chibai's brain straight, injecting his ghost blood. At this moment Chibai was stunned, he only had one thought. Kibutsuji Muzan, you little trash, you don't play your cards according to the routine. But Chi-Bai's imaginary transformation into a ghost did not happen. On the contrary, he could clearly feel that his chi was actively operating to form a protective film under his skin, resisting the invasion of Kibutsuji Muzan's ghost blood. At the same time, all the cells in his body released a substance that made the ghost blood useless immediately, circulated in the body, and flowed out along the nose. This scene made Chi-Bai wonder how he was immune to the invasion of ghost blood. It is normal for chi to help oneself, but what is that substance? At this time, the Izumo blood red potion appeared in Chi-Bai's mind. If nothing else, he made this substance. Chi-Bai doesn't believe that he is naturally immune to ghost blood. Advertisement Kibutsuji Muzan, who was full of confidence waiting for Chi-Bai to turn into a ghost, saw that Chi-Bai was safe and sound, and even drained his own blood through his nose. All of a sudden the whole person was not calm. FCK, I haven't seen anyone immune to my own blood since the Heian era. Even if Ji Guoyuan came, after this blow, I have to become a ghost. What's the matter? Not turning into a ghost, Kibutsuji Muzan murmured. As for Chi-Bai, he had a funny smile on his face. Hey, Mrs. Muzan, didn't you mean to turn me into a ghost? Why don't you continue? Muzan. He is so cheap, I really want to kill him, but I can't. He knows the news about the blue Bianhua. I can stop chasing you, and I don't need to worry about what happened just now. As long as you tell me about the blue Bana flower, I can ignore everything. When I become a true ultimate creature, I can also turn you into an ultimate creature. Share eternal life with me, what do you think? After hearing this, Chi-Bai gave Muzan a blank stare. If Akaza said this, I might not believe it, but Muzan said this, just because of his character, even Chi-Bai would not believe it. Still draw cakes for yourself? My previous bosses were not so good at drawing. I don't think so, Chi-Bai said directly. I said, Mrs. Muzan, do you think I'm a child? I'm just so deceitful? The news about the blue Bana flower is in my hands, and I have the initiative, and you can only agree to my request. Do you understand it? After Chi-Bai's words, Kibutsuji Muzan successfully added 2 bulging veins on his forehead. Okay. You can speak very well, I will make you speechless again. Believe it or not, I really killed you. After hearing this, Chi-Bai sneered. I bet you don't have bullets in your gun. Kibutsuji Muzan. What do you mean, I don't have a gun? Looking at the confused Kibutsuji Muzan, Chi-Bai coughed twice in embarrassment, and said again. Ahem, I said, if you want to kill me, go ahead. Damn it, it was so embarrassing just now, I actually said that sentence when I got up. The chest of Muzan kept heaving in anger, and the other 4 whips kept waving, turning the study into ruins. After a long time, Kibutsuji Muzan finally calmed down. He looked at Chi-Bai, gritted his teeth and asked, what exactly do you want? Chapter 75 shocked Muzan. Seeing Kibutsuji Muzan like this, Chi-Bai laughed, and he laughed insanely. This smile made Kibutsuji Muzan, who has lived for thousands of years, shudder, and a bad premonition surrounded his heart. Chi-Bai wanted to rub his chin to think about what to do next, but his own hand was entangled by Kibutsuji Muzan's whip and he couldn't move at all. Ah, Mrs. Muzan, is this your attitude? With my hands and feet tied up, I think it would be better for you to kill me. After Muzan heard this, his face darkened, and he let go of the whip that restrained Chi-Bai. That's all right. After Chi-Bai moved his limbs, he walked up to Muzan, and with Muzan's shocked expression, he reached out and pinched her chin. Now that Chi-Bai has time to take a closer look at Kibutsuji Muzan. What? You said last time and just now why didn't you have time to look at it? Because the first time Chi-Bai was busy running for his life, he was scared to death just now. The appearance of Kibutsuji Muzan in reality is obviously better than in anime, and her unique temperament can be felt in reality. Chi-Bai looked down along his face, and saw the clothes he had messed up just now. Really deep. No, it should be very evil, yes, exactly. Seeing this, Chi-Bai couldn't hold back, put his face on Kibutsuji Muzan and took a deep breath. It smells so good. The next moment Chi-Bai was suddenly embarrassed. When did I become so perverted? I am a gentleman. Besides, Kibutsuji Muzan is still a man, and now he is only in a female form. Why did I get on top of myself, after quickly warning myself in my heart? And Kibutsuji Muzan was just blinded. Yes, blinded. I have lived for so long. It seems that this is the first time I have encountered such a thing. This person must know that own body is a man. If Chi-Bai knew what Kibutsuji Muzan was thinking, he would definitely smile crookedly. Tell him, I know everything about you, and the fact that you are a man will only make me more. No, it's more thorny. Or it's not right. It should be, let me always remember your evil. Looking at Chi-Bai who was getting more and more perverted, Kibutsuji Muzan finally couldn't bear it anymore. Advertisement, damn trash. What are you going to do? Don't you think you are very perverted like this? Chi-Bai showed a bright smile after hearing this. I'm so honored that the famous Ghost King actually called me perverted. Kibutsuji Muzan. I lost, the first time I met such a person. I, the Ghost King, should be given to him, he is more suitable than me. Turning his head, Muzan broke free from Chi-Bai's hand and retreated a few steps, deciding to stay away from Chi-Bai. But Chi-Bai said at this time, don't move around, Mrs. Muzan, I just have a bad memory. Your movement can easily make me forget the news about the blue Bana flower. Kibutsuji Muzan. He threatened me. Depend on, I am a majestic Ghost King who was threatened. Looking at Chi-Bai with a playful smile on his face, Muzan finally gave in and stopped moving. That's great, Mrs. Muzan, then it's time for us to talk about the specific conditions. Hearing Chi-bai say this, Muzan regained his energy, and there was a look of anticipation in his eyes. Even he himself didn't notice this change. After Chi-bai softly whispered something in Muzan's ear, he found a random place and sat down, waiting for Muzan's decision. After hearing this, Muzan's complexion kept changing, one time red, one time green, and another time black. No, absolutely not. This is absolutely impossible. Chi-bai buttoned his ears, making a look of amnesia. Blue banana flower. What is blue banana flower? Who are you? Why am I in your house? It's so strange. Stop talking, madam, I'm going home first, you don't have a water pipe for me to fix, let's go. After speaking, Chi-bai got up and was about to leave. But as soon as he got up, Kibutsuji Muzan pushed him back on the chair. Okay, I promise you, Muzan said with a trembling voice. However, Chi-bai said with a blank face, if it's too much, let it be, don't force it, let's go. Seeing this, Muzan hurriedly said, don't force it, just wait. He was thinking in his heart, when he got the news about the blue Bianwa, he would kill this garbage as soon as possible. After speaking, a melodious pipa sound was heard, and Kibutsuji Muzan disappeared in place. Watching Muzan disappear, Chi-bai sat on the chair, showing a frenzied smile. Advertisement. There are so many benefits of time traveling, I am really looking forward to Muzan's casual show. That's right, the request Chi-bai made to Kibutsuji Muzan just now is that I want to watch her drag show, and it's still a women's dress, so I can't repeat it. Thinking of this, Chi-bai smiled frantically again. And here, back in the Infinity City, Muzan is furious. It directly showed his full form. White hair, limbs and lower body are wrapped in blood and fur, there are huge mouths with sharp teeth all over the body, 9 pipe whips extend from the back, and 8 pipe whips extend from the legs. B*******D. B******D. I'm still trash, I'm going to kill you. Roaring Kibutsuji Muzan drove the whips all over his body to destroy crazily in the Infinite City. Countless rooms were directly reduced to rubble by Muzan. After a while, Muzan gasped heavily and then he calmed down. Putting away the full form of Own and changing back to the women's clothing form just now, Muzan walked quickly to a woman holding Pippa and covering her face with long hair. Nikim, Kibutsuji Muzan's valet, took the place of Half-Heavenly Dog winding 4 after Half-Heavenly Dog died. A Pippa sounded, and it was Nikim responding to Kibutsuji Muzan. Nikim, you. Looking at Nikim, Kibutsuji Muzan was always embarrassed to say it. After a while, Muzan gritted his teeth and said, Nikim, prepare me some women's clothing, all kinds of clothes. Also, do you have any clues after listening to it? If you have, prepare it for me. Snapped, this is the sound of Nikim Pippa breaking a string. At this time, Nikim raised her head and looked at Muzan with her one eye in the middle with disbelief. After a while, Nikim's voice sounded, what did you say, Master Muzan? Kibutsuji Muzan repeated it with an impatient expression. Prepare me women's clothing, all types, and anything else, if you know, prepare it for me. Can you hear me clearly this time? Nikim nodded in confusion after hearing this, now she doesn't understand what happened. Master Muzan wants women's clothing, confused, Nikim plucked the Pippa string lightly and disappeared in place. Chapter 76 The soul has been sublimated. A moment later, Nikim came back with clothes like a hill. After venting his calmness, Muzan was stunned when he saw the clothes Nikim brought back. What is the situation? Chi-bai said to himself, just wear 2 casual clothes that show off your figure. Why do you bring back so many clothes? When will I have to wear them? Nikim, what are you doing here? Why so many clothes? Muzan asked with a dark face. After hearing this, Nikim respectfully put the clothes in front of him and then said, Master Muzan, you said you want women's clothes, but I don't know how much you want and what kind of clothes you want, so according to my experience, I will choose for you. I bought some clothes, please don't be angry, however, what our Nikim really thinks is, Yahoo Master Muzan is finally going to wear women's clothing, I must choose more, see enough. After hearing this, Muzan didn't say anything with a dark face, but walked towards the pile of clothes, and began to choose the clothes that looked pleasing to his eyes. Picking, Muzan suddenly asked, the thread I was talking about, did you find it? Muzan, who was busy picking out clothes, naturally didn't take a break. When Nikim heard this, a strange light flashed in her one eye. I saw Nikim took out a small package from behind him and handed it to Muzan. Master Muzan, you are all here, black, white, flesh-colored, all of them. Muzan's face twitched when he heard this, Nikim is really a good subordinate of Own. FK. Wouldn't you say no, after receiving the Nikim package, Muzan said duplicity. Good job. While speaking, Muzan had already picked out the clothes he liked, which was a kimono that was no different from the clothes he was wearing. This should be fine, right? Muzan muttered, and changed his clothes in front of Nikim. Soon, the clothes were changed. Muzan looked at the many silks in his hands and fell into deep thought. He picked up a pair of black ones, looked at them for a long time, gritted his teeth, and changed them. Damn it, when I know about the blue banana flower, the first thing I do is kill him. This is the truest thought in Muzan's mind. After wearing it, Muzan asked, Nikim, help me see, what's the difference? After listening, Nichirin looked around carefully and put forward his own opinion. Master Muzan, I think. Your kimono and this silk. Ahem, they don't match well. The kimono is a bit too conservative. Advertisement on Muzan's forehead, 2 blue veins popped up again. Ignored Nichirin's opinion, just told Nichirin to send himself back. The Pippa sounds, and Muzan disappears into the infinite city. And Nichirin hugged own Pippa and showed a smile like an idiot. Miss Muzan's women's clothing looked good. At this time, Shibai was carefully looking at the new clothes that Muzan had put on. 2 question marks appeared on the forehead. Here, Muzan changed clothes. Why does this look no different from just now? Is it because your eyesight is bad? Looking carefully again, Shibai discovered that there were 2 flowers embroidered on Muzan's cuff, but they were gone now. This proves that Muzan changed clothes. After looking at it for a long time, Shibai said, I'm talking about Mrs. Muzan. Let's not talk about whether there is any problem. How can you be perfunctory? Your clothes are wrapped more tightly than Zongzi. You let me, what are you looking at? Look at the expression on your face that you want to kill me. If you want to do this, I really lose my memory. After hearing this, Muzan gritted his teeth, wishing to tear Shibai into pieces. This rubbish, threatening him repeatedly, is really too much. Here, what silk do you want? Muzan said, lifting up the bottom of her kimono, exposing her legs. Seeing this, Shibai immediately covered his nose. Good guy, Muzan really wears it. This, boss scrap is really real. Like, not to mention, Muzan in women's clothing form, her legs are white and tender, and they look really good after wearing them. Have you seen enough? Garbage, Muzan's angry voice sounded. No, Shibai said honestly, and you can't do it, change it, it's cooler, do you understand? If there are so many, I will really forget about the blue bana flower. Muzan. The sound of Pippa sounded again, and Muzan disappeared. Back to Muzan in the infinite city, his face is so dark that he can no longer be black. Looking at the well-behaved Nichirin, Muzan ordered, Nichirin, choose clothes for me. Advertisement in an instant, Nichirin's eyes lit up, as bright as a light bulb in the dark. Muzan watched and frowned, thinking to himself, did he make a decision that he shouldn't have made? Soon, Muzan knew that he was really wrong. Nichirin, who got the order, quickly picked out some clothes for Muzan, and then helped Muzan change into them. After Muzan put on his clothes, his face was almost completely wrinkled. He kept pulling On's clothes down with his hands. At the same time, I thought to myself, sure clothes, do people like this kind of clothes now? By the way, tell Nichirin to send himself back. This time, seeing Muzan, Shibai didn't hold back, and the nosebleed flowed out from the cracks in his fingers. Good guy, this Muzan, really can't be said, can't be said. That's fine, Mrs. Muzan, please keep it up, I've already remembered a lot about the blue flower. However, Muzan just kept a dark face and did not speak. After a few minutes, Muzan disappeared into the villa again. After that, Shibai became the only audience of Muzan's dress-up show, and at the same time, Shibai learned a lot. Muzan has such a good figure. After Muzan's dress-up show ended, Shibai's nosebleeds had already flowed all over the place, and he felt that he was going to be anemic. However, On's soul has been sublimated, there is no wood. Changing back into his black kimono again, Muzan also sat beside Shibai, panting slightly. Don't get me wrong, Muzan is simply tired of changing clothes. It was also from today that I realized how terrifying my Nichirin was. It seems that it is just a simple change of clothes, but Nichirin can come up with a lot of collocations and change clothes back and forth, which makes Muzan almost collapse. However, Nichirin still enjoys it. If Muzan hadn't ordered to stop, I'm afraid Nichirin wouldn't have stopped. Muzan, who was sitting next to Shibai, said, it's okay this time, after changing so many clothes, shouldn't it be time to tell me about the blue bana flower? The only response to him was Chibai's wry smile. Now Shibai is very uncomfortable, don't ask why. Originally, I proposed this condition just to clean up Muzan, but now I am reaping the consequences of myself. Sin. The blue other shore flower. I almost remembered, but I'm still close, Shibai said. Chapter 77 Muzan, you are very moist Muzan. This person is really too much, he has worn so many very shameful clothes, how can he threaten himself? What else do you want? Muzan almost roared when he said this sentence. Shibai stroked his chin calmly, thinking about what to do next. After a few minutes, Shibai thought about what to do next. So, he whispered a few more words in Muzan's ear. In the next second, Muzan's face was ugly, and he looked at Shibai, as if he was looking at a pervert. Are you sure you want to do this? Sure, Shibai nodded vigorously. Muzan. A few hours later, Shibai raised his pants and tidied his clothes in a refreshed manner, while Muzan stood beside him with blank eyes and swaying profusely. Shibai then patted Muzan on the shoulder and said, the technology is good, I will look for you again next time, then let's talk about our third thing. Finally, Muzan couldn't bear it anymore, and the 9 pipe whips behind him burst out suddenly. That's enough, Bug. You've made such an exorbitant request, what else do you want? Today, even if I don't get any more news about the blue bana flower, I will kill you. After speaking, a pipe whip directly pierced Chibai's brain. Shibai, who was about to say something, saw this pipe whip, his hair stood on end in fright. Why did he do it all of a sudden? Flowing water formation, in an instant, Shibai used the fist technique in the flowing water breaking rock fist. After countless times of unloading, he prevented Muzan's whip from piercing his brain. Swallowing, Shibai said, Kibutsuji Muzan, you really dared to do it. I can tell you that in the next 100 years, I will be the only one who knows the secret of the blue bana flower. Besides, I can only live for 10 years now. After 10 years, I will die. That is to say, after 10 years, you will never get the secret of the blue bana flower again. What he said made Muzan's face turn green with anger. They will threaten people with blue bana flowers, this damn it bug. Even so, Muzan withdrew his whip. Seeing that Muzan had changed his mind, Shibai struck while the iron was hot. Advertisement, don't worry, the last request is definitely not too much for you, and it's very simple, would you like to listen to it? Say. Muzan gritted his teeth and said a word. Shibai sneered and said the last condition. It's very simple, Mrs. Muzan, during the new year, my teachers and friends will come here to celebrate the festival, you must keep your own breath. Muzan nodded in agreement. This condition is not a condition at all. Shibai will restrain himself without saying anything, after all, he doesn't want to make things big and lead to real recovery. Also, before Shibai could finish speaking, Muzan looked at Shibai with angry eyes. As if he didn't see it, Shibai continued, I have taken a fancy to one of Mrs. Muzan's subordinates. Her name is Mukago, and she is currently working as a maid for me. Mrs. Muzan, please give me Mukago. Muzan was taken aback when he heard this. Isn't Mukago already dead? Killed by Chibai's breath of the wind? Although confused, a Mukago is not enough to make Muzan care. After all, a timid player can have as much as he wants. Well, yes. Muzan said, then you can tell me the news about the blue bana flower now. Okay. Chibai made a gesture. Then Zai Yuswang whispered in Muzan's ear. The secret of the blue bianhua is Ji Guoyuan. Only Ji Guoyuan has seen the blue bianhua. After speaking, Chibai looked at Muzan, and Muzan has a puzzled look on his face, which means, that's all if it's gone. Chibai also understood what Muzan meant, so he nodded, no, that's all. The next moment, an eerie silence fell between the two men, a harbinger of a storm. After a long time, Muzan suddenly said, damn bug, you dare to play me. You made me do so many things and finally dare to play me like that. Today, you are dead. After finishing speaking, 9 whips were drawn towards Chibai in unison. At this critical moment, Chibai suddenly said, don't you want to know where Ji Guoyuan saw the blue bianhua bana? You have to know that the bana flower is a word, there will be seeds after death, it is very likely. At the end, Chibai didn't say anything, but showed a mysterious smile. The 9 pipe whips stopped in front of Chibai's eyes, only 1 millimeter away from him. As long as they go in a little bit, Chibai will die. Advertisement. The seeds will bloom, and there will be new blue flowers, Muzan added excitedly. Well, a child can be taught, Chibai said with a smile. In the next second, Muzan grabbed Chibai with his hands and asked, quickly tell me, where did Yuan Yi see the blue bana flower? Chibai unhurriedly broke away from Muzan's hand and said, I just want to tell you the secret of the blue bana flower. But I didn't tell you where I saw the blue bana flower. Want to know? Next time, after finishing speaking, Chibai was about to leave along the windowsill. Muzan's voice came from behind, don't go too far, I've done that kind of thing, why don't you say it? Chibai waved his hands without looking back, ha ha ha, I can eat you for the rest of my life. When he was about to jump up, Chibai suddenly thought of something, and said, by the way, Muzan, you are really, very moist, ha ha ha. After speaking, Chibai jumped up and disappeared, leaving only Kibutsuji Muzan gritting his teeth and looking at the direction in which Chibai disappeared. Damn it, playing word games with me, by the way, what does he mean by very moist? And Chibai who left quickly returned to the own villa, sitting on the sofa and panting heavily. Install 13 and run, really exciting. How could I tell Muzan the real secret of the blue bana flower? I can assure you, I said it, within a second, I will die completely. Don't ask why, just relying on own second request, Muzan killed himself 100 times is not too much. Don't get it wrong, that is, Muzan gave himself a full body massage, as for other plots, no, nothing at all. It's a serious body massage. Sitting on the sofa, Chibai took out the Hirano water that he bought at that time from his own ring, and drank 3 bottles of it. After hiccuping, he barely calmed down. Really, I never thought that I could come back alive. Not only came back alive, but also took a lot of advantage from Muzan. It's not easy, advertisement chapter 78 give me back Mukago. Not only came back, but Muzan. Hee. By the way, 2 small things were solved. It's time for the system's prompt to sound. Open black lens bracket mission completed. Close black lens bracket. Lightning and Thunder Fist has been released, please rest assured, this is the full version, close black lens bracket. Chibai rolled his eyes at this. He no longer believed the system's nonsense, and the Furoshiki could be made into a single-sided one-time piece in a single time. He said that the current Lightning and Thunder Fist is not a castrated version, so the credibility is not high. At this time, Chibai suddenly remembered the title promised to him by the system a while ago. How come there is no news yet? System, I remember you said to give me a title before, why haven't you given me a title yet? Because, the title is tailor-made, this system is customizing for you, please wait patiently, close black lens bracket. Yep, it's the system's perfunctory again. Chibai, who managed to escape from the dead, didn't want to try what the lightning and thunder fist was all about. Now he just wanted to have a good sleep and soothe his tense nerves. As soon as he lay down on the sofa, he fell asleep immediately. When Chibai woke up, it was already noon. He stretched himself, washed up, and was about to go out for dinner. Since he just woke up, Chibai didn't want to eat too greasy food, so he found a random restaurant, ate 7 or 8 servings of fried pork cutlet rice bowl, and specially added a few more servings of fried pork cutlet. Satisfied with wine and food, Chibai packed another tuna sashimi, took a bottle of plain water, and returned to his villa. Looking at the villa opposite his home, Chibai thought for a while, and finally decided to take a look at Kibutsuji Muzan. Well, who made him work so hard last night? He should visit him himself. Just doing what he said, Chibai came to the opposite villa with ease, turned the villa upside down, but couldn't find Muzan. Just when Chibai was wondering, he suddenly remembered that it is daytime. So I searched around the villa again and found a basement. Tried to pull it. Locked from the inside. It seems likely that Muzan is in it. Clang clang clang. Chibai knocked on the basement door. Immediately, there was a sound of scolding in the basement. Didn't I say it? No one is allowed to disturb me. Advertisement. After hearing this, Chibai hurriedly said, Lord Muzan, it's me. Open the door, don't be so ruthless. After a long time, a word came from the basement. Roll. So ruthless Kibutsuji Muzan, it wasn't like this last night. After thinking about it, Chibai decided to say a few more words, in case he let himself in. Ahem, what is that, Mrs. Muzan? Didn't I see that you worked too hard last night? I specially brought sashimi for you. Just let me in. Okay. After speaking, the only answer to Chibai was silence. Just when Chibai wondered if Kibutsuji Muzan was asleep, he didn't know that Kibutsuji Muzan in the basement was in another situation. Kibutsuji Muzan, who was in women's clothing, was holding a book about plants in his hand, but his expression was so distorted that he couldn't distort it anymore. Blue bana, damn blue bana. Muzan swears, he has never hated blue bana so much as today. Damn guy, it's fine if he came last night, why didn't he let himself go today? If it wasn't for the day, he would have killed him. As for the blue bianwa, anyway, my lifespan is unlimited, so if I can't send it out, look for it slowly. After a while, Muzan squeezed out a few words between his teeth. I said get out. Chibai outside the basement could only sigh after hearing this. Okay, dear Mrs. Muzan, you are so fierce, I forgot what a blue flower is. As Chibai said, he flew away as if flying. He came here to adjust Kibutsuji Muzan, he can't come out during the day anyway, ha ha ha. At this time, Kibutsuji Muzan in the basement felt for the first time what it means to be aggrieved. And Chibai, who left the villa, returned to his home. Looking at the empty and lifeless villa, Chibai sighed. Ah, it's almost time to take over Mukago. After so long, it should be remodeled. Chibai rubbed his chin and muttered. If you take it over, what will happen when Renaki-sensei comes? He can smell Mukago as a ghost right away. Regarding this matter, Chibai thought about it for a long time, but there was no solution. In the end, he decided to ask Tamayo what to do. The time came to night. After tidying up, Chibai went to Tamayo's house according to the previous memory. When he reached the end of the dirty alley, he discovered a very terrible thing. That is, advertisement at the end of the alley, there's a dilapidated house that looks like it hasn't been lived in for a while. Chibai couldn't believe his own eyes. Rubbing his eyes hard, he looked over again. Still the dilapidated house. In an instant, Chibai felt dizzy. Horse riding, isn't it? Tamayo ran away with his own Mukago? This FCK is so bullshit. So dignified Tamayo, how short is Mukago, who is the fourth in the bottom string? Even if it's bad, it's not enough to run away with Mukago. Do not, my Mukago. Looking at the dilapidated house, Chibai let out a long sigh. I made a decision in my heart. FK, after waiting for 2 days, I will grab one of the current girls, Nayo, to be my maid. That's Aoni-san, no better than Mukago. Thinking of this, Chibai sighed again. My Mukago, snap, gone. At the same time, in Tamayo's new home, holding a test tube and shaking it gently, the next second, the colorless liquid in the test tube turned blood red. Tamayo sighed, failed again, one Mukago's blood is still not enough. Then Tamayo sneezed suddenly. Oh, Tamayo rubbed his nose. Huh? Ghosts get colds too. It's weird. Yushiro. Yushiro, who heard Tamayo's call, immediately ran to Tamayo's side. What's the matter, Master Tamayo? While tidying up the experimental bench, Tamayo said, Yushiro, Chibai hasn't come to take Mukago away after so long. Didn't you leave a letter or mark for him in the old house? After hearing this, Yushiro immediately said, Master Tamayo, don't worry, I have marked him. It looks like this. Tamayo nodded, but it's been so long, why haven't you come? Yushiro didn't speak anymore, just stood aside quietly, looking at Tamayo. Ah, Master Tamayo is so beautiful. I will never allow Chibai to disturb my time alone with Master Tamayo. Chapter 79. You misidentified the person. And our sad Chibai was walking down the street alone in a daze. There was only one sentence in his mind. Asakusa, Tokyo, Ghost Dr. Tamayo is gone. Lanshu, mushrooms. Chibai wanted to eat something to soothe his mood, but when he thought of Tamayo, he lost his appetite instantly. I came to Yoshiwara Flower Street in such a daze. Looking at Ying Ying and Yan Yan on the flower street, Chibai didn't have much interest either. These girls are not as good looking as Kibutsuji Muzan. Wait, what did I say about tigers and wolves just now? Cut off this paragraph, absolutely no one can see it. Chibai just walked on the street in such a daze, looking up at the road from time to time. Just when Chibai walked to the deepest part of Yoshiwara Flower Street, a faint sound reached his ears. Where, is there really a bone girl in this place? Bone girl? Chibai keenly captured these two words. Isn't the bone girl a legendary monster? How could someone specifically look for her? Before Chibai could think about anything, a scream rang out. Ah, evil man-eating ghost. Help, ghost. Come to live. The bone girl can't control herself, but the man-eating evil spirit can be controlled by herself. Chibai rushed to the place where the sound came from. Twisted and crooked, in the deepest part of an alley, I found the person calling for help. It was a child, curled up in a corner, and because the sky was too dark, Chibai didn't want to take a closer look, so he didn't pay much attention to her gender. It was what happened in front of her that made Chibai quite interested. A little monk wearing a bamboo hat and holding a bowl of tofu in his hand is trying his best to block a strange ghost in front of him. This ghost looks simple. Yes, it is simple, this is the most appropriate adjective. The ghost looked like a meatball with 4 thin wooden sticks inserted into it, and it was impossible to tell where the 5 sense organs were. However, Chibai could feel that the ghost was very weak, otherwise, these two would have fed the ghost long ago. At this time, the little monk holding the tofu has already fallen into a disadvantage. His whole body has been pushed down to the ground by the ghost, and the ghost is about to bite him down. Originally, Chibai wanted to see if things would turn around. But after seeing this scene, I can't care so much. If I don't take action, I will die. Advertisement just in time, you can also try the lightning and thunder fist you just got. I saw Chibai running his chi, and used the lightning and thunder fist. In the next second, above Chibai's fist, a bolt of lightning flew straight into the sky. Boom! There was a sound of thunder, and above the sky, a bolt of lightning struck the fleshy ball. Click! The meatball ghost was hacked to nothing. And the little monk who was suppressed by him disappeared with a flash of his body. All this happened so fast, Chibai didn't even react. He just stared blankly at everything in front of him. And his first thought was, FK. This lightning and thunder fist is too cool. Draw thunder from the sky to kill the enemy, handsome. But soon Chibai reacted. That little monk. Where did the monk with the tofu go? Young birthday. He actually killed himself. This. Just as Chibai was in Sparta, the kid who was curled up in the corner suddenly stood up and ran towards Chibai. Before Chibai could react, the child hugged Chibai's thigh. Surprised and said, Jianyu God tier, I knew you would come to protect me. Chibai. Who are you? Do I know you? Chibai coughed twice in embarrassment. Stop, not Jianyu God tier, I'm the pillar of the ghost killing squad, my name is Chibai, you got the wrong person. But the child didn't seem to hear it and continued to hug Chibai's thigh. No, you are Jianyu God tier, I know, the name Chibai is the name you use to hide your identity, I understand. You know a hammer. Chibai was very helpless. His surname was Chi before he crossed over, so he was called Chibai. It is also the name after time travel. Why did the name Chibai become a cover for her? With a sigh, Chibai pulled away the child who was hugging his thigh. It wasn't until this time that Chibai discovered that this child was actually a little loli. Woo! Advertisement, isn't this rubbing salt in the wound? Mukagoshi. She is also loli, but Mukago is legal loli. Looking at the little loli in front of him, Chibai said seriously, I repeat, my name is Chibai, I'm the pillar of the Ghost Slayer team, not Jianyu God tier, understand? Jianyu God tier is a god, and he can also be called Jianyu Thunder God. However, little loli said forcefully, no, you are the Jianyu God tier, and only the Jianyu God tier can summon thunderbolts from the sky. I want to tell my family about this, I found Jianyu God tier. Chibai. Don't just add some inexplicable sayings to yourself, okay? If I really know how to invite magic, I must let this little loli see the real gods of Libu. Just when Chibai was having a headache, the little girl waved her hand, and a child in red clothes appeared in front of her. Zashiki, hurry up and tell your family about the appearance of Takyu God tier. Chibai. FCK. This kid has no procrastination, just do it, it's horrible. Chibai was so scared that he stopped Lil Loli. Wait, Jianyu God tier aside, I want to ask you, why did you appear in Yoshiwara Flower Street? You don't know where this is, do you? After hearing this, Little Loli replied, because I heard from my family that there may be bone girls in Waji, so I want to see if there are any. If there is, I can have a new Shikigami? God formula? Chibai is no stranger to these two characters. Shikigami is only held by Master Yin and Yang. However, a Yin and Yang teacher appeared in Demon Slayer. Isn't there something wrong? Looking at the serious little girl, Chibai asked uncertainly, Shikigami, you are Yin and Yang teacher? Then what's your name? Yes, I am Master Yin and Yang. Jianyu God tier. My name is Keiko Abe. Chibai. Why can't I just ask Jianyu God tier's name? What a headache, and strictly speaking, it is the 8 thunder gods who control the thunder and lightning. Okay, Keiko, you go back with me first, rest at my house for a day, and I'll take you home tomorrow, Chibai said. Who knows, Keiko Abe's eyes lit up after hearing this. Ah, Jianyu God tier, do you want me to be your maid? This is really my honor, I am willing to serve you forever. Chibai. It seems that this is the day when I am speechless the most times, not one of them. Who is going to save this little loli? Chapter 80, Maid, I have a hammer. Forget it, go back with me first, it's already so late, I'll take you home tomorrow. After speaking, Chibai picked her up and rushed towards his villa regardless of Abe Kiko's agreement. Originally, Chibai planned to exchange feelings with Muzan at night. But it seems unlikely now, because I brought back Keiko Abe who is Yin and Yang teacher. When I get home, I have to ask her what happened to Master Yin and Yang. On the way, Chibai did not forget to buy some food, some toiletries, and some children's kimonos. As soon as they got back to the villa, Chibai threw Keiko Abe into the bathroom and asked her to wash before coming out. The bathroom is connected to hot spring water, and there is hot water for bathing at any time, and you can also take a bath. The current Abe Keiko smells bad, and I don't know if it's the smell of garbage or something else, which makes Chibai very sick. 10 minutes later, Abe Keiko washed and changed her clothes and came out. Facing the food on the table, he unceremoniously stretched out his little hand. Jianyu God tier, thank you very much for giving me food. Chibai. Stride on horses. Why can't I get rid of the name Jianyu God tier? I'll say it again, my name is Chibai. I'm the pillar of the Ghost Slayer squad, you can call me Chibai directly, whatever, do you understand? Chibai said word by word. Okay, Jianyu God tier, Joe, is it so difficult for children to communicate? In the end Chibai conceded defeat and allowed Abe Keiko to call himself Jianyu God tier. After calming down for a while, Chibai asked, Abe Keiko, right, your family's ancestor should be Abe Seimei, am I right? Abe Seimei, a yin and yang master who was active in the Heian period, was considered to be the same era as Kibutsuji Muzan. As for how powerful Abe Seimei is, well, it's been said that it's amazing. Yeah, that's right, take you God tier, Abe Keiko said. Hey. Chibai sighed and continued, it stands to reason that Abe Seimei's descendants should not be very powerful, why are you forced into such a state by an ordinary ghost? I heard that Abe Seimei has 12 shikigami, very powerful. This. Abe Keiko ate a slice of sashimi with a guilty conscience, and then said, hey, they are all sleeping, and I'm weak, so I can't summon them. It's very difficult for me to summon a tofu monk now. Tofu monk. This name reminds Chibai of the little monk holding tofu under the pressure of the meatball ghost, and it should be him. Advertisement. It turns out that he is also a shikigami. Forget it, Master Yin and Yang has nothing to do with me, you eat yours, I'll take a shower, then go to bed, and you go to the bedroom to sleep. Chibai said and walked into the bathroom. Just took off my clothes and haven't waited to hit the water. I heard a snap. Chibai looked towards the door with a puzzled expression, only to see Abe Keiko was undressing, and she was still chanting, Jianyu God tier, please wait. I'll help you take a bath. Silence, still silence after a long time. Ah, young life. You get out of here, I don't need anyone to wait on me. If you do this, I will be accused of being a loli. Chibai screamed, quickly put on his pants, then picked up Keiko Abe, and locked her into the bedroom. After returning to the bathroom, Chibai breathed a sigh of relief. Good guy, I was actually seen, damn it, there must be something wrong with this little girl, she must be sent home tomorrow. Chibai wiped off his cold sweat and started to take a bath. An hour later, Chibai came to the living room refreshed, cleaned up the leftovers, took out a set of bedding, and went to another bedroom. The quilt was laid out, Chibai just lay down in the quilt, before turning over, he saw a big lump bulging on the own quilt. Chibai. What's going on? The next moment, Abe Keiko emerged from the bed. Jianyu God tier, I'm here to warm your bed. At this time, Chibai looked desperate, and now he suddenly had the urge to go to Kibutsuji Muzan's house to stay overnight. No, I don't need you to warm my bed. I also locked the door, how did you open it? Seeing the pride on Abe Keiko's face, she stretched out her hand and summoned the little monk who was holding a bowl of tofu. In an instant, Chibai understood what was going on, and there was Shikigami to help. Sin. Hey, Jianyu God tier, don't worry, I'm very good at woo woo woo. Before Keiko Abe could finish speaking, Chibai covered her mouth. I'm not Jianyu God tier, go to sleep by yourself. After Chibai finished speaking, he put on his clothes and prepared to leave. I don't want to be called a loli. Advertisement. Seeing that Chibai was about to leave, Abe Keiko hurriedly hugged his thigh. Jianyu God tier, are you leaving now, don't you like me warming your bed? Chibai. Tired, really, difficult to communicate. At this time, an excellent solution suddenly appeared in Chibai's mind. I saw him squatting down, and said seriously, someone is praying to me and needs my help. You should sleep well, okay, I'll be back at dawn. Abe Keiko nodded immediately after hearing this. Don't worry, Jianyu God tier, I will sleep obediently. After speaking, Abe Keiko obediently returned to the bed and closed her eyes. And Chi-Bai breathed a sigh of relief, and fled the villa as if flying. In other words, this is obviously an own villa. After leaving the villa, Chi-Bai was a little confused, not knowing where to sleep. After hesitating for a long time, he finally looked at Muzan. Anyway, I have the news about the blue bana flower in my hands, so it should be fine to spend the night at his house. Thinking of this, Chi-Bai jumped up and came to the villa next door. Came to the last study with ease. Sure enough, Muzan was still in the study, looking at the book seriously. If Muzan is not a ghost, he should be a good student, ha ha ha. That, Mrs. Muzan. Chi-Bai tried to say hello. Muzan, who was reading a book, was taken aback. As soon as he turned his head, he saw a muscular guy. Although his appearance was a little strange, his aura told Muzan that this guy was the guy from yesterday. Then Muzan's expression changed into this. Oh, filled down pointing triangle pie filled down pointing triangle my winking face oh. Trash, what are you doing here? Are you looking for death? Hearing Muzan's words, Chi-Bai showed a pitiful expression. Hey, Mrs. Muzan, I didn't intend to disturb you. It's really a special situation. Please take me in tonight. Muzan. After living for thousands of years, I have never seen someone courting death like this. Without waiting for Muzan to speak, Chi-Bai continued. There's a lodging fee, and the lodging is not for nothing. Let me tell you first, the blue other shore flower blooms every 70 years, and I will tell you when it will bloom next time at dawn. What do you think? Chapter 81 Something big has happened. Muzan, who originally wanted to refuse, brightened up when he heard Chi-Bai's words. The secret of the blue other shore flower? This is good? And let me tell you a little bit of a secret, which is great. Then, just agree first. Looking at the face of the blue other shore flower? Muzan, who was about to agree, was interrupted by Chi-Bai again. Don't worry, I just sleep and don't bother you, and I don't snore either. Okay. Muzan agreed with a look of extreme reluctance. And her heart was full of happiness. Now he wished that Chi-Bai would ask him to spend 2 more nights, so that he could get the blue bana flower. After getting the consent, Chi-Bai turned around and went back to his villa to get a set of bedding and came back. 3 times, 5 times and 2 times, I made a floor bunk, took off my coat and got into the bed. Chi-Bai let out a long breath of relief, still comfortable in bed. That is, there's Muzan next to him, which makes Chi-Bai a little scared. The original rounded cohabitation has become a real cohabitation. Lying under the blanket, Chi-Bai tossed and turned, unable to sleep. His movements were a little too loud, and Muzan was noisy. Bug. You're disturbing me. If you're like this, I'll throw you out. Hearing this, Chi-Bai immediately stopped moving and lay down obediently. It's all right now, I can't move anymore. Chi-Bai, who really couldn't sleep, began to cultivate chi actively. In other words, this is the first time I have practiced normally since I obtained the origin of the body. As Chi-Bai practiced, the chi in his body began to move, and the speed of movement was 10 times faster than before. The speed of cultivation is also rapid. Just when Chi-Bai was immersed in his cultivation, he suddenly felt a violent gaze looking at him. When he opened his eyes, he found that Muzan was staring at him. This Chi-Bai looks a little hairy. What do you see me doing, Madam Muzan? Nothing. Muzan frowned and continued to read the book. This behavior of Muzan made Chi-Bai completely afraid to practice and sleep. If I don't pay attention to this, I will be stabbed by Muzan. Muzan, who was reading a book, seemed to be reading a book, but he was thinking about something else in his mind. Advertisement. Why did that guy suddenly emit such an aura just now? After he falls asleep, he will take a closer look. As a result, Chi-Bai didn't intend to sleep until midnight. Finally Muzan couldn't take it anymore and kicked Chi-Bai. Being kicked, Chi-Bai looked puzzled. What did he do to get kicked? I don't move at all, what a shame. What are you doing, Mrs. Muzan? Muzan snorted coldly and then said, why don't you sleep? Chi-Bai offended her by not sleeping? Inexplicable. What's wrong? The person has become a woman, and the character has also become a woman. Not sleepy, Chi-Bai said angrily. HMPH, rubbish. Muzan finished, turned and sat on the chair, and continued to read. Chi-Bai shrugged helplessly, did not speak, but looked at Muzan without saying a word. That's it. After a while, Muzan couldn't bear Chi-Bai's gaze and put down the book. What are you looking at me for? Why? You're not allowed to see you because you look good, Chi-Bai said. Muzan. Ignore him, ignore him. Just when Muzan was about to continue reading, Chi-Bai suddenly said, Muzan, to be honest, I'm a little curious, what do you plan to do after you overcome the sun? Muzan was a little upset after hearing this, although he really wanted to refuse to answer Chi-Bai's question, but he was afraid that he would not tell him about the blue bana flower. He could only say with a gloomy face, live on and become a truly perfect creature. Hey guys, perfect creatures? You are not afraid of running into Erchao, and let Erchao send you and cats to heaven together. Seeing Chi-Bai's strange expression made Muzan a little angry. What kind of expression do you have? Garbage. Chi-Bai hurriedly waved his hands. Don't get me wrong, your wish is a bit out of line. I thought you would conquer the world or something. After all, you were pretty good. Conquer the world? To this, Muzan just wanted to say, not interested? She just wants to live. Why do you think that? Muzan asked. And Chi-Bai was a little surprised when he heard this rhetorical question. He thought Muzan would ignore him. After all, they are all enemies, ahem. Ah, how should I put it, it's just like cartoons, villains always want to conquer and rule the world, Shibai said. Advertisement Muzan didn't understand much after hearing this, but he still said seriously, no, I'm not interested in ruling the world, I just want to live, and live for a long time. It looks like this. Shibai nodded, sat up, and patted the bedding. Ah, come and sit down, look up and see that you are very tired. Muzan wanted to refuse at first, but when he thought of the aura that appeared on Shibai just now, he unexpectedly sat over and sat side by side with Shibai. The expression on Chibai's face suddenly froze. How did she really sit here? Without waiting for Chibai to speak, Muzan suddenly said, just now, what is the breath on your body? Why do I feel life from it? After Chibai heard this, he subconsciously condensed a ball of chi. You mean this? Muzan didn't speak, but just stared straight at Chibai's condensed chi. Suddenly, Muzan stretched out his hand and grasped chi. I saw that chi was quickly absorbed by Muzan. A blush appeared on Muzan's face. Chibai. What's going on? Muzan can also absorb own chi. Oh, this is my purest chi, living things seem to be able to absorb it. One more ball, Muzan said suddenly. Chibai was a little hesitant, but still condensed a ball of chi. Like before, Muzan absorbed, and the blush on her face increased a little more. For some unknown reason, Chibai suddenly felt sleepy, and his eyelids were extremely heavy. And next to his ear, Muzan's voice came again, one more round. Chibai subconsciously condensed chi, handed it to Muzan, and then fell into a deep sleep. And Muzan didn't realize that Chibai had fallen asleep, and was just absorbing chi all the time. After a while, Muzan, who hadn't felt sleepy for thousands of years, actually felt sleepy, and the sleepiness became more and more serious. Finally, he fell asleep with his head tilted. The time came in the morning. Chibai opened his eyes in a daze. Why did he sleep in a daze yesterday? What about Muzan? While thinking about these questions, Chibai found that he seemed to have something in his hand. And, still a little familiar. Suddenly, Chibai fell silent. After a while, Chibai dared to lower his head to look at On's side. I saw Muzan resting on On's arm as a pillow, with one of her legs resting on On's body, sleeping soundly. And on the other hand, in Muzan's clothes. Chapter 82 Dinner with Muzan. FK. How to do. At this moment, Chibai felt completely relieved. Those who ride horses, didn't they agree that ghosts travel at night, so they don't need to sleep? And even if the ghost wanted to sleep, how could it sleep with me? The script is wrong. Looking at Muzan who was sleeping soundly, Chibai swallowed a mouthful of saliva. FK. No one will believe this. However, Muzan's sleeping face is really pretty, he. Feeling that his thoughts were a little wandering, Chibai hurriedly concentrated. The most urgent thing now is to take out your hand and run away, otherwise Muzan will wake up and become her good friend. How miserable. Thinking of this, Chibai cautiously let go of that hand. Really bomb. Chibai sighed again, and then withdrew his hand. Unexpectedly, as soon as his hand passed Muzan's face, Muzan instantly opened his blood-red eyes and looked at himself with murderous eyes. Chibai. It's over, why did I wake up all of a sudden, I am dead. However, the expected situation did not happen. Muzan stood up blankly and straightened his clothes. Looking down at Chibai. Roll. Chibai couldn't believe it. Muzan didn't do anything to him, and let him go? FK? Could it be that Jianyu Thunder God really appeared? Forget it, Chibai is more willing to believe that the Taisheng Laojun has appeared. Okay. Chibai agreed, got up straight away, packed the bedding and was about to leave. As soon as I came to the window with the quilt, I heard Muzan suddenly say, stop. He stopped with a sound, and Chibai's hair almost stood on end in fright. What else? What's the matter? Chibai stammered. Go back, change clothes and wait for me. Wait, go out with me. Muzan's tone could not be refuted, and he turned and left the study. And Chibai left the villa as if flying, and returned to his home. Glanced at the time. Around 8 o'clock, advertisement. Abe Keiko has not woken up and is still sleeping. Children are growing and it is normal to sleep more. Chibai planned to keep her at home first, and then find a way to send her back after finishing the matter with Muzan. Thinking of this, Chibai scratched his hair helplessly and walked into the bathroom. Without even noticing, Muzan is not afraid of the sun. And Muzan's. At this time, Muzan looked at the sun in the sky, and the whole ghost was a little confused. Why is he not afraid of the sun all of a sudden? Could it be that he has become an ultimate creature? As soon as this idea appeared in Muzan's mind, Muzan snuffed it out. Although I am scornful, I am not dementia, I still remember clearly whether I ate or not blue bana flowers. That would be. Muzan immediately thought of what happened last night, and he absorbed the inexplicable thing in Chibai's body. Thinking of this, Muzan returned to his original male form, ready to bask in the sun. As a result, as soon as he regained his male form, his whole body caught fire under the sun, and his body quickly turned into flying ash, blowing away with the wind. The extreme pain not only made Muzan scream out, ah. Without time to think about it, Muzan endured the severe pain and fear, and subconsciously changed into a female form. In the next second, the flames on his body went out of thin air, and the part of his body that had turned into fly ash was also reborn rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state. Muzan. What happened? It seems that I can only be a woman? As soon as this idea appeared, it made Muzan feel bad all over. However, after thinking about it, although I can only be a woman, I am not afraid of the sun, and it is actually acceptable. And in the past 1,000 years, I have been a woman for a long time, and I am still very experienced. I just don't know if I can eat other things now. Thinking of this, Muzan showed a look of anticipation. Soon, this expectant expression was replaced by anger. The fact that she can only be a woman is Chi-Bai's tricks. If Chi-Bai knew about this, he would definitely shout that he was wronged. I didn't do anything myself. It was Muzan who took the initiative to devour own chi. And now Chi-Bai has packed up and walked out of his villa. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw Muzan standing in the sun waiting for him. Advertisement seeing Chi-Bai coming out, Muzan took the initiative to come over. Let's go and eat. After speaking, Muzan walked in the front without looking back. At this moment, Chi-Bai realized that something was wrong. Muzan. Can appear in the sun? Fuck, something big happened? In the end what happened? Immediately, Chi-Bai felt bad. Muzan can appear under the sun. What this means, I am afraid it goes without saying. Muzan, who was walking in front, found that Chi-Bai was not coming, so he turned his head and said, "Follow me, did you hear me?" Chi-Bai wanted to refuse after hearing this, but the current situation does not allow him to refuse at all. I can only follow along obediently. Following Muzan's footsteps, the two went directly to other places. After a while, Muzan stopped in a very luxurious hotel. After looking back to see Chi-Bai following up, he entered the restaurant. After saying a few words, someone brought Muzan and Chi-Bai to a box. At this time, Chi-Bai and Muzan were sitting face to face. Looking at Muzan's expressionless face, Chi-Bai felt a little guilty. After all, Before Chi-Bai could speak, Muzan said, "What did you do to me?" Hearing this, Chi-Bai was dumbfounded. Can I still play tricks on Muzan? I'm so powerful, why don't I know? What? I cheated on you? Chi-Bai asked. Yes, Muzan nodded. After absorbing your things last night, I am no longer afraid of the sun and can walk in the sun. However, I can only maintain a female form now, become a man, and still fear the sun. It must be you who have tampered with me. Chi-Bai. Good guy, what incredible news did I hear? Our ghost king Muzan, from now on, can only be a girl. Wonderful. Although Chi-Bai was gloating in his heart, there was indeed an expression of injustice on his face. Did I tamper with? Big sister, are you basking in the sun and getting dizzy? I would have to die to beat Akaza, and did you tamper with you? If I want to have that ability, I can revive Ji Guoyuan as soon as possible. Shut up. Don't say that name. Muzan slammed the table loudly. Chi-Bai immediately shut his mouth. Muzan looked at the aggrieved Chi-Bai, thought about what he said, and felt that it was also very reasonable. So, nothing was said, he just stared at Chi-Bai with indescribable eyes. Chapter 83. Chi-Bai couldn't bear to be looked at by Muzan, and asked, "What, Mrs. Muzan, if you have anything to say, just say it directly, don't keep talking." However, what Muzan said next made Chi-Bai go straight to Sparta. I remember, your name is Chi-Bai. I'll give you a chance to become a ghost. I can forget about what happened before. How about it? Chi-Bai was shocked after hearing this. Oh my god, is that really something our crumb boss can say? Let bygones be bygones. These 4 words came out of Muzan's mouth, it was really indescribable. But, has she forgotten that she can't become a ghost? At this moment, Chi-Bai's head twitched, and he asked suddenly, including what happened this morning. These words instantly caused 2 blue veins to burst out on Muzan's forehead. But she nodded anyway, including, as long as you become a ghost, I can pretend that nothing happened, do you understand? Bah. Chi-Bai resolutely refused. Why, I became a ghost and competed with Kokoshibu. No, I became a partner like Kokoshibu? It's outrageous. When the time comes, I will have fun with Tanjiro and the others. Why did you become a ghost? Muzan was not surprised to hear Chi-Bai's refusal at all, he just said lightly. Don't rush to refuse, you can think about it slowly. After hearing this, Chi-Bai said cautiously, did you forget that I can't become a ghost? I haven't forgotten, Muzan said, taking a sip of sake, and his whole face turned red. Strictly speaking, this was her first time drinking alcohol. The failure to become a ghost before should be because you were resisting, and the things in your body were helping you. This time, you take the initiative to accept it. If there are no accidents, it will be fine. In this regard, Chi-Bai said that it seems reasonable, but not much. I still refuse, and Muzan didn't want to say anything more, because the dishes had already started. The two of them just had such a big meal, and then went shopping together and went to Flower Street. Yes, that's right. Muzan took Chi-Bai to Waji, and went to Daki, that tiger girl, to inspect the work. He didn't treat Chi-Bai as an outsider at all. Fortunately, Daki only had Muzan in his eyes and ignored Chi-Bai. In the afternoon, the two returned to their villas. Advertisement. As soon as Chi-Bai returned to the villa, Abe Keiko hugged his thigh, and Jianyu yelled God tier one by one. It made Chi-Bai a headache. After Muzan went back, he was in a daze for a while, then hid in the basement and started to pack his things. Now, Muzan has decided that he wants to move. She had a hunch that it would be fine to stay by herself, otherwise something even more terrifying would happen. For example, being pushed down. Huh, it's scary just thinking about it. I am the king of ghosts. After packing up his things, Muzan left the villa without looking back. As for Chibai, it's still a long time, so I'm not afraid that he won't promise me. But why do I always feel like I'm forgetting something? Chibai knew nothing about Muzan's departure. At this time, he was having a headache for Keiko Abe. Abe Keiko, this little loli, has gone crazy, and now she thinks Chibai is Jianyu Lishan, and she won't let go when she hugs his thigh. And he was determined to stay, to serve Chibai as a so-called God servant. A servant of God is a servant of God. At this time, Chibai really wanted to scold her mother, and he is not a loli fan. God serve a hammer, enough. Do you still remember where home is? Chibai said. After hearing this, Abe Keiko said immediately, I don't remember, but Zashiki must know. After speaking, he summoned his own Shikigami, Zashiki Doji. Zashiki, take Kengo God tier and me home. I want to tell my family that I found Takigo God tier, Abe Keiko said. Chibai. Try to ignore him. Zashiki Doji, who was summoned, shook his head blankly, which means that I don't know the way home. Seeing this scene, Chibai covered his face and couldn't bear to speak. Oh it's over, and Keiko Abe put away the Zashiki Doji and said seriously, it looks like it's all God's will, this must be the will of Amaterasu God tier. Let me stay and serve Jianyu God tier. Don't worry, Jianyu God tier, I know everything, and I will serve you seriously. Chibai. There are too many slots, I don't know where to start complaining. God's will. Obviously you and the Zashiki Warji don't remember the way. Return to Amaterasu God tier, will Izanagi come out soon, and after a while, will I have to take her out of Takamahara? Advertisement helpless. Chibai can only temporarily assume the responsibility of taking care of Abe Keiko. As for sending Abe Keiko home, we can only use the Demon Slayer squad at that time. Thinking of this, Chibai sighed. In the evening, Chibai plans to find Muzan again, to communicate with, friendship. However, it turns out that Muzan has moved out. This made Chibai heave a sigh of relief, but also a little bit disappointed. The main reason for the loss is that I can't flirt with Muzan anymore. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it is the day before the new year. During this period of time, Chibai lived in incomparable despair. Every day when I take a bath or sleep, Abe Keiko will appear in front of me, clamoring to serve me. No matter Chibai warns him or is angry, Abe Keiko will always appear in front of Chibai unshakably. FK. I'm really not a loli fan. In the afternoon, Chibai was staring at the ceiling in a daze when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Chibai was too lazy to move, so he called out, Keiko, open the door. Okay, Master Jianyu, Abe Haruko agreed, and ran to open the door. Chibai sighed, I am afraid that the biggest gain during this time is to prevent Abe Keiko from calling herself Jianyu God tier, and change it to an adult. Although there is no difference, at least it is more pleasing to the ear. Just when Chibai was thinking wildly, he suddenly heard Abe Keiko exclaim. Big heavenly dog. Be my Shikigami. Chibai smiled helplessly after hearing this. This kid, I'm afraid he is not crazy. Where did the big heavenly dog come from? Wait. Big heavenly dog. FK. Mr. Lintaki. Thinking of this, Chibai hurriedly got up and came to the door quickly. I saw Urokodaki Sakanji and Sabito Mikomo standing at the door, looking at Keiko Abe in shock. And behind the three of them is the Rengoku Genjuling family. Before Chibai could speak, Rengoku greeted him warmly. Yo. Long time no see, Chibai. You still have a little girl here, why is she your chosen stepson? Chibai was about to say no, but Abe Keiko said first. I am not a stepson, I am the maid of Lord Jianyu. Are you friends of Lord Jianyu? Chibai. FCK. Problem occurs. Sure enough, Sabito stood in front of Mikomo and said in horror. Chibai, you pervert. You pervert. Chapter 84. It's not what you imagined, rabbit. Listen to my quibble. Sabito. What? Still sophistry. This, direct hammer, abnormal, big pervert. And Chibai also found that he had said the wrong thing. Bah. What are you arguing about? Listen to me, rabbit. However, Sabito didn't react in the slightest after hearing this, and still defended Mikomo tightly, with no intention of avoiding it at all. It was Mikomo who took the initiative and said, Okay, Sabito, can you listen to Chibai? After all, the two of us know what Chibai is like the most. Hearing Mikomo's words, Chibai burst into tears. Check it out, Mikomo is the best. Mikomo is the cutest. Thinking of this, Chibai wanted to step forward and give Mikomo a loving hug. But Sabito stood firmly in the middle of the two, making it impossible for Chibai to strike. And at this time, Chibai noticed that this time Urokodaki Sakanji and others were holding Nichirin blades in their hands. It seems that it was the last Akaza incident that made them wary. Well, the matter is more complicated, let's all come in and talk about it, Chibai said, and welcomed everyone in. After everyone came in, they sat on the sofa. Fortunately, the sofa was big enough to sit without being crowded. The only problem is that Keiko Abe is not shy at all, and even took the initiative to sit on Urokodaki Sakonji's lap. At the same time, there are words in his mouth. Big heavenly dog. Be my Shikigami, please. Naturally, it was rejected by Urokodaki Sakonji. After all, what Urokodaki Sakanji wears is just a mask, not the real heavenly dog. Immediately, Chibai told everyone about Abe Keiko. After the matter was finished, Rengoku Shinjiro was the first to speak. Master Yin and Yang. I haven't heard from them for a long time. So I don't know them very well. To be honest, Mr. Ranaki should know them best. Urokodaki Sakanji shook his head after hearing this. I don't know much about Master Yin and Yang. As we all know, the Yin and Yang division originated in the Heian period, and it was the most prosperous in the Heian period. The most famous Yin and Yang division is Abe Seimei. Later, they declined little by little. In the Edo period, they were almost unheard of. I used to think that the Yin and Yang masters had completely disappeared, but I didn't expect it. Advertisement. By the way, Chibai, you haven't found the parents of this child? Urokodaki Sakanji asked. Chibai shrugged. I think so too, but she doesn't know anything about it, and her Shikigami doesn't know anything. So, Ryotaki-sensei, can I use the information channel of the Demon Slayer squad to help me find Abe Keiko's family? For this request, Urokodaki Sakanji and Rengoku Shinjiro naturally agreed. The group chatted casually for a while, and then began to assign tasks to each other. Because tomorrow is New Year's Eve and today is New Year's Eve, there are many things to be busy today. Sabito Mikomo and Chibai, the three went to the street to buy ingredients together. Kyojuro is responsible for taking care of the children, and the ones being taken are naturally Senjiro and Abe Keiko. As for Rengoku Shinjiro, Urokodaki Sakanji and Rengoku Luhuo are in charge of cleaning. The task distribution is completed, and the soldiers will be divided into 3 groups and set off separately. The 3 came to the street, looking at the list in their hands. Chibai assigned another task. Sabito, go and buy jinmi, yuzu vinegar, black beans, tosaku, soba noodles, and chestnuts or chestnuts for making jinshan. A series of ingredients made Sabito stare at him, and it took a while before he memorized them. Sabito would like to ask Chibai, why is Huxia New Year so troublesome this time? When I celebrate the New Year with Mikomo and Mr. Ranaki, I just need to eat some delicious food. Ultimately, Sabito just said, I see, by the way, what is Mikomo going to buy? After hearing this, Chibai showed a smile that he thought was very gentle, but in Sabito's eyes, this smile was very insane. Mikomo, naturally Mikomo will go shopping with me, ha ha ha. Seeing Chibai's smile, Sabito fell silent. A few seconds later, Sabito grabbed Mikomo and said, I don't worry about Mikomo going with you, pervert, come with me. Chibai, you go alone. Chibai. Woo, how can I be a pervert? I have already made it clear. However, Sabito ignored Chibai directly and dragged Mikomo to another place, leaving Chibai alone with tears streaming down his face. It seemed that he couldn't get rid of the title of pervert. Chibai sighed, took the list and went to buy the materials for making hufong rolls, as well as something to eat at night. Walking on the road, Chibai was a little bit lost. Advertisement. It's fine that Mukago was abducted, but now Muzan has also moved. After the Huxia New Year, what can I do? At this time, our ghost king Muzan has turned into a child form and is reading books in another villa study. While watching, a call came from outside the door. Yuion, today is a dark day, pack up and go out for dinner tonight. Muzan thought about it and refused. Mother, I'm not feeling well, so I can't accompany you today. Okay, Yu Yan, then you have to be good when you are alone at home. After hearing this, Muzan agreed and continued to read the books. Looking at it, I found that I couldn't see it at all. Now her mind is full of entanglements. She was struggling, whether to treat this year's New Year's Eve as nothing happened, or spend it with someone. At this end, Chibai has finished shopping, meets Sabito Mikomo, and walks towards the villa together. As soon as the 3 of them entered the yard, they saw Kyojuro, Abe Keiko and Senjiro playing a game of lifting high. And even at this time, Keiko Abe has no time to stop. Fly, old Dage. Chibai. Unlucky child, after the festival, I sent her away by myself. I'm really afraid that she's messing with something. At this time, the cleaning of the villa had already been completed, and when Chibai went out, a lot of furniture had been added to the villa. Needless to say, Urokodaki Sakanji and Rengoku Shinjiro definitely prepared for themselves. When Rengoku saw the 3 of them coming back, he took the ingredients and got ready to start. Of course, I can't eat those delicious foods tonight, so I can only eat something else. Those delicious ones will be available tomorrow. Soon, the time came tonight. A group of people had already sat around the stove, holding their own bowls and chopsticks, waiting for the beef in the pot to be cooked. At this moment, the door of the villa was knocked suddenly. Dang Chibai was a little puzzled, who could find him at this time? With doubts, Chibai opened the door of the villa, and when he saw someone coming, his jaw dropped in shock. Chapter 85 Clothes Muzan in women's clothing stood at the door of the villa with a huge food box in her hand. The moment she saw Chibai, a little unnaturalness flashed across her face. As for Chibai, he broke out in a cold sweat. Why is Muzan here? This FCK is really going to the toilet with a lantern, courting death. Chibai was so scared that he hugged Muzan's shoulder and said tremblingly, Muzan. I know I'm wrong, but you can't be like this, can't you let me have a good year? Muzan. How are you doing? I finally made up my mind to spend the bad day with Chibai, but this person said so about me. How angry? Muzan grimaced. What's wrong with me? Rubbish. I came to see you for the holiday, and you treat me like this? Hearing the word holiday, Chibai's expression suddenly froze. Did I hear something wrong? Muzan looking for his own holiday? FK. It's a miracle. After thinking for a while, Chibai explained. Listen to me, my teacher Urokodaki Sakanji is here. He can smell many things, even your emotions and your flaws. You are the king of ghosts, this time you come. Hearing this, Muzan snorted coldly. He can't smell it, I'm the ghost king. After finishing speaking, he was about to push Chibai away and walk into the villa alone. At this time, Sabito suddenly shouted, Chibai, who is here? The soba noodles are almost ready. If you don't come, we will eat them all. Ha 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 ha. Chibai covered his face after hearing this. Rabbit, you are such a god assist. Finally, Chibai brought Muzan to the fireside. Chibai bit the bullet and introduced to everyone. This is my friend. Her name is Yu Wu, and she came to spend the dark day with me. But Chibai's appearance has another meaning in the eyes of everyone. I, Chibai, have a girlfriend. She came to see me for the holidays. So, everyone showed a look that I understand. Only Rengoku Shinjiro, with a bit of fear in his eyes, hugged Rengoku Ruhuo vigorously. This reaction made Rengoku feel confused, and Muzan didn't mean to say hello at all, and sat down with a cold face. Chibai could only continue to explain. What, she is rather shy, please understand. After speaking, he sat next to Muzan. Soon the food was cooked, and everyone began to eat. Advertisement: eat in one pot, eat clean after 3 times, 5 times in 2 divisions. After eating something else, dinner was over. A group of people sat on the sofa and chatted. And Muzan, monopolizing a sofa, looked at everyone with a gloomy face. Rengoku wanted to go over to chat with Muzan several times, but once he saw Muzan's expression of not being close to strangers, he dismissed the idea. Originally, Chibai thought it would be so peaceful. As a result, late at night, problems arose. Although it is a villa, the rooms are still limited. After some arrangements, only Muzan was left without a room. Chibai, who saw this scene, was in a bad mood. He just wanted to say that he lived in the living room, but Sabito actually spoke first. Yu Wu is Chibai's girlfriend. There shouldn't be any problem with the two of them living together, just like this. As soon as the words came out, they got everyone's approval. So Chibai shared a room with Muzan again. At this time, Chibai was about to cry. Damn, it's rabbit. Is there such a trick? However, when Chibai came to the bedroom, he was even more desperate. Riding on a horse. The bedroom is a bit small, just fit a bed. In other words, I am going to sleep with Muzan again. Chibai looked at Muzan with a look of despair. What the hell, there's only one bed. Muzan was very calm, as if he didn't hear Chibai's words, and lay on the bed by himself. On one side, if you cross the line, I'll kill you, trash. Chibai sighed after hearing this. There's only one way, otherwise what else can I do? It's just, when ghosts need to sleep too. With desperation, Chibai lay down on the other side of the bed. Soon, Chibai fell asleep in a daze. The time came in the morning. January 1st, today is the new year. Chibai woke up, yawned, and stared at the ceiling blankly. Actually, is not that he didn't sleep well last night, but because he slept so well last night, Chibai always felt that something was wrong. Stretched out a hand to touch On's clothes. Pants and tops are still there, that's good. Muzan that. Thinking of this, Chibai looked down. Oh, as expected, Muzan ran into On's arms again. I really don't understand why Muzan ran into On's arms again and didn't wear clothes. Advertisement Chibai suddenly noticed something was wrong. I seem to say that Muzan has no clothes on, right? Thinking of this, Chibai looked down again. Okay, Muzan has no clothes on. Without clothes. These 5 words were like cannonballs, hitting Chibai's brain directly, causing him to freeze up again. After a while, Chibai restarted the machine. However, his forehead was covered with sweat. It's a long life, this time it's really going to die. Why, such a thing happened. Where did Muzan's clothes go? You can't take it off yourself. No wonder there was something wrong with the dream I had last night. Don't talk about what you dream about. The current Chibai can't wait to find a crack in the ground and get in directly. However, before he could find the crack in the ground, the door was suddenly pulled open. Chibai, get up and eat, this morning. Sabito's voice stopped abruptly. I saw Sabito gave Chibai a thumbs up silently, and then slammed the door shut. Chibai has something to do. I won't eat this morning. Let's eat first, Sabito shouted downstairs. And Chibai has long been petrified. It seems that he is dead? Is the real society dead? He looked down at Muzan again. Well, no, wake up. So Chibai got up quietly, found Muzan's clothes, and put them on carefully for her. Originally, Chibai thought that dressing Muzan would be very difficult, but it went smoothly unexpectedly. After putting it on, Chibai breathed a sigh of relief. That way, you can act as if nothing happened. You can also save a life. Just when Chibai was thinking about how to explain to them downstairs, a voice rang in Chibai's ear. What are you thinking, trash? Chibai said without looking back. I was thinking how to explain to Sabito and the others. Hey, I don't know what's going on, but Muzan's clothes are gone. This is outrageous. I'm so worried. Hey. After Chibai finished speaking, his expression froze suddenly. It seems that there are only Muzan and himself in this room, that is to say. Chapter 86 Happy Muzan Oh Hu, well done. I wanted to hide this matter from the past, but I accidentally said everything I shouldn't have said. Chibai coughed twice, trying to explain. Ahem, what, I really wasn't the one who took off your clothes last night, you have to trust me, I'm a gentleman. After hearing this, Muzan rolled his eyes rarely. Chibai is a gentleman? This is probably the funniest joke I have heard in thousands of years. To say that he is a gentleman, it is better to say that Doma no longer cannibals, but has become a vegetarian. I know it's not you, but a gentleman is fine. After Muzan finished speaking, there was a sound of Pippa, and he disappeared in place with a whoosh. Needless to say, Nakim must have taken him. Chibai scratched his hair, puffed it, and lay down on the bed again. Get up. Oh, impossible, absolutely impossible. I want to carry forward the good habit of staying in bed. Try to promote it to the entire ghost killing squad. Turning over, spreading himself into a big character, Chibai closed his eyes and prepared to squint for a while. However, he suddenly thought of what Muzan said just now. She said she knew she wasn't taking her clothes off herself. In other words, hiss. Think carefully. Chibai didn't dare to imagine, shook his head, and threw this matter out, ready to try to see if he could sleep again. Here, as soon as I closed my eyes, a Pippa sound suddenly sounded. Yes, Mrs. Muzan is back. To this, Chibai didn't react too much, just come back, anyway, he is also in this room. In the next second, Chibai's face suddenly changed. Became very embarrassed. In his calculations, Muzan should be in his bed, and it turns out. Well, he appeared on himself. If it was simply pressing on himself, Chibai might not have much reaction, but our Mrs. Muzan rode directly on Chibai's body. Still in the middle. Muzan is challenging own weakness. Are you still testing yourself as a cadre? That. Mrs. Muzan. Can you come down? When Chibai said this, his face was flushed and his voice was pitifully small. Advertisement Muzan's expressionless face showed a rare smile when he saw this scene. And that smile makes Muzan extra alluring. One thing to say, Kibutsuji Muzan is a collateral branch of the Ubayashiki family, and he is naturally very good looking. The appearance of a woman is better. After Muzan heard Chibai's words, he didn't go down, and leaned closer to Chibai's ear, and said softly, "Oh, I didn't expect you to be shy sometimes. I thought you wouldn't react at all, ha ha ha, Chibai." Mrs. Muzan, your character design is broken. However, such a smile only lasted on Muzan's face for 3 seconds, and after 3 seconds, she couldn't smile anymore. Because she rose a certain distance out of thin air. Muzan. What happened? How did I rise up? It's outrageous. Just when Muzan was about to reach out to touch it, Chibai pressed him down on the bed. FK, Mrs. Muzan, you. This is a foul. Chibai said something that Muzan didn't understand, turned around, got off the bed and ran out. Leaving Muzan unresponsive. After a while, Muzan realized what happened just now. His face turned red involuntarily, but he quickly returned to normal. Muzan said, "What a big deal, it's not that I haven't seen the world. However, I seem to have vaguely figured out a way to deal with Chibai. But is this? Or it would be more appropriate to leave it to Daki, since he is the Ghost King. Can the Ghost King do this?" Thinking of these, Muzan's mood improved a lot. After tidying up, I went downstairs to prepare for dinner. At this moment, the only thing that makes Muzan puzzled is only one point. In the state of a woman, she is not afraid of the sun and can eat, almost like a normal person. But as soon as she turns into a man, she will die immediately. In fact, Muzan still overlooked something, like her state of mind. After Muzan came to the restaurant, he was going to sit next to Chibai, but when he saw the seat next to her, Abe Keiko was sitting on one side, and Urokodaki Sakanji was sitting on the other. Without thinking, Muzan came directly to Urokodaki Sakanji. "Get out of the way, I want to sit here." Advertisement. The voice is very flat, but it has unquestionable power. Urokodaki Sakanji. Although puzzled, Urokodaki Sakanji didn't care about it, and sat on another stool with his own tableware. Seeing this scene, Muzan said he was very happy. Although I can't kill the members of the ghost killing squad, it is still very happy to bully them and see them suffer. And we got Chibai, who was eating with a restless face, not daring to look up at Muzan at all. Muzan didn't care about these, and ate his food on his own. Soon, breakfast is over. Everyone was sitting on the sofa chatting about the loud events of the year. These people are all members of the ghost killing squad, and the most talked about are naturally ghost-related topics. Rengoku Shinjiro took a sip of the tea ceremony. Another year has passed, ha ha ha, how fast it has passed. Last year, it can be said that nothing was gained, just beheaded some little devils. I hope I can kill more powerful ghosts this year, only in this way can I better hone my sword skills. Urokodaki Sakanji also nodded, it's almost there, it's time for Sabito to participate in the final selection next year. Sabito on the side froze when he heard this. Another year. No, Chibai is now a pillar. Waiting for a year, I may not be able to catch up with him. So, Sabito was ready to refute. But Urokodaki Sakanji patted the head and slapped the words back. As for Chibai, he wiped his cold sweat covertly. You said killing ghosts in front of Muzan, isn't it too much? Muzan, on the other hand, didn't take it seriously. Listen to these people's words as a joke. Killing them yourself is killing them indiscriminately. Thinking of this, Muzan took a sip of hot tea very calmly. Seeing this scene, Chibai was a little nervous. After thinking about it, he decided that it would be better to change the topic. So he said, "What, those who celebrate Huxia New Year, don't talk about work, let's talk about something else. I've always been curious about ninjas, Mr. Renaki, you are the oldest, tell me about ninjas." Speaking of ninja, Muzan, who was drinking tea, also became a little interested. She vaguely remembered that there seemed to be such a member of the ninja family in Shiishin who was killed by Chibai, but she didn't notice the specifics. Coincidentally, today I heard a talk from this member of the ghost killing squad. "But, that Shiishin is dead, do you want to add Shiishin?" "But..." The lower strings seemed to be all trash, except tired. 3CT Chapter 87 New Year. While Muzan was thinking about layoffs or replenishment, Urokodaki Sakanji had already started talking about ninjas. Ninja. The old man doesn't know much. After all, the ghost killing squad has never encountered ninjas for so long. Most of them are samurai and ordinary people. And it was only in the early stage of the Edo period that ninjas began to prosper, and then they declined. To be honest, ninjas have always been very mysterious. In recent decades, I haven't heard any news about ninjas. After speaking, Urokodaki Sakanji stopped talking and drank hot tea. And Rengoku Genjuling still waited expectantly for Urokodaki Sakanji to continue speaking, but after waiting for a long time, he still didn't hear Urokodaki Sakanji speak. So he asked suspiciously, "That's the end, Mr. Renaki?" Urokodaki Sakanji nodded. "It's over, although the old man has lived longer, he still doesn't know everything." Muzan rolled his eyes again. This old man doesn't know as much as he does, at least he knows a ninja family named Uzui. However, after a short period of thinking, we have decided that Mrs. Muzan should add something to the end of the string. Naturally, there is something to add, otherwise how would we kill the ghost killing squad? As for Chibai, Muzan said that this person is very complicated, and we will talk about it in due time. Everyone chatted casually for a while, and Rengoku Ruhuo suddenly suggested, "Let's go to the temple to pray for safety." This proposal was unanimously agreed by everyone except Chibai and Muzan. The reason why Chibai doesn't want to go is very simple. I didn't have this habit before Huxia New Year. Muzan's idea is simpler. God? There is a god of wool. If there is a god, can he become a ghost? Don't go. Once Ji Guoyuan comes, he won't go. As a result, it was obvious that the arms could not break the thighs, and the two were dragged out of the villa by the crowd. Before going, Chibai still has a small question. What is our Dr. Izumo doing now? At this time, Izumo was hiding in the kotatsu table, eating high-quality wagyu beef with a satisfied face. The high-grade wagyu butter is very rich, and almost every bite can burst the pulp, which makes Izumo enjoy eating. As for visiting temples, advertisement Izumo said that if God was useful, a certain scumbag would not have given him an axe back then. Very painful. And Chibai and others ran a long distance under the leadership of Rengoku Shinjiro. Came to a place called Sunrise Mountain. Looking at the already sparsely populated Sunrise Mountain, Chibai had black lines on his face. "Uncle Mikijiro, it's just worshipping the temple, why run so far? This has all gone to the mountains, isn't the shrine or temple near the villa fragrant?" Rengoku Shinjiro put down Rengoku Ruhuo while putting down Senjiro, and said, "Ha ha ha, there are too many people there, it's better here. It's a bit far away, but it's just a good time to exercise. Although it's the new year, exercise can't be missed." Hearing this, Chibai wiped his cold sweat speechlessly. "I shouldn't have come out, isn't it nice to sleep with Muzan in my arms? You know, Muzan is delicious. Wait, I seem to have accepted some strange setting." Mikijiro led the way, and everyone soon came to a temple. Although the temple is a bit dilapidated, there are still everything available, and it is very clean. It can be seen that the people in the temple have put their heart into it. Just as Chibai was looking at the temple, a low voice suddenly sounded. "Namo Amitabha. I haven't seen so many people for a long time. Are you all here to pay homage?" "Ha ha ha, of course I came to pay homage. When I came last time, I made an agreement with the host here. I must come to pay homage next time. By the way, you." When he said this, Rengoku couldn't help but look up at the person who spoke. The reason is very simple, because the person speaking is really too tall. According to Chibai's visual inspection, this guy is at least 2 meters tall. The point is, he's blind and weeping as he talks. I don't understand why he is crying. Chibai was thinking viciously, was he scared to cry by himself and others? Ha ha ha, just kidding. However, he looked familiar. Rengoku Shinjiro paused and continued. "Where did the abbot here go? Are you?" Advertisement, "My name is Himejima Kiyome, and I am a monk here. The abbot you mentioned has passed away for a long time, Namo Amitabha." After Himejima Kiyome finished speaking, she shed some tears. Hearing this, Chibai was stunned. Good guy, no wonder it looks familiar. It turned out to be Himejima Kiyome. If it were him, it would not be uncommon for him to shed tears. You must know that his lacrimal glands are very well developed. The strongest rock pillar in the ghost killing team, of course that happened later, now he is just a monk. While everyone was talking, a group of children ran in from outside the temple. They surrounded Himejima Kiyome, chatting about something. As for Chibai, he saw a very familiar person from these figures. That's Kaigaku who stole Chibai's wallet. However, after thinking about it, Chibai still gave up his plan to clean up Kaigaku. One is that Himejima Kiyome will definitely not let him go, and the other is that today is the new year. Namo Amitabha, I'm sorry, if you visit the shrine, please do it yourself, I'll accompany you if I have to. After Himejima Kiyome finished speaking, he left with a group of children. Rengoku Shinjiro and others began to bow down to the idol. On the other hand, Chi-Bai looked at the statue with a comprehended face, thinking about something. After a while, everyone returned to the villa. When we arrived at the villa, it was already afternoon, and as soon as we came back, Rengoku started to prepare dinner non-stop. Today is the spring festival, so naturally we have to eat a lot. Even Muzan went out to order food, while Mikijiro and Urokodaki Sakanji chatted. Their topic is still around the Ghost Slayer squad. And Sabito and Rengoku Kyojuro are practicing duel, and the special effects of their breathing make the yard look fancy. Makomo took Abe Keiko and Senjiro to watch the two practice together, and answered some Abe Keiko's strange questions from time to time. As for Senjiro, he has always been a good baby, and he is a little one now. Our Chi-Bai is sleeping quietly at this time, because he has nothing to do. Evening time is coming soon. Everyone sat around the table, ready to eat. On the table are food made by Rengoku and food bought by Muzan. With the fireworks blooming in the sky, Chi-Bai's first New Year's Eve dinner in Demon Slayer officially started. The time to eat is naturally happy, and everyone is happy. Except maybe Muzan, because she could feel that her top strings were starting to make trouble. Chapter 88 Everyone's Status. In the Infinite City, the 6 Shangxian sat together with big eyes and small eyes, and no one spoke. In front of them is a table. What is on the table? Needless to say, I must know what it is. After a while, Doma felt that the atmosphere was a bit dull, so he said, Everyone, please be happy, today is the New Year, don't you all like celebrating the New Year? As he spoke, he picked up a piece of meat and tried to feed it to Akaza. Come on, Your Excellency Akaza, don't be so cold, today is the New Year, you must be happy. This piece of meat is the meat I carefully selected for you. This is the meat of a young girl, the most tender. Open your mouth, I'll feed you. His answer was Akaza's fist. Boom, Doma's head was directly blown off by Akaza. Go away, as I said, I never eat women's flesh, Doma, you are courting death. In the time of speaking, Doma's head has returned to normal. Doma said with a sad face, Your Excellency, Akaza, don't be like this, I feed you meat with good intentions, why are you so cold? Akaza's forehead was full of blue veins. There must be something wrong with Doma. Why is he staring at himself? Is it fun to torture yourself? Obviously, he and Gyoko on the opposite side have more in common, why did they find themselves? I don't understand. As for Gyoko mentioned by Akaza, he looked at the table with a sad face. Hey, half-heavenly dog, Gyoko called out sadly. The half-heavenly dog, who was trembling, heard Gyoko calling On's name, and a question mark appeared on his face. Come and help me. There are a lot of pot orders this year, and I can't handle it by myself. Trembling half-heavenly dog said, It's terrible, I'm just a weak old man, I can't help you at all. In this regard, Gyoko rolled his eyes, grabbed a piece of meat and ate it angrily. After taking a sip, Gyoko's eyes lit up. Today's meat seems to be the meat of a girl, and the taste is really good. Dare to ask Your Excellency Doma, this is what you prepared. Doma, who was harassing Akaza, heard Gyoko's words and said, Of course, today is New Year's Day. I prepared these carefully. Oh, but it seems that Akaza Dono doesn't like it very much. Advertisement, I've been preparing these girls' meat for a long time, Finally, Akaza on the side couldn't bear it anymore. Get up and punch Doma, boom, Doma's head was blown off again. Kokoshibu, who finally took the main seat, opened his piercing 3 pairs of eyes. Akaza, you are too much. After hearing this, Akaza snorted coldly, and sat down obediently, but kept a distance from the table. Doma also grew her head at this time, and said with a smile, Oh, Your Excellency Kokoshibu, you want to. Before finishing speaking, Kokoshibu interrupted. Doma, you are too much, restrain yourself. This is in the Infinite City, don't make any trouble, be quiet. After hearing this, Doma shrugged and sat down next to Akaza, very close. If you don't know Taoist, you will think they are very good friends. As a result, calm was restored in the Infinite City. However, the calm was only 3 seconds. Why is Master Muzan not here? I miss Master Muzan so much. In previous years, Master Muzan was always here. Master Muzan, Master Muzan. As he spoke, a look of love appeared in Daki's eyes. Gyutaro stroked Daki's hair with a doting face, and comforted. Master Muzan must have something very important. Master Doma, do you know what Master Muzan is up to? After hearing this, Doma thought for a while and threw the question to Kokoshibu. I'm not sure. Your Excellency Kokoshibu should know. Kokoshibu didn't mean to hide anything, and said directly, Master Muzan is celebrating the New Year with someone else. As soon as the words fell, even Akaza showed a bit of curiosity on his face. Muzan celebrating New Year with others. The fire of the 6th position wound 8 trigrams is burning brightly. However, after Kokoshibu said this, he didn't say anything else. It's not that he doesn't say it, it's that he doesn't know. Ever since, under the leadership of Doma, the remaining top strings began to discuss this matter. Of course the main players are Doma and Daki. Muzan, who was celebrating the New Year with Chi-Bai, of course knows all about what happened in Shangxian. At the same time, the idea of wanting to beat up Doma came up. Advertisement as for Daki. She's not mentally functioning, so she doesn't need to fight, as she still has something to do. Here, everyone had dinner and went back to their respective rooms to sleep. As for what to listen to the bell, everyone expressed that they had no thoughts. But, this is just Chibai's thoughts. The Ubayashiki house in the mountains is another scene. Ubayashiki Kagaya and Amane were sitting indoors, drinking tusu wine, looking at the snow scene outside and listening to the bell, feeling very comfortable. Ubayashiki Kagaya suddenly said, "Thanks to Chibai, without him, I am afraid that at this time, I would be lying in the quilt wrapped in a thick cotton coat like in previous years. How come it is like now, and I still have the opportunity to watch the snow scene and listen to the bell?" Ubayashiki Amane, who heard this, blushed and did not speak. After all, at that time, I was. Hey, what a shame. After not hearing Ubayashiki Amane's words for a long time, Ubayashiki Kagaya couldn't help being a little puzzled, and turned his head to look. But seeing Ubayashiki Amane flushed, in response, Ubayashiki Kagaya just sighed slightly. Otherwise, what else can I do? I have explained everything that should be explained, and she can't do anything if she doesn't believe herself. Just when Ubayashiki Kagaya was having a headache, Ubayashiki Amane took the initiative to hold his hand. "Kagaya, I have a hunch." "What premonition?" Ubayashiki Kagaya asked. "Some things. I'm afraid there will be a big change." Hearing Amane's words, Ubayashiki Kagaya smiled. Of course there will be changes. Since the appearance of Chibai, changes have been happening, but the only constant is that the ghost killing team will eventually kill the ancestor of ghosts. And Amane had a look of worry across his face. As a member of the family of priests, she unexpectedly received a revelation from the gods after a long absence. What on earth would this be a sign of? However, these are not important now. The important thing is that this year's New Year is very beautiful. The two didn't talk anymore, they just watched the fireworks in the sky quietly and listened to the bells from the temple. The two members of the Ubayashiki family are feeling the time of life. Our Chibai encountered a very serious problem. How serious is this problem? No less than the legendary end of the world is coming. Chapter 89. Because, it's that dreaded bedtime again. This also means that I will sleep with Muzan again. Headache. Very headache. Chibai said that he would rather fight Akaza again. And Akaza, who was harassed by Doma in Infinite City, also said that he began to miss Chibai. But the sorrows and joys of human beings are not interlinked. What's more, one person and one ghost. Looking at Muzan, Chibai made a decision against his ancestors. I saw Chibai picked up his own quilt and was about to leave. Today, what, I'm going to sleep in the living room and I'll let you have this bed. After speaking, Chibai opened the door and stepped out with one foot. Before the other foot stepped out, Chibai felt that he couldn't move at all. Looking down, he saw that Muzan's whip had wrapped himself tightly, and only one arm could move. In the next second, Chibai's forehead was covered with sweat. With a snap, the door shut. This sound woke up Sabito when he was about to fall asleep. Chibai. Young man, you just have energy. Sabito muttered old-fashionedly, turned over, and was about to continue sleeping. And Chibai said to Muzan angrily, "What are you doing? You can show it at will? The people in this room, including me, are all members of the ghost killing squad." The old birthday star hanged himself, tired of work, or planned to fight the ghost killing squad head-on. Muzan looked disdainful after hearing this. "So what if we go to war? Who among them is my opponent?" Chibai. What she said. So reasonable. Hey. Chibai let out a long sigh. "So, what do you want to do? If you have something to say, just say it, okay." Muzan thought for a while, and suddenly exerted force on the whip wrapped around Chibai, and heard a thud. The clothes on Chibai's body are broken. Yes, broken. Chibai was also confused. What are you going to do? Men and women can't kiss each other, don't mess around. A strange smile appeared on Muzan's face. "I don't mess around, and I don't do anything, just sleep." Sure, I have grasped his weakness. It looks like a bad person, but it is actually a blank sheet of paper. Muzan turned off the lights with a snap of another whip, and at the same time threw Chibai to his side. Advertisement. Chibai was about to cry. What's going on? 2 days ago, Muzan was still gnashing his teeth and wishing to kill himself. Why did his attitude change today? Could this be the fickleness of women in the legend? Although lying on the bed, Chibai couldn't sleep at all, because he didn't know what Muzan's plan was. Just as Chibai was getting up and down, the whip that bound him suddenly loosened, which made Chibai heave a sigh of relief. With a movement of her little hand, she took out a set of pajamas from the ring and put them on, and then, like a caterpillar, moved to the edge of the bed bit by bit. Imagination is beautiful, reality is cruel. Chibai didn't move a few times, but was grabbed by Muzan's whip again and dragged back. "No, what on earth are you going to do? Can't you sleep honestly when you sleep, dear Mrs. Muzan?" When Chibai said this, there was a hint of something different in Chibai's tone. He figured it out. Muzan thought he was a blank slate, didn't understand anything, and deliberately teased himself. Regarding this, Chibai just wants to say, maybe who of us is a blank sheet. Looks like Muzan wants to fight Dad. As for how to deal with Muzan, Chibai thought about it in an instant. Only magic can defeat magic. This is Muzan saying suddenly, "Don't do anything, sleep. That's it." Oh, Chibai meaningfully agreed. Then he turned around suddenly, ready to hug Muzan into his arms. However, the moment Chibai touched Muzan's body, he froze suddenly. Muzan has no clothes on. I didn't touch her, which means she took it off by herself. By analogy, yesterday's clothes. What a Muzan, so scary. But what does she mean? Although Chibai thought a lot, he didn't stop the movement of his hands, and directly hugged Muzan into his arms. Snort. Muzan has always been handled by himself, and today she can be turned into a customer? Sure enough, Muzan, who was hugged into his arms, panicked. You. What are you going to do? Listening to Muzan's flustered tone, Chibai replied with the same answer. What are you doing? Sleep. What else can you do? After speaking, Chibai hugged him a little tighter. Let go. Let go. Damn trash. Come let go of me. Although Muzan shouted loudly, his body showed no sign of struggling. Chibai. Could it be that in the legend, the mouth is dishonest but the body is honest? Advertisement mouth and body integrity? Ha ha ha. Well, Mrs. Muzan, don't struggle anymore. Look at the previous few times, you were in my arms after waking up. This time, it's better to let me hug you to sleep. Don't struggle, you don't want to. Hee hee hee. At the end, Chibai deliberately let out a terrible laugh. After hearing this, Muzan really calmed down and stopped moving. Just when Muzan thought everything was calm, Chibai did another thing that surprised her. Scream. Muzan just felt as if his face was licked. Daba. I meant really. Perverted. Help. Damn trash. You. After talking for a long time, Muzan didn't say those words. As for Chibai, he clicked his lips. Sweet and fragrant, amazing. Sleep. After Chibai said something, he stopped talking and closed his eyes. Muzan snorted coldly, closed his eyes too, and stopped talking. At this time, Muzan realized that he was wrong, and the mistake was outrageous. Because Chibai is really a pervert, still the kind that is particularly scary. If he doesn't shut up, maybe he will do something else. However, our Muzan seems to have forgotten something. First of all, she is a ghost king, a very powerful ghost king. Secondly, she seems to be gone forever in the way of women. As for Chibai, although his eyes were closed, his heart was not so peaceful. What is this called? It's all messed up. After the new year, I must find a place to be quiet. Soon, the two fell asleep and slept until dawn. In the early morning, Chibai opened his eyes with a look of despair. He is now very sad. Because last night, he actually dreamed that he married Muzan, and Muzan gave birth to him. FCK. What a dream, it's outrageous. Thinking of this, Chibai looked down. What can I say? Muzan is in my arms, but something is not right. Forget it, I'm used to it. Chapter 90. Don't take Sabito to Flower Street. Looking at the sleeping Muzan, Chibai suddenly had a bold idea. Anyway, it's all like this, why don't you break the jar and give her a bite yourself? As soon as this idea appeared, it lingered in Chibai's mind. Watching Muzan, Chibai finally decided to give him a small kiss. As long as you kiss quickly, Muzan won't know. Thinking of this, Chibai closed his eyes and kissed Muzan's face. As for other places to kiss, I'll talk about it later. Just when Chibai was still a short distance away from Muzan, Muzan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Chibai. However, Chibai didn't notice at all and still kissed her. Unexpectedly, just when they were about to kiss each other, Muzan suddenly moved his head. And then kissed. It's just that the place of kissing is a bit wrong. Cough cough cough, don't ask carefully. At this moment, Chibai also opened his eyes. Seeing this, Chibai's soul almost flew away in fright. What a mess. At this time, an outrageous idea appeared in Chibai's mind. FK. My first kiss, it's gone. However, Muzan is quite sweet. At this time, Muzan took the initiative to leave Chibai and disappeared in a flash. Needless to say, this is going back to the Infinite City to change clothes. Half an hour later, Muzan reappeared on the bed, and this time she wasn't wearing her plain black kimono that hadn't changed for 10,000 years. Instead, he changed into a black kimono embroidered with many flowers. Before Chibai could finish his sentence, Muzan tidied his clothes and got out of bed on his own. Walking to the door, Muzan suddenly said, "Nothing happened just now." After finishing speaking, he walked towards the restaurant downstairs. And Chibai just nodded in a daze, without speaking. To be honest, for this kind of situation, Chibai also has no experience in dealing with it. After all, he is just a mouthful king. This is the first time that the previous life and the present life are combined, he. After lying on the bed for a while, Chibai went downstairs to eat. As soon as he sat down, Sabito suddenly touched Chibai and made an expression on him. Advertisement. What's wrong with the rabbit? Chibai asked, puzzled. Looking at Chibai, who didn't understand what he meant, Sabito said with an old-fashioned look, "Hey, young man, you need to exercise more. Look, how weak your body is. The last one to come over for dinner, you, hey." In the end, Sabito sighed intentionally, and continued to eat regardless of Chibai's reaction. Until this time, Chibai didn't understand what Sabito meant. What he meant was that he was not in good health. Depend on. Uncle can bear it, but auntie can't. Take good care of yourself. Haven't you seen your muscular body? Sabito, he is a little drifting. See how you deal with him. Rabbit. Chibai greeted. What? Sabito, who was eating, looked at Shibai in confusion. Shibai suddenly leaned into Sabito's ear and whispered, "Rabbit, I know you are doing it for my own good, but there are some things you can't talk nonsense about. Well, tonight, come to me quietly, and I'll show you, I'm worthless. Waiting for you." After finishing speaking, Shibai also showed Sabito a caution. In an instant, Sabito felt that the food in front of him was not delicious. And it's a little gross. I am really full, I know that I am not his opponent, but I still want to provoke him, if I don't do it, I won't die. Seeing Sabito's uncomfortable expression, Shibai had no intention of letting him go. I heard Shibai continue to say, "I know you are shy, but in fact, I can go to your place at night." With such a sentence, Sabito successfully broke the defense. "Ah, Shibai, you pervert. FKU with a hammer. Stay away from me," Sabito said, distanced himself from Shibai. Woohoo, sure enough, when it comes to perverts, I'm not as good as Shibai. Seeing Sabito's appearance, Shibai burst out laughing. The stupid rabbit also wants to fight with himself. Shibai ate breakfast in a happy mood, and went back to the bedroom to get another sleep. Time flies, and the day passed in a daze. In the evening, after dinner and chatting casually for a while, Shibai went back to the bedroom to sleep. As for Muzan, as soon as it was time to sleep, he took the initiative to run into Shibai's arms. Advertisement. Naturally, Shibai will not refuse Muzan, this is delicious Muzan. Another night passed. This day is the last day of the new year, commonly known as the Big Dark Day. And the tradition of the Big Dark Day is that at night, everyone eats soba noodles together. After finding out the soba noodles bought on New Year's Eve, everyone gathered around the fire and had this dinner together. After dinner, everyone sits on the sofa and chats every day. Shibai, after the dark day, the old man will leave with Sabito and Makomo. If you have any problems, please let me know. Urokodaki Sakanji instructed. Before Shibai could speak, Rengoku Shinjiro patted his chest to reassure. Ha ha ha, Mr. Rinaki, please rest assured, I will definitely take good care of Shibai. After hearing this, Urokodaki Sakanji nodded and said nothing. But Sabito had a different opinion. "Mr. Rinaki, can Makomo and I stay here for a few more days?" "No," Urokodaki Sakanji replied firmly. After hearing this, Sabito asked with a look of despair. "Why, Mr. Rinaki, Shibai will be very busy after becoming Zu, and there will be very few opportunities like this in the future. I want to stay here for a few more days, please, teacher Rinaki." After Urokodaki Sakanji listened, he still rejected Sabito's proposal. "No Sabito." This time, Sabito didn't ask why, but lowered his head in frustration. Seeing this, Shibai hurriedly pleaded with Sabito. "Rindaki-sensei, let Sabito and Makomo stay here for a few days. I'm bored living alone, I can also exercise and chat with me." Urokodaki Sakanji wanted to agree to Shibai's proposal. But today is different, Shibai has a girlfriend now, it is more or less inappropriate for Sabito and the others to stay. Shibai saw what Urokodaki Sakanji was worried about, and hurriedly said, "Mr. Rinaki, you don't have to worry about Sabito and Makomo disturbing me. After the new year, you will leave, and then I will be the only one left here. So Sabito and Makomo stay and won't bother me." Hearing what Shibai said, Urokodaki Sakanji reluctantly agreed. But the next sentence directly made Shiraishi melt in place. "You can stay, but, Shibai, you are not allowed to take Sabito to Waji. Did you hear me? Shibai, take Sabito to Waji by yourself. What the hell?" Chapter 91 Night Talk. How old is Sabito? Take him to Flower Street. This is really dare to think. I said, "Mr. Rinaki, can you tell me something practical? Why do I take Sabito to Waji? How old is Sabito? He's only 12 years old after the new year. I took a 12-year-old child to Waji, isn't that a little crazy?" Shibai said helplessly. Sabito blushed and said, "Mr. Lintaki, I'm not a pervert like Shibai. How could I go to Waji? As for Makomo, our little fairy Makomo said that she also wants to stay, but does not want to participate in the current part of the topic." After hearing what the two said, Rinaki Zojin hesitated for a while, and then nodded, expressing his belief in what the two said. At this time, Rengoku Kyojuro, who had been very quiet, suddenly raised his own doubts. "Excuse me, what Flower Street?" The sound was so loud that everyone in the villa could hear it clearly. Everyone. It's hard to explain, very hard to explain. Therefore, everyone has always decided to put Kyojuro on a perfunctory basis for the time being, and when he grows up, he will naturally understand what's going on. Soon, it was time to sleep again. Shibai was lying on the bed in loose pajamas. And Muzan changed into pajamas very consciously, and got into Shibai's arms skillfully. "Shibai. It's only been 3 days, how can it become a habit? And you are the king of ghosts, your reserve as a king of ghosts. Where? However, Muzan himself has thrown himself into his arms, how can he not? Hug Muzan, and then turn off the light with Muzan's own whip." Seeing this scene, Shibai's eyes lit up. Could this be the best use of Muzan? Don't need to get out of bed to turn off the lights? Thinking of this, Shibai revealed a smile. Suddenly, Shibai's hand was uncontrollable, and he stretched it along Muzan's clothes. Shibai clearly felt that Muzan's body froze. Then he snorted coldly. "Be honest. Otherwise, I'll chop off your hand." "Oh. Shibai agreed absent-mindedly, not taking the threat to heart, and still going his own way. If you want to chop yourself, you have already chopped yourself, so why warn yourself? However, what makes Shibai curious is why Muzan's personality has changed so much. Advertisement, the original him was very distasteful, and he didn't have any feelings. At this time, the name of a disease came to Chibai's mind. Stockholm Syndrome. Of course, this is just a feeling, and Shibai does not know the specifics. I don't know if I slept too much, but Shibai couldn't fall asleep at this time. Looking at Muzan in his arms, he didn't even fall asleep. After thinking about it, Shibai decided to chat with Muzan for a while, so he shouted, "Muzan." This sound startled Muzan. "Huh? Say, well, can I ask you, what are you going to do after the new year?" Shibai asked. Hearing Chibai's question, Muzan wanted to give him a whip. "What else can I do? Isn't this asking knowingly?" Holding back his anger, Muzan replied. "What else can you do? Keep looking for the blue bana flower." "Oh." Shibai agreed without saying a word for a long time. Just when Muzan was drowsy, Shibai suddenly asked again. "Do you know why the Ubayashiki family keeps chasing and killing you?" Muzan. "You are about to fall asleep before you talk. Is there something wrong with you? I really don't mind pulling out your tongue if you talk at such a long interval." Hearing Muzan's angry words, Shibai just smiled awkwardly and didn't speak. After a long while, Muzan said, "It's not because ghosts eat people, and Ubayashiki's family meddles in other people's business, so some kind of ghost killing team was formed." "Oh, so you think so?" Shibai said. After listening to Chibai's words, Muzan naturally heard something wrong with his tone. "Why isn't it?" "No," Shibai said. Muzan was a little interested after hearing this. "Then what are you talking about?" "Curse." Shibai said 2 words. Muzan subconsciously asked, "Curse? What curse? Is there really such a thing as a curse?" Shibai smiled and immediately explained to Muzan. "The story is a bit long, please listen patiently to me, okay?" Muzan nodded obediently and began to concentrate on listening to what Shibai said about the curse. "This matter is related to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Muzan interrupted. "What does it have to do with me?" "Shut up. Listen to me carefully," Shibai said angrily. "Advertisement, oh." Muzan agreed a little aggrieved, and then quietly listened to Chibai's explanation of the reason. "This starts with you becoming the Ghost King. The next time is the time for Chibai to tell stories." Soon, the story was over, and Chibai's mouth was dry. "Take a bottle of water from the ring and drink it clean." And Muzan was really dumbfounded after listening to Chibai's story. Because Chibai not only talked about the curse, but also revealed all the things about him before. This made Muzan a little embarrassed. The most embarrassing thing among them was that his 5 wives were forced to commit suicide because of On's poisonous tongue. If you put it in normal times, you will not take it seriously. But now the situation is special. I am lying in someone else's arms. This is embarrassing. After drinking the water, Chibai asked, "So, what are you going to do about the Ubayashiki family?" Muzan turned his head and said, "This matter has nothing to do with me. The curse will not come from the gods, and how can there be any gods in the world? If there is a god, how could I have been struggling since I was born? That's it. Sleep." After Muzan finished speaking, he buried his head in Chibai's arms and acted like an ostrich. "It's like, I don't care, I just don't care. Chibai. This Ghost King is useless, let's change to a new Ghost King. I think Tanjiro is good. Ha ha ha. Strictly speaking, you can be regarded as the ancestor of the Ubayashiki family. You don't care about the trouble you caused, you are really disrespectful," Chibai said helplessly. Muzan. "I'm an ostrich, I can't hear, Chibai. This Ghost King's character has collapsed. Turned into a woman's appearance. Muzan, if she doesn't have a personality, she will also become a woman." Chibai thought very maliciously. However, what Chibai didn't know was, he was right. Now Muzan is already moving closer to the ultimate creature, and at the same time is moving closer to a real girl. All this is because of Chibai. "Mrs. Muzan, you are not allowed to play dead. You have to say how to solve this matter. One more thing, what is the relationship between us now?" Chapter 92 Headache Ostrich Muzan continues to be in the line. Looking at Muzan, who buried his head in his chest, a trace of helplessness crossed Chibai's face. "This Ghost King is useless, I suggest finding another one. Mrs. Muzan, if you want to be like me, I'll just, he said with a piercing laugh. After hearing this laughter, Muzan reluctantly said, "It's just like that, what else can I do? They can't kill me anyway. What does the Ubayashiki family have to do with me? My name is Kibutsuji Muzan, not Ubayashiki Muzan." Chibai. On how outrageous the escapist Ghost King is. Outrageously over the top. "What the hell are you?" Chibai complained. "I really convinced you. Don't tell me you like being chased so much." "I don't like it," came Muzan's dull voice. Just when Chibai was about to say something more, Muzan suddenly raised his head and said, "I know what to do. I'll just kill the Ubayashiki's family, it's okay, they don't have to be confused by the curse." Chibai. "What the hell am I? Muzan is really smart enough, as smart as Daki." Chibai couldn't bear it anymore, pinched Muzan's face, and said angrily, "Can you be more serious? Don't be so contemptuous. Also, don't touch Ubayashiki's house." "Why?" Muzan asked, tilting his head. Because. Chibai thought for a while before saying, he pays me wages. Muzan gave a disdainful smile after hearing this. That's it. It's just money, quit the ghost killing team, and I will support you in the future. Chibai. Ah, bad, is this the feeling of heartbeat? Rich woman, hungry, rice. JPG. Although Chibai was tempted, it was impossible for him to agree. Cough, cough, what, it's not a question of money, it's not like you don't know what's going on, so please stop moving, Mrs. Muzan. Oh. Muzan rolled his eyes. Oh, duplicity man, wait, why did I say that? Then you figure it out, you are you, and the ghost killing squad is the ghost killing squad. The ghost killing squad hinders me, I won't let them go. After Muzan finished speaking, he continued to act like an ostrich. Ever since, this question is now thrown to Chibai. Advertisement. Chibai said he had a headache. The curse of Ubayashiki's house needs to kill Muzan, and Muzan wants to live forever. Now I am caught in the middle, in a dilemma. At this time, Chibai suddenly thought of a person. Azumo. Maybe he can cure the curse on Ubayashiki's house, or maybe he'll have enough clues there. But, then again, why should I favor Muzan so much? What is going on with her now? Ah. Well, Mrs. Muzan, it's settled, I'll settle the matter between you and the Ghost Slayer squad. Next, let's talk about another thing. What? Muzan asked. Chibai suddenly reached out to hold Muzan's face, looked directly at him, and asked with a serious face. Tell me, what is the relationship between the two of us now? Before, we could be said to be enemies, but now. As he spoke, he indicated the current situation with his eyes. At this time, both of them were wearing loose pajamas, and Muzan was nestled in Chibai's arms, and they were still looking at each other. After being silent for a while, Muzan gave the answer of own. I really don't know. After finishing speaking, he broke free from Chibai's hand and acted like an ostrich again. Chibai. When an ostrich is addicted. Helpless, Chibai could only pat Muzan lightly, and while patting, he said, originally, the two of us are life and death, it's very simple. But now, look, it's all like this, why are you fighting to the death? After a while, Chibai didn't wait for Muzan's answer either. Just when Chibai was about to question, Muzan finally spoke. What else can it be? Of course it is an enemy. When he said this, Muzan obviously lacked confidence, and his voice was pitifully small. Chibai pricked up his ears to hear Muzan clearly. Enemy? Whose enemies sleep together in pajamas? Tsunere Muzan online? But in fact, there is really a word that can describe the relationship between the two. Enemy, cough cough cough, yes, this is it. Okay, what you say, Mrs. Muzan, wake up, go to sleep. After Chibai finished speaking, he was about to go to bed, but was interrupted by Muzan. Wait, don't sleep yet. Advertisement, what's wrong? Chibai asked. Muzan said, could you take yours and give me some more? Chibai. What the hell, it's easy to be ambiguous when you say that. Returning that thing is really enough. That thing is called chi. I really admire you. Chibai stretched out his hand to wipe his cold sweat. Then he hugged Muzan again, and at the same time, a steady stream of chi poured into Muzan's body. Under the nourishment of chi, Muzan's face turned red again. If you look at it in sunlight, Muzan at this time looks like just a person with poor health and lack of sunlight. Instead of being as white as before, like a dead person. After a while, the transmission of chi stopped, and the two fell into a deep sleep. Soon, dawn. Waking up, Chibai looked into On's arms, but found that On's arms were empty, and Muzan had disappeared. Chibai didn't have much reaction to this. The new year is over, Muzan will definitely go back and continue to look for news about the blue bana flower. It has to be said that looking for the blue other shore flower is almost becoming Muzan's job. After getting up and tidying up, Chibai went downstairs to prepare for dinner. After breakfast, everyone left, leaving only Sabito, Mikomo and Kyojuro behind. Of course, there is also our Abe Keiko. As for why Kyojuro stayed, it was very simple. When he was about to leave, Sabito stayed behind. Looking at the three of them, Chibai said, help me keep an eye on Keiko, I'm going to sleep for a while. After finishing talking, regardless of the reactions of several people, I was going to go upstairs to sleep. However, within a few steps, he was stopped by Sabito. The new year is over, Chibai, it's time for you to continue exercising, don't sleep, get up, and exercise together. After finishing speaking, he dragged Chibai out with Kyojuro and began to practice forcibly. Ever since, Chibai's wailing sounded in the courtyard. I don't want to exercise, I want to sleep, however, it was of no use. Under the coercion of the two, Chibai started today's exercise. This time, Chibai is going to practice Wushang Yinsha. This trick can be regarded as a low-profile version of Wushang Reincarnation, and Wushang Reincarnation is a 100% dodge. But Wushang Yinsha relies on hard work to form a conditioned reflex. Just when Chibai wanted to tell Sabito about today's training plan, suddenly he yelled at the wall. Who? Get out, Chapter 93 Keiko don't go home. This snarl directly startled Sabito and Kyojuro. Sabito asked with a puzzled look. What's the matter, Chibai? There's no one on the wall either. Who do you ask to get out? Kyojuro also said, Chibai Dage, there's no one there, are you too tired and need to rest? Chibai heard the words of the two, but did not speak, but stared at the wall with cold eyes. Just because Sabito and Kyojuro can't see it doesn't mean they can't see it. In his eyes, there was a weasel standing upright on the wall, staring at his side. Chibai recognized that it was a weasel, or a sickle weasel. Kama weasel is a kind of monster. His claws are as sharp as a sickle, which can easily cut through the skin without causing you pain, and the thing is agile. Some people may say, isn't it a good thing not to feel pain? Just imagine a person being disemboweled and feeling no pain. Chibai and Kama Itachi just looked at each other quietly, neither of them showed any intention of moving. Taking advantage of this moment, Chibai whispered to the two people behind him, "Move gently, come behind me. Don't ask why, I will tell you two later." Although Sabito and Kyojuro still want to ask why. But when he heard Chibai's serious tone, he asked more questions, and moved gently behind Chibai according to his instructions. At the same time, Kamidachi blinked at Chibai and then disappeared. Before Chibai could breathe a sigh of relief, a voice suddenly came from the door. "Is anyone here? If anyone is here, please open the door." Sabito asked in a low voice. "What should I do? Can you open the door?" "Yes," Chibai said. After hearing this, Sabito immediately ran over and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, a gentle-looking man wearing the clothes of Master Yin and Yang appeared in front of the three of them. Seeing this scene, Chibai breathed a sigh of relief. Master Yin and Yang are probably the family members of Keiko Abe. I thought the sickle weasel was a wild one, but it turned out to be a domesticated one. In other words, I originally planned to send Abe Keiko back, but I didn't expect that he would come to the door by himself. Looking at the man in Yin and Yang's costume, Chibai didn't know how to speak. But as soon as the man saw Chibai, he bowed deeply to Chibai. Advertisement: you have worked hard to take care of Keiko these days. I am the father of Keiko Abe, and my name is Masaya Abe. As you can see, I am a Yin and Yang teacher. Hey, is he the father of Keiko Abe? This? Chibai said he didn't quite believe it. Because this man looks very young, probably only in his 20s. After calming down, Chibai also said, my name is Chibai, from the Ghost Slayer team. By the way, the Kamidachi just now is your Shikigami, right? It's mine. I used it to find Kiko's whereabouts, Abe Masaya replied. Chibai nodded, turned around and shouted towards the villa. Keiko, come out. Your father is here to pick you up. Soon, Abe Keiko came out. Looking at Keiko Abe, Chibai has already anticipated what a touching scene will happen next time. Imagination is beautiful, reality is cruel, things didn't go as expected. After Abe Keiko saw Abe Masaya, she turned around and ran back to the villa. Help, Lord Jianyu, this terrible devil is here to catch me. Chibai. What's the situation? Could it be that Masaya Abe is not her father, but a human trafficker? After hearing this, Abe Masaya had a very ugly expression. He said to the villa, Keiko, come back with me, don't make any more trouble here. However, it was Keiko Abe who answered him crying. Woo, I don't want it, you are a big villain, you want to take me back, you just want to force me to draw spells, practice spells, and torture me in different ways. I want to stay and be Lord Jianyu's maid. Lord Jianyu is 10,000 times better than you. Master Jianyu, save me. You quickly release the thunder and lightning, and chop that bad guy, drive him away. Chibai. Good guy, I'm filial piety, Thunderbolt's father. As expected of you, Keiko Abe. Abe Masaya, who was on the side, did not continue to speak after hearing this, and looked at Chibai with doubts in his eyes. Knowing what he wanted to ask, Chibai hurriedly explained, I'm a member of the Ghost Killing Squad, and I practice the Breath of Thunder, so I can release lightning. When Keiko sees it. Breath of Thunder is the 8th type's fault. Advertisement. Abe Masaya sighed after hearing this. Hey, I knew it would be like this girl is really worrying, I'm really sorry for causing you trouble, said and bowed to Chibai again. Chibai hurriedly said, no trouble, what should we do now? Keiko will not leave. Abe Masaya listened, showing a smile, it's all small things, look at me. After finishing speaking, Abe Masaya looked at the villa and said, Keiko, if you don't come home, I will give you Kino to someone else. Oh, what a pity that some people will never see the beautiful snow maiden again. As soon as the words fell, the door of the villa opened, and Abe Keiko ran over with a thump, and hugged Abe Masaya's thigh. You are not allowed to give away Sister Yuki. Halfway through the sentence, Keiko Abe suddenly realized that she had been fooled. Immediately, he was about to run back, but he was picked up by Masaya Abe within a few steps. Let you run, Abe Masaya said angrily. Immediately, he turned to Chibai and said, this time I really troubled you, and Keiko must have caused you a lot of trouble. In the future, if there is anything I can help with, I will never hesitate. When Chibai heard this, he regained his spirit, you don't need it later, let's get it now. Masaya Abe was taken aback by these words, this person doesn't play cards according to routine. But Chibai didn't care about Masaya Abe's reaction and said directly, Master Yin and Yang can not only control Shikigami, but also some spells. I just don't know if you can break the curse. Curse? Of course there is no problem with this. Every Yin and Yang master knows it, Abe Masaya said confidently. After I send Keiko home, then. Before he could finish speaking, Chibai directly interrupted Masaya Abe. If this curse is the curse of God, then can you undo it? Abe Masaya, who was originally confident, froze immediately after hearing the name of God. God. Curse? Masaya Abe repeated softly. Yes, Chibai nodded. After a long time, just when Chibai thought Abe Masaya had skipped this topic, he spoke. God's curse, this. I am afraid that even if Ancestor Kingming is there, it cannot be undone. God's curse can only be undone by the God who cast the curse. Chapter 94 I'm afraid of heights. The curse of a god can only be undone by the God who cast the curse. Chibai repeated softly. Abe Masaya nodded. Yes, even if there are two gods of the same level, one of them casts a curse, and the other cannot undo it. It's like Amaterasu's god tier and Tsukiyomi's god tier. Chibai. Things became troublesome in an instant. The curse of Ubayashiki's family. I don't know which god's curse it is. How can I find a god to lift it? Could it be that the only way to break the curse is to kill Muzan? This method, if there was no problem before, but now, the problem is big. At this time, Chibai suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If a weak god curses, can a powerful god forcibly break it? Yes. Masaya Abe nodded, then changed the subject and said, however, how can a powerful god care about mortals? In the eyes of the gods, we are nothing but an ant. And there is the most important point. When he said this, Abe Masaya's expression was serious, which made Chibai nervous and stared at him intently. I heard Masaya Abe say, how do you find a real god, no matter how weak or powerful he is? This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, directly waking Chibai awake. Yes, how do I find a real god? Moreover, the gods here still have a little problem, even if they are found, how to communicate with them. One question after another revolved around Chibai, making his head bigger than ever. After shaking his head and temporarily forgetting about these things, Chibai thanked Abe Masaya, and Abe Masaya left with Abe Keiko. When leaving, Abe Keiko was still shouting, Master Jianyu, I will definitely come back. These words made Chibai wipe away the cold sweat. Good guy, do you think you are Big Big Wolf? In other words, if I were like Big Big Wolf, I guess I would be really invincible. After watching Abe Masaya leave, Chibai calmed down again, and then continued to practice Wushang Yinsha. Under the gaze of Sabito and Kyojuro, Chibai took the initiative to cover his eyes. Then he said to the two of them, just attack me, you two, don't use the breathing method ultimate move, ordinary attack is fine. When Sabito heard this, he suddenly regained his energy, and he seemed to have gained a lot of strength out of thin air. Advertisement and Kyojuro was still a little worried, Chibai Dage, you look like this, you can get hurt easily, or... Before he finished speaking, Sabito covered his mouth. Okay, Chibai, just watch, Kyojuro and I will definitely do our best. After finishing speaking, he let go of the hand covering Kyojoro's mouth, pulled out the Nichirin blades, and started breathing with full concentration. Chibai. FCK. This rabbit is definitely trying to avenge himself. Direct use of Nichirin blades, but also full concentration. And Kyojuro is much better, replacing Nichirin blades with wooden knives, but still using the full concentration breathing method. Before Chibai said to ask Sabito to change his weapon, Sabito rushed over directly and used the breathing of water move. Type 4. The wave of strike. Damn it, Chibai exclaimed, pulled off the cloth blindfolded, and managed to dodge the wave of blows by plucking onions from the dry land. Chibai stood aside, looking at Sabito with lingering fear. The next moment, roared. Dead rabbit. What are you doing? Are you going to kill me? But Sabito picked his nose and said indifferently, oh, it's not a big deal, you won't die easily if you're a pervert. Besides, there are very few opportunities to kill perverts, so you just understand. Chibai. When did I become abnormal? I have always been a good partner of justice. And this rabbit is carrying private goods. It looks like this. Rabbit. Chibai revealed the legendary perverted smile as he spoke. Seeing this smile, Sabito suddenly felt that the situation was not good. Just as I was about to run away, I caught one. What do you want? Chibai, we are good brothers, Sabito said in fear. After hearing this, Chibai said, that's right, we are brothers from the same school, we are brothers and sisters, dear relatives and friends. Yes, 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 Sabito agreed after hearing this, and I know I was wrong, so just let me go, Chibai. Regarding this, Chibai didn't speak, but just winked at Sabito. Immediately, he looked to the sky, checked the positions with his thumbs, and raised Sabito with the other hand. Correct target, Italian gun. Fire. With a sound of launch, Sabito was thrown into the sky by Chibai like a rocket launch, turning into a shooting star. At this time, Sabito's voice full of despair came from the sky. Advertisement, Chibai, I hate you, I'm afraid of heights, help. Responding to Sabito, there is only the sound of wind whistling in my ears. When Sabito landed, he could no longer walk and crawled directly on the ground. Throwing up. While patting Sabito's back lightly, Chibai said, Rabbit, doesn't it feel good to fly? After hearing this, Sabito turned to Chibai and silently raised a middle finger. Seeing this, Chibai just smiled and didn't speak. On the contrary, it was Kyojuro who witnessed everything, his eyes were shining with excitement. As if to say, I also want to fly. Chibai originally wanted to ignore this look, but this look is so hot that it is impossible for people to ignore it. So, Chibai let Kyojuro fly again. Unlike Sabito, Kyojuro was not afraid at all, and was very happy. When he landed, he looked unsatisfied. I want to fly again. In this regard, Shibai selectively ignored. Fly what? You are the future Yenju. Yenju doesn't need to be able to fly. In this way, it took a while. Sabito finally slowed down and stood up from the ground. This time, he learned his lesson and instead of using the Nichirin blades, he picked up the wooden knife and stood with Kyojuro. After Shibai saw it, he nodded in satisfaction, eyes covered again. Immediately, the two used the full concentration breathing method to attack Shibai. Suddenly, a crackling sound echoed in the courtyard. And of course Shibai's screams, because the crackling sound was the sound of the wooden knife hitting him. Moreover, Sabito's attack speed is very fast, and most of the crackling sounds are contributed by Sabito. Kyojuro, on the other hand, didn't have the heart to attack, and hit him every now and then. "Ah, it hurts so much, you guys slow down your attack speed," Shibai screamed. "What? Speed up the attack? Okay, no problem," Sabito replied loudly. At the same time, the speed of the attack in his hand increased a bit, so that the wooden knife was almost shattered. Chapter 95 The only way soon, another month passed. During this month, Shibai has been practicing Wushang Yinsha. From the screams of being beaten by Sabito with a wooden knife at the beginning, to the fact that Sabito can't get close at all, Shibai doesn't know how much effort he has put in. However, what is certain is that if he had no chi, he would probably have been beaten to death by Sabito. Wow, what a good brother. At this moment, Shibai was standing in the courtyard with his eyes closed. But all around him was empty, only a large piece of grass. Suddenly, two figures rushed out, holding wooden knives and slashing at Shibai's body. However, before getting close to Shibai, the two of them were grabbed, held in their hands like two little chicks. Looking at Sabito, Shibai said, Hey, rabbit, didn't you have a lot of fun playing a month ago? Now I'll give you a chance, come and hit me whatever you want. Only Sabito rolled his eyes to answer him. I was caught, no matter how much I beat him, I couldn't hit him with my mind. Also, Shibai is really cheap, Sabito said, own heart, really tired. Just when Shibai was about to continue practicing, there was a knock on the door of the villa. Before Shibai could open the door, Kyojuro ran over and opened it. Immediately shouted, Shibai Dage, a yin came to you. Shibai couldn't help being a little puzzled when he heard that. Do you know hidden people? It seems that they don't know each other. Although puzzled, Shibai ran over and took a look. After seeing this yin, Shibai remembered who it was. It turned out to be Maeda Masao. I once asked him to sew two maid outfits for me. It looks like it's sewn together, it's just, woo, I can't use it anymore. Thinking of this incident, Shibai's heart ached incomparably. It's outrageous that Mukago let Tamayo abduct him. After taking the clothes Masao sewed and saying goodbye to each other, Shibai threw the clothes into the ring. After all, seeing things and thinking about others. Back in the villa, the three sat down, and Makomo immediately brought 4 cups of tea. Advertisement. Shibai was moved and wanted to hug Makomo, but was stopped by Sabito. Perverts don't hug Makomo, Sabito said angrily. Huh, Shibai rolled his eyes. If you don't hug, what a big deal. Soon, the 4 dispersed, Shibai went back to rest, and Sabito and Kyojuro continued to practice. Makomo is out shopping. Soon, it was night. After dinner, Shibai went out alone. Familiar with the road, Shibai came to Yoshiwara Flower Street. Don't get me wrong, Shibai is not here to visit the Flower Street, but to deal with serious business. Because when Masao Maeda came to deliver clothes to Shibai, Azumo appeared not far away, said a word, and left. Comparing the words on his lips, Shibai quickly confirmed what Azumo said. That is to let myself go to Yoshihara to find him. Therefore, Shibai came to Yoshihara. After arriving in Yoshiwara, Shibai wandered around for several times but did not see Azumo. Just when Shibai wondered if Azumo was idle and playing himself, he patted himself on the shoulder with one hand. Because of his self-willed Wushang killing, Shibai grabbed the hand on a conditioned reflex, and with force, he crushed the wrist with a click. Immediately, he kicked directly with a provocative leg. But it was empty. At this time, Azumo's voice sounded faintly. I said Shibai, it seems that we don't have any deep hatred. Why are you treating me like this? It's fine to crush my wrist, but you even use it to flirt my legs. Shibai looked embarrassed when he heard this, and then pretended to laugh silly. Hey, otherwise, would it be possible to tell Azumo that the most essential part of his practice of Wushang Yinsha is to lift his legs? It's really embarrassing to say the least. But strictly speaking, Wushang Yinsha is not simply flirting with yin legs. The real Wushang shady killing is to fight back at the moment of feeling the murderous aura after the body has been tempered. And teasing the yin legs is the best way to use it, cough. Stop laughing, said Azumo, rolling his eyes. What's so funny, do you know why I called you out? I don't know. Shibai shook his head honestly, and laughed a few more times. Advertisement. Then you are still laughing. Azumo said angrily, if you are laughing, you can go back by yourself. Okay. Shibai agreed, turned around and left without the slightest hesitation. Azumo, when did this kid become so real? Damn. Azumo was so scared that he hurriedly stopped Shibai who was about to leave. Let you go, You go, why are you so obedient? If I let you die, will you die? Shibai rolled his eyes after hearing this and said, okay, if you have something to say, hurry up, and when you finish speaking, I have something to ask you. Azumo also said directly, it's time to take the next potion. As he said that, he took out the red potion from his small medicine box and handed it to Chibai. After Chibai took the medicine, he looked at it and handed it back. Forget it, I don't need it. I don't have much time. If I use your potion again, won't I die faster? Azumo did not take the potion, but took out a bottle of blue potion from the small medicine box and handed it to Chibai. Drink two together, it won't cost you life. Chibai wanted to refuse at first, but when he thought that he still had something to ask Azumo later, he took the medicine. If you have anything to say, hurry up and don't waste time. Azumo urged. Chibai rolled his eyes after hearing this. Obviously he called himself to come over, but in the end, he actually urged himself to hurry up. This man is too much. However, Chibai didn't intend to talk to him too much, and said directly, do you know how to lift the curse of the Ubayashiki family? Or, can you lift it? After hearing this, Azumo shook his head decisively. I can't do it, the only way to break the curse is to kill Kibutsuji Muzan, you know that, why ask this question? This. Chibai was a little annoyed. Even Azumo can't do anything about this matter. Could it be that he really can only kill Kibutsuji Muzan? Seeing Chibai's appearance, Azumo thought he hated On for being too weak. So he comforted. Okay, boy, what are you sad about? You can't blame you for being weak. Killing Muzan will not happen overnight, it needs to be done slowly. As long as you take the medicine well, you will become stronger very quickly, and then you can kill Muzan. Chibai, I am not troubled by this matter. Forget it. Azumo was also comforting himself. Chibai said I got it, and after saying goodbye to him, he left Yoshihara directly. Chapter 96 Yushiro Go Die. Walking on the street, Chibai was a little confused. Could it be that the Muzan and Ubayashiki families are bound to perish? There is no way to coexist. Of course, there is a way to find the cursed god to lift the curse of the Ubayashiki family, and then a perfect ending can be achieved. But where to find the gods? The combination of these things has become a closed loop, and it is quite a perfect closed loop. There is no clue of breaking the game at all. The only thing that can be done is to live to the death. Thinking of this, Chibai's head hurt so much that he didn't even have the mood to go back to the villa. Ever since, Chibai gave up his plan to live in a villa, and started wandering the streets. Walk and watch, trying to make On feel better. However, things backfired, and I didn't say I didn't feel better, and I became even more troubled. Because Chibai remembered about Mukago again. On Mukago was tricked away, this is really. At this moment, Chibai suddenly smelled a familiar smell. It was the scent of flowers mixed with some disinfectant. Chibai is very familiar with this smell, if I remember correctly, it should be the smell of Tamayo's body. That said, Tamayo is here. Immediately, Chibai regained his spirits. This is God's will. Deliver Tamayo directly to your door. If I can't catch Tamayo, I can just resign and eat Muzan's soft meal. Following this smell, Chibai searched all the way, past a series of food stalls, and finally saw two familiar figures at a corner. One tall and one short. The tall one is Tamayo and the short one is Yushiro. Taking a deep breath, suppressing his own mood, Chibai charged forward with a stride and stopped in front of Tamayo. Long time no see, Miss Tamayo, how are you doing recently? Seeing Chibai, Tamayo also looked very surprised. Long time no see, Chibai, what have you been up to? Advertisement. Why didn't you come to pick up Mukago for so long? Mukago thought you didn't want her anymore, and she cried so badly every day. It can be said that she washed her face with tears. After these words, Chibai directly suppressed all the words that Chibai wanted to ask the teacher to blame. After a while, Chibai said, ah, is that so? Mukago misses me so much. Yes. Tamayo nodded, with a slight flush on his face. The reason why Mukago wanted Chibai was more than that simple, the main reason was caused by himself. I finally got a living body, and I was a little excited, so I bled Mukago almost every day, and sometimes I took her to do a small experiment, so Mukago always thought about Chibai. This. Seeing the sincerity on Tamayo's face, Chibai suddenly didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a while, he still said, it looks like this, but Miss Tamayo, I still want to ask why you moved suddenly. Some time ago, I went to your original address to pick up Mukago, but after I went, there was only ruins there. I can only go home by myself. Hearing this, Tamayo, who was blushing, suddenly froze. He looked at Yushiro with a puzzled face. He asked Yushiro to leave Chibai with the route to his new home, but according to what Chibai said, he couldn't find anything. Yushiro, who was stared at by Tamayo, was also a little flustered at this time. Sure enough, this matter finally came to light. But Yushiro has no fear. It's worth it just to be alone with Tamayo-sama. Master Tamayo, how could it be possible that I didn't leave a route? It's clear that Chibai didn't look for it seriously. How could he find the reserved route? At this time, Chibai suddenly asked, you said you left the route, may I ask Yushiro, how did you leave the route? I searched around the ruins several times, but I didn't even find a circle. Tell me, did you leave a route? After hearing this, Yushiro immediately said, I clearly left the route with branches on the ground. Chibai, Tamayo, As expected of you, Yushiro. It is estimated that you can do this kind of operation. Shibai understood that Yushiro obviously didn't want him to find Tamayo's new home. Heal, Lang. Shibai called out Yushiro's name word by word, and at the same time, white chi began to emerge from his body. Advertisement. It turns out that the culprit of all this is Yushiro. I thought Tamayo ran away with Mukago, so I was really worried for nothing. Seeing the angry Shibai, Yushiro didn't hesitate at all, and directly took out the talisman from his bosom, ready to toughen Shibai. Before the two could make a move, they were stopped by Tamayo. I'm very sorry, Shibai. Yushiro was at fault in this matter first. I apologize to you on behalf of you. I hope you can forgive Yushiro. This child has no bad intentions. With that said, Tamayo bowed and apologized to Shibai. After Yushiro saw it, he was still very unconvinced. Master Tamayo, don't apologize to this guy. It is obvious that this guy is rude and at fault first. In this regard, Shibai buckled his ears and responded unceremoniously to Yushiro. Oh, is that so? What's wrong with me being rude? That's better than you, Yushiro. At least I like someone, dare to confess. It's not like someone, like a tram idiot, who only dares to look at each other secretly, and also has a diary that records the movements of the person he likes in minutes, right, Yushiro? Yushiro, who heard this, was petrified on the spot. Only you know these things. Why would he know these things? And you know it so clearly. Ah, I really don't want to live anymore. But Tamayo was not so surprised after hearing this, but continued, I'm very sorry, Shibai. This matter, after all, is our fault first. Yushiro, come and apologize. Yushiro was very unconvinced after hearing this, but because it was Tamayo's order, he finally bowed and apologized reluctantly to Shibai. Sorry, Shibai. Seeing this, Shibai waved his hand. Forget it, forgive you, Yushiro. If you are like this, I can tell my girlfriend, let my girlfriend clean you up. Yushiro just took it as a joke. Shibai's girlfriend. How can that be? Just an ordinary person, at most a member of the ghost-killing squad. I don't care about it at all. But Tamayo asked a little curiously. I didn't expect that Shibai would have a girlfriend so soon. Then, can you tell me about your girlfriend? Yes, Shibai agreed without hesitation. My girlfriend, you should be very familiar, and you still know each other. Tamayo became even more curious after hearing this. Who could this person be? Chapter 97 Master, you are finally here. I saw Shibai showing a bright smile. My girlfriend, of course it's Mrs. Muzan. Yushiro, Tamayo. Muzan, madam, did I hear something wrong? This. Shibai, you really know how to joke. Kibutsuji Muzan, how could he be your girlfriend? You have to know that he is a man. Tamayo said. This, ha ha ha, Ms. Tamayo, you know best. Kibutsuji Muzan has a female form. Tamayo, so, what's going on here? Looking at Tamayo's puzzled eyes, Shibai didn't intend to explain clearly. Besides, Muzan is not my girlfriend, I just want to scare Yushiro. That's it. Who knows, where is Own's girlfriend? Okay, Miss Tamayo, now is not the time for 8 trigrams, let me take Mukago back first. Well, okay, Tamayo agreed, and started leading the way ahead. Yushiro is in the middle and Shibai is at the end. Before taking a few steps, Shibai suddenly walked up to Tamayo's side. In a voice that only Tamayo could hear, Miss Tamayo, may I ask you a question? You say. Before Shibai could ask a question, Yushiro behind him said angrily, damn it guy, stay away from Master Tamayo. Master Tamayo is not something you can approach. After hearing this, Shibai just looked back at Yushiro. Oh, I also advise someone not to meddle in other people's business. If someone is chattering, I believe that more of his secrets will be exposed. And I'm just asking Miss Tamayo a few questions, don't make a big deal out of it. Yushiro, who was threatened, could only swallow all the words in his stomach, and followed behind the two angrily. After seeing Yushiro quiet down, Shibai asked Tamayo. Miss Tamayo, what will Yushiro do in the future? Are you planning to stay like this forever? Tamayo was taken aback when he said that, but quickly realized it. I naturally understand that child Yushiro's intentions, but, Finally, Tamayo I did not say anything for a long time. This made Shibai let out a long sigh. Advertisement. Sure enough, if he didn't ask about this matter, in the end, he would still be the same as before. The two agreed that they would be together again in the next life. However, Shibai just wanted to say, it's a hammer. It would be too cruel to let Yushiro wait alone for hundreds of years. Now there is a chance not to be together, but to wait for an illusory afterlife. Shibai said, I don't understand, I really don't understand. After thinking for a while, Shibai said, what should I say about something? Miss Tamayo, I can only say that the past will be the past after all, whether it's a person or a ghost, you can't always live in the past. You only have the past in your eyes, but you ignore the people in front of you now. Maybe, you can agree to see you in the next life, but the future is always full of uncertainty. If you can't meet in the next life, how exposed it will be to the people in front of you. I know that my few words may not be able to impress you, but I hope you can think about it carefully. After Shibai finished speaking, he stopped talking. After hearing this, Tamayo sighed lightly. At this time, Shibai suddenly turned around and approached Yushiro. Yushiro, tell me the truth, did you overhear my conversation with Ms. Tamayo? Yushiro turned his head, showing a cold expression. HMPH. Damn it guy, how could I eavesdrop on your conversation with Lord Tamayo, do you think I look like that kind of person? After hearing this, Shibai looked at Yushiro carefully. Well, not like it. Yushiro looked at Tsunere, the meaning was written all over his face. Exactly. But Shibai's next sentence directly broke Yushiro's defense. Although you are not someone who eavesdrops on other people's conversations, you are an idiot. Ha ha ha. Yushiro. This person is really annoying, maddening. I really want to kill him. Seeing Yushiro gnashing his teeth, Shibai said again. Hey, I'd like to see you, the way you want to kill me but can't. Ha 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 ha. HMPH. Yushiro snorted in anger, turned his head, and ignored Shibai. Under Tamayo's leadership, the three soon returned to their place of residence. The site selection this time is not bad, it is not a dirty alley. It's in the middle of an ordinary alley fork. Advertisement. The three passed through the illusion of the wall and returned to the villa. At this time, Mukago was wearing a large dress, sitting on the sofa, looking at the ceiling, dangling his own two delicate little feet in a daze. Hearing the opening of the villa door, Mukago didn't react at all, as if he didn't hear it. Until Tamayo speaks. Mukago, I found someone you missed so much today. Mukago, I'm in a daze, I don't know anything. At this time, Shibai's voice sounded. Mukago, what are you doing? You don't look smart at all. Just this sentence made Mukago, who was in a daze, suddenly come back to God. An unbelievable look at Shibai. Immediately, he jumped off the sofa, ran over quickly, jumped directly into Shibai's arms, and burst into tears. Master, you are finally here. Wu-Ti. You are finally here, I thought I could never get out again. Looking at the crying Mukago, two question marks appeared on Shibai's forehead. What happened? Why is Mukago crying so badly? Shibai turned to look at Tamayo, motioning for Tamayo to speak. However, Tamayo just blushed and turned away, pretending that I didn't know anything. Shibai, is it too late to pretend you don't know anything? But Yushiro's idea is very simple. Ah, the shy Tamayo-sama is so beautiful. Miss Tamayo. Shibai called softly. By the way, what happened? Tamayo said in a very, very small voice. Maybe I draw her blood a little bit more often. After hearing this, Shibai nodded his head to show that he understood, and then he asked again, then how much blood do you usually draw? Not much. Just 4 or 5 times a day, and 7 or 8 times if there are more. Tamayo still whispered. These words stunned Shibai directly. Good guy, good guy. Fortunately, Mukago is a ghost, if Mukago is a person, this must be exhausted. This, Miss Tamayo, is it possible that your frequency is a bit too much? Shibai said. Chapter 98 Shibai you. Huh, is there? Tamayo looked surprised. Don't worry, Mukago is a ghost, her regeneration ability is not comparable to that of ordinary ghosts, a little blood. No problem at all. Seeing Tamayo's confident face, and Mukago crying in his arms, Shibai suddenly didn't know what to say. Mukago is really miserable. At this time Tamayo said again. Actually, I don't want to draw Mukago's blood all the time. However, Mukago is the only bottom string I have come across, so I pumped a little more. After speaking, Tamayo made a little gesture with his hands. At the same time, his face was flushed, and it was written on his face that I didn't know anything. Yushiro on the side looked dumbfounded. In his mind, there is only one idea. That is, the blushing Tamayo-sama is really beautiful. As for Shibai, he could only slap his forehead helplessly. Ah, well, I've got you covered, Miss Tamayo. It's really catching a sheep and plucking the wool to death. You have plucked Mukago's psychological shadow. Forget it, it's nothing, I'll go first, let's talk later. After speaking, Shibai turned and left. But after walking a few steps, he suddenly thought of something, turned around and said. By the way, Ms. Tamayo, you have to think carefully about what I said. After all, some things are too far away. After hearing this, Yushiro was a little curious, what would Shibai say to Master Tamayo? Unexpectedly, Shibai suddenly said to Yushiro, are you curious, what did I say to Ms. Tamayo? HMPH. Who would be curious? Yushiro turned his head and assumed a Tsunere look. And Shibai didn't care about these things at all. I'll tell you quietly, just now, I confessed my love to Ms. Tamayo, and she promised me. In the future, a certain Yushiro may be alone, ha ha ha. After Shibai finished speaking, he quickly ran away holding Mukago. Completely disregarding Yushiro who was already petrified in place. In Yushiro's mind, the words Shibai said kept replaying. Advertisement. I confessed my love to Miss Tamayo and she said yes. And Tamayo was also stunned by Chibai's sudden words. When did Shibai confess to himself? When Tamayo was still thinking about this question, he saw the petrified Yushiro out of the corner of his eye, and hurriedly stretched out his arms to hug Yushiro. Yushiro, are you okay? Hearing Tamayo's call, Yushiro recovered from petrification, and asked with a look of despair, Zu. Master Tamayo, have you really promised that shameless Shibai? After hearing this, Tamayo explained. No, Shibai was just joking with you again, how could he like a woman who was hundreds of years old like me? Don't say that, Master Tamayo. No matter how old you are, you will always be the most beautiful and charming. Yushiro said anxiously. That's right, Yushiro. Tamayo was a little shy. Yushiro thought Tamayo didn't believe him, and said loudly, it's true, Master Tamayo. Tamayo agreed softly. Thank you, Yushiro. Yushiro blushed at the sudden thank you. At this time, Archie-bai was running towards the villa with Mukago in his arms. If he was still at Tamayo's home and heard Tamayo's words that he was hundreds of years old, how could Chibai like his own words? He will definitely say right away that his enemy, Muzan, is already 1,000 years old, and you are nothing if you are only a few hundred years old. After running for 10 minutes, Chibai hugged Mukago and finally returned home. As soon as I entered the house, I saw Makomo preparing dinner, Kyojuro and Sabito helping. The three of them saw Chibai coming back and just wanted to say hello, but when they saw Mukago in Chibai's arms, the three couldn't help but fell into silence. After a while, Sabito was the first to say, Chibai, are you planning to go all the way to the end? After finishing speaking, he picked up Makomo who looked dazed, and hurriedly walked towards the door. And Kyojuro is very rational. Chibai Dage, what's the matter with this little girl, how do you bring her back? When Chibai heard this, he calmly explained, this is very simple. I rescued her from a human trafficker. If I don't save her, she will be sold into Yoshihara. Well, I am getting more and more powerful now, making up nonsense is simply opening my mouth. Don't even have to type a draft. And this nonsense is not bad, it has already won the sympathy of Sabito Makomo and Kyojuro. The two of Sabito Makomo, who were about to leave, turned back after hearing Chibai's words. Advertisement. Sabito said. Oh, with this look, I thought you were really going to be a big pervert. Chibai, do you look so perverted? I am obviously a righteous, invulnerable, and full of justice, member of the ghost-killing squad. At this time, Makomo had already taken Mukago from Chibai's arms and put him on the sofa. Hey, what a miserable child, he will be sold to Yoshihara. Sabito, let's take her back and let Rinaki-sensei take care of her. For Makomo's proposal, Sabito expressed his approval. Stay away from Chibai and grow up healthy, this is fine. As for our Kyojuro, I would love to say something though. But, now that no one cooks dinner, I can only top it up first. The rest will be discussed later. And Chibai wiped his cold sweat after hearing this. Good guy, he didn't dare to write like that when handing over a shashion to his predecessor, Shueiju, to raise him. Mukago listened to the conversation and asked a question. Who is teacher Rinaki? Sabito replied. It's our teacher. His name is Urokodaki Sakanji. He is the former Mizuju. He is very powerful. Mr. Rinaki will definitely be willing to adopt you. Chibai at the side said quietly. Moreover, teacher Lintaki has a very good nose, he can tell the difference between a human and a ghost by smelling it. These words, seemingly casual, are actually telling Mukago. But if you think about it, take this opportunity to run away, it is very likely that you will be gone with a snap. Mukago is naturally not a fool, he can understand Chibai's meaning. Immediately, she jumped off the sofa, ran to Chibai's side, and hugged his thigh. He said very firmly. No, I don't want to go back with you. I want to be with my savior. In this regard, Chibai said that he is very satisfied. Looks like Mukago isn't just stupid and incurable. After Sabito heard it, he didn't believe it, and he was still persuading Mukago earnestly. Chapter 99 The first mission after years. Ah, you have to think about it, although this person is your savior, but this person is an out-and-out pervert. You're still young, if you follow him, maybe you will, woo woo woo. Chibai covered his mouth before he finished speaking. Good guy, is there anyone who slanders own good brother like this? Where did I become perverted? Obviously, it was for justice. Hey, the rabbit is too much. I remember you weren't like this before, where did the gentle and unflappable Sabito go? Sabito rolled his eyes, come on, it's useless if any good person bumps into you. Chibai, really heartbreaking words, Makomo said with a serious face. Is it like this, have you really thought about it? If you were raised by Mr. Ryotaki, you can still learn the breath of water and join the demon-killing squad. Mukago shook his head, and said with certainty, no, I will be with my savior. However, Mukago was about to cry inside. Wouldn't it be miserable to let his ex-Shueiju support him? No, I absolutely must not go. Chibai came out to smooth things over at this time. Alright, since she wants to be with me, don't force her, she is still young, don't scare him. Sabito wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Kyujuro's voice. Dinner is ready. Today's dinner is beef udon noodles. Ha ha ha. With that said, a large basin was placed on the table with a bang. Kyojuro was the first to pick up a bowl of noodles and started eating. 5 ants. Seeing how happy Kyojuro was eating, Sabito and Makomo didn't say anything, but started eating together. But Chibai didn't eat, and sat with Mukago. After the meal, Sabito wanted to continue persuading Mukago, but was stopped by Makomo. This matter can only be left as it is. Soon, the next day will come. During the day, Mukago shivered under the quilt and dared not go out. Fortunately, no one paid attention to her. Advertisement. Because Sabito Makomo and Kyojuro are going to leave today. After saying goodbye to the three of them, Shibai returned to the villa and threw his head on the bed. Shibai, lying on the bed, said in a low voice, "Mukago, help me press my shoulder." Mukago, who was hiding in the quilt, said pitifully, "Master, it's daytime, I can't get out." Shibai was taken aback when he heard this, and then slapped his forehead. Forgot, really, let's wait until night. So, the whole person started to straighten the dead body, lying on the bed, motionless until night. As soon as the sun goes down, Shibai comes alive. Ah, it's getting dark, Mukago come out. Mukago crawled out of the quilt after hearing this, and was interrupted when he was about to speak. Black Pill flew in through the window. As soon as he saw Shibai, he hurriedly said, "Quick, Shibai, follow me, there are ghosts outside the city, and there is only one person nearby. Although it's a bit overkill for you to go, but only you have time." After Heiwan finished speaking, he signaled Shibai to follow up quickly. Looking at Kuromaru and Mukago, Shibai felt like crying. It's finally getting dark, and before I can say a few words to Mukago, why did I come to the mission all of a sudden? In the end, Shibai followed Heiwan and ran out of the city. Before leaving, Shibai stretched out his hand and rubbed Mukago's white hair, making Mukago's hair into a chicken coop, and then reluctantly let go. "Mukago, I am not human, and neither are you." Following Heiwan, Shibai ran wildly all the way, and finally came to the place where the ghost was found. It was a small village. At this time, the ghost was doing evil. It was feasting on a dead body. After hearing Shibai's footsteps, he didn't feel the slightest fear, and continued to eat meat in a calm manner. It wasn't until Shibai got behind him that he turned around unhurriedly and looked at Shibai with scrutiny. A moment later, only then did he say, "Ghost killing team, it looks like we can have extra meals again. You are not my opponent, because I have already eaten more than a dozen people. I advise you to lie down and wait for death obediently. I can still give you." Before he could finish speaking, Shibai grabbed the ghost's head and threw it to the ground. There was a bang. Advertisement. On the ground, a large circular pit appeared, and the ghost lay unconscious in the middle. "Tui, you be D, you're so secretive." Shibai said disdainfully, "How can there be so many jokes?" After finishing speaking, he started to run chi, and punch the ghost's body. I saw that the ghost was directly torn apart by this punch, and those body fragments protruded from the granulation in an attempt to join together. Before the granulation was combined, the pieces began to crack, and then turned into fly ash and disappeared. Finished. Call it a day. Shibai clapped his hands, turned around and was about to leave. These miscellaneous fish ghosts are so weak that they don't even bother to use the lightning and thunder fist. Seeing Shibai solve the battle so quickly, Kuromaru couldn't help but said, "It's pretty amazing. The battle was resolved so quickly, I thought you would waste a little time." Shibai listened and waved his hand. What a big deal. A trash fish is not even as good as those two ghosts in the mountain. Hitting him is a waste of time. I can quit the ghost killing team. Hey, by the way, Heiwan, do you want to have some supper at my house? Shibai suddenly suggested. For Shibai's proposal, Kuromaru was still very moved. So I agreed. One person, one bird, chatting, walking slowly towards home. However, this one person and one bird, just chatting, no one pays attention, the road has gone astray, and they have come to a village unknowingly. However, this village is currently burning with raging fire, and some corpses are randomly thrown on the ground and in the fire. After Shibai saw it, he checked the corpse. It was found that they had just died not long ago, and the bodies were not stiff yet. Moreover, almost all of the corpses were male corpses, and there were no female corpses at all. Heiwan, do you know what's going on here? Shibai asked. At this time, Kuromaru was also a little puzzled. Could it be that I am old and my servant, but this is actually the place where the mission is carried out? After thinking about it carefully, Kuromaru was sure that he was not mistaken. Then he said, I don't know, and the mission location I provided is definitely not wrong. Shibai was also a little silent after hearing this. Just when Shibai was about to search for any survivors in the village. From the flames, a figure stepped out. The first thing this figure said when he saw Shibai was, "Oh, it turns out that someone from the ghost killing squad is here. It really surprised me. Chapter 100 Muzan is my girlfriend." Hearing this voice, Shibai's hands were itchy suddenly, and he really wanted to beat this person up. Looking along the source of the sound, I saw a figure carrying a large package walking out of the flames. By the light of the fire, Shibai saw that the package was full of broken limbs and arms, and the figure was holding a girl's head in her hand. The girl's eyes were open, filled with fear. The figure didn't seem to see it, picked up the head, and took a big bite like an apple. Blood dripped down the corner of his mouth. I'm really a kind leader. I keep saving them, becoming one with me, and giving them eternal life. This is my mission. Shibai. Suddenly I felt that I was not so perverted. Compared with him, I was quite normal. Moreover, just hearing this, Shibai also knew who this ghost was. It seems that there is no one else who can say the words that can only be said by this kind of cerebellar atrophy, except for the second Doma. The burning flame became more and more intense, and the flame also illuminated the whole body of the figure. Hair color like white oak, colorful eyes, wearing a small hat, wearing red clothes, and wearing a cloak. These characteristics all explain that this person is Doma. In fact, there is no way to deny it. Because there are 2 words engraved in each pair of colorful eyes. Winding, bis. Shibai said, it's really unlucky, how come I met Doma? Looking at Doma, Shibai showed a disgusted expression. I thought who it was, it turned out to be Momotu. What a coincidence. Hey, 3 big question marks appeared in Doma's head. Grind your head, what the hell is that? Are you talking about yourself? Okay, that's it, Momotu, we don't need to contact you in the future. Farewell. Shibai cupped his hands, grabbed Heiwan, turned his head and left. Heiwan wanted to say something, but Shibai pinched his mouth. But within a few steps, an ice crystal suddenly attacked Shibai. Advertisement. As soon as the ice crystal touched Shibai's body, it was directly melted by his chi. At the same time, Doma put his hand on Shibai's shoulder. Oh, why don't you leave in such a hurry, this member of the Ghost Slayer squad? It seems that you should know me, otherwise, why would you call me Momotu? Let me introduce myself, my name is Doma, and I'm 12 Kazuki's top 2. After hearing this, Shibai turned around calmly, knocked off Doma's claw with a look of disgust, and introduced himself. My name is Shibai, the pillar of the Ghost Slayer squad, and my girlfriend is your boss Muzan. I advise you to stop trying to trouble me. If you're trying to trouble me, I'll have my girlfriend lay you off and make Akaza the lead. Doma, Master Muzan is his girlfriend. Doma said that she didn't quite understand, isn't her boss a man? In other words, why did he become a woman when he said it? Looking at the stunned Doma, Shibai reached out and patted his shoulder. Then he said earnestly, young man, the world is so big, nothing is impossible. I advise you, it's better to go home quickly, it's dangerous outside. When I meet my girlfriend, I will definitely give you a few words of kindness. When the time comes, I will let you take the position of the first string. That's it, let's go first. After Shibai finished speaking, he greased the soles of his feet and ran away again. Someone will definitely ask, why don't you play Doma? Just beat him into a pancake. However, Shibai just wanted to say that playing Akaza is hard work, you still want me to play Doma. Now there are 10 years of life left, and if I use a break hole, I will probably die suddenly on the spot. This time, Shibai managed to run away. Just when Shibai was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Doma suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Ah, you are really nerve-wracking, why do you always think about running away? You can't just stand there obediently, then become one with me, and live forever with me. Isn't that good? This is the best salvation for you. I am the leader of the Eternal Bliss cult, and my mission is to save mankind. As Doma said, he snapped open On's iron fan, covering half of On's face. Doma, you are really boring. Shibai said helplessly. How much cerebellar atrophy do you have to say such a thing, how can you redeem yourself? Advertisement. Salvation, immortality, eating people, so much bullshit, can't you be more upright like Akaza? You don't know, Muzan is the most annoying thing about you. Favorite employee is Akaza. You can eat me, you can. I'll stand here and let you eat. If you dare to bite me, I'll let my girlfriend lay you off. Don't think I'm joking with you. After Shibai finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeves and stuffed his arm into Doma's mouth. What are you eating? Eat, FK. Don't just look at it, just bite if you have the guts. What the hell is the Eternal Bliss sect? I'm still the leader of the canned yellow peach sect. Shibai's bold actions and these words made Doma still dare not bite down. Because what Shibai said was too straightforward. You must know that other members of the ghost killing team either run away or draw their swords to fight to the death when they see themselves. I have never seen one like this. Not only did he say that Master Muzan is his girlfriend, but he also put the meat in his mouth, which is. Just when Doma was wondering, Shibai was already covered in cold sweat, and the clothes behind him were already soaked in sweat. I can't beat Doma by myself, so I can only play a little smart to see if I can escape. It is impossible to count on Muzan to save him, let alone whether he can save him or not, just at this distance, when he comes, he will be cold. At the same time, Shibai is also thankful that what he met was Doma with a lot of nonsense. If it were Akaza, the banquet would be over. After half a day of confrontation, neither Shibai nor Doma lost the wind, just staring at each other. We, Kuromaru, sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere, and ran away a long time ago. In the end, it was Doma who lost first. I saw him spit out Shibai's arm and said, don't eat for now, after all, I was quite full from eating just now. However, I want to remind you that Master Muzan is a man, not a woman, so don't make it up. Also, I know your identity now. You must be the one who defeated Lord Akaza, ha ha ha. Master Muzan's matter, and my matter, should all be said by Akaza Dono inadvertently. Shibai, whose identity was exposed by Doma, didn't have much reaction. Doma is a pervert, but not a fool, it is normal to be able to guess. So, you today, obediently be eaten by me. Chapter 101 The Final Big Move. Speaking of this, Doma immediately put away his smiling face, waved the iron fan, and smashed directly at Shibai's head. In an instant Shibai reacted, grabbed the iron fan and threw it at own iron fan. Then a tooth-piercing sound was heard. Creak. This is the sound of bones rubbing against each other. After Doma saw Chibai taking this strike, the smiling expression returned to his face. It's really good, you can take this strike. As expected of someone who can defeat His Excellency Akaza, it's still a bit formidable. Seeing Doma's smiling face, Chibai really wanted to punch him and smash his face into pieces. But, I couldn't beat Doma at all, the iron fan hit just now, but I wasted a lot of strength to catch it. If it really happens, shaking his hands calmly, Chibai said, it's okay, but Doma. You were born without feelings, and you have been like this all the time, aren't you tired? Hearing this, the smile on Doma's face didn't disappear, she was still smiling. I don't understand what you said. However, you who can defeat His Excellency Akaza makes me more and more curious. Your taste. After the word taste fell, Doma took out another iron fan and held it in his hand. Blood Ghost Art. Weeping Snow in the Dry Garden. I saw Doma slammed open the two iron fans, and rushed towards Chibai in the next second. The two iron fans attacked Chibai alternately, every attack of the iron fan was mixed with ice crystals, the two iron fans cooperated extremely closely. All Chibai's dodging routes were blocked, so that Chibai had nowhere to escape. But how could this be difficult for Chibai? I saw that Chibai directly used the Liushui formation in the Liushuian Shattering Fist to defuse Doma's attack. Soon, the two separated. It's great to be able to catch my dry garden snow, no wonder you can defeat Your Excellency Akaza. But, I'm much stronger than Lord Akaza, Doma said. After Chibai heard this, his expression changed easily and he didn't speak anymore. But his hands were already covered with frost, and his frozen hands were trembling non-stop. Regarding this, Chibai didn't take it seriously at all, but just hooked his finger at Doma, motioning him to continue. Seeing this, Doma was naturally not polite, and directly used other vampire techniques. Blood Ghost Art. Frozen Cloud. Doma swung his fan vigorously, and in the next second, Chibai was directly surrounded by ice crystals like clouds. Advertisement. Seeing the cloud of ice crystals surrounding Chibai, Doma smacked his lips. Oh, accidentally, I used a little more force. But hey, he's so weak, I really don't know how he defeated Lord Akaza. According to his current strength, he can almost kill the Kyojuro brothers and sisters. I really don't understand, could it be that His Excellency Akaza released the water for him? No way, no way. At the same time, Akaza, who was in the Infinite City, sneezed hard. Akaza rubbed his nose in confusion. When will ghosts catch a cold? It seems that ghosts don't catch colds, do they? Although he didn't understand, Akaza didn't bother to care so much anymore, it's still important to practice. Just when Doma thought Chibai died in the freezing cloud, a voice suddenly sounded. Beidou. Gang Tianchong. In the next second, the frozen cloud was directly broken by the white chi, and quickly melted away. As the frozen cloud disappeared, Chibai's figure also reappeared. Step. 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 Chibai stepped out of it with slow steps. Walking in front of Doma, Chibai stopped, raised his head, and looked at Doma with very sharp eyes. Hey, Doma, it looks like you still have two brushes. Originally, I just planned to play with you, but now, you are qualified to let me use my full strength. Are you ready? After finishing speaking, the chi on Chibai's body exploded suddenly, directly dispelling the few remaining frozen clouds. Seeing Chibai like this, Doma smiled even more. Although, he has no feelings. Let me see your full strength. In response, Chibai just snorted coldly. Soon, countless chi appeared around Chibai through Chibai's body, reflecting the dark forest-like daytime. This move is my own move to defeat Akaza, Doma, die. Seeing such a powerful move, Doma, who was always smiling, did not dare to underestimate it. Blood Ghost. Fog Ice. Water Lily Bodhisattva. A statue of the Bodhisattva, formed of ice, rises up in front of Doma. Bodhisattva clasped his hands together, and there was kindness between his brows. Advertisement. Just after Doma was ready to own the Blood Ghost technique, Chibai also moved. I saw him put his hands on the ground and make a run-up posture. Next second, a burst of white light burst out suddenly, turning the entire forest into daylight at this moment. And Doma was also stabbed by the white light and closed his eyes. Amidst the white light, Chibai's voice sounded. You fuel the road. Waiting for the white light to dissipate, Doma opened her eyes. There is no Chibai in front of me, not even a hair left. Only that sentence you cheer the road has been echoing in Doma's ears. Rao is the emotionless Doma, seeing Chibai's behavior, unexpectedly felt disgusted for the first time. Doma has only one thought. This guy, how dare he do this? After standing still for a few seconds, Doma put away the own iron fan expressionlessly, carried a package full of stumps and arms, and walked towards the own Wanshi Bliss cult. As for why not laughing, Doma said that he really couldn't laugh. At this time, Chibai was running with his head buried in his head, and now he didn't know where he was going. Now he has only one idea. That is to run quickly. The farther you run, the better. I can't beat Doma now. At this time, Chibai in Chibai's body has been running to the extreme, and he is running fast. It can be said that Chibai used all the strength of breastfeeding. After running for an unknown amount of time, Chibai finally stopped. Sitting under the tree, Chibai muttered to himself while gulping out his clothes. Good guy, my luck today is really bad enough to meet Doma. Fortunately, I have hidden a big killing move. Ha ha ha. After a while, Shibai managed to catch his breath and got up from the ground. Looking around, Shibai looked confused. Where is this? Just now, I was only focused on running away, and didn't pay attention to the direction I was running away from, so I just picked a direction and ran away. If I had known that time earlier, I should have planned the route well. But it's too late to say anything now. Already lost. Chapter 102 Hardcore Mother-in-Law. Looking at the stars above the sky, Shibai fell into deep thought. It seems that there is a way to use the stars to identify the direction, and I just know a little bit. First, we need to determine which direction Asakusa is. Wait, where is Asakusa? Thinking of this, Shibai's mentality exploded instantly. FK. In other words, even if I can tell the direction, I don't know the way back. Everything is equal to, for nothing. At this moment, Shibai was in despair, a double despair in mind and body. I just found Mukago, and before I could enjoy life, I went on a quest, and that's fine, I ran into Doma again. It didn't matter if I ran into Doma, but I got lost again. What a disaster. Just when Shibai was about to lay his body on the spot and prepare for a long-term survival in the wilderness, a melodious flute sound reached Shibai's ears. The sound of the flute came at the right time, and it was played well. Following the direction of the sound of the flute, Shibai touched it with 1 foot deep and 1 shallow foot. At the same time, there was a secret joy in my heart. I don't need to survive in the wilderness anymore. I can ask the way when I find a flute player. When I return to Asakusa, I can hug Mukago again. Happiness. Soon, an orange light spot appeared in Shibai's line of sight, and the sound of the flute came from there. As a result, Shibai quickened the pace of his feet. 10 minutes later, Shibai came to the place where the flute sounded. It was a temple, and this temple was a bit familiar, as if I had seen it somewhere, and the temple was full of the smell of wisteria flowers. Just as Shibai was about to reach out and knock on the gate, a very irritable old man's voice suddenly came from inside the temple. UB************ D. Playing a woolen flute in the middle of the night, you don't even know what time it is, keep playing. Keep playing. Shibai. Meet fellow villagers in Ghost Slayer. This, what kind of magical opening method is this? And the old man who spoke was an old grandmother. Really hardcore. Soon an aggrieved voice came out. Mother-in-law, don't be angry, I didn't do it on purpose, I will definitely pay attention to the time when I play the flute in the future, and I won't play for so long. Hearing this voice, Shibai was stunned. Advertisement. This voice is very familiar, I should have heard this voice recently. Who it would be, why can't I remember? At this time, the people in the temple said another sentence. Namo Amitaba. Be careful next time. These words instantly reminded Shibai of the owner of the voice. This person is Himahima Kume. Why did I run so far, and ran directly to Sunrise Mountain? Since we are acquaintances, it's easy to talk. Thinking of this, Shibai knocked on the gate of the temple. Dang dang dang. Who? I, Himahima Kume. Is this the latest cipher? Why can't I understand? Although puzzled, Biming Island opened the gate of the temple. After all, I ordered the fragrance of wisteria flowers myself, and ghosts cannot approach the temple. Only people can knock on the door. Looking at the figure in front of him that was a head taller than him, Shibai greeted him enthusiastically. Long time no see, Mr. Bimingyu. Himahima Kume was puzzled when he heard the voice. Namo Amitaba, may I ask who are you? Ah, sure enough, I forgot myself. After hearing this, Shibai said, during the new year, I came here with my friends, Mr. Bimingyu. After being reminded by Shibai, Himahima Kume successfully remembered who Shibai was. A month ago, someone did come, and I heard this voice before, but it was too long, so I forgot. Like this, may I ask when did you come here at night? Shibai scratched his hair in embarrassment. What, I'm lost and I can't find my way back. I happened to hear the sound of you playing the flute, and followed the sound to find this place. I want to ask, which direction should I go back to Asakusa? Regarding this question, Himahima Kume was silent for 3 seconds before saying, please wait a moment, I will ask my mother-in-law to show you the way. After speaking, Himahima Kume went straight back to the temple. A few minutes later, Himahima Kume came out with an old man with a kind face. Mother-in-law, this benefactor is lost and wants to know the direction back to Asakusa, please show me the way. After hearing this, the old man looked at Shibai, and Shibai also looked at the old man. Advertisement. Shibai was a little curious, what kind of old man could say the word Pujiezi? After some scrutiny, just an ordinary old man. And the old man also looked at Shibai. Give Shibai the direction back to Asakusa. Knowing the direction, Shibai thanked the two of them. I'm really sorry to disturb you in the middle of the night, thank you very much. Mr. Bimingyu, if you have time, you can bring your mother-in-law to Asakusa to find me. If I have something to do, I will leave first. After speaking, Shibai turned and left the temple. And Himahima Kume and the old man watched Shibai leave. It wasn't until Shibai's back disappeared that Himahima Kume said weakly, Mother-in-law, playing the flute is not bad, you see, at least it can help people who are lost. In this regard, the old man just smiled helplessly, turned around and went back to rest. She knew that Himehime Kume liked playing the flute so much that he often sat there playing for a long time, and she was glad that this time he didn't disturb others and helped others. Meanwhile, Shibai was heading towards Asakusa with all his might. After a few hours, Shibai finally came back to the villa. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Mukago curled up pitifully on the sofa. As soon as he saw Shibai coming back, he swooped and landed on Shibai. Master, you're finally back. Mukago is so scared here alone, and it's still dark, woo woo woo. Shibai, ghosts afraid of the night. Muzan got a headache when he heard this, it's like a living person who is afraid of the daytime. Looking at Mukago hanging on his body, Shibai said with a black face, Mukago, did you say something wrong? Who ghosts are afraid of the night? The night is the home of ghosts. After hearing this, Mukago stuck out his tongue playfully. Hey, what are you smirking about, really? Shibai rubbed Mukago's little head vigorously, and then sat down on the sofa. Ah, I'm exhausted. Mukago, can you cook? Shibai asked. Only a little bit, Mukago said obediently. It looks like this. Shibai nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the coffee table in front of the sofa was filled with unprocessed food. Just follow this, look, do whatever you can, I'm so hungry now. Chapter 103 Mukago. After Shibai finished speaking, he tilted his head and stopped talking. And Mukago looked at the things on the table in shock. Her eyes were full of doubts. Needless to say, she was wondering where Shibai got these things from. Although he was puzzled, Mukago didn't ask any more questions, but obediently took his things and went to cook. An hour later, Mukago came back with food, and more than one trip. Master, get up and eat. Mukago poked Shibai, and Shibai, who heard the word, eat, sat up from the sofa in a jerk. The speed was so fast that Mukago only saw a phantom. Looking at the various meals on the coffee table, Shibai was moved to tears. Ah, is that what Mukago said just a little bit? Please bring me more maids like Mukago. Seeing Shibai's appearance, Mukago asked a little nervously, well, the master is made by me, isn't it to your liking? No, Shibai said, picked up a bowl of udon noodles, and ate a clean one in 3 or 2 bites. You did a great job. It's delicious, Shibai praised. Hearing Shibai's praise, Mukago laughed happily. At this time, Shibai suddenly said, Mukago, sit down and eat together. As soon as he said this, Shibai realized that he had said the wrong thing. Mukago is a ghost, even after Tamayo transforms her. It's just that, from eating human flesh, to only drinking human blood. Fortunately, Mukago didn't have much reaction to Shibai's words. Master, I can't eat, have you forgotten? Oh, Shibai agreed, and picked up another bowl of rice to eat with grilled fish. While eating, Shibai suddenly raised his head and asked, Mukago, tell me, do you want to eat? Hearing this, Mukago nodded without hesitation. After all, before Mukago became a ghost, she was just a little girl, how could she not be greedy? After hesitating for a moment, Shibai condensed a ball of chi in his hands, and in Mukago's curious face, he slapped her directly into her body. Advertisement. Soon, Mukago's complexion changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few minutes, Mukago's face became normal, and the whites of his red eyes turned back to white. Mukago looked at the food on the coffee table, and desire appeared in his eyes. Cravings for meals. I'm back to normal. When he said this, Mukago's voice was full of surprise, and his whole body was trembling. Hearing what Mukago said, Shibai didn't answer the question, but fell into deep thought. Just when Mukago returned to normal, Shibai discovered that he could control Mukago's life and death. As long as you move your mind, the chi in Mukago's body can instantly turn her into fly ash. Isn't this an alternative master-servant contract? But it didn't happen to Muzan, what the hell is going on? Just when Shibai was wondering, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw Mukago playing with a seed bomb in his hand. Mukago, what are you doing? Shibai asked with black lines on his face. Good guy. If the seed bomb explodes, the villa can be scrapped. Hearing this, Mukago raised his head and said excitedly, my vampire technique can still be used. I thought my vampire technique could not be used. Shibai said helplessly. Okay, I see, put away the bomb first, let's eat. Yeah, Mukago nodded happily, then put away the bomb, sat with Shibai, and started eating. The two ate very quickly. Although it took an hour to cook, it only took more than 10 minutes to eat. After eating, Shibai stretched himself, took out a bottle of Hirano water and drank it all in one gulp. At the same time, he did not forget to pass a bottle to Mukago. Lying on the sofa, Shibai was quite emotional. Having an interspatial ring is still very good, at least you can store some food and take it out at critical moments. These foods were prepared by Shibai when he was shopping for vegetables on New Year's Eve. After lying down for a while, Shibai said to Mukago, there is a second bedroom over there, go and tidy up by yourself, and then sleep. Now you can eat and sleep, and you are not afraid of the sun anymore. After speaking, Shibai got up from the sofa, took a shower, and went to sleep. And Mukago looked at Shibai's back thoughtfully, wondering what he was thinking. Soon, everything fell silent. Shibai lay on the bed with a peaceful expression on his face. People who don't know the truth will think that Shibai is about to die when they see this scene. However, this is just too much for comfort. Advertisement. Just when Shibai was drowsy, he suddenly felt that something seemed to have entered in the bed. In an instant, Shibai woke up with a frightened expression on his face. He thought again of the fear of being dominated by Abe Keiko. That little loli, who comes to her bedroom every day, is nicknamed Servant. Wei, Keiko, is that you? Shibai's voice trembled a little when he asked this question. In the next second, Mukago's voice came from the quilt. It's not Keiko, it's me, Mukago. Hearing that it was Mukago, Shibai breathed a sigh of relief and lay down again. Just as I was about to close my eyes, I suddenly noticed something was wrong. Wait, Mukago. FCK. What is Mukago doing in my bed? Thinking of this, Shibai dragged Mukago out of the bed. Immediately, the eyes of the two met. Hey, Mukago gave an awkward smile. What are you doing, Mukago? Shibai asked angrily. Mukago lowered his head and said in a low voice. I don't do anything, I'm just afraid of sleeping alone, he. Shibai, are ghosts afraid of sleeping alone? It's outrageous. Without waiting for Shibai to speak, Mukago immediately said pitifully. Master, I'm really scared, just let me stay. I promise, be good. Looking at Mukago, Shibai was silent for a few seconds. Then he said. I reluctantly agree to you, just sleep honestly, do you hear me? Yeah, Mukago nodded repeatedly. Soon, Shibai drew a line in the middle of the bed and told Mukago not to cross the line, then tilted his head and fell into a deep sleep. Soon, it was daylight, then it was dark again, it was night again. At this time, Shibai sat on the bed with a dazed expression, while Mukago was quietly sleeping beside him. The current Shibai, his brain crashed again, and it was a completely crashed one, unable to restart at all. A question echoed in his mind. What the hell happened? Chapter 104 Tamayo's Little Thoughts. Myself and Mukago. How to put it better? Probably it is good to say that half of the bed is for one person and no one can pass the limit. However, after a while, Mukago ran into his arms. At first, they thought everything was going well, but they never expected that Mukago was not honest at all, rubbing back and forth in Shibai's arms. Like a cat. Finally, it went off fire. Right, it went off. Take Mukago down by yourself. So there it was daylight, and then it was dark again. Thinking of these, Shibai felt a terrible headache. What's going on here? When did own self-control become so weak, Muzan could hold back himself, and a Mukago made himself make mistakes. The only thing that doesn't bother Shibai is that Mukago is a legitimate loli, who is over 100 years old, and he doesn't have the slightest psychological pressure. Just when Shibai was thinking about these issues, Mrs. Muzan, who was far away, was lying on the bed with a face of despair, staring at the ceiling with blank eyes. Because, in the early hours of the morning, I was reading a book. Suddenly, a strange feeling appeared in Own. At first, Muzan could bear it and ignore the feeling. However, this feeling became bigger and more obvious, and in the end, it directly occupied Own brain. The strange feeling lasted for a long time, until it got dark and the feeling disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Mrs. Muzan has lived for 1,000 years, and has seen all kinds of storms and waves. Naturally, she knows what it feels like. But what she didn't understand was where did this feeling come from? Whether I am with 12 Kazuki or an ordinary ghost, everything between me and them is always connected by a single line. But now, hey, don't mention it. But a serious question suddenly confronted Mrs. Muzan. How would you describe it? It probably means that our Mrs. Muzan is starting to miss Shibai. I understand everything. Advertisement. When Shibai and Muzan were confused, our Miss Tamayo was in a good mood. At this time, she was drinking a cup of typo blood, smiling and looking at the sky, with a strange light shining in her eyes. The eyes of Yushiro on the side almost straightened. Apparently, this is the first time I've seen this look, Master Tamayo. But, this Tamayo-sama is also super pretty. After a while, Yushiro couldn't help asking. Master Tamayo, it seems that you are in a good mood today, can you share it? Tamayo took a sip of blood after hearing this, and then said, calculate the time, that thing in Mukago's body should be triggered. Yushiro. What do you mean? Tamayo smiled and said, this is a small gift from me to Kibutsuji Muzan. Although I can't hurt him at all, even poison can't hurt him. However, by pushing back through Mukago's blood, I got something interesting. I can let Muzan share Mukago's feelings. If Mukago's head is accidentally cut off, Muzan can feel the pain immediately. Well, it's also thanks to Mukago being a ghost, otherwise I wouldn't be able to do it if it was an ordinary ghost. Yushiro's eyes only glowed when he listened. See Gui, as expected of you, Master Tamayo, you are really amazing. Yushiro admired from the bottom of his heart. Tamayo smiled and said nothing, just looked at the starry sky outside the window in a happy mood. I have to say that Tamayo is really powerful, and she can invent such things. However, there were some things Tamayo didn't expect either. For example, Mukago was pushed, and this feeling was shared with our Mrs. Muzan. At this time, our Chibai was almost calm enough to accept this happening. The only problem is on Muzan's end. But, the ghosts are all created by Muzan, rounded up, it is better to think that Mukago is Mrs. Muzan's personal maid. Thinking of this, Chibai took a deep breath. Seeing Mukago who was still sleeping, Shibai put on his clothes and came to the living room. Take out 1 red, 2 blue and 3 bottles of potions from the ring. Arranged side by side on the coffee table. After hesitating for a moment, Shibai picked up the bottle of blue potion. He looked at the potion against the light. In other words, this is the first time I have looked at the blue potion. Advertisement. What did you say? 2 bottles of blue potion. Oh, this is because last time Azumo gave Shibai a bottle, but Shibai didn't drink it, and kept it until now, just like this. The blue potion waiting for it is not as enchanting as the red potion looks. Although it is blue, Shibai sees a completely different meaning. That is stillness. Yes, it is quiet. Shibai himself didn't know why he saw this thing on the blue potion. Shrugging, Shibai opened the red potion and drank it. Then he drank the blue potion. The smell of the blue potion is the exact opposite of what it looks like. Very hot. Who knows if Azumo put peppers in it? However, Shibai wasn't in the mood to pay attention to these problems. He started to function and entered the state of internal vision. In his eyes, the red potion was quickly absorbed as soon as it entered the stomach, and then the cells all over his body seemed to have received some orders, and began to grow crazily. All of this is no different from taking the medicine for the first time. Shibai could feel that his body's potential and cells were rapidly overdrawn. If there is no accident, after this strengthening, I can go to heaven. Fortunately, Shibai got the blue potion. When the cells were growing crazily and overdrawn, the blue potion began to play its role. Those growing cells began to slow down after absorbing the blue potion. Deficits and overdrafts began to be replenished gradually. Just when Shibai thought everything was settled, things changed again. The blue potion only replenished a little deficit and overdraft before stopping, and the more effect was to restrain the crazy growth of cells. In other words, the blue potion doesn't have much effect, except for the little thing added. It starts to bind the red potion and let him release it slowly. It gives people the illusion that there is no problem after taking the blue potion. Seeing this, Shibai sneered, and then replenished the deficient and overdrawn cells with chi. It seems that Azumo is still dishonest. Even if he only has 10 years of life left, he is still worried. Use lies to deceive yourself. But what he didn't know was that he could see inside. Chapter 105 Shira Field Warning. Sure enough, it's good to have chi, it's just like being on the hook. Everything in my body is clear to me. By the way, after Shibai took the red potion for the first time and activated the break hole, his body has fully developed. So this is for Mukago, ahem. Speaking of this, Shibai suddenly felt that it would be nice to have his girlfriend Muzan. First of all, the Ghost King's physical fitness is very good. Secondly, ghosts can heal themselves, and then there is nothing. After thinking about it, he easily untied the blue potion from restraining the cell growth. As a result, the cells continued to grow wildly. When everything was over, Shibai opened his eyes. The pajamas he was wearing were already 1 size smaller. The current Shibai is 2 meters tall and has strong muscles. However, these muscles are not as stiff as before, and they are well arranged, which does not make people look sick. Really? 14-year-old boy. The 17-year-old Kujo Jotaro next door felt ashamed when he saw it. However, Shibai always felt that this figure was very dangerous. How dangerous is it? Anyway, you can't bend down to pick up soap. Wearing tight clothes, Shibai sighed. It's time to recustomize the Ghost Slayer team uniform, please. But this matter belongs to tomorrow, and we have to talk about it tomorrow. Now, Shibai is still a little confused. That is Azumo. What the hell is he going to do? Even if he only has 10 years left to live, he would not hesitate to overdraw his body. In Azumo's eyes, he is more like a one-time tool man. He didn't want to let himself, a tool man, go beyond his control. Judging from the current situation, presumably once he completes his mission, he will directly ascend to heaven in place. Sighing, Shibai stopped thinking about Azumo. Now there are no clues and everything is for naught. Just when Shibai was about to go out to eat, Mukago ran over. Advertisement. He threw himself into Chibai's arms again. Master. Mukago called softly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Mukago suddenly discovered something wrong with Shibai. Jumped down from Shibai's arms, and looked at it seriously. Then he said, "Is it an illusion? Why does it feel like master, you have grown taller again?" However, Shibai did not answer Mukago's question. Instead, he said angrily, "Mukago, next time you come out, put on your clothes." That's right, Mukago is not wearing clothes at this time. Mukago smirked when he heard it, went back and put on his own clothes and came out again. "Master, what are you going to do?" asked Mukago, who was dressed. "Dinner." Shibai said, "Do you want to come with me?" Upon hearing the meal, Mukago's eyes lit up and he nodded quickly. Shibai took Mukago out after a relatively well-fitting dress. Shibai walked down the street holding Mukago's little hand, looking like a pair of ordinary siblings. However, this is only what they see. What to eat? After hearing this, Mukago thought for a while and said, "Sumo nabe. Let's eat that. In the past, when I saw wrestlers eating, I really wanted to taste it, but. At the end, Mukago's voice became smaller and smaller, even a little crying. Shibai knew that Mukago remembered something from the past. So, he hurriedly hugged Mukago to comfort him. Fortunately, Mukago is still very easy to coax, just a few words and a few words. The two found a good sumo hot pot restaurant on the street and walked in. After being seated, I ordered 2 sumo nabe. After a while, the hot pot was brought up. Mukago couldn't wait to eat a few mouthfuls, with a happy look on his face. Shibai smiled when he saw it, and took 2 bites casually. To be honest, the taste of sumo nabe is not very delicious. The so-called sumo nabe is a large portion of hot pot made by sumo wrestlers to make themselves stronger. Its method is very simple: fish and meat. The meat here refers to chicken, because in the game, wrestlers touch the ground with their hands to represent surrender. Therefore, it is usually chicken and fish, plus cabbage, long onions, and other vegetables, stewed in the broth, and then everyone eats together around the pot. Advertisement. At the end of the meal, add noodles and rice as you like, and wipe them all out. In such a short time, Mukago ate quickly, and a large pot of sumo nabe was eaten up. Mukago blinked his big eyes and looked at Shibai. The meaning is obvious, that is, I still want to eat. Therefore, Shibai generously pushed his share of hot pot to Mukago. 3 times, 5 times and 2 times, Mukago ate a clean one. Shibai asked, "Are you full?" "No." Mukago shook his head. Good guy. It seems that every ghost is a big eater, and they are all very edible. In other words, if the ghosts can eat ordinary food, if some cannot afford to eat, will they go to Mrs. Muzan to take care of the food? It's interesting to think about it. But, if there is a ghost who dares to go to Mrs. Muzan to take care of the meal, he must end up being eaten by Muzan. Still the kind that doesn't spit out the bones. Shibai took Mukago and continued to stroll on the street. As for what to eat, it depends entirely on Mukago. The two almost ate while walking, never stopping. I don't know how long it took, and I don't know how much food the two of them ate, so they stopped with still unfinished. "Are you full, Mukago?" Shibai asked. Mukago patted Owen's stomach and nodded. "I'm full. It's the first time I've eaten so much delicious food, I really hope I can eat it every day in the future." For Mukago's little wish, Shibai can easily realize it. Before Shibai could speak, Mukago jumped into Chibai's arms and let Shibai carry him away. And Shibai naturally has no opinion. Of course, if he hugged Sabito, Shibai protested because he didn't want to hug a man, ha ha ha. Holding Mukago's Shibai, wandering aimlessly in the street, I will go to see where there is excitement. Just when the two had had enough fun and were about to go home, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in Shibai's eyes. At first, Shibai thought he had misread it, but it wasn't until the familiar figure got closer and closer to him that Shibai realized that he hadn't misread it. And that familiar figure is naturally our Mrs. Muzan. Mrs. Muzan missed Shibai too much, so she came to look for Shibai and happened to see him on the street. But, the current situation is a bit bad. Shibai, holding Mukago, greeted Muzan. "Good evening, dear Mrs. Muzan." Chapter 106 Help. After this greeting, silence followed. Silence in the busy streets. Mukago was so frightened that his hair stood on end. When I went out shopping and ran into my former boss, who would not panic if I put it on him. Looking at Shibai who was holding Mukago, Muzan's face was gloomy and terrifying. Mukago. Hearing Muzan's call, Mukago broke free from Shibai's arms, jumped to the ground, and bowed to Muzan in a standard 90 degrees. "No, Master Muzan." At the same time, he signaled Shibai to run away quickly. At this moment, Shibai didn't notice Mukago's own hint at all. Right now, he is very nervous. Just, how should I put it? There is a sense of, being caught as a mistress. I have nothing to do with Muzan. Why this feeling? Shibai couldn't figure it out. After being silent for a long time, Shibai said, "Hey, long time no see, Mrs. Muzan. What's the matter this time?" "Why, I can't come to see you if I have nothing to do." Muzan rolled his eyes while talking. "Mukago, I remember, wasn't Mukago killed by you, Shibai, and now Mukago is still standing here alive. I said there are some things you want to explain." It's a long story." Shibai tried to confuse this topic directly. However, Muzan did not give him this chance. To make a long story short, if you don't understand, I don't mind changing the color here. After speaking, Muzan looked around with a very dangerous look in his eyes. In this regard, Shibai is convinced. Muzan's character is very clear to himself. If he can't explain it clearly, the surroundings will really suffer. According to the current situation, throwing the entire ghost-killing team in, plus the retired pillars such as Urokodaki Sakanji, may not be enough for Muzan to kill. Things seem to be getting more and more troublesome, don't they? What, Mrs. Muzan, give me some face, let's go home and talk about it. Look, the people around are gathered around to watch the fun. Hearing Shibai's words, Muzan looked around from the corner of his eye, and as expected, there were already crowds of onlookers around. What's going on here? I don't know, I just came too, buddy, do you know? Advertisement. Hey, of course I understand. Let me tell you, it's probably the man who went shopping in Flower Street with his baby in his arms and got caught. As soon as the words came out, the people who watched the excitement showed their original eyes. Shibai, why is it this old man again? He was there in the first chapter, and now there are more than 100 chapters, why is he still there? And he looks like he understands his brother. Fortunately, in the end, Muzan agreed to Chibai's request. Okay. Then go back and tell me, I want to see what you can say. After speaking, Muzan walked towards Chibai's villa. Chibai followed behind, and as for Mukago, he looked stupid. Is this really Mr. Muzan who is perverse and violent? Why is there a sense of sight of a little wife? Thinking of this, Mukago hastily shook his head and threw the thought away. You know, at close range, Master Muzan can hear what One is thinking in his heart. Chibai walked a few steps and found that Mukago hadn't followed. He looked back and found that Mukago was still standing there, maintaining a bowing posture. Let's go, Mukago, are you still waiting for me to hug you? Chibai greeted. Mukago agreed and hurriedly followed. Soon, the three returned to the villa. As soon as he arrived at the villa, Muzan sat on the main seat without hesitation, looking at Mukago and Chibai with a gloomy face. Chibai is okay, standing aside as if nothing happened. But Mukago was not as calm as Chibai, kneeling on the ground with a plop. No, Master Muzan, please make amends. Humph. Muzan just snorted coldly, then turned his gaze to Chibai. Speak, Chibai, explain, what's going on? Chibai smiled shyly, then quietly came behind Muzan, rubbed Muzan's shoulders, and then explained. Probably last time I met Mukago, I thought she was quite pitiful by herself, so I adopted her, he. Muzan just hummed, and then signaled Chibai to continue talking. Then, I thought, Mukago is going to eat people, how can I be alone every day? I am a member of the ghost killing squad, I can't kill people, you know. So, I sent her to Tamayo. Advertisement. As soon as Tamayo said the words, Chibai saw a phantom, and then he was hung in the air. Tamayo. The defector. Why didn't you tell me the news about her? Listening to Muzan's angry voice, Chibai's cold sweat broke out. Good guy, I have caused a big disaster. The reason is not so easy to find. Just when Chibai was going crazy, suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. What the hell, I didn't know you at that time, how could we have such a good relationship as now, right? Muzan thought carefully after listening. Well, what Chibai said was right, I didn't expect this kind of thing to happen at that time. Immediately, Muzan put Chibai down. For this reason, I can barely believe you, let's continue. Chibai, who was put down, let out a long sigh of relief, he was considered to have survived. Continued. And, then, just brought Mukago back yesterday, and then, you know the rest. After finishing speaking, Chibai obediently stood aside and stopped talking. And Muzan stood up and walked towards the door. Chibai. Hey, what are you doing, Mrs. Muzan? Muzan said without looking back. I'm going to get Tamayo back, there are some things, I can't live without her. Do you know the location? Chibai asked. I don't know, but you know. After Muzan finished speaking, he stretched out the whip again to tie Chibai up, and walked towards the door. Chibai. Good guy, does this count as a trap for Tamayo? Mukago, I'll deal with you when I come back, Muzan said, leading Chibai towards the outside. As soon as he left the door, Chibai hurriedly said, Wait, I have something to say. Say it. What? Can we not go to Tamayo, Mrs. Muzan? Chibai persuaded. His only answer was, no. Seeing this, Chibai had no choice but to resort to the old method. Mrs. Muzan, have you forgotten something? In this world, only I know the news about the blue bana flower. Chapter 107 Fudge, then Fudge. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Muzan stopped immediately and hoisted Chibai in front of him. Damn it, you're threatening me with this thing again. Chibai shrugged, I didn't threaten you, I really only know about the blue bana flower. It's no use going to Tamayo. But she betrayed me, Muzan said. In this regard, Chibai also has reasons. Hey, Mrs. Muzan, I can't blame others for this matter. At your place, salary is nothing, and you have to endure the temper of your boss all the time. Tamayo has no conscience if he didn't stab you twice for Jiguiwan. Seeing that Muzan wanted to refute, Chibai continued. Don't rush to refute, you can ask Mukago, she knows best. After hearing this, Muzan thought about it carefully, and actually asked Mukago. Mukago, I ask you, what do you think of me? Mukago, who was kneeling on the ground, hurriedly said, Mrs. Muzan, you are very good. You gave me a second life. The words are beautiful, and Muzan is also very satisfied, but the fear in Mukago's eyes cannot be concealed, and Muzan is not blind to see it naturally. After hesitating for a while, Muzan gave up on going to Tamayo. Chibai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it. Fortunately, I am smart enough, otherwise a murder has already occurred. This wave is called Pua. Taking advantage of the situation, Chibai said again. Okay, don't let Mukago kneel, the floor is cold, what should the child do if it is cold? Also, I found out that Mukago can cook and do housework, so it's just right to stay. After a moment of silence, Muzan agreed to Chibai's request. Otherwise, after eating Mukago, let Chibai find a strange human female. How can Mukago use it to rest assured? Get up, Mukago, Muzan ordered. After hearing this, Mukago stood up tremblingly, and carefully stood on the other side of Muzan. And Muzan began to close his eyes and meditate. After a while, Muzan said, Forget it, let's rest. Chibai, Let me tell you, this is you. If it were someone else, I would definitely kill him. After hearing this, Shibai asked desperately, how about Jiguiwan and Kokushibo? Muzan, does this person have cat cakes? How come which pot is not opened and which pot is lifted? Where is 12 Kazuki? Pull it down and kill it directly. Muzan just gave Shibai a blank look, ignored him, took off his clothes, and went straight to the bathroom. Shibai was so frightened that he covered Mukago's eyes. Advertisement. Kid, don't look around. This is not something you can look at. At the same time, Shibai had another sentence in his mind. This is only for me to see. Mukago asked weakly. Well, it seems. I've been seen by you, master. Shibai. Ah, children with sharp tongues are not at all attractive. Oh, forgot, Mukago is not a child. Ahem, these are not important, you go make the bed and rest later. Oh, Mukago promised to make the bed, but after walking a few steps, he suddenly thought of a problem. Then where do I sleep? Shibai rolled his eyes, left or right, choose yourself. But I'd rather sleep on it. Mukago said. Shibai. Depend on. Mukago can drive, what's going on? For this, Shibai could only touch her little head helplessly. Then, Mukago went upstairs to make the bed with a happy face. And Shibai sat down on the sofa. I was so nervous just now, I really need to take a good rest. And one more thing. That's the Muzan thing. If the relationship between himself and Muzan is made clear, then there is a problem between the ghost-killing squad and Muzan and 12 Kazuki. Of course, there's the perfect deadlock, the curse of the Ubayashiki family. Looking at these two problems, Shibai would of course choose the former problem, because that has a solution, unlike Ubayashiki's curse, a dead knot. Soon, Muzan emerged from the shower in a bathrobe. Seeing Shibai sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed and meditating, he asked, what are you thinking about? Shibai didn't mean to hide anything and said it directly. What else could it be, your problem with the Demon Slayer team, and the curse of Ubayashiki? That problem doesn't need to be solved, but Ubayashiki's curse is a big problem. You don't want to be hunted down all the time, do you? Muzan curled his lips, and said disdainfully, people from the ghost-killing squad, come and kill as many as you want. Shibai, just pretend that I was farting just now, and I didn't say anything. Forget it, go back to sleep. Shibai said and was about to go upstairs to sleep. Advertisement. After walking a few steps, Muzan didn't follow. What's the matter, Mrs. Muzan? Shibai asked. Hold me upstairs. After Muzan finished speaking, he stretched out his hand, motioning for Shibai to hug her. Shibai refused decisively. No, come up by yourself. The reason is simple, because Muzan is wearing a bathrobe, and if he is not careful, he will go straight away. I can't hold it back. Muzan is so easy to talk to. Shibai refused with his front foot, and Muzan tied his back foot in front of him with a whip. Hug. Muzan stretched out his hand again. This time, Shibai decisively picked Muzan and walked upstairs. If I don't hug her again, I guess I will really kill her. Upstairs, as soon as I entered the bedroom, I saw Mukago sitting on the edge of the bed helplessly, and after seeing Muzan, he knelt on the ground again. Master Muzan. Muzan ignored Mukago and motioned Shibai to put her on the bed. After putting Muzan on the bed, Shibai picked up Mukago and threw him on the bed. I told you not to quarrel. I went downstairs to take a shower. When Shibai came back, he saw Mukago who was supposed to be on the bed, kneeling on the ground again. Shibai sighed, picked up Mukago and put him on the bed again. At the same time, he got into the quilt and lay in the middle. One person on one side, no one should quarrel. What's the matter? Let's talk about it tomorrow morning. Mrs. Muzan, turn off the lights, thank you. After hearing this, Muzan stretched out the whip, snapped it, and turned off the light. Soon the room fell silent, leaving only the breathing of the three of them. After a while, Shibai fell asleep. Mukago also fell asleep in a daze. What? You ask Muzan aside, how dare Mukago fall asleep? This one is too sleepy to ask. As long as I'm sleepy, I have to sleep even with Izanagi around me. Only Muzan was left without sleep. At this time, Muzan was still thinking about the feeling during the day. Looking at Shibai, Muzan hesitated for a while, what should he do? After a while, Muzan's face was full of determination. Sitting up quietly, she lifted the quilt carefully, revealing Shibai who was sleeping. Chapter 108. The title arrives. Shibai, asleep, knowing nothing. Looking at Muzan who was wearing pajamas, he hesitated for a moment, and quietly untied Shibai's pajamas. After taking a cautious glance, he was stunned in place. FK. This is not quite right, it can turn a person into two halves. Is this what humans can achieve? It will definitely kill people. No, it will kill ghosts. At this time, Shibai, who was sleeping, suddenly felt something was wrong, and suddenly opened his eyes. Then they met Muzan's eyes directly. The atmosphere was once very awkward. After a few seconds of silence, Shibai asked with a little embarrassment. What, Mrs. Muzan, what do you want to do? I'll catch a cold if you look like this. Muzan. Shut up. After a soft drink. 10,000 words are omitted here. Of course, the only thing that can be known is that Shibai's screams are mixed in the middle. Help, help, shut up, save your life. Okay. Quote. Time flashed to noon. Shibai lay hopelessly on the bed, looking out of the window with a look of despair. Unexpected, absolutely unexpected. In just a few days, this kind of thing happened twice. What is the law of heaven? First Mukago, then Muzan, could it be that he belongs to Ninkaichen? Mukago on the side rubbed Chibai's shoulders intimately, without saying a word. As for Muzan, he half lied on the bed confidently, with a few blush on his face. After a while, Chibai said, I said, Mrs. Muzan, what's the matter with you? Damn, I really don't know what you think, it's too much for God to treat me so cruelly. However, Muzan rolled his eyes. Am I murdered? Chibai, I didn't know you had such a not wanting face until I stood there. I really underestimated you before. Do you want me to speak so clearly? Advertisement. Chibai, cough, cough, embarrassment, a little embarrassment. Why did Muzan directly expose his background without saying a word? Looking at Chibai's embarrassing look, Mukago on one side looked like he wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh, very cute. Don't, Mrs. Muzan, I know I was wrong. Give me some face, don't say anything. Chibai hurriedly surrendered. Just this once, Muzan said with a tsunere look. Chibai agreed, and wanted to go back to sleep, but suddenly thought of something. That's Doma. Hey, last time Doma bullied people so much, I have to sue. Yes, that's right. Thinking of this, Chibai threw himself into Muzan's arms. Ah, Mrs. Muzan, I'm being bullied, you have to help me. Muzan rolled his eyes at this. Damn it, who else could bully a 2-meter tall man besides himself? I'm afraid his head is harder than a rock. But seeing Chibai rubbing back and forth in his arms, Muzan could only say helplessly, stop rubbing. You don't feel ashamed of a 2-meter strong man rubbing around in the arms of a 165 centimeters woman. After hearing this, Chibai retorted confidently, what's wrong with me? Mrs. Muzan, tell yourself, what is the relationship between us? What's wrong with me? Ah, do you have other dogs outside? When he said this, Chibai's eyes immediately filled with tears, as if I wanted to show it. Muzan, what is this thing? He was obviously a normal person before, why did he become like a fool now? What are the 5 minds of own thinking, why did they attack him? What Muzan doesn't know is that this is the legendary love brain. Enough, Muzan said angrily, whoever bullied you, tell me. Hearing this, the tears in Chibai's eyes immediately disappeared. Doma from your 12 Kazuki. Last time I met him, he tried to kill me. I don't care, you have to clean up Doma. At this time, Doma, who was at the headquarters of the Bliss cult in Daya Mountain, suddenly sneezed a lot. Ah choo. Doma rubbed her nose, looking helpless. Ah, what's going on, how can you suddenly sneeze, it's really strange. Ah, I see, Lord Akaza must be missing me, that's why he sneezes. Advertisement. Then, I'll go there as soon as I finish eating these things, and I can't keep Akaza-sama waiting. After speaking, Doma turned on the wind and cloud mode with one arm in his hand. And Akaza, whom we are thinking about, has no idea that a trouble is approaching him. Go back to Chibai. Hearing Chibai's complaint, Muzan's face was black. Good guy, I have to say, own this little boyfriend is really lucky, he can meet Doma when he goes out. Thinking about it, Muzan said. Well, I see, I will clean up Doma. Chibai showed a bright smile after hearing this. Ha ha ha, Doma, although I can't beat you, my girlfriend is the king of ghosts. Accept the dimensionality reduction blow from the related households. At this moment, the long-lost system sound suddenly came. Open black lens bracket. Oh, dear host. Close black lens bracket. It seems that your little life is very nourishing. Close black lens bracket. The existence of this system is a bit redundant. Close black lens bracket. After Chibai heard this, he immediately said in his heart, there is no such thing, life is just so-so. System, don't think too much, how can your existence be superfluous, how can I exist without you? It is because of you that I am what I am today. You suddenly appeared today, do you have any task to inform me? The system is very satisfied with Chibai's words, and finally heard the host's flattery, it's really not easy to own this system. Open black lens bracket. Host, you are very promising. Close black lens bracket. Don't worry, I'm not here to post missions for you, I'm sending you mission rewards. Close black lens bracket. I don't know if you still remember the title reward some time ago. Close black lens bracket. After being reminded by the system, Chibai suddenly remembered the title reward some time ago. I also asked the system myself, and the system replied to own that it is being tailored. Chibai immediately said, remember, why, the title is customized. Open black lens bracket. All right. Close black lens bracket. The system said. The title is tailor-made, which will definitely satisfy you. Close black lens bracket. In the next second, the system directly released the title belonging to Chibai. The title reward arrives. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Integrating all your circumstances, your title reward is, close black lens bracket. At this moment, Chibai's heart was very tense. He knows that he has always been a non-chief, and the game lottery is guaranteed. If this title is a headshot maniac like last time, I can die directly. God bless, you must have a useful and good title. Chapter 109. Chibai, what? Did I hear something wrong? The title of OWN turned out to be the legendary Ghost Pillar. IFCK. Isn't the title of Ghost Pillar in recognition of Muzan's killing of all the lower strings except one of the lower strings, Nightmare, in a lower string meeting? Why is this title rewarded to myself? Are you sure? This is my title. System. You know, my teacher is Rao, the Overlord of Heaven, and I also inherited his title, so I can be regarded as the second generation of Overlord of Heaven. Then, you actually gave me a legendary Ghost Pillar. That's FCK outrageous. When the system heard Chibai's words, it immediately answered him. Oh, young man, this is the title for you, and this title is very suitable for you. Close black lens bracket. Look at what you've done, and think about it again, doesn't it quite fit the title? Close black lens bracket. You know, this system never makes mistakes, Ghost Pillar is the most suitable for you. Close black lens bracket. IFCK. Dog system. At $% and asterisk. $% and. Quote. What the system said, Chibai was so angry that he burst out a lot of dirty words. In this regard, the system is very calm. Oh, do you want love? Let me talk about the requirements for using the title. Close black lens bracket. Chibai. Does the title have usage requirements? Pit Father Ah. Requirements for the use of the title. Use the ghost column to become the title of the own column. Close black lens bracket. After saying this, the system fell into silence without a sound. But Chibai just stayed where he was. Use the ghost column to become the title of own column. This huge pit. After thinking about it, Chibai finally checked the effect of the legendary Ghost Pillar title. Title. The legendary Ghost Pillar. Close black lens bracket. Effect. A certain ghost will increase the favorability of you by 20%. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Other effects are unknown. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. A particular ghost. When seeing this, Chibai subconsciously glanced at Muzan, who had a Tsunere face. Well, it's too obvious that it's Muzan. However, the other effects are unknown. This is really. Chibai suspects that the cerebellum of the system has shrunk. Only the atrophy of the cerebellum can come up with this kind of reward. Thinking of this, Chibai sighed. Muzan, who heard Chibai sigh, asked, "What's the matter? You sighed suddenly." "Okay, don't sigh, I promise, I'll take care of Doma, don't feel bad." After speaking, Muzan reached out and patted Chibai on the head. Being slapped by Muzan like this, Chibai's melancholy mood dissipated immediately. Seeing such a beautiful Mrs. Muzan, there is nothing to be melancholy about. Chibai, who wanted to hug Muzan, suddenly thought of something. Turning to Mukago, he said, "Mukago, please, can you prepare some food, I'm a little hungry." Mukago listened, nodded, took the money and went to the street to buy groceries. Mukago said, "After all, I haven't been in the sun for a long time, and today is just enough." When Mukago left, Chibai looked at Muzan. "Mrs. Muzan, it's time for us to discuss a very important matter." "Speak." Muzan spit out a word. After hearing this, Chibai said, "It's a very simple matter, the matter of the ghost killing squad. Originally, we can wait a long time to talk about the topic of the Ghost Slayer squad, or we can avoid it. But now, something like this happened to the two of us, and there are some things that we can't continue to shirk." These words made Muzan frown. What is there to say? Ghosts and ghost killing team are at odds with each other. And you also said that only by beheading me can the Ubayashiki family be lifted from the curse, there is no other way. What, Chibai, are you planning to exterminate my relatives righteously and let the ghost killing team kill me? Lift the curse for the Ubayashiki family. Seeing Muzan's increasingly ugly face, Chibai wiped his cold sweat. "I'm not that great, the wife I just acquired can be killed with a backhand. Besides, this is what we are talking about now." Thinking of this, Chibai rushed up and squeezed Muzan's shoulders. Advertisement. Hiss, this feels really good. Cough cough cough, off topic. "Mrs. Muzan, we have reached this point, why are we willing to let you die? Aren't we discussing this matter again? Sooner or later we have to talk about this matter, it's better to talk about it now." Chibai said. Chibai's tone was very gentle, as if coaxing a child. Coincidentally, Muzan likes Chibai very much. After hearing what Chibai said, his tone obviously improved a lot. "What you said makes sense, but I still think it's the easiest way to kill everyone in the ghost killing squad. You'd better have a reason that can convince me, otherwise, I don't mind attacking the members of the ghost killing squad tomorrow." At this moment, Chibai's brain was running fast, thinking about how to deal with this matter. After a while, Chibai said, "Mrs. Muzan, look, what you want is not to be afraid of the sun and become a perfect creature, right? Only the blue Bionwa can do this. In order to find the blue Bionwa, you created the creature ghost. However, now I can tell you that your decision is wrong." "What?" Muzan asked, frowning. Chibai cleared his throat, and then he talked about the blue Bionwa. "This matter is more complicated. You have to know that the blue other shore flower only blooms in the sun, and it blooms at noon when the sun is heaviest. The time to bloom is only a few hours. The blue other shore flower blooms every 70 years, and there are still 9 years to go before the next bloom. Do you understand?" After the words, Muzan was stunned. For Chibai's words, Muzan didn't have the slightest doubt, because she could see that Chibai didn't lie, what he said was true. However, she never expected that the blue bana flowers only bloom during the day. And it only lasts a few hours. However, Mrs. Muzan ignored one thing, that is, she has been immune to sunlight and is no different from a normal person. Seeing the dumbfounded Muzan, Shibai strikes while the iron is hot. So, your decision is wrong, but you can't blame you for this matter, after all, you don't know. Now let's talk about ghosts. The blue bana flowers can only bloom during the day, and those ghosts are useless. Except for 12 Kazuki, there are only ordinary ghosts left. One of the reasons why the ghost-killing team kills ghosts is that ghosts do evil, so they must be killed. The ordinary ghosts you created not only can't help you, but also bring you a lot of trouble. Strictly speaking, except for 12 Kazuki, the rest of the ghosts are your burden. So, Mrs. Muzan, I advise you, it's better to start layoffs. Chapter 110 True Mrs. Muzan. Layoffs. The appearance of these two words seemed to light a flame in Muzan's eyes. At this time, her two red eyes actually emitted red light, which made Shibai feel shuddering all over. Shibai clearly felt that Muzan was very interested in layoffs. Speak carefully. Muzan ordered. What are you talking about carefully? Shibai shrugged and expressed his incomprehension. But seeing Muzan's red eyes, he still explained. An ancient law says that soldiers lie in precision, not in abundance. As I said before, if you still insist on looking for the blue bana, you can leave 12 Kazuki behind and let them find it for you. Of course, it's up to you to keep the winding or leave it to your own will. I don't care about you. However, it is absolutely impossible for ordinary ghosts to stay. They won't be of any help, they will only add to the chaos. The ghost-killing squad is the best proof. Hearing this, Muzan wanted to refute. Although those ordinary ghosts are useless, at least they can be used as mobile cameras. Without waiting for Muzan to speak, Shibai directly saw through Muzan's thoughts. Don't think about their usefulness, the truth is that they are useless, not even as a camera. Their greatest use is to drag you down. I remember, there is one called Nakame in your infinite city. Her vampire technique can replace the function of the camera without revealing herself. What he said made Muzan suspicious. No, Shibai. What? Shibai looked at Muzan suspiciously. I didn't realize until now that you seem to know those subordinates better than myself. Besides, you know almost all these big and small things. In the next second, Muzan's face suddenly approached Shibai's cheek, and Shibai, who was caught off guard, blushed suddenly. Still red and red. My little boyfriend, you really surprised me. With such a close distance, Shibai could smell Muzan's mouth. How to say that? It's not the smell of blood as imagined, but the smell of fragrance. What is the specific fragrance? A bit like lemon mint. It seems that our Mrs. Muzan usually pays attention to oral hygiene. Advertisement. What? Mrs. Muzan, don't talk so hot. It's true that I asked you to lay off employees, and I also have my own selfish intentions. Shibai said shyly. If there are no ordinary ghosts left, and only 12 Kazuki is left, I won't have to go out on missions so often, and then we can. Hearing these words, Muzan frowned and showed a smile. It looks like this, then I can reward you well. Then, there's no after that, VIPs can't watch it either, let's just skip it. The time came tonight. After a day of tossing, Shibai didn't feel tired at all, and neither did Muzan. After all, both of them have inhuman physiques, so tiredness does not exist. After eating the meal made by Mukago, the three of them lay on the sofa like salted fish. Mrs. Muzan, don't feel bad about layoffs. Shibai said lazily. Muzan rolled his eyes. Of course I don't feel bad anymore, but there are too many miscellaneous fish ghosts, and it's too laborious to clean up. I plan to let Akaza and the others go out to work first, and get the ghosts from other places to Infinite City first. Then I slowly clean it up myself, leaving only 12 Kazuki, and when it's all cleaned up. HMPH, I want you to take me to find the blue othershore flower. Do you hear me? Yes. Shibai made an okay gesture. But he rolled his eyes in his heart. How deep is our Mrs. Muzan's obsession with the blue bana flower? Thinking of this, Shibai decided to remind Muzan that she is not afraid of the sun anymore. Well, madam, is there a possibility that you are not afraid of the sun now? Hearing Shibai's words, Muzan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. After a while, he said, yes, with your chi, I am no longer afraid of the sun. So what's the use of you wanting blue bana flowers? Shibai continued. What's the use? Muzan repeated and thought for a while before giving an answer. I've been looking for it for thousands of years, and I'm not used to not looking for it suddenly. Now that the blue Bionwa flower is within reach, I need to look for it even more. Well, Shibai covered his own face. Sure enough, obsessive-compulsive disorder is really difficult to deal with. Not only people have it, but she also has it. At this time, Muzan suddenly thought of something, and said happily, you haven't seen my man's appearance yet, I'll change back and show you. Advertisement. Shibai. This. Why did Muzan suddenly think of this? Don't change. I finally accepted Muzan, if I become a man, I'm afraid I will have a psychological shadow in the future. Before Shibai could stop Muzan, Muzan had started to change back to his original form. I saw Muzan's body began to change little by little as if it had melted. In the panic on Shibai's face, Muzan turned into a little lowly. That's right, it's the little loli, and it's the same style as Mukago. Seeing this scene, Shibai was dumbfounded, and so was Mukago. And Muzan was so dazed that he couldn't be more dazed. I obviously wanted to turn back into a man, so why did I become a woman again? What's the situation? Mrs. Muzan, your idea is very bold. Shibai said with a smirk. Muzan hastily retorted. What are you thinking about? Put away your dirty thoughts. I just want to go back to my old self. It must be because I haven't changed back for too long. I won't change, just wait, I'll try again. After speaking, Muzan continued to try. This time Muzan directly turned into a full body. She has white hair, 9 pipe whips extending from her back, her lower body is wrapped in fur, and there are huge gaping mouths all over her body. It's just that her appearance is still female. After Shibai saw it, he stared blankly. It's not that Muzan in this look is ugly, but it's too good looking. Just, how to put it, there is a kind of wild beauty. Shibai is happy, but Muzan is desperate. She was originally going to be fully transformed so that she could return to her original form. However, not only does it change back, but even the full body shape is a woman. During the period of change, Muzan clearly felt that the concept of masculinity in own cells and even genes was completely erased. In other words, the current Muzan has completely become Mrs. Muzan. It's the kind that can't be changed. Chapter 111 Taking Muzan on a Mission. Ah, what's going on? Muzan said sullenly. I can't change back. Hearing this, Shibai instantly became energetic. Really? What's going on? Shibai asked worriedly. Of course, he was faking his worry. Who would want to see Kibutsuji Muzan in manly form? Isn't this destroying Dao heart? Muzan shook his head. I don't know, the concept of masculinity seems to be erased from me, and I can only look like this from now on. Hearing Muzan's words, Shibai was overjoyed. Wonderful. Although I don't know why it is like this. But this is a good thing. Ha ha ha. Although he was happy in his heart, Shibai didn't show it on his face, he was still worried. It's okay, don't worry, this looks great, if you want to become a man, who should I hug? Right. When Muzan heard this, it made sense. Ever since, the originally unhappy mood improved a lot in an instant. HMPH, you're right. Okay, let's go to rest. After Muzan finished speaking, he took the lead and walked upstairs to the bedroom. Seeing this, Shibai grabbed Mukago and hurriedly followed. In the bedroom, according to the old rules, Muzan turned off the lights, and the three of them just closed their eyes. Suddenly, a crow shouted frantically outside the window. It appeared. Shibai go to support, go to support, go to support. This shout successfully shouted all three of them. Muzan looked angry, and the whip behind him had appeared, aiming at the crow to kill it. Fortunately, Shibai stopped Muzan with quick eyesight and quick hands. Because the crow outside the window is his crow, Kuromaru. Don't do it, this is the crow assigned to me by the ghost-killing team. Now I have a task, just wait. After Shibai finished speaking, he opened the window and let the black pill fly onto On's arm. Where is the ghost here, Kuromaru? Haiwan immediately said. Quick Shibai, follow me, Sunrise Mountain, there is a ghost in Sunrise Mountain. Advertisement. There is a temple in that area, and there are children in the temple. If you go late, I'm afraid they will all die. Sunrise Mountain. Shibai thought for a moment, then remembered. Isn't that where Himahima Kume is located? In other words, just tonight, the tragedy of Himahima Kume will happen. Kaigaku met a ghost. In order to survive, he made a deal with the ghost, extinguished the wisteria flowers in the temple, and let the ghost enter the temple. Himahima Kume beat up the evil spirit with his fists, dragged on until dawn, and finally the evil spirit was wiped out in the sun. But all the children in the temple died, except for the youngest child. But Himahima Kume was caught as a murderer. If it weren't for Ubayashiki Kagaya, I'm afraid he would really be finished. But since I came here, some tragedies should stop. Besides, Muzan is still my wife. If I don't understand this matter, then I don't need to live. However, according to the distance from here to Sunrise Mountain, by the time I arrive, the day lily is probably cold. Just when Shibai was about to ask the system if there is a good way, Muzan spoke. Damn it, layoffs are really necessary. It actually interrupted my rest. Leave this matter to me. Soon, it will be there, and I will go too. After speaking, Muzan took off his pajamas and put on a set of clothes that are easy to move. Shibai didn't hesitate after hearing this, and put on the uniform of the ghost-killing squad, ready to go. Although he was surprised that Muzan would help him kill the ghost, but now is not the time to be surprised. Mukago, look after your home. Muzan ordered. Yeah, Mukago obediently agreed. The next second, a sound of Pippa suddenly sounded, and the figures of Shibai and Muzan disappeared into the villa, leaving only Mukago alone. As for the crow, it had already left. The figures of the two appear in Infinity City, and in front of them is a woman holding Pippa with her face covered. Muzan said to the woman, Nakame, send us to Sunrise Mountain. Before Shibai could look at the Infinite City, the two disappeared from the Infinite City and appeared in Sunrise Mountain. As soon as the two stood firm, a small figure ran out of the forest and bumped into Shibai's body. And that little figure staggered and fell to the ground, but quickly got up from the ground, and ran down the mountain without looking back. Shibai naturally saw who that little figure was. Advertisement. Who else but Kaigaku? It seems that he has made a deal with the evil spirits to extinguish the wisteria fragrance. The current Kaigaku should be running away. Although I really want to catch up with Kaigaku, but the current situation is obviously not suitable. Still the same sentence, wait until the time comes to Taoshin to deal with him. Immediately, Shibai grabbed Muzan's hand and ran towards the temple. Soon, the two arrived at the temple. The temple at night should have been very quiet, but the screams of children and the roar of Himehime Kume broke the original silence. With no time to greet Muzan, Shibai rushed into the temple and ran straight to the place where the screams came from. After arriving at the screaming place, Shibai saw the children fighting with the evil spirits. And Himehime Kume could only protect the youngest child because he was blind, and tried to find the location of the evil spirit. At this time, the situation of the children was not very good, and one child had already been cut with a large wound. Seeing this, Shibai stopped grumbling, and rushed into the room with a stride, grabbed the ghost's head, and when he exerted force on his hand, he heard a click. The ghost's head was actually crushed by Shibai with bare hands. Then he threw the ghost directly into the courtyard. Shibai said, I am the pillar of the ghost-killing squad, Shibai. Hurry up and hide behind Mr. Baiminyu, and stop thinking about fighting the evil spirits. Leave this matter to me. The children who received the instructions immediately hid behind Baiminyu. Himehime Kume wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Shibai. What's the matter? Wait until I kill the evil spirit. After finishing speaking, Shibai left the house and came to the evil ghost whose head was crushed. At this time, the evil ghost's head had just recovered half, and it could already move. Just when the evil spirit was about to run away, Shibai grabbed him. Then there was Puff several times. Shibai directly pulled off the ghost's limbs. Looking at the evil ghost's painful face, Shibai said softly, Come on, let me take you to meet an acquaintance of yours, she has something to tell you. After speaking, Shibai pinched the head of the evil spirit and left the temple, and went outside. And Muzan was standing outside waiting for Shibai. After seeing Muzan, Shibai threw the evil spirit in front of Muzan. Advertisement Chapter 112, Layoffs are necessary. Mrs. Muzan, come say hello to your men. If it wasn't for him, we should rest at this time, instead of running around for the task of the ghost-killing squad. Shibai said. After hearing this, Muzan looked at the ghost with no limbs under his feet with a gloomy face. Originally, Muzan didn't think layoffs should be taken too seriously, but after this incident, she suddenly felt that layoffs are still necessary. After all, she didn't want Shibai to get up in the middle of the night, abandon herself, and deal with these useless subordinates. The ghost without limbs was stunned after seeing Muzan. Immediately, a fear from the bone marrow and a memory deep in his mind made him try to pose in a kneeling position. No, Master Muzan, how did you come here? But Muzan didn't even look at him, a pipe whipped deep behind himself, piercing deep into the ghost's brain. In the next second, the ghost's body began to change, twisting and deforming continuously, and finally exploded with a snap. Turned into a pool of lifeless flesh and blood. Trash, waste my time. Muzan said very unhappy. Then he looked at Shibai. You're right, Shibai, it's really necessary to lay off staff. Now that this rubbish has lost its proper function, it's better to dispose of it. Now, the matter is over, let's go back to sleep. After Muzan finished speaking, he took Shibai's hand and was about to notify Nakame in Infinite City to send him back. However, it was rejected by Shibai. Wait, I still have some things to do, I have to see how Mr. Baiminyu is doing. Sorrowful Island, Muzan murmured. Is it a monk in this temple? Oh, I remembered. Before you heard that there was a ghost in Sunrise Mountain, you were very nervous. Now it seems that it is because of this person named Baiminyu. Can't you see, my little boyfriend, you're actually interested in a man. Shibai, look, what are these tiger and wolf words? How could I be interested in a man? I just want to change the fate of Himehime Kume. Mrs. Muzan, what the hell are you talking about? Advertisement. I'm a ghost, isn't it normal for me to talk nonsense? Muzan said with a smile. These words directly shocked Shibai. Good guy, pass it on, Mrs. Muzan's venomous tongue has begun to be used. Looking at the shocked Shibai, Muzan walked towards the temple. Don't be in a daze, I'm also a little curious, and I can make you such a caring person. Hearing Muzan's greeting, Shibai didn't speak, but just took 2 quick steps to follow. The two went straight to the room where Himehime Kume was. At this point, Himehime Kume had calmed down the panicked children. Just as he was about to get up and go out, he heard footsteps, which came straight to Own. Namo Amitabha, thank you very much. If you hadn't come in time, I'm afraid the children would have been killed by evil spirits. Himehime Kume said with folded hands. When he said this, there were still tears in his eyes. It's just that there is something wrong with Himehime Kume's tears, because his tears are almost like a stream. I have to say, what a man with well-developed tear glands. You're welcome, Mr. Baiminyu. After hearing Shibai's voice, Himehime Kume was a little surprised. It turned out to be you. I didn't expect you to save me and the children. You have been here 3 times. I still don't know your name. My name is Shibai, and I'm the pillar of the Ghost Slayer squad. Shibai said. Nawu Amitabha, thank you Shibai benefactor very much. Bimingyu said and bowed to Shibai. Seeing this, Shibai hurriedly helped Himehime Kume up. I'm the pillar of the ghost-killing team. This is what I should do. There's no need to be so polite. However, Mr. Baimingyu, do you know why ghosts come into your temple lit with wisteria flowers? Hearing this question, Himehime Kume also had a trace of doubt on his face. Yes, the wisteria flowers are lit in the own temple, which will drive away all ghosts who approach, and it is impossible for ghosts to come in. I heard Chibai continue to say, the reason is very simple, because one of the children you adopted, named Kaigaku, encountered a ghost when he returned late. In order to survive, he traded the lives of all the people in the temple with the ghosts, extinguished the wisteria flowers, and took the initiative to let the ghosts in. These words were like a bolt from the blue, petrifying Himehime Kume on the spot. He did not expect that the child would betray the entire temple. Advertisement. Why? Himehime Kume's tears flowed out again, this time his tears were like a flood breaking a bank, far exceeding the last time. And the group of children heard the conversation between Chibai and Baimingyu, and knew the culprit Kaigaku, and they all became angry. Damn, it's Kaigaku for doing this. Yeah, where is he now? I must teach him a lesson. Yes, yes. The youngest child stepped forward to wipe away tears for Baiming Island. The tears that broke the embankment could not be wiped clean at all. Big brother, stop crying, we will be obedient in the future. When the other children heard what the youngest child said, they also followed suit. We will protect you from now on, big brother, I won't be afraid of evil spirits coming again. Yes, yes. And Chibai didn't speak, just stood aside, quietly watching this scene. However, he was very moved in his heart. Strolling. Why do you feel that in Ghost Slayer, apart from his wife Muzan, there are also a small number of tragedies caused by Kaigaku? You really deserve to be brother shavings. I must ask Muzan later, and if I meet a Kaigaku in the future, I will kill him directly. Under the comfort of the child's chatter, Himejima Kiyome soon stopped being sad and returned to normal. Wiping his tears, Himejima Kiyome said to Chibai. I made you laugh, Mr. Chibai. When you told me that the kid named Kaigaku betrayed me, I felt like the whole sky was falling. Is it true that children are evil by nature? However, these children told me that evil will only appear in a very small number of people. Most children are kind, Amitabha. Well, you're right. Chibai nodded, however, when I came, I saw the group of children fighting ghosts with weapons, trying to protect you. As soon as he said this, Himejima Kiyome's tears burst again. Ah, it turned out to be like this, thank you very much, children. Looking at the tears in Baimingyu, Chibai really wanted to ask him, did you put water pipes in your eyes? Chapter 113 Stay. Chibai only knows one person with such a well-developed lacrimal gland. As for who that person is, I won't say, I can only say that it is an ordinary little virgin. Fortunately, Baimingyu didn't have any knots because of this. After waiting for a while, Baimingyu's mood returned to normal. Only then did Chibai say, Mr. Baimingyu, there is a small matter I would like to trouble you with. Ah, tell me, if I can do it, I will help you, Baimingyu said. Well, can you arrange a place for me and my wife? It's getting late, I don't want to go back, Chibai said. There was no pressure on Baimingyu for this matter, and he agreed directly. Soon, Mingyu brought Chibai and Muzan to a guest room. Just live here, Mr. Chibai, there are new bedding in the closet, you can just take it out. Yeah, okay. Chibai nodded and was ready to rest with Muzan. However, Baimingyu didn't leave, and stood there, as if he wanted to say something. Seeing this, Chibai said, What's the matter, Mr. Baimingyu? Is there anything else? After hesitating for a moment, Baimingyu said, I want to ask you to help me repair the gate of the temple. I can't do it alone. This, Chibai expressed disbelief in Baimingyu's words. There's nothing he can do with his strength, if he doesn't come, that ghost can be hammered by him from dark to dawn. Seeing Baimingyu like this, he probably has something to say. Ever since, Chibai agreed. It is good. Turning around, he said to Muzan, Mrs. Muzan, I'll help him first, and I'll be right back. Muzan didn't speak, just nodded, then took out the quilt from the closet and started to make the bed. And Chibai followed Baiming Island to the gate. As soon as he picked up the door, Baimingyu said, Mr. Chibai, there are some things I want to tell you, but your wife is at the side, so it's not convenient for me to say it. That's why I called you here. Hearing this, Chibai was not surprised at all, he guessed right. You say. After getting the consent, Baimingyu said, Mr. Chibai, you should stay away from your wife. What Baimingyu said made Chibai very puzzled. What's wrong? Baimingyu continued. You know, I'm blind and can't see. Advertisement, however, I was able to see things suddenly just now, but what I saw was the internal structure of the body. I saw that your wife has 5 brains and 7 hearts in her body. She is very likely not a human, she is a ghost. Chibai. Shit. What's the matter with this blind man? Why did he suddenly turn on and hang up, and use the transparent world? Hang up. This is cheating, however, Chibai is quite fortunate, at least the way Baimingyu told On is quite tactful. As soon as he came up, he threw a golden bowl at Muzan and drank loudly. Monster, I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Then there are the majestic Tianlong, the world-honored one, and the Prajna Buddhas. If so, tisk, the picture is too beautiful to imagine. However, Chibai still expressed his gratitude for the reminder of Baiming Island. Okay, I see, Mr. Baimingyu. However, there is no possibility. You are too nervous to read it wrong? You know, ghosts eat people, how can they coexist peacefully with people? Hearing Chibai's words, Baimingyu wanted to refute, but couldn't. I could only recite the Buddha's name and began to repair the gate. After 10 minutes of work, the door was repaired, and they closed the door and went to sleep. Just as Chibai was on his way back to the room, the system sounded. It is, as it sounds, lazy. Congratulations to the host for changing some events. The reward for this mission is a handbook. Close black lens bracket, stop talking, I'm so sleepy, I don't like working the night shift, you can play by yourself, I'll go to bed first. Close black lens bracket. After speaking, there is no sound from the system. Chibai was left alone in the wind. What's going on with this system? Still need to sleep, this, can't be a person. However, Chibai only struggled with this question for a few seconds before forgetting about it. Muzan is still waiting for himself to sleep, and he has fractionated divinity, which is not good. Soon, Chibai returned to the guest room. Muzan had already laid out the bedding, waiting for Chibai to come back. After seeing Chibai, Muzan hid in the bed. Advertisement. Immediately, Chibai also changed clothes and lay down under the blanket. At this time, Muzan suddenly said, "This monk looks pretty good. If he becomes a ghost, none of the lower strings in 12 Kazuki will be his opponent." In this regard, Chibai said, "Yes, he is the rock pillar of the future, even Kokoshibu praised him." Hearing this, Muzan was very puzzled. Huh, future rock pillar? Kokoshibu complimenting him? Chibai nodded to show that Muzan was right. However, Muzan turned Chibai's face away and said seriously, "Please explain to me, how do you know what will happen in the future? Also, will I get the blue Bana flower in the future?" "I won't tell you." Chibai turned over and refused to answer Muzan's question. However, how could Muzan let Chibai go, like an octopus, crawled from one side of Chibai to the other side of Chibai? Say it, say it." Seeing the curiosity on Muzan's face, Chibai could only answer Muzan's question. "You didn't get the blue Bana flower, and you were almost cut into shredded potatoes. As for the future rock pillar, it's very simple. You can see that Baimingyu's body is so strong, and the breath of rock is naturally suitable for him." Hearing Chibai's words, Muzan nodded suspiciously, and curled into Chibai's arms. However, after a while, Muzan asked again, "Why don't we leave tonight? With Nikim's vampire technique, it's convenient." At this time, Chibai had already started to feel drowsy. Subconsciously said, "Tomorrow, the Demon Slayer squad will probably come, maybe Ubayashiki Kagaya will come too. As the ancestor of the Ubayashiki family, you have to say hello to the younger generation, right? Damn it. This is the truest thought in Muzan's mind. Are there any younger generations who chased and killed the ancestors, still chasing and killing for 1,000 years? This is outrageous. Really, filial piety is powerful, of course, our Mrs. Muzan feels no fault of her own." "Chibai!" Muzan shouted coquettishly. This soft shout made Chibai wake up. "Oh, what's the matter, Mrs. Muzan? Tell me, what exactly do you want?" Muzan asked again. "What else can I do? Help people to the end," Chibai said helplessly. The matter of Baiming Island is still settled. This time Muzan didn't ask after hearing this, but grabbed Chibai's handle with his backhand. "In this way, shall I reward you? Chapter 114 You Can't Beat Me." Immediately, Chibai was shocked. "Chibai, what is this for? When did Mrs. Muzan of my family take the initiative? But, in the current situation, isn't it inappropriate?" "What, Mrs. Muzan, this is in a temple, or someone else's house. I think it's better for us to have a good rest tonight." Chibai reluctantly rejected Muzan's proposal. You know, Himejima Kiyome is blind. As the old saying goes, when God closes a door for you, he will open a window for you. Who knows if Himejima Kiyome's hearing has been enhanced? If this is hearing enhancement plus a transparent world opened inadvertently, boy, isn't this a proper live broadcast? Embarrassment is not embarrassment, do not say. If Himejima Kiyome said that he blasphemed the sacred land of Buddhism, it would be really hard to argue. Considering all the circumstances, Chibai chose to reject Muzan. However, Muzan's words directly broke Chibai's defense. "Oh, so my little boyfriend is dying." When Muzan said this, his expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with a look called contempt. "I can't do it." Chibai exploded in an instant. "FK, I'll let you know if I can do it or not." In the next second, the lights in the room suddenly went out. Until after dawn. When Chibai was sleeping soundly with Muzan in his arms, a noise woke them up. Sleepy-eyed Chibai listened to the noise coming from outside the door with a look of impatience. "Oh, it's really annoying, I just fell asleep and was woken up." Rubbing his hair, Chibai put on his clothes and was about to go out to see what was going on. It happened that Muzan also woke up at this time, looked at Chibai who was dressed neatly, and asked, "Huh? Woke up so early, what are you doing?" "What else can I do? It's too noisy, I can't sleep, I'll go and see what's going on," Chibai said and walked towards the door. And Muzan stopped Chibai. "Wait, let's go together." After speaking, Muzan also got up and took another step, and walked outside together with Chibai. Advertisement. The two left the room and walked straight to the source of the noise. That is the gate of the temple. At this time, the gate of the temple was already surrounded by dense crowds of people, and Himejima Kiyome and the group of children were surrounded by the crowd. As the distance approached, Chibai also heard a lot of voices scolding Himejima Kiyome. I just knew how a blind man like him could take care of so many children. You're right, look, that child has such a big wound, it must have been hit by that blind monk. Call the police, let the police station clean up this monk. Himejima Kiyome stood helplessly in the middle of the crowd, trying to explain what happened last night, but no one listened to his explanation. The children around him were also trying to talk about what happened last night. To prove Himejima Kiyome innocent, but there will be a few people who listen to children. Even if someone heard what the child said, they would laugh it off as if nothing happened. After all, ghosts are just legends in their eyes, so how could a child's words be taken seriously? Muzan on the side looked at the people who were talking, and whispered to Chibai. It should be that they quarreled with you. I'll kill them. What Muzan said made Chibai break out in cold sweat, and hurriedly stopped Muzan. Don't use it first, although I also think your method is good, but it is definitely not possible to do it this way. I'll solve it. After Chibai finished speaking to Muzan, he shouted towards the crowd. Get out of the way. When the crowd heard Chibai's voice, someone wanted to refute Chibai. But when they turned around and saw Chibai, who was 2 meters tall and strong, they all shut their mouths. If this makes this person unhappy, why not be punched into a cake? So the crowd made way for Chibai, revealing a helpless Himejima Kiyome among them. Amitabha, Mr. Chibai. Himejima Kiyome was about to say something when he was interrupted by Chibai. It's okay, Mr. Baimingyu, the truth is often not easily discovered, and people are more willing to believe the truth they see with their eyes. After speaking, Chibai looked at the crowd. You all say again that Mr. Baimingyu abused children, then please show the evidence. Show evidence, whatever you say, if you can't show evidence, then don't blame me. Advertisement. After Chibai finished speaking, he picked up a stone and crushed it into pieces in front of everyone. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva when they saw it. If it was pinched on their bodies, their bones might turn into powder. Finally, someone boldly said, look at that child, there is such a big wound on his body, it must have been cut by this blind monk with a knife. As soon as he finished speaking, Chibai cursed directly. You fart. He cut it with a knife, why don't you say that he nodded with his teeth? You expect a blind man to cut a wound on a child with a knife in the middle of the night, but it won't kill you. Your idea is quite unique. I think this is something you have done, otherwise, how would you know clearly? After speaking, the eyes of the people around him looked at him with some inexplicable things, and they moved away from him a lot. The person who spoke was too remorseful, and he didn't expect that a strong man could still speak so well. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a word for a long time. After a while, another voice came from the crowd. So you can say that the people from the police station will come, you can tell them, I'll see if they believe it, anyway, someone has already called the police. As soon as these words came out, the people around seemed to have a backbone, and they echoed one after another. Yes, wait until the police arrive. You explain it to the police. Yes. Regarding this, Chibai did not panic in the slightest. The big deal, I just fly the pigeons, not the crows, let the Ubayashikas solve it. Ubayashiki has a big family and a big business, and it couldn't be easier to settle this matter. Okay, let's wait until the police arrive. Before the police come, you also shut up. If someone dares to talk too much, he will be smashed to pieces like the stone before. Hearing Chibai's words, everyone shut their mouths one after another, not daring to say anything. And Chibai walked out of the center of the crowd with Himejima Kiyome and the children. The waiting time is long. After a while, the figure of the policeman appeared. But it looks like something is wrong. Why did the police seem to be following someone, but it was so far away that Chibai couldn't see clearly at all. Chapter 115. The eyes over the millennium. Just because Chibai can't see clearly doesn't mean Muzan can't see clearly. Muzan moved closer to Chibai and whispered, the police are here, and they are accompanied by 3 members of the ghost killing squad. Those members of the ghost killing squad, do you know any of them? Chibai asked. No, Muzan shook his head. Of the 3 people, 2 are male and 1 female. One of the men, wearing a white haori, didn't hold the Nichirin blades. Looks. Why does he look a little like me? Muzan's voice was full of doubts. Hearing this, Chibai already knew who was coming. Who else but Ubayashiki Kagaya could look like the masculine Muzan? However, to Chibai's surprise, Ubayashiki Kagaya came at this time. In the original book, after Himejima Kiyome was arrested and sentenced, Ubayashiki Kagaya came to help, but now. Well, I'll tell you what's going on later, just watch and don't talk later, Chibai instructed Muzan. After hearing this, Muzan didn't agree or disagree, but frowned. Another moment passed. Finally, the police and the Ghost Slayer squad came here. When Chibai saw the lead policeman, he was very surprised that he could see an acquaintance here. The leading policeman was also surprised when he saw Chibai. Chibai, Mr. Masaya Abe, then the two said in unison, why are you here? After hearing this, Abe Masaya replied, I am the chief of the police station. I heard that there are people abducting and trafficking children here, so I came here. The one who kidnapped and trafficked children, could it be? Speaking of this, Abe Masaya looked at Chibai with vigilance. Seeing this, Chibai hastily explained, it's not me, I'm just here on a mission, the specific situation is as follows. Blah blah blah. After speaking, the vigilance in Abe Masaya's eyes disappeared. Scared, ha ha ha, it turned out to be like this. After this matter is settled, you have to go home with me. Keiko kept mentioning you at home. I tried to escape with Shikigami several times, but I caught me. Regarding Abe Masaya's proposal, Chibai directly rejected it. What are you kidding? You still go to see Keiko. Chibai will never forget the fear of being dominated by Keiko. A loli keeps saying that she wants to sleep in bed without clothes. This is a real punishment, advertisement. No, there are still things to deal with later. Look, the protagonists of our ghost killing team are all here, and we have to report on their duties later, so I don't think we have much time. Okay. Masaki Abe nodded. Just when Chibai was talking to Abe Masaya, an irresistible situation appeared here at Ubayashiki Kagaya. Ubayashiki Kagaya, who wanted to say hello to Chibai, suddenly saw Muzan frowning. Immediately, all eyes were attracted by Muzan, and Muzan also felt Ubayashiki Kagaya's gaze and looked over. The two just looked at each other. This is the stare at each other across the millennium, the stare at the millennium before and the millennium after. The moment Muzan looked at each other, there was a voice in Ubayashiki Kagaya's mind telling him. It's him, the young hero Neza. Tui. That's bad, it should be, there's a voice telling Ubayashiki Kagaya. The person who meets your eyes is Kibutsuji Muzan. The 1,000-year-old sinner who made Ubayashiki's house cursed by God. At the same time, it is also the Ghost King who has let the Ubayashiki family be hunted down for thousands of years by generations of patriarchs. As long as you kill her, everything is over. Destroy her. Destroy her. Destroy her. Wait. Ubayashiki Kagaya suddenly noticed something was wrong. Although there is very little information about Kibutsuji Muzan left by his family, the information left has shown that she is a man, but why is she now a woman? Just when Ubayashiki Kagaya was very puzzled, a big hand patted on his shoulder. Kagaya, I didn't expect you to be dishonest. Madame Amane is still on the sidelines. How dare you look at other beauties so blatantly? I'm not, I don't, Ubayashiki Kagaya subconsciously said. After finishing speaking, he realized that it was Chibai, so he couldn't help turning around and hitting Chibai's chest. Even the protagonist of the ghost killing squad dares to ridicule, you've done your job. After hearing this, Chibai shrugged. Let's end at the end, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I regret being a pillar. Advertisement. Ubayashiki Kagaya shook his head. I really don't understand why you dislike Zu so much. Chibai spread his hands, saying that I have no choice. Immediately said hello to Ubayashiki Amane. Mrs. Amane, long time no see. Ah, it's been a long time. I haven't seen you. Chibai. Ubayashiki Amane spoke in a very low voice, making it difficult for Chibai to listen. However, what puzzled Chibai was that Ubayashiki Amane blushed when he said this. IFCK. You're blushing bubble teapot. Nothing happened to us. You blushing B********. D. Unexpectedly, after Ubayashiki Amane blushed, Ubayashiki Kagaya glanced at her and blushed as if remembering something. Chibai. Dage big sister, why are you blushing? At this time, Chibai is actually a bit hopeless. Own wife Muzan is still watching there. If she gets jealous. Come on, don't talk about the Ghost Slayer squad. Tokyo is worth less than half of it. Just when Chibai had nothing to love in his life, Muzan quietly stood aside, watching them. At this moment, seeing this scene, she felt nothing in her heart. After thousands of years, her heart has long been as hard as steel. Except for someone named Chibai who can melt her heart. Even when she looked at Ubayashiki Kagaya, the younger generation after 1,000 years, her heart did not fluctuate. The only thought is, sure enough, as Chibai said, Ubayashiki's house is cursed. But, Ubayashiki is Ubayashiki, and I am Kibutsuji, what does this have to do with me? However, sometimes it's nice to see the excitement. With this in mind, Muzan stood aside and watched the excitement between On's little boyfriend in Ubayashiki's house. At this time, Ubayashiki Kagaya and Amane were no longer blushing and returned to normal. Sorry Chibai, I lost my composure, sorry, Ubayashiki Kagaya said softly. Immediately pointing to the side, a middle-aged man holding Nichirin blades said, let me introduce to you, this is the current dojo, Dozashiro. He came with me to keep me safe. Chibai said hello after hearing this. Hi, Mr. Dozashiro, I'm Zaru too, but I didn't think of my name. My name is Chibai. Hello, Chibai. Dozashiro said a word dryly and then stopped talking. Chapter 116 Tisk, the truth. Ubayashiki Kagaya explained. Tuju is not good at talking, so he rarely talks, please forgive me. Chibai nodded and said nothing. After all, this soil pillar is just a trick, and his name has never been heard in the original book. It doesn't matter whether he talks or not, whether he has a good relationship with himself or not. By the way, Kagaya, why did you come here suddenly? Chibai asked. It's just a little ghost, but the leader of our ghost killing team came here in person. I can only tell you that it is a dream guide, it guides me to harvest a future pillar here. So I came with Amane, said Ubayashiki Kagaya. Chibai looked suddenly enlightened after hearing this. I have forgotten that the Ubayashiki family can predict the future through dreams. Just when Chibai was telling Ubayashiki Kagaya what happened here, he was interrupted. By the way, Chibai, do you know that woman over there? Ubayashiki Kagaya pointed at Muzan while speaking. Shibai hesitated at this question. What, don't you know? Ubayashiki Kagaya asked. That actually is not. Shibai scratched his hair. She's my wife, ha ha ha, although we've only met for a short time, we've already made a private appointment for life, and we'll get married when the evil spirit disappears. At the same time, Shibai added in his heart. Only normal ghosts plus 12 Kazuki, my wife can't disappear. Seeing Shibai happy, Ubayashiki Kagaya felt very sad. Poor Shibai, he doesn't know that the person he loves is an evil ghost, and this is Kibutsuji Muzan, the king of ghosts. Such a tragic thing, how on earth would I tell him the truth? Presumably this must be Kibutsuji Muzan who killed the person Shibai liked and impersonated the girl. Hey, thinking of this, Ubayashiki Kagaya's eyes revealed a look of sadness. Coincidentally, Shibai caught this trace of sadness and couldn't help but feel a little strange. What is he sad about? What Shibai didn't know was that at this time, Ubayashiki Kagaya had already made up a tragic drama in his mind. Of course, if Shibai knew about it, he would probably say, you play a lot. Advertisement. For a moment, the two fell into silence. At this moment, Abe Masaya who was on the side broke the silence. Okay, Shibai, the problem here has been solved. It has already shown that Mr. Baimingyu is a good person, and he has not abused children. After hearing this, Shibai walked 2 steps quickly and came in front of Abe Masaya. So fast? I thought it would take a long time, and Abe Masaya turned sideways to make room, revealing several people who were tied up behind her. Shibai took a closer look, and those few people were the most honest people who just slandered Himejima Kiyome out of thin air. Shibai, thank you for your contribution. About this incident, I think there is something strange about it. According to what I know, Mr. Baimingyu has always been law-abiding and adopts and takes care of children. How could he abuse them? There must be something hidden in it, and the few people I arrested were more or less in conflict with this temple. It is very likely that they did the things that hurt children. Now, I will arrest them and interrogate them severely. Masaya Abe winked at Shibai while speaking. Shibai is not a fool, so he naturally understands what he means. Abe Masaya was naturally aware of the existence of ghosts, but due to his identity, he couldn't say it directly. These people were directly arrested as scapegoats. At this time, Abe Masaya suddenly leaned over to Shibai and said in a low voice, to be honest, on the way here, your master told me to try to absolve this person of crimes. Huh? You know Kagaya. By the way, does Kagaya know that you are Master Yin and Yang? Shibai asked in shock. It's considered acquaintance. Speaking carefully, the Ubayashiki family has cooperated with us, or you were blind when you were a policeman. Nichirin blades can't be recognized by others after wrapping them in cloth strips. There are also those pillars that behave strangely. Normally, they should be arrested directly, disturbing the law and order. When Masaya Abe said these things, his expression was very helpless. It seems that some things about the ghost killing team really give him a headache. And Shibai laughed unnaturally. Before watching the anime, he was curious. Tantan and the others wrapped Nichirin blades in bandages and took the train, so no one could find out? This is as obvious as in costume dramas where women disguise themselves as men. In some, someone opened the back door. Okay, Shibai said with a smile. No, what about your identity as Yin and Yang teacher? No one knows. Masaya Abe said, sighing. Advertisement. The times are changing, the relationship between people and all things no longer needs the coordination of Master Yin and Yang, let him disappear in the eyes of everyone. When Abe Masaya said this, she was very lonely. Okay, stop talking, I'm leaving. Immediately he said to the rest of the group, close the team. After hearing this, the rest of the police led a few people towards the direction they came from. Abe Masaya didn't take a few steps, but suddenly turned back. He took out a spell from his bosom and handed it to Shibai. This is a charm used to contact me, light it, and a Shikigami will come to pick you up to my house. Shibai took the spell and looked at it carefully. How to say that, it's quite similar, after all, they also learned from their ancestors. Okay, I will definitely go there when I have time. Shibai put the amulet in his arms, actually put it in the ring. Just kidding, what to go? Abe Keiko is terrible. Seeing Shibai accept the spell, Abe Masaya nodded, and then turned away with the rest of the police. In this way, Ubayashiki Kagaya and Amane have gone to check on the situation of Baimingyu and the children. Amane was very gentle and bandaged the children's wounds. And bring them cakes to eat. The eyes of this group of little kids lit up when they saw the pastry, and under the temptation of the pastry, they finished talking about what happened last night like beans poured out of a bamboo tube. Ubayashiki Kagaya quietly listened to what the children said to each other and finished telling the story. After listening, he came to Himejima Kiyome's side. Hello, Mr. Baimingyu. Hello, Amitabha, kind sir. What can I do for you? Looking at the tall Himejima Kiyome, Ubayashiki Kagaya said, Mr. Sorrow Island, you have seen those evil spirits last night. In fact, they are not legends, but real existence. So I would like to invite you to join the ghost killing squad, please don't refuse. Baimingyuxing meditation refused without even thinking about it. No, thank you, kind sir, Amitabha. I will definitely pay attention in the future. Light the wisteria flowers at night to see the character of the child clearly, and stop adopting bad children at will. Chapter 117 Accepting the Reality. Thanks to Ubayashiki Kagaya's kindness, Himejima Kiyome took the children and prepared to return to the temple. After all, Baiming Island's wish is very simple. It is to be a kindergarten principal with peace of mind, raise a cat that can be petted by the way, and play the flute in spare time. Before the Isle of Sorrows could go far, Ubayashiki Kagaya spoke softly behind him. Mr. Baimingyu, wisteria flowers cannot expel all evil spirits. Some evil spirits are not afraid of wisteria flowers. What if you encounter such an evil spirit next time? After hearing this, Bei Mingyu stopped in her tracks. And Ubayashiki Kagaya went on to say, if the king of ghosts does not die, the evil spirits will not disappear, and this will not end. Mr. Baimingyu, join us, become a member of the ghost killing team and kill evil spirits. There was only silence to answer Ubayashiki Kagaya. Ubayashiki Kagaya was not discouraged at all and continued to speak. After joining the ghost killing team will have someone specially assigned to take care of these children and train them. You don't have to worry about money anymore, you can give your children a better life. Hearing this, Himejima Kiyome finally reacted. I saw Himejima Kiyome turn around and recite the Buddha's name. Amitabha, is what you said true? This gentleman. Really? Ubayashiki Kagaya nodded firmly. Ubayashiki's family may lack everything, but they don't lack money. It's just raising some children, it's not too easy. But what he harvested was a future pillar, earn blood. After a moment of ideological struggle, finally Himejima Kiyome agreed to join the Demon Slayer squad. Amitabha, I agree to join the Demon Slayer squad. My name is Himejima Kiyome, and I am a monk here. My name is Ubayashiki Kagaya, and I am the protagonist of the Ghost Killing Squad. Welcome to join Mr. Sorrowful Island. I wanted to further introduce Ubayashiki Kagaya of the Demon Slayer team, but was interrupted by the silent Doza Shiro. My lord, I think this Mr. Sorrowful Islet is tall, and he is very suitable for Breath of Earth. I want him to be my stepson. For this proposal, Ubayashiki Kagaya naturally agreed. Then there was something to do, which was to introduce Himejima Kiyome to the composition of the Demon Slayer squad and so on. Advertisement. When all this happened, Chibai watched silently from the side and did not stop it. Although our Mrs. Muzan will start to lay off staff, there will always be insufficient manpower. It is better to let the ghost killing team follow along to help lay off staff. Among them is Chibai's own selfishness. After all, who would say no to a Skittles gathering? At least Chibai will not refuse, and the fighting power of the 9 pillars is very strong. With their help, layoffs will go smoothly. As for the Ubayashiki Kagaya curse, just take your time. Just when Chibai was thinking wildly, Ubayashiki Kagaya came over suddenly and dragged Chibai away. The two had been walking for a long time, and when they could hardly see the temple, they stopped. Why Kagaya, why did you go so far suddenly? What are you doing? Chibai asked. After hearing this, Ubayashiki Kagaya hesitated, as if he couldn't say anything. Chibai couldn't help but said, speak up when you have something to say, hesitation is not in your character. Finally, Ubayashiki Kagaya's expression became firm. Chibai. I do have something to tell you. This matter is very serious, I hope you can take it seriously. Huh? What's the matter? Chibai asked suspiciously. Your girlfriend is not human, she is a ghost. Ubayashiki Kagaya said with a serious face. She is not only a ghost, but also the legendary Ghost King, Kibutsuji Muzan, the beginning of all tragedies. Chibai, I think your real girlfriend has been killed by her, and she took your girlfriend's place. Hearing this, Chibai was stunned. FK, you took me all this way to tell me about this? She was the Ghost King, she had known for a long time, and there was no such thing as replacing her identity. Until this time, Chibai didn't understand why Ubayashiki Kagaya hesitated just now. It turned out to be because of this matter. Seeing Chibai standing still, Ubayashiki Kagaya thought that he could not accept the truth, and was hit by the truth and directly crashed. Chibai, I know this is hard to accept, but you must be strong. We will definitely kill Kibutsuji Muzan and end this tragedy. Now, she is very dangerous, you must stay away from her. Chibai, Ubayashiki Kagaya said with a worried face. But Chibai didn't know what to say at all. What should I say? Tell Ubayashiki Kagaya that he knows she is Muzan and has done everything he needs to do, so he is short of getting married. Advertisement. If I said it, I am afraid that the future Juhi meeting will discuss how to kill Muzan and myself. Thinking of this, Chibai wiped his cold sweat. Hey, Chibai, think about it carefully, I can't say too much. After speaking, Ubayashiki Kagaya was about to leave, but was stopped by Chibai. Okay, Kagaya, but can you tell me how you know she's Muzan's? After thinking about it, Ubayashiki Kagaya answered the question seriously. This is God's guidance. As soon as I saw her, I knew she was the ancestor of ghosts, Kibutsuji Muzan. After hearing this, Chibai nodded in a daze. Okay, I see. God. Wouldn't this be a little unreliable? Chibai, you. Just accept the reality. Ubayashiki Kagaya sighed, turned and left. And Chibai blinked innocently, and walked back by himself. When he went back, Ubayashiki Kagaya had already left here with several people, including Himejima Kiyome, of course. Muzan was left alone, sitting on the steps, waiting for Chibai to come back. Seeing Chibai coming back, Muzan remained unmoved and sat still. And Chibai took the initiative to go up and hug Muzan. Mrs. Muzan, are you waiting for me to come back? Muzan snorted coldly, turned his head away, and ignored Chibai. Oh, what's the matter, Mrs. Muzan, so indifferent? Chibai continued to coax. Humph. No matter how Chibai coaxed him, the only answer was a cold snort. Ah, our cool version of Mrs. Muzan is online. Finally, when Chibai's mentality was about to explode, Muzan spoke. The kid from Ubayashiki's family told me that someone will take over these children later. After speaking, Muzan continued to remain silent. However, Chibai's current thoughts are not on this at all. He just wanted to know why Mrs. Muzan was angry again. Damn it. A woman's heart, a sea needle, who can tell me what happened? Woo woo woo. Why on earth is Mrs. Muzan angry again? Chapter 118 6 Eyes Lemon Essence. Mrs. Muzan, good lady, Chibai called out in a gruff voice. Huh carrot. Muzan turned his head away again. Ah, what the hell is going on? After thinking about it, Chibai changed another name, wife, good wife. The result was similar to last time. Muzan snorted again, and turned his head to the other side again. Chibai. It's so hard to coax, but there's no way. Who told this to be my daughter-in-law? Pinch her nose and coax her. Just when Chibai wanted to say something, there was a sudden exclamation, followed by an apology. I'm very sorry, Lord Chibai. I didn't mean to peek at you. I'm very sorry, please forgive me. Chibai actually is not very concerned about this. Being in a relationship is a trivial matter. Moreover, the person who spoke is still hidden, and they are all colleagues, so there is nothing to say. Yes, just as Chibai coaxed Muzan, the hidden person came. Without waiting for Chibai to say anything, Muzan broke free from Chibai's arms and jumped to the ground. The hidden person is here. Let's go. Chibai wanted to say something, but was dragged away by Muzan. The whole side is hidden, with a dumbfounded expression. However, his task is to place the children in the temple, and the rest has nothing to do with him. Muzan grabbed Chibai and stretched out towards the woods. The two of them walked all the way to the depths of the forest, where there was no human habitation, and then they stopped. There was a sound of Pippa, and the two disappeared into the forest. Then the two appeared in the Infinite City. As Chibai, who came to the Infinite City for the second time, although he was very curious about the appearance of the Infinite City, he still suppressed his curiosity and continued to tease Muzan. Dear Mrs. Muzan, what did I do wrong to make you angry? Just tell me. Don't be cold and silent, I'm very sad like this. However, Muzan didn't answer him, but sat down on the couch. Then command Nikim. Bring Kokoshibu, advertisement. Chibai was very puzzled after hearing this. Huh? What are you looking for Kokoshibu? And now you are human, isn't it inappropriate? Although he wanted to refute, Chibai still didn't speak, just quietly waiting for what Muzan would do next. Pippa cried out. A figure with a samurai sword appeared in front of Muzan. After seeing Muzan, the figure bowed. Master Muzan, what do you want from me? Stand behind me, Muzan ordered. Immediately, the figure stood behind Muzan, looking ahead quietly. As for Chibai, he just ignored it. It's just a human being, probably the food brought back by Master Muzan, just look at it yourself. I just don't know when Master Muzan changed his taste. Looking at Chibai, Muzan opened his mouth to speak. Chibai, do you know who is behind me? Chibai said. One of the top strings, Kokushibo, the legendary six-eyed lemon essence. Sugikuni Mikikatsu, Sugikuni Mikikatsu's big brother, is there any problem? By the way, I still like to call him the six-eyed flying fish, after all, he has sung before. Asterisk at caret asterisk dollar asterisk caret. Speaking of this, Chibai actually wanted to sing a few lines, but was scolded by Muzan and went back. Shut up and don't sing. In an instant, Chibai's eyes were filled with tears. Miserable, you really don't love me anymore, and now you are killing me. Shut up. Several words of hash appeared on Muzan's forehead. Okay. Chibai immediately covered his mouth when he saw this. This is the Infinite City, and here it is called every day, and the land is not working, and you can't run away even if you want to. If Muzan beat him up, he could only hold on, because she was his wife after all, so he couldn't fight back. And Kokushibo looked at Chibai, he didn't know what was going on, his hands were itchy, and he really wanted to chop him twice. At this time Muzan said, as expected, you know Kokushibo, so should you know Kokushibo's combat power. Hearing this, Chibai was a little puzzled, not understanding what Muzan meant. However, he still knows Kokushibo's strength. In the decisive battle in Infinite City, one person can still win by hitting 4 pillars. If he hadn't been ugly to death by himself, the 4 pillars would have been sacrificed on the spot. Advertisement. I know, is there any problem? Chibai scratched his hair in confusion. He really couldn't figure it out. Kokushibo is very powerful, but Muzan can't let him cut himself, can he? Now, I ask, you say, if there is a lie, I will ask Kokushibo to shred you with the breath of the moon. Do you hear me? Several question marks appeared on Chibai's head, what's going on? It seemed that Mrs. Muzan was not ordinary angry. Muzan asked. Say, what did the kid from the Ubayashiki family tell you? I think you have a good relationship. After hearing this question, Chibai suddenly reacted. It turned out, it was because of this matter. All in all, it was Kagaya who whispered to herself, which made Mrs. Muzan unhappy. However, this shows one thing from the side. Mrs. Muzan still has own in her heart, at least she didn't get angry and kill herself. Well, the relationship is okay, do you also know that I'm from the Ghost Slayer squad? Shibai shrugged. It's normal to have a better relationship with the Lord. As for what he told me, he just told me that you are the king of ghosts, you ate my girlfriend, pretended to be my girlfriend, and told me to stay away from you. Laughing, you are my girlfriend, where did you pretend to be? Then he said, work hard and kill the Ghost King, that's about it. At this time, Kokushibo behind Muzan was a little messy, and suddenly felt that his own brain was not enough. What's the situation? The person in front of him is from the ghost killing squad, and then he said that Lord Muzan is his girlfriend. The key elements are a bit too much, I can't digest it by myself. Ah, why did I have 2 extra pairs of eyes instead of 2 extra brains? If there were 2 more brains, these problems might not be so complicated and difficult to understand. After Muzan heard Shibai's narration, the expression on his face softened a little. Well, I see, what do you think about this issue? Shibai didn't know how to answer, after all Kokushibo was on the sidelines. Some words are really inconvenient to say. Muzan saw Shibai's concerns and told him directly. Just say it straight, don't worry about Kokushibo, don't forget, he's one of the tops. Hearing this, Shibai replied. Needless to say, the sky and the earth are big, I'm sure Mrs. Muzan is the biggest, he. Although I and Ubayashiki Kagaya are good friends, but who are you? You are my girlfriend. You are the most important. Don't worry, I will take care of everything. After Muzan heard this, the anger on his face finally disappeared. HMPH, don't forget what you said. Chapter 119, Eating Meat. Immediately Shibai patted his chest and said, everything is fine, just leave it to him. After getting Shibai's affirmative reply, Muzan got up from the sofa and asked Nakame to send Shibai back. Before Shibai could express his request to visit the Infinite City, Nakame sent Pippa back. Only a long scream was left behind. No, I haven't visited there yet. Muzan, go shopping with a hammer, there will be plenty of opportunities to go shopping in the future, why do you have to choose to go shopping now? Don't you know that your relationship with him should be kept secret for the time being? At least until the layoffs are over before it can be announced. Looking at the dead Kokushibo behind him, Muzan greeted, Kokushibo. Lord Muzan. Kokushibo hastily responded. What did you see today? Muzan asked. Hearing this question, Kokushibo shuddered and immediately said, I didn't see anything, I just happened to be here today. For Kokushibo's answer, Muzan nodded very satisfied. Sure enough, it is worthy of being one of the top strings, it is smart. Immediately satisfied, Muzan asked Nakame to send Kokushibo back to his mansion, while he went to find Shibai. What, do you think Nakame will leak the secret? Muzan said that Comrade Nakame has been working for many years, and his work attitude is very serious. He only has work in his eyes and ignores the rest. I am very relieved. Soon, Muzan fell from the sky and just landed in Shibai's arms. Looking at Muzan in his arms, Shibai said aggrievedly, you were so fierce just now. You scared me, I need a kiss. To this, Muzan neither agreed nor refused, but leaned against Shibai's arms with his eyes closed. Shibai is not a fool, so he naturally understood what Muzan meant, so he kissed him directly. Mrs. Muzan is also fragrant today. Still sweet. Kokushibo, who returned to his mansion, was a little flustered. I seem to know some of Muzan's secrets. What to do, what to do, what to do. Why let yourself know these secrets? As a successor to a family, a former heir, Kokushibo naturally understands that the more he knows, the sooner he will die. Moreover, I couldn't be more clear about the nature of my boss. Although I have a cooperative relationship with her, it is still dangerous. Advertisement. At this time, Kokushibo actually began to miss the person he hated the most. His little brother follows Guo Yueni. If Yueni was there, maybe I wouldn't have to worry so much. Wait, why do I think so? As for Shibai, the situation has begun to get out of control. Kissed Muzan's Shibai, didn't control himself, know everything. Then, it happened that Mukago came back from the outside, and then the situation got out of hand. The time swiped to the night. Shibai was lying on the bed like a salted fish, while Muzan pressed Shibai's shoulders with a whip with an expression of unwillingness. Mukago. She went to buy food very consciously. Use a little force, Mrs. Muzan, haven't you eaten? Then, there was a click, accompanied by Shibai's scream. What, Mrs. Muzan, are you going to murder your husband? My bones were crushed by you. But Muzan said with an innocent face. You said you used force, who would have thought that you would be so brittle that you would break a bone, heh. Seeing Muzan like this, Shibai naturally understood. Mrs. Muzan is revenge herself. Without waiting for Shibai Sangshin, Muzan suddenly said, I'm hungry, I want to eat. Mukago went to buy food, and I'll be back later. Shibai said while repairing his shoulder with chi. Who would have imagined that Muzan would come to Shibai's side and said in an almost coquettish tone, no, I don't want to eat vegetables, I want to eat. What? Shibai asked in confusion. Your flesh and blood, Muzan said later. This. Shibai panicked when he heard this. Why is she going to eat meat all of a sudden? Then, will Mrs. Muzan be so vicious that she will eat herself up? Worth thinking about. Just when Chibai was about to think of a reason to refuse, Muzan started acting like a baby. Chibai, just eat a little bit, not too much, okay. Chibai, FK, who would say no to a spoiled Mrs. Muzan? Why don't you just take a bite of your own meat? Eat, hold your arms and chew. I have no other advantages, but more meat. Advertisement. However, after thinking about it, although I have chi, which can heal injuries, I don't have regeneration skills. So eating meat is out of the question. So Chibai chose another way. Hey, eating meat is not enough. After all, I'm not a ghost and I won't regenerate. You understand, Mrs. Muzan. Hearing this, Muzan felt a little lost, but Chibai's next words revived him. It's impossible to eat meat, but it's still possible to drink blood. As he said, Chibai directly cut his own pulse and stuffed it directly into Muzan's mouth. The sweet blood stimulated Muzan's taste buds, causing her to swallow the blood subconsciously. Goof. Muzan gulped down the blood, as though he was going to drink Chibai dry. But that's impossible. Chibai helps Chibai's body to make blood, so it is impossible to drink dry. 5 minutes later, looking at Muzan who didn't stop at all, Chibai felt dizzy. I am comparable to tap water. 10 minutes later. Chibai. No, I'm going to be drunk. Mrs. Muzan's appetite is too terrible. Fortunately, Muzan didn't drink endlessly. Just when Chibai couldn't hold it anymore, Muzan left the wound voluntarily and said that he was full. At the same time Muzan burped. Belch. Seeing this, Chibai healed the wound on his wrist, and then said, "How does it feel? How does it taste?" After hearing this, Muzan actually thought about it seriously before answering the question. I think this blood is really delicious. Compared to thin blood, Chibai asked. Your drink is delicious. Much better than thin blood. Muzan said. Chibai smiled and said nothing, and began to wait for Mukago who had gone to buy food to come back. At this time, Muzan suddenly asked Chibai, "Why did you let me drink without hesitation when I said I wanted to drink blood?" This question was far beyond Chibai's expectations. But Chibai didn't hesitate, but replied, "Why, it's very simple. Because now you are my wife and my family, shouldn't you be nice to you? Also, it's not an excessive request, just drink some blood." Chapter 120 Layoffs start.
Family. Muzan said softly. Yes, family, Mrs. Muzan. Chibai said. His hands became dishonest again, and moved towards Muzan's body. But he was slapped down by Muzan. Really, it's endless, and you don't know how tired you are. Regarding Muzan's words, Chibai showed a smirk. Tired? Non-existent. My current chi can be said to be endless, and it can nourish the body non-stop. There's no such thing as being tired. It's just, it looks like our Mrs. Muzan is tired. And Muzan, after knocking off Chibai's hand, fell into deep thought. She was thinking about this concept of family. It seems that thousands of years ago, I was alone. Thousands of years later, he is also alone. As for 12 Kazuki and the others, they can only be said to be own subordinates, and they are still too far away from the own family. Until I met Chibai. Seeing that Mrs. Muzan was thinking about something, Chibai couldn't go up and disturb her. After all, he couldn't beat her. If Muzan got angry, he would probably be beaten to death. Thinking of this, Chibai shuddered, too frightening. But what better to do when you are idle and bored? After thinking for a while, Chibai remembered that the system gave himself tokens. He took out the token from the ring and looked at it carefully. The material of the token is a piece of maroon wood, and a traditional Huxia character lei is engraved on it. It's warm and moist in the hand, and feels very good. Tried to inject some chi into it, but didn't get any response. After thinking about it, Chibai decided to ask the system for help. System, what is this token and what is its use? Can you tell me about it? After a while, just when Chibai thought the system was dead, the sound of the system sounded. Advertisement open black lens bracket off. As you can see, it is a token with a lot of history, close black lens bracket. As for the function, please explore by yourself. When you know what the token is for, remember to tell me, close black lens bracket. Chibai. Is this a fake system? It issued its own rewards, so he didn't even know what was going on. Other people's systems have an appraisal technique, and they know everything. My own system is a piece of rubbish. What's the use of wanting it? What's not there? What's the use of it? Afterwards, no matter how Chibai greeted the system did not respond at all. It was like being dead. In the end, Chibai dropped the summoning system, throwing the token into the own ring casually. After all, I don't know what the use of this thing is, so I can't keep researching it, right? I have other things. At this time, Mukago also came back with dinner. Today's dinner is very rich, with almost everything you need, even the top quality Wagyu beef. There is not a small piece. And, thanks to Mrs. Muzan for this great dinner. Without her it wouldn't be such a great dinner. After dinner, Chibai planned to hug Muzan to sleep, but Muzan refused. Chibai looked puzzled. Huh? What's the matter, Mrs. Muzan? Why don't you sleep all of a sudden? After hearing this, Muzan said, I have something to do, I'll be back later. Before Chibai could speak, Pippa sounded, and Muzan disappeared into the villa, leaving only Mukago and Chibai. Although Chibai looked puzzled, Mukago was quite happy. Because after Muzan left, he was the only one left, and no one would rob him of his master. Furthermore, Muzan really puts a lot of pressure on Own. Soon, Chibai hugged Mukago and fell asleep, and Muzan, at this time, returned to the Infinite City. Sitting on a couch in Infinity City, Muzan gave the order to summon 12 Kazuki. A few hours passed and 12 Kazuki managed to come together. Needless to say, the 6 masters all knelt down on one knee to meet Muzan, very calm. At this time, the lower string is a little bit off the chain. Because of these strings, I stood there with a dazed expression, not knowing what to do better. Only Jiyu Huonayo, one of the older seniors, and Pei Lang, the second, knew what to do at this time. Advertisement: the two knelt on one knee in front of Muzan like the stringers. Muzan glanced at the other 4 and said, "Kneel down." The 4 lower strings who received the order immediately knelt on the ground. Seeing 12 Kazuki arrived, Muzan nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "Very well, all are here. Let me tell you something about calling you today." Hearing this, 12 Kazuki looked up at Muzan. However, 12 Kazuki was directly fooled by Muzan's next sentence. "I have a very simple meeting today, that is, I want to lay off staff." As soon as the word layoffs came out, there was a sudden silence. Only Doma asked, "Oh, it's so scary, why did you suddenly lay off the staff?" "However, I'm curious, Master Muzan, why is this?" Sitting on the sofa, Muzan glanced at Doma unkindly, but didn't answer his question. Doma, who was glanced at by Muzan, shrank his neck and didn't speak. "Although I am really willing to talk, but I am not a fool, I still know when to talk and when not to talk." It wasn't until Kokoshibu asked the question that Muzan returned. "It's very simple, I found the trace of the blue bana flower, and soon, I can become a perfect creature." As soon as these words came out, 12 Kazuki were very surprised. However, Muzan went on to say, "I created so many ghosts just to find the blue bana. But now, I already have traces of the blue other shore flowers, they are superfluous. So I decided to get rid of all the normal ghosts, leaving only you 12 Kazuki." After hearing Muzan's answer, 12 Kazuki agreed to Muzan's layoff request after thinking for a while. After all, they also feel that those ordinary ghosts are sometimes really superfluous. It just so happens that Master Muzan suggested this, just wait for others to obey. Looking at the 12 Kazukis, Muzan started assigning tasks. "Doma Akaza, you find a way to summon all the ghosts and let them come together. As for the rest of the ghosts, you can just hunt and kill ordinary ghosts before your eyes." Hearing Muzan's allocation, Doma suddenly regained his spirits and moved to Akaza's side. "Your Excellency Akaza, look, the two of us are performing missions together, aren't you very happy, Your Excellency Akaza?" "Akaza. Doma is really annoying, why did Mrs. Muzan assign herself with him, I really don't want to be in his group." Chapter 121. 1 year later, without waiting for Akaza to make an own opinion, Muzan asked 12 Kazuki to leave separately and execute the own command. However, Doma was left behind. Doma, who stayed behind, was a little puzzled, why did Lord Muzan leave himself on purpose? Firstly, I didn't cause trouble, and secondly, I didn't do anything excessive, so why did I have to keep myself? Just when Doma was puzzled, Muzan spoke. "Doma, in your memory, I saw chasing and killing a member of the Ghost Slayer, right?" Hearing the question, Doma was even more confused. "I have chased and killed many members of the Ghost Slayer squad. I wonder which one Master Muzan is talking about." "Master Muzan, which Demon Slayer squad member are you talking about?" Instead of answering Doma's question, however, Muzan just held out his hand. In the next second, Doma's head appeared in Muzan's hands. Looking at Doma's head in his hand, Muzan said, "This time I will warn you first, if you dare to do anything to him again, I don't mind killing you with my own hands." After speaking, he bumped Doma's head to the side casually. "Get out." After Muzan finished speaking, his figure disappeared into the Infinite City. All that was left was a puzzled Doma. "Ah, to him? Who is that?" Doma murmured, picked up On's head and put it on his neck. While thinking about this question, Doma walked towards On Wan Shi Bliss cult. Thinking about it, he suddenly thought of a person. A man who actively put his arm in his mouth. The man also said that he knew Lord Muzan, that is to say, he was the person that Lord Muzan said. However, the members of the ghost killing squad, why didn't they let them do it? Doma said he couldn't figure it out at all. With doubts, I returned to own Eternal Bliss cult. And Muzan had already returned to the villa at this time, changed his clothes, got into bed, and was ready to sleep. Chibai, who was already sound asleep, seemed to sense Muzan's return, so he stretched out his hand and took her into his arms. At this moment, a smile crossed Muzan's face, and he fell asleep immediately. Soon morning will come. Advertisement. As soon as Chibai opened his eyes, he saw Muzan in his arms. "Morning, Mrs. Muzan. By the way, what did you do last night?" Muzan stretched after hearing this, and then said, "According to your suggestion, layoffs have begun. Kill all the normal Oni, leaving only 12 Kazuki." "Oh," Chibai nodded thoughtfully. "Obedient Mrs. Muzan is always the cutest. And after layoffs, I and the ghost killing team will have a very relaxing time, and many tragedies in the original book can be avoided in time. Like the tragedy of Iguro Obanai, the so-called zombie." Thinking of this, Chibai nodded in satisfaction and said, "Good job layoffs. When the blue other shore flower blooms, I will tell you where it blooms, okay?" Muzan nodded happily after hearing this. "Blue Bana, my own dream can finally come true." At this time, Shibai suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, Mrs. Muzan, what are you going to do during this time? Do you want to live with me, or go to work on other things? Shibai's question successfully made Muzan think for a while. Well, there is nothing else except the blue bana flower. If there is no accident, I should live with you, Muzan said. Hearing this, Shibai's eyes lit up. This is simply wonderful. Having said that, this was the first time I lived with my girlfriend. Before Shibai could be happy for 2 seconds, Muzan poured a basin of cold water down. Although they can live together, there are still some things to do, and they may be away for a while. In this regard, Shibai said that there is no big problem, after all, with a plugin like Nichirin, no matter how far the distance is. By Yunkangu, the battle turns and the stars move. Another whole year passed in the blink of an eye. In the whole year, there is actually nothing to say. After Muzan implemented layoffs, ghosts and cannibalism rarely happened. Advertisement: everyone in Ghost Slayer almost went into vacation mode, including Juman. Speaking of pillars, Himejima Kiyome has been successfully dispatched from the soil pillars and started to perform tasks alone, and started to learn the breath of rock. Because the breath of earth derived from the breath of rock is not suitable for Himejima Kiyome, Ubayashiki Kagaya directly gave him the breath of rock. Then there is the new year. This year's new year was the same as last year, and it was very lively. Urokodaki Sakanji, Sabito, Mikomo, and Rengoku Shinjuru's family were all there. And Sabito also told Shibai that he can participate in the final selection this year. Sabito himself was very happy, while Shibai was a little gloomy. As for the reason, it was naturally the damn Tiona's fault. Other than that, there's nothing else going on. This year is over. On this day, Shibai was lying on the bed like a salted fish, with his own arm being pillowed by Muzan. Mrs. Muzan. I'm so bored. I suddenly regret letting you lay off the staff, Shibai said with a bored face. Muzan rolled his eyes after hearing this. It was you who said the layoffs, and you are the one who regrets it now, heh. I figured out that you are the only one who has a lot to do. Shibai is justified in this regard. No, I don't have much to do, it's just too boring. Indeed, this era is really too boring for Shibai. You know, Shibai was able to watch anime on the internet at that time, and there were many ways to pass the time, so it was not boring at all, and on the contrary, there was not enough time. But now, Shibai can only say haha. Just when Muzan was about to say something, he suddenly got up from the bed and dragged Shibai up from the bed by the way. Shibai wondered. What's the matter? Is there something wrong? Muzan nodded. Well, Akaza told me that he has gathered most of the ghosts together, which will be in Infinity City. Now I'm going to deal with some ordinary ghosts, you come with me. Shibai wanted to refuse at first, but then he thought about it, isn't he just bored, so he can just go for a stroll in the Infinite City with Muzan. By the way, look at how Muzan made layoffs. Okay, I'll go with you. After Shibai finished speaking, he said to Mukago who was beside him, Mukago, take a good look at the house. I want to go out with Mrs. Muzan. Yeah. Mukago nodded. In the next second, the sound of Pippa sounded, and Muzan and Shibai disappeared in the villa and came to the Infinite City. As soon as he arrived in the Infinite City, the chaotic sound directly shook Shibai into a somersault. I'll go. Why is it so noisy? Shibai said helplessly. Chapter 122 So vicious Muzan didn't react too much to this, and looked at On's feet with a cold face. At this moment, Shibai had already adapted to the messy environment. Following Muzan's gaze, he immediately understood why the Infinite City was so noisy. I saw that the huge Infinite City was already crowded with densely packed miscellaneous fish ghosts, one next to the other, and there was no place for them to set foot. Let me say, ma'am, how many miscellaneous fish ghosts have you produced? Isn't this number too much? Shibai asked. However, Shibai didn't hear Muzan answer his own question for a long time, not only a little strange. Turning around to look, I saw Muzan's expression was cold, but his eyes were shocked. That look seemed to say, why are there so many ghosts? In this regard, Shibai helplessly covered his face. She figured it out, she didn't even know how many ghosts she had created in total. Over time, the accumulation of little things has turned into such a miscellaneous fish ghost. She reached out and grabbed Muzan's asterisk before she could react. What? Muzan asked with an unhappy face. Shibai said, I don't do anything, just watch you in a daze and wake you up. Carrot. Muzan gave Shibai a supercilious look, then turned down and said, Akaza, Doma, come out and report the situation to me. Soon, Doma and Akaza squeezed out from among the miscellaneous ghosts and knelt down towards Muzan. Akaza said, report to Master Muzan. These are the ghosts that Doma and I have found from all over the country, and they are all detained here. Please, Master Muzan, take a look. And Doma shyly covered his own face with his small fan. Oh, thanks to your excellency Akaza this year, he caught all these ghosts. Without him, I'm afraid I would have lost a lot of energy. The only answer to him was Akaza's cold snort. How this year passed, only Akaza knows. From the day the mission started, I have been enduring all kinds of harassment from Doma. From eating to sleeping, to looking for miscellaneous fish ghosts, Doma harassed herself all the time, and there was no time to stop for a minute. According to Akaza, the sleeping is just a way of saying how annoying Doma is. All this made Akaza collapse from the inside out. The most important thing is that if you can't beat Doma yourself, let it be, and you can't say that you can't.
Akaza said he had a feeling of wanting to die, however, the own task has been completed and finally liberated. Muzan was very satisfied with Akaza's report, and just about to speak, Chibai at the side gently tugged at her sleeve, indicating that she had something to say. Advertisement, lady. You say. Muzan said. Ask for me, Akaza or Doma, among these ordinary ghosts, is there a snake ghost from Hachijo Island? Chibai said. Why? Muzan was a little puzzled, he didn't understand why Chibai paid special attention to such a ghost, maybe he. Hey, Muzan shuddered when he thought of this, but she still asked the two of them. Akaza, Doma, have you ever been to Hachijo Island? Akaza thought about it carefully, and when he was about to speak, Doma preempted him. No, Mr. Muzan, we have never been to Hachijo Island, because we wanted to go to sea, so we gave up. Also, we asked Shioshen to inquire about the situation on the small island of Hachijo Island. There are indeed people there, but none of the ghosts have been there, so there are no ghosts there. Regarding Doma's answer, Chibai rolled his eyes. There is no ghost with a hammer. If there is no ghost, what is the snake ghost? It has been on the island for 300 years? Ah. But after careful calculation, 300 years ago, it was probably 100 years after Yuan Yi killed his wife. I have to say, that snake ghost is a real dish. After 300 years of fighting, Rengoku Shinjiro finally killed him with one move. It seems that I have time to go to Hachijo Island by myself. Well, I see. Muzan agreed. The two of you have completed the task well, you can go to rest first. Nikim, send him out of Infinity City. However, Nikim's Pippa sound didn't sound, and Muzan couldn't help being a little angry because he didn't see Nikim. FK. What about my hardworking good employee? What, lost it? Just when Muzan was about to shout Nikim, a pitiful little hand stretched out from the crowd of miscellaneous fish ghosts, and waved towards Muzan. Seeing this, Muzan stretched out the whip, tied the little hand, and pulled the owner of the little hand out with all his strength. It was Nikim. The pipe whip hung Nikim in the air, and Muzan asked, What's the matter, Nikim? Why did you run into the miscellaneous fish ghosts below? Advertisement silence. Silence. Still silence. Just when Muzan was getting impatient, Nikim finally spoke. And this is also the first time Chibai heard Nikim speak. Master Muzan, I was originally here to wait for your return. But after bringing you back to the Infinite City, this platform is only enough for 2 people, so I'll go down and make do with it. Chibai wiped his cold sweat after hearing this, thinking that he took Nikim's place. However, isn't Nikim able to manipulate Infinity City? Why not recreate a small platform for yourself to live in? What Chibai thought of, Muzan naturally thought of it too. To this question, Nikim answered like this. I am currently not capable enough to control the Infinite City too precisely, and I am obsessed with teleporting ghosts, so my body can't keep up. Muzan didn't say anything after hearing this, he just created a small platform and put Nikim on it. Then let Nikim teleport Akaza and Doma away. After the two disappeared, Muzan suddenly regained his full form. Chibai, close your eyes. Muzan instructed. Chibai naturally understood what Muzan was going to do, but he didn't close his eyes. Instead, I gave Muzan a hot kiss. As for how hot it is, anyway, it's a bit like candied sweet potatoes, the shreds pulled out of the syrup. Muzan blushed and said, What are you doing? Chibai gently pinched Muzan's face and replied, What are you doing? Heh. And let me close my eyes. You are my wife, and I still despise you? Stupid. Muzan. Ha carrot. Then he waved his whip and jumped among the ghosts. Nikim at the side. What crime did I do? Why can I still eat a lot of dog food at this time? Wait, what is dog food? Why do you say that? It's really strange. After Muzan jumped into the ghost group, 8 pipe whips extended from her legs. Counting the 9 whips on the back, there are already 17 whips at this time, which means that Muzan has used most of his strength. Chapter 123 Inspection Work. Looking at Chibai on the stage, originally Muzan would carry out a bloody massacre in the future, and then recover all the blood of ghosts. But, Muzan didn't do that. It's about accumulating strength, and then a terrifying shockwave directly from her body. In an instant, all the miscellaneous fish ghosts passed out in this shockwave. Oh, this shockwave, Chibai knows this trick. When Tan hit her, she used it. But Chibai was a little puzzled, why the main event came so unexpectedly when the shockwave was so weak. I saw the 17 pipes on Muzan's body whipped up, piercing through hundreds of miscellaneous fish ghosts at once, like piercing mutton skewers. These miscellaneous fish ghosts that were pierced were absorbed all of the ghost blood in an instant, turning into flying ash and disappearing. And Muzan used this method to quickly recover ghost blood. I don't know how long it took, but half of the miscellaneous fish ghosts that filled the Infinite City have been recycled. As for Muzan, who recovered the ghost blood, a trace of displeasure appeared on his face. Because the recycling speed is too slow, so, he stretched out his arms and turned them into thorn whips. Together with the whips, he recovered the ghost blood. Chibai. Horse riding. I still like Muzan's small hands before, not to mention white and tender, they are still soft and flexible. Cough cough cough, I can't say. Although it is not very good looking, the speed of recycling has increased a lot. Soon, all the miscellaneous fish ghosts in the Infinite City were wiped out by Muzan, leaving no one behind. Muzan changed back to his original appearance and returned to his side. Before Muzan could speak,
Chibai suddenly took her hand and laughed meanly. Muzan. What happened? It's not that he has never held On's hand before, so how about showing such a cheap smile? Although Muzan didn't understand very much, she didn't take back her own hand, but let Chibai hold it. Ma'am, how much ghost blood has been recovered? Chibai asked. Muzan thought about it seriously and said, probably, it's enough to strengthen Akaza and Doma once. Meanwhile, Akaza, who was with Doma, both sneezed at the same time. Achoo, ×2 advertisement. Why did you suddenly sneeze, Mr. Akaza? The two of us must have caught a cold. If we catch a cold, it will be very uncomfortable. Akaza. Damn it, why did I come to the Elysium of Bliss with Doma? Nikim, how did she teleport? I am really annoying Doma. Woo. Akaza didn't speak, just squinted at Doma, then jumped up suddenly, punched the roof, and disappeared without a trace. With that posture, I'm afraid that Doma will follow. And Doma looked at the hollow of the roof and said, oh, it looks like, what is the urgent matter of your excellency Akaza? If Akaza hears it, he must give him a slap. Then ask him, why can't he think that he is annoying? FK. Muzan sighed. Hearing what Muzan said, Chibai was a little surprised. It was really surprising that these miscellaneous fish ghosts could provide so much ghost blood. After the miscellaneous fish ghosts were cleared, Muzan and Chibai returned to the ground, and at some point, Nikim also appeared behind Muzan. Sitting there quietly with Pippa in hand, as usual. At this time, a pipe whip suddenly pierced Nikim's head, and then Muzan's voice rang in her ears. Since you have performed well during this time, I am giving you some blood. I hope you will not let me down. After finishing speaking, Muzan gave Nikim all the ghost blood recovered from the miscellaneous fish ghost, and left a little bit of ghost blood. In the next second, the entire infinite city was trembling, but it quickly returned to normal. However, Nikim was already rolling on the floor in pain. After another period of time passed, Nikim got back to normal and got up from the ground. Let Kokoshibu and Gyutaro brothers and sisters come over, Muzan ordered. The sound of Pippa sounded, and Kokoshibu and Gyutaro siblings appeared in front of Muzan. Kokoshibu bowed to Muzan and Gyutaro knelt on the ground. Muzan said, how is the progress of cleaning up the common ghosts? Kokoshibu said, back to Master Muzan, the number of ordinary evil spirits cleaned up is too many, I can't remember. However, the area I'm in has been cleaned up. After hearing this, Muzan nodded in satisfaction, and looked at the Gyutaro brothers and sisters again. You too then. Advertisement. After hearing this, Gyutaro immediately said, go back to Master Muzan. The ghosts in the Yoshiwara area have been cleaned up, and I'm cleaning up the rest of the area, aiming at the entire Asakusa. Good. Muzan nodded, and Daki looked at Muzan stupidly. She didn't understand why there was a human beside Muzan. And, where did that handsome Muzan-sama go? Beep. Obviously, Muzan will not answer Daki's question. After inspecting that the work of the two is qualified, let Nikim send him away, and call back Half-Heavenly Dog and Gyoko. The two immediately knelt down when they saw Muzan. Master Muzan. After hearing this, Muzan nodded and asked how they cleaned up the ghosts. Gyoko was the first to say after hearing this. Back to Master Muzan, I have cleaned up less ghosts, and I have been making perfect works of art. At this time, Chibai, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly interrupted. What? Perfect art? Gyoko, are you F*******G out of your mind? You know the art of a dir, but you can't even make a pot. It's not symmetrical at all, and it's still an art. Do you believe that I will call you a work of art? As soon as the words came out, the atmosphere at the scene instantly became very dignified. Muzan remained calm, and the half-heavenly dog lay on the ground and shivered as usual, afraid of everything. Gyoko's originally smiling face became extremely distorted in an instant. Damn guy, what are you talking about? It's just a piece of food. I really thought that with Master Muzan, you can do whatever you want. How dare you say that my pot is asymmetrical? This is my most perfect work of art. Say it again if you have the ability. After Chibai heard this, he pinched his nose and said with a blunt face, it's asymmetry, it's asymmetry, it's asymmetry. You little trash. After speaking, he looked at Gyoko provocatively. Damn it, I have long disliked the sand sculpture of Gyoko, and now I dare not listen to my daughter-in-law. Killing 100 times is not much, although he is loyal to Muzan, but it's okay to be disobedient, and you're still doing art, really. At this time, Gyoko was about to explode, and he couldn't speak a complete sentence. After a while, Gyoko said, in this case, then you will become my next artwork. Your figure is perfect. Chapter 124 Crack, Broken. As soon as these words were uttered, several hash characters appeared on Muzan's forehead, and 9 pipe whips appeared behind him, waving them non-stop. Unable to move Muzan, Chibai quietly held her little hand and squeezed it lightly. I'll take care of him. You're the king of ghosts, so it's inconvenient to do it. The two moved and spoke very quietly, and no one noticed at all, except Nikim. Immediately, Chibai stepped forward and came in front of Gyoko. When Gyoko didn't pay attention, it was a big mouth. FCK, I gave you a face, didn't I, and even stepped on a horse artwork. A crisp slap sounded, and Gyoko flew out with the pot and hit the wall of Infinity City. Before Gyoko could react, Chibai came to the side of Gyoko who was beaten, and directly punched Gyoko on the pot where Gyoko was hiding. Eat me with a smashing melon punch. There was a click, and the pot was shattered. revealing Gyoko who was hiding in it. At this time, Gyoko only has a deformed head and a deformed body. And the pot was so thoroughly broken that it couldn't be salvaged at all. Oh, look, I didn't do it on purpose. I used a little too much force and accidentally broke your asymmetric pot. When Chibai said the asymmetry, Chibai deliberately emphasized his tone. Gyoko, who was still in a state of confusion, heard that his favorite pot was broken, and then heard someone say that the own pot was asymmetrical. Gyoko finally broke out. Damn guy, don't think it's great that you succeeded in a sneak attack. I'm Gyoko of the 5th inning. I want to make you into a work of art and hang it on the wall forever. Listen to your screams. After finishing speaking, Gyoko's deformed body began to swell non-stop and there was a pop, and then a Gyoko with a human upper body and a snake tail appeared in front of Chibai. At this time, Gyoko's upper body has some strong muscles, and the lower body has some snake-like tails, which looks a bit disgusting. His whole body is covered with fine scales, like fish scales, and his hands have webbed for swimming. However, Chibai knew that the scales on Gyoko's body were not decorations, the scales were very hard, like Vajra stone. And his hand, which can turn everything into a fish, hand. Regarding this, Chibai felt nothing in his heart, and even felt a little nauseous. Sure enough, some things can be seen in comics, but the real situation is really disgusting. You were lucky enough to see my full form, human, let me turn you into a work of art. Gyoko shouted angrily, and directly cast the vampirism. Advertisement, blood ghost technique, kill fish scales. I saw Gyoko leaning down, his body suddenly exerted force, and began to jump sideways left and right, and his smooth fish scales made his movements even more elusive. Gyoko is so fast that phantoms of himself are all around him. After Chibai saw it, he just smiled disdainfully. If it was before, I would really have to expend a lot of effort, and would even be exhausted to death. However, I am not the same as before. Suddenly Chibai turned around, pinched Gyoko's neck, and then slammed it to the ground. Hearing a bang, Gyoko was thrown directly to the ground by Chibai, and his eyes were staring from the fall, and he would not be able to get up for a while. Chibai curled his lips in disdain. What a winding fifth, that's it, that's it, that's it, solved it with one punch? Looking at Gyoko on the ground, Chibai said, Tisk, these fish scales are really disgusting, but I heard that the defense is not bad, so it should be useful. Pick it off, I just want to make a little vest. After Chibai finished speaking, he was about to stretch out his hand to peel it off, but before he touched Gyoko, as if remembering something, he brandished the knife in his hand and slashed fiercely at the last head. With a puff, Gyoko's head appeared in Chibai's hands. Without even looking at it, Chibai threw Gyoko's head aside, ready for humane destruction. Gyoko came to his senses when he discovered that his head had been chopped off. Seeing Chibai who was about to strike, Gyoko immediately called for help loudly, Master Muzan, save me, save me. I don't want to be killed by an ordinary human, it's just too embarrassing. When Muzan heard Gyoko's cry for help, he wanted to ignore it and let Chibai kill Gyoko. However, layoffs are currently underway, and there is not enough manpower, so it is better to let Gyoko go. Chibai stopped first, Muzan said. After hearing this, Chibai stopped planning to kill Gyoko. What's wrong? Chibai asked in a daze. Advertisement. This means that Muzan told himself to stop. If it was someone else, he would not stop. Muzan said. Spare his life. After all, there is a shortage of people due to layoffs. One winding is a good combat power. Without him, it is estimated that a lot of energy will be wasted. Chibai nodded after hearing this, bent down and picked up Gyoko's head. Let me tell you, your pot is asymmetrical. If you talk about you just listen to it. Where did you come from so much nonsense, and you still look dissatisfied? That's why Muzan asked me to stop, otherwise, I will definitely remove you from the winding. Chibai threw away Gyoko's head, jumped and returned to Muzan. From an angle that Heavenly Dog and Gyoko couldn't see, kissed Muzan twice on the cheek. Muzan just rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. And Gyoko, who was thrown to the ground by Chibai, heard Chibai say that the own pot is asymmetrical, although he wanted to refute a few words. But looking at his current situation, he still kept his mouth shut. Gyoko had a feeling that if he was fighting with Chibai, Master Muzan would definitely not care about him. So just stop yourself. Thinking of this, Gyoko silently got up from the ground, rummaged around in a corner of Infinite City, found a pot and got in. Then it quieted down. Muzan ignored Gyoko and looked at the Half-Heavenly Dog instead. Half-Heavenly Dog, how's your work going? Half-Heavenly Dog was hiding behind a door and trembling at this time, and kept saying things like, it was too scary. Even Muzan's questioning was not heard. It wasn't until Muzan repeated it impatiently that Half-Heavenly Dog came to his senses and hurriedly knelt down in front of Muzan to answer this question. Back. Master Muzan. I didn't clean up a single ghost, because they were too scary. I didn't dare, I really didn't dare. If I do something to them, they will kill me, an old man. I'm an old man, why can't they die obediently, Muzan? I knew it would be like this. I should find more men with normal minds. Something like Akaza will do. Chapter 125 Azumo's Visit. Ah, it's really annoying. Muzan stomped her little feet a little annoyed. I can't ask anything out of Half-Heavenly Dog's mouth, and his appearance is so annoying. In the end, Muzan decided that it would be better to read half of Heavenly Dog's memory directly. Soon, the memory is read. In half of Heavenly Dog's memory,
His several avatars directly drove out many ordinary ghosts and killed them all, leaving no one behind. In terms of how many people were killed, it was much more than Gyoko. At this time, in Muzan's mind, the Best Employee Award and the Most Hated Employee Award have been evaluated. The Best Employee Award is naturally half Heavenly Dog's, because he has made great progress in this task, so give him an award, reward him. As for the award for the Most Hated Employee, Muzan gave it to Gyoko without hesitation. Who let him ponder some unknown art all day long, delaying the task? If the pots he made could not be sold for money, Chibai would have killed him just now. Well, I see, you two keep working hard, Muzan said, but, Gyoko, stop making art and finish the task first. Do you hear me? After hearing this, Gyoko immediately crawled out of the pot and knelt on the ground. Yes, Master Muzan, I understand. Muzan nodded and asked Nichirin to send the two of them away. Soon, only Muzan, Chibai, and Nichirin were left in the Infinite City, and it looked empty again. At this time, Muzan didn't intend to stay in the Infinite City, so he took Chibai's hand and asked Nichirin to send himself and Chibai back. After a familiar pippa sound, the two returned to the bedroom. However, Chibai was pinned down by Muzan, unable to move or speak at all. However, Muzan really smelled so good, so Chibai felt so relieved that he was pressed on him and didn't bother to break free. As for Muzan, how could she care about such small things? At this time, Mukago had just finished his housework and was about to take a rest, but when he saw Muzan, he knelt down again. Muzan stretched out the whip directly, and pierced Mukago's head with a puff. Mukago, for the sake of your good performance recently, I will reward you with some blood. After speaking, Muzan gave Mukago the little ghost blood left just now. And Mukago, who was pierced into the brain by the whip, was about to cry at this time. Because I don't want Muzan's blood at all. Advertisement. If I ask for Muzan's blood, it means that I am back under her control, and life and death depend on Muzan's mood. Mukago didn't want to, but he couldn't refuse. He could only watch the ghost blood inject into his brain bit by bit. Soon, Mukago was writhing in pain. At this time, Chibai, who was pressed under Muzan, suddenly said, Madam, why did you suddenly think of giving Mukago blood? Can't bear Mukago out of your control? HMPH, Muzan Tsunere snorted before giving the reason. That's not it, it's just a small string, so what if it's out of my control? It's just that I think she's too weak, so weak, she deserves to stay here. So I showed mercy and gave her some ghost blood. Mukago writhing in pain. I can't thank you enough, Muzan. The two were tired of lying on the bed, and Mukago was rolling under the bed in pain. I don't know how long it took before Mukago stopped rolling and fell into a coma. Seeing this, Chibai hurriedly picked up Mukago and put him on the bed. Seeing this, Muzan suddenly became jealous. Oh, you hug her instead of me, don't you? Chibai. Didn't I just hug Muzan all the time? Why didn't I hug Mukago? Didn't I just hug Mukago on the bed? What's wrong? However, Muzan is Mrs. Own. If she is angry, she will coax her, there is no reason. Hence, Chibai hurriedly hugged Muzan, coaxing him softly. Oh, ma'am, why don't I hug you? I like hugging you the most. Didn't I see that Mukago was in a coma? It's not good to let her lie on the ground all the time. That's why I hugged her. Fortunately, Muzan was just being coquettish and not really angry. Hearing what Chibai said, he didn't care about it anymore. So far, only Mukago's injured world has been reached. The two lay on the bed, waiting for Mukago to wake up. When the time came to night, Mukago finally woke up. The Mukago who woke up has become much stronger, and his figure seems to have changed a little. Advertisement it seems. A little taller. Chibai is not sure, because he really didn't pay attention to Mukago's height before. After thinking about it, Chibai took Mukago to measure his height and marked it on the doorframe. Use it to compare with the next time to see if Mukago has grown taller. After a while, Muzan said he was going out to eat. Chibai didn't hesitate, and took the two of them straight to the restaurant for dinner. Walking on the road, Chibai wanted to ask the two what they wanted to eat and where to eat, but a familiar figure flashed past Chibai. Originally, Chibai planned to ignore it directly, but after a few minutes, that figure appeared again and greeted Chibai with a smile. Chibai. Oh who, I wanted to ignore him at first, but I couldn't ignore him at all. I took the initiative to say hello to myself. So Chibai said to Muzan and Mukago, I have a friend over here, I want to see him. However, Muzan frowned at this time and did not speak. Seeing this, Chibai reached out and touched Muzan's head. It's a man, don't think about it, I have you. And Mukago, why are you messing around? Take Mukago to the restaurant next to me and wait for me for a while, I will come as soon as I go. After speaking, he turned and left. However, Chibai didn't rest. After hearing his words, Muzan's frown didn't relax, but frowned even tighter. Because I saw the figure that greeted Chibai just now, and it looked a little familiar, but for a while, I couldn't remember who he was at all. After all, I have lived for thousands of years, so it is normal that I can't remember some things. Mukago's attention, however, was elsewhere. Looking at Muzan, Mukago thought in his heart, Master Muzan has really changed a lot. It used to be moody, but now. Thinking of this, Mukago shook his head and terminated these methods. You know, Master Muzan can read minds. If he is read, I am afraid something bad will happen. Chibai, on the other hand, was in the crowd, rushing left and right, running wildly all the way. Finally came to. Yoshiwara Flower Street. Chibai. Shit. What's the matter with Azumo? I met 10 times, but why did I meet 8 times in Yoshiwara? Chapter 126. Let me see it this time. Azumo suddenly appeared from behind Chibai, patted Chibai on the shoulder, and said hello. Yo, boy Chibai, long time no see, how are you doing? Not so good. Chibai rolled his eyes and replied a little coldly, then turned around to look at Azumo. Compared with when we first met, Azumo's appearance has not changed a bit. He still wears the same kimono and carries a small medicine box. Although it was only 2 years, it still didn't leave any marks on his face. I really want to tell the change of the cloud. Well, Chibai said that he really couldn't see it. Azumo didn't take Chibai's cold answer to heart, but was still very enthusiastic. Hey, look at you. It's been a long time since I last saw you, and you've grown a lot taller. Counting seriously, it seems like we haven't seen each other for more than a year. Oh. Yes, it's been a year, Chibai said. Just when Azumo was about to say something, Chibai interrupted him. Uncle Azumo, let's stop talking about greetings. Are you here to deliver medicine to me this time? Or is there something else? Hearing what Chibai said, Azumo, who was originally enthusiastic, suddenly changed into a sad expression. Chibai. This face-changing ability is really amazing. Ordinary people can't do this kind of instant face-changing. Chibai, look, what you said, can't I come and see you if I have nothing to do? Hey, I thought I saved your life at the beginning. Why you look like this really makes me sad. As he said, Azumo tried hard to squeeze out a few tears. Said he was very sad. In this regard, Chibai deeply expressed disbelief. If I didn't know that the medicine would overdraw my own body cells and lifespan in advance, maybe I would really believe in Azumo. But now, there is really no way to believe it. Seeing Chibai still looking at him with no expression on his face, Azumo coughed in embarrassment and put away his sad look. Tisk. Look at you. You look so cold, you don't look like a child. After finishing speaking, he put his arms around Chibai's shoulders and walked towards a house where everyone knew everything. Still murmuring words in his mouth. Oh, this is not a place to talk about things. It's better to go inside and talk, quiet, and drink. Chibai wanted to reject Azumo's invitation, but Azumo dragged him into the room with his arms around his shoulders. Chibai, who was sitting in the room, was very shocked. Unexpectedly, Azumo has the power to drag Own. You know, to be able to defeat Own in terms of strength. At present, there are Muzan in the first 3 players. Apart from these 4, I am afraid there is no one else. Advertisement however, this Azumo can do it. You know, in the past, Azumo looked harmless to humans and animals, like a sloppy uncle. Why today, he would suddenly show himself his strength? What is he going to do? Although I heard from Tamayo earlier that he can kill ghosts without any effort. At this time, Azumo was happily drinking wine, and beside him were 2 wandering girls whose faces were covered in white powder, looking a little terrified. Ah, sure enough, Azumo said with emotion, and continued to drink, without any intention of paying attention to Chibai. Chibai was not in a hurry, just sat there quietly and waited. After drinking a pot of wine, Azumo remembered Chibai. Chibai, don't be shy, Chibai. Carefully calculate that you will be 15 this year, and it's time to be a man. Come on, tell me, who is your crush here? Don't be polite to me. Hearing this, Chibai rolled his eyes, but still didn't speak. And Azumo seemed to understand something, and slapped his thigh. I understand, if you don't like these wandering girls, then find the Oran. After speaking, let the 2 wandering girls leave. At this time, only Chibai and Azumo were left in the room. At this time, Chibai finally spoke. Uncle Azumo, don't do these fancy things. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Besides, I have a girlfriend now, and I'm not interested in Oirons. Chibai wasn't lying, he really didn't care about Wakui. It is too troublesome for a normal person to get the favor of an Oran. First of all, you have to prove your own financial resources to the Oran, and secondly, you have to meet 3 times. Then, a person can only have 1 Oran, but an Oran can have countless people. This. FCK. It's not like Chibai has nothing to do, so he insists on looking for some Oran. If you really need an Oran, your wife Muzan has a ready-made Oran, Daki. Advertisement of course, forget about Daki, she's a bit out of her mind. And when Azumo heard Chibai say that he has a girlfriend, he not only showed a smile. It looks like this, it looks like Chibai has really grown up, he's no longer a child. Chibai. What kind of nonsense is this? Can't you just say something if you have something to say? Thinking of this, Chibai didn't want to talk nonsense with Azumo anymore, so he got up and left. Uncle Azumo, I'm leaving first, my girlfriend is still waiting for me, let's get in touch later. After speaking, he opened the door of the room and was about to leave. However, before Chibai could take a step forward, the figure of Azumo suddenly appeared in front of Chibai. The speed was so fast that even Chibai couldn't react. Chibai didn't dare to hesitate, and hurriedly followed Azumo. Follow me, Azumo said, and walked out of the room. Soon the 2 left Yoshihara one after the other, and following Azumo, Chibai came to a very desolate place. I advise you not to hide your clumsiness, it's better to use all your strength. Because if you are not qualified, you will end up miserable. Azumo stopped suddenly and faced Chibai. Own strengthening potion must work well. Hey, so impatient, Azumo said a little helplessly. In that case, I will tell the truth.
I just heard Azumo say. Shibai, you drank 2 bottles of my body-strengthening potion, you're right. Hearing this, Shibai immediately pricked up his ears. However, Azumo's next words shocked Shibai directly. There is no one here, it is very suitable for me to see how much stronger you have become. After a moment of silence, Shibai said. Very good, without them, I'm afraid I'm still very weak now. While Shibai was still thinking about it, Azumo asked what it meant. How do you feel? Azumo asked. Regarding Shibai's answer, Azumo nodded in satisfaction. Shibai nodded. That's right, what's wrong? Now that you have become stronger, let me see how much you have become stronger in the past 2 years. After Azumo finished speaking, he got up directly, took out a few banknotes from his pocket and put them on the table. Chapter 127 Despicable, Too Despicable. As soon as the words fell, Azumo's figure suddenly disappeared in front of Shibai. Before Shibai could react, a heavy punch landed on Shibai's chest. In the next second, a huge force struck and directly sent Shibai flying. With a bang, Shibai fell onto a mound of dirt. Shibai got up from the mound, rubbed his chest, his eyes were full of surprise. It's really good to be able to knock yourself out with one punch. At this moment, the figure of Azumo appeared in front of Shibai, who grabbed Shibai by the collar and picked him up. Tisk, you disappointed me a bit, you were sent flying with one punch. Hearing this, Shibai showed a smile, really. Seeing Shibai's smile, Azumo was a little puzzled as to what he was laughing at. However, in the next second, Azumo couldn't smile. I saw that Shibai was facing the position of the Azumo people, just a kick. After a crisp sound, Azumo let go of Shibai's collar, and his straight back also bent down. Boy, you are so despicable, Azumo said tremblingly. After hearing this, Shibai pinched his nose with disdain on his face. Being kind to the enemy is cruel to own. Calling me mean, is another kind of compliment. Before the words of the award were finished, Shibai rushed straight to Azumo, stretched out his middle finger and index finger and ran towards Azumo's eyes. Seeing this scene, Azumo was shocked. Good guy, what does this kid want to do? Judging by his posture, he really wants to kill himself. Thinking of this, Azumo reached out to interrupt Shibai this strike. What he never expected was that Shibai, who was approaching, suddenly changed his moves and hit him in the waist. Because Azumo was not prepared at all, Shibai succeeded in this punch and hit him hard in the waist. A crisp scream was heard. Azumo clutched his waist and slowly squatted on the ground. Shibai, you step on the horse, you step on the horse. Azumo wanted to scold Shibai a few words, but he had too few curse words, so he couldn't hold back a complete sentence for a long time. It was Shibai who squatted in front of him and asked with a smile, Uncle Azumo, can you tell me what will happen to me if I dissatisfy you? This time, Azumo's memory improved, he quickly distanced himself from Shibai, and then stared at Shibai vigilantly. Seeing this scene, Shibai shrugged and said nothing. Advertisement. In the next second, Azumo disappeared in place. Immediately there was a muffled sound, and I saw Azumo punching Shibai in the stomach. With a whoosh, Shibai flew out again. Seeing this, Azumo nodded in satisfaction. Still great. What can those dastardly tricks do? Before Azumo finished thinking, the familiar feeling reappeared. Looking down, it was Chibai's thick thighs that came into view. That's right, this is Chibai's flirtatious leg. But this time, Chibai didn't give Yun any time to react, but started to punch Azumo crazily. Bang bang bang. The sound of fists touching the face can be heard endlessly. Azumo couldn't even lift his head up. After a while, Shibai stopped and did not continue to greet Azumo's face. Just when Azumo breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt severe pain in his waist on both sides, and then he flew out like Shibai just now. After a while, Azumo got up tremblingly from the ground. The first sentence when I saw Shibai was, Shibai, who taught you? How can you be so despicable? How dare you use those dirty tricks? You are a warrior in vain. Shibai said with an innocent face, are those tricks despicable? Anyway, I think it's very useful. There is no such thing as despicable or despicable tricks that are easy to use. Besides, I don't use a knife either. I'm not a warrior, why should I abide by the warrior spirit? Looking at Chibai's appearance, Azumo's nose was almost crooked. I originally wanted to see how much Chibai had become stronger, but the result was. He could crush Chibai obviously, but he was beaten up by Chibai with all kinds of indiscriminate tricks. It doesn't stop, but it's extremely insulting. But Chibai still looks like I am very reasonable. It's really maddening. And Chibai looked at Azumo's appearance, and wanted to laugh in his heart, but also a little scared. Fortunately, Azumo doesn't have any hands-on experience, so I can defeat him today. If he had combat experience, I'm afraid he would be miserable today. Thinking of this, Chibai took the initiative to ask, Uncle Azumo, are you still satisfied with my strength? Advertisement. At this time, Azumo had almost slowed down, stood up from the ground, looked at Chibai and said with gritted teeth, satisfied. I am very satisfied. I really didn't expect that Urokodaki Sakanji's disciples would have such indecent tricks. You wait, sooner or later I will report to Urokodaki Sakanji. However, after hearing this, Chibai didn't feel any fluctuations in his heart, and even wanted to laugh a little. My own tricks are indiscriminate, and Urokodaki Sakanji didn't teach them, so what's the use of complaining to him? Hey, Go ahead, who do you think Urokodaki Sakanji will trust? You know, I'm his disciple. Do you think he will believe you? Azumo. Own's heart aches, why did he choose Chibai? It's good now, I can't even install 13. Without waiting for Azumo to speak, Chibai continued. Those tricks are so messed up, they are nothing more than flirting with the legs, piercing the eyes, and hitting the waist, how normal. Furthermore, you haven't seen the legendary ultimate body art mystery. A trace of doubt flashed in Azumo's eyes when he heard the ultimate taijutsu mystery. What is the ultimate martial art? I saw Chibai made a 1,000-year killing gesture towards him, and then smirked. Azumo. IFCK. This is a human trick. How despicable. Where did this kid learn these messy and despicable tricks? So angry. Seeing Azumo's shocked eyes, Chibai tossed his flowing, short hair. Okay, Uncle Azumo, stop discussing my tricks. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first, my girlfriend is still waiting for me outside. After finishing speaking, Chibai turned to leave, but was stopped by Azumo. Huh, what else is there, Uncle Azumo? Chibai asked, seeing Chibai act as if nothing happened. Azumo asked, aren't you curious now, who am I and why I have such a powerful force? Also, you don't want to know whether you are qualified or not. After Chibai heard this, he said calmly, you know best whether I am qualified or not. Do you really want to experience the charm of the ultimate martial art? Hearing these words, Azumo's face darkened instantly.